The enigmatic Divine Realm game has descended, allowing players to select their professions and acquire formidable powers through vanquishing monsters. A cataclysmic transformation has swept the world, with calamities ravaging Blue Star. In a previous life, Chen Yu endeavored, alongside his girlfriend Li Mingyue and her family, to penetrate the ranks of the world's top 10,000, providing them with the best possible protection. Alas, it was merely due to the aspirations of Li Mingyue's younger brother for his dragon heart that Chen Yu was treacherously betrayed. Reborn into this life, Chen Yu swore to exact a bloody toll upon them and rectify the regrets accumulated along the way. Upon logging into the game, he acquired a unique profession as a Dragon Tamer, capable of forging contracts with multiple colossal dragons through the Dragon Heart. Thus, a divine Dragon Tamer was born, who claims that a Dragon Tamer can only contract a single dragon. Such notions are unfounded. Frost giants, divine flame, ancient dragons, thunder abyss war dragons, dark demonic dragons. With dragons encircling him, those once formidable figures, such as the Sword and the Stone, Black Jesus, and the Hand of God, could only gaze up in awe. He is the brilliant sun, towering above all. Even more despairing for countless souls is the fact that, how could a mere dragon tamer surpass the might of a dragon? Chapter 1. The Divine Realm Game. With a swift thrust, a pale violet long sword pierced through Chen Yu's chest, an immense force exploding within him, while two voices rang in his ears. Chen Yu, Shao Jie is essentially your brother. It's just a heart. Why can't you give it to him? Sister, be cautious. Control your strength. Do not destroy the dragon heart. Li Mingyue, Li Mingjie, may you both meet a wretched end. Ah. Chen Yu abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze of vivid crimson, brimming with rage, shock, and boundless hatred. Pain, excruciating pain. He could hardly fathom that in this era of profound upheaval, the girlfriend he had so diligently protected, who seemingly wanted for nothing, would betray him. He had thought she was merely overly concerned for her brother, akin to a dark sorcerer. Little did he know, she would go so far as to attempt to claim his heart. With a lingering ache in his chest, how could Chen Yu feel anything but a profound chill in his heart? Following the advent of the Divine Realm game, a radical shift in order occurred, enabling humanity to gain strength and longevity through monster slaying, while extracting everything from a game into reality. The mighty could move mountains and part seas, their physical resilience rendering them nearly invulnerable. Thus, a new era dawned, where individual prowess reigned supreme. Chen Yu and his companions only gained entry through the formal announcement from the state, arriving a full 10 days later than the initial wave of players. Even so, bolstered by extraordinary fortune, innate talent, and a fearless determination, he rapidly ascended, cleaving through obstacles and ranking among the top 10,000 out of over 1 billion players worldwide, to provide the finest protection for his girlfriend and her family. Moreover, had he not devoted all resources to Li Mingyue and the Li Mingjie siblings, Chen Yu could have progressed even more swiftly. Unexpectedly, Li Mingjie remained insatiable, yearning for the coveted heart of the dragon, which Chen Yu had risked life and limb to procure from ancient ruins. Yet, unbeknownst to them, he had already merged with it. The two fell silent at that moment, oblivious to the fact that a month later, during one of Chen Yu's injuries, Li Mingyue cheerfully handed him a vial of ethereal water. He was utterly unguarded until the purple spirit sword he gifted to Li Mingyue pierced through his chest. When he next opened his eyes, Chen Yu found himself in a bedroom, the decor strikingly familiar. On the right, a display case for figurines. On the left, a computer desk, atop which lay a brand new outfit and a pair of trendy sneakers. Is this my room? No way. Could it be that I've been reborn? Suddenly, the phone beside him rang, its familiar contact illuminating the screen. Chen Yu blinked in surprise and hesitantly tapped it. Hello, Chen Yu, the flowers are ready, the venue is set, and we've asked Li Mingyue's roommate to guide her to the playground. When will the protagonist make his grand entrance? Wu Kai. Upon hearing that voice, Chen Yu quickly glanced at the time. March 15th, 2036. It couldn't be mistaken. Indeed, he had truly been reborn on the very day the Divine Realm first emerged. Moreover, it was also the day he successfully confessed his feelings and established a relationship with Li Mingyue. This marked the beginning of tragedy. A year prior, Chen Yu's parents had perished in a car accident, leaving no survivors. This devastating blow plunged him into a state of disarray. During this tumultuous time, he encountered Li Mingyue, the belle of the College of Arts at Jiangling University, whose radiant smile and warm embrace provided solace, often engaging him in conversation and showing genuine concern for his well-being. In that moment, Chen Yu felt as though he had discovered a haven of warmth, descending into an inescapable obsession. Over the course of several months, he confessed his feelings 5 times, akin to a drowning man desperately clutching at a lifebuoy. Later, he unintentionally overheard Li Mingyue's best friend mention that Li Mingyue had agreed to his confession partly because of his handsome appearance, but more importantly, due to the substantial inheritance left by his parents. At that juncture, Chen Yu was engulfed in profound sorrow, believing that any display of adequate concern would surely yield the most devoted admirer. Indeed, after they became a couple, Li Mingyue initially hinted subtly, but gradually began to express her desires more openly, stating that her phone needed replacing, her handbag was outdated, and that she had her eye on a particular dress, expressing a wish to dine at a Western restaurant. Chen Yu's bank transfers never took longer than a minute, and within a mere 10 days, he had spent nearly 300,000. He even foolishly introduced his sister to Li Mingjie, fervently promoting their relationship, which ultimately led to a severe deterioration in their sibling bond. Many had advised him against this course of action, yet he remained impervious to their counsel. Even the eavesdropped words of caution were dismissed by Li Mingyue's retort. Do you believe her? She only wishes to see us fail. I'm upset now, so handle it as you see fit, prompting him to buy a limited edition necklace as an apology. Ultimately, countless tragedies unfolded. Within less than 6 months of the Divine Realm game's arrival, his sister perished in some ruins. He was preoccupied with battling monsters for Li Mingyue, oblivious to her cries for help. And by the time he arrived, he could only laugh bitterly. How absurd, truly absurd. Chen Yu suddenly erupted in laughter, tears streaming down his face like a deluge. Hello, Chen Yu. Speak up. Are you so overwhelmed with joy? Wu Kai's voice continued from the other end. Isn't this the 6th time? My friend, you truly are a hopeless romantic. I admire you. Hurry up, it's almost 8. With a click, the call ended. Chen Yu gripped his phone tightly, filled with a desire to confront them, to wield a knife and exact vengeance. Yet, reason cautioned him that the time was not yet ripe. March 15th. Li Mingjie, just wait. I, Chen Yu, vow not to live as a mere mortal until this vendetta is avenged. For now, the most pressing matter at hand was to wait. At 9 o'clock that evening, the enigmatic emergence of the Divine Realm would occur. Initially, it was merely an online game in an app store, garnering little attention. Yet, 10 days later, a cohort of individuals endowed with supernatural powers emerged, utterly upending the world. Since fate had bestowed upon Chen Yu a second chance, he was determined to seize this opportunity and become one of the first players to log in. Not only would this grant him a head start, but it was rumored that many powerful and mysterious professions, along with extraordinary fortunes, were birthed at this moment. Among the top 100 players in the world rankings, a third had emerged from the early access players. Even with his considerable talent and luck, Chen Yu barely scraped by within the top 10,000 amidst the vast population. From 8 to 9 o'clock, there remains but an hour. Chen Yu composed himself, transferring 1,000 yuan to Wu Kai, and subsequently canceled his confession for the evening, allowing his weary roommates, who had labored throughout the day, to indulge in a delightful meal. Wu Kai sent a message with a simple question mark. In response, Chen Yu texted 3 words, I have given up. He prepared to alter his approach, thereafter ignoring Wu Kai's incessant barrage of messages. How could I possibly be reborn? With time to ponder, Chen Yu began to scrutinize this enigma. He pressed his hand against his chest, feeling the vigorous rhythm of his heartbeat, as if an inexhaustible strength coursed within him. This sensation felt eerily familiar. He glanced at the dumbbells by the table and rose to his feet. Suddenly, a piece of paper, to be precise, a parchment scroll, slipped from his grasp. The Book of God. In that moment, a revelation struck Chen Yu. The reason he had been injured, allowing Li Mingyue and others to succeed, was due to obtaining the heart of the dragon, which granted him the opportunity to transition into a Dragon Tamer, leading him to embark on a perilous journey into a mysterious relic in search of the colossal dragon. Although the dragon eluded him, he emerged from the treacherous endeavor with the most powerful and enigmatic artifact within the Divine Realm game, the Book of God. Some claimed it materialized the very essence of the game's rules, while others asserted it served as a key to the Divine Realm, and yet others believed it concealed ultimate secrets. Regardless of the interpretations, it was a treasure capable of inciting global frenzy. Fortunately, he had not yet divulged acquiring the Book of God. Otherwise, should Li Mingyue and her brother discover this, it would be unlikely for him to survive his rebirth. There was not merely one book of God. 7 years since the game's inception, Chen Yu knew of 2 individuals who were suspected of possessing it, both of whom ranked among the top 10 formidable players. Such power could indeed dictate the rise and fall of a nation. Is my rebirth a consequence of it? Chen Yu slowly picked up the parchment scroll. Suddenly, the scroll transformed into a resplendent beam of light, merging into his forehead. His gaze became unfocused, as if his consciousness was transported to an expansive, boundless sky. Looking around, his eyes widened, struggling to conceal his astonishment. Chapter 2. Choose your profession. Countless giants, akin to mountains, lay prostrate upon the ground, as rivers, lakes, trees, and wilderness intertwined with their forms, as if merging seamlessly with the world. A low, monstrous growl resonated, plunging the entire horizon into darkness. Suddenly, a colossal entity, unimaginable in size, pierced through the clouds above Chen Yu, its wings casting an eclipse upon the earth before vanishing from sight. This sensation was reminiscent of an elephant's careless stride, oblivious to the ant gazing up in awe beneath its feet. In the next moment, everything around him swirled like a vortex. A message appeared in his mind. Book of Gods, Time's words. The fall of the gods, the eternality of divinity. Active effect, not activated, lacking divinity. Passive effect, randomly obtainable growth level talent. This was. Chen Yu's gaze shifted as his bedroom reappeared before him. Although the previous scene remained a mystery, there was no doubt that it had arrived. Setting aside all else, the mere prospect of a growth level talent was enough to drive countless individuals to madness. Were it not for the fact that the divine domain had yet to descend, he would have been unable to contain his eagerness to delve into it. Furthermore, with his heart pounding vigorously, he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through him. This sensation was all too familiar, akin to the feeling he experienced upon first merging with the Heart of the Dragon in his previous life. Both the Book of Gods and the Heart of the Dragon were treasures of unparalleled worth. Now, possessing both was akin to a mere pig taking flight. Moreover, Chen Yu retained the memories and experiences of his past life. He clenched his fists, resolute. In this lifetime, he would rectify all past regrets. As time ticked by, at Jiangling University, on the playground, Wu Kai and 2 of his roommates stared at the heart-shaped arrangement of candles on the ground, surrounded by 99 purple roses, momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Haha, that guy Chen Yu has finally seen the light. I always said, a sycophant ends up with nothing in the end. Initially, they had supported Chen Yu's pursuit of Li Mingyue, but as his antics grew increasingly absurd, lavishing her with money, gifts, and fulfilling her every whim, they had repeatedly advised him against it. Yet, Chen Yu had seemed bewitched, utterly heedless of their counsel. As his roommates, they could only stand by in passive solidarity. Now, witnessing Chen Yu's sudden epiphany, they felt a genuine sense of relief. Let us go treat ourselves to a meal later, courtesy of young Master Chen. Wu Kai chuckled as he pocketed the money. But what about all this on the ground? Asked another roommate, Lu Yuntao. Simple. Hey, did anyone buy candles? Just $1 each, let us sell them all. The roses are $5 apiece. Yuan-Ti regret it. Zhang Yunjie chimed in, drawing bewildered glances from the crowd that had gathered to witness the spectacle. The commotion on the playground had already spread throughout Jiang University via the confession wall. For the spectacle-loving people of China, this was an event not to be missed. By 8 o'clock, the area was encircled, throngs of onlookers eager to catch a glimpse. What? Selling candles? Did I hear that right? Isn't this a confession? Yes. Your confession wall said it was a confession. Are you messing with us? What do you mean messing with you? That woman isn't even worthy. A loud debate ensued among the crowd. At the entrance of the playground, several striking figures approached. Among them, a bespectacled girl with short hair pointed toward the throng and laughed. Mingyue, look at the commotion. It must be Chen Yu preparing something for you. This is quite the grand gesture. Surely you'll accept this time, right? I'm even a bit envious. She nudged the arm of the girl beside her. I was only testing Chen Yu. The girl spoke, her long hair cascading down to her waist, the ends slightly curled. She was dressed in a beautifully designed, pure white dress, her exquisitely made-up face enhancing her beauty. Li Mingyue's large, bright eyes sparkled with mischief, brimming with warmth. I'm quite pleased with Chen Yu's performance these days. Even my brother approves of him. She understood the delicate balance of their relationship. After a month, it was time to reap the fruits of her labor, lest it backfire. Haha, tonight, Chen Yu will likely be overjoyed and say he's not in a hurry. The short-haired girl nodded in understanding. As the 2 girls drew closer, the surrounding noise shifted, growing increasingly discordant. Selling candles? Selling flowers? The main character has arrived. A voice rang out, clearly familiar with Li Mingyue, as similar scenes had played out multiple times before. The crowd parted to reveal their expressions of anticipation. Although the confession might be gone, the unfolding drama was even more thrilling. Wu Kai? What does this mean? The short-haired girl, Huang Rongrong, inquired. Ah, they've finally arrived. Wu Kai and his friends lingered, not because they regretted the candles and flowers. They hadn't purchased them after all, but to exact a measure of vengeance for their brother. With a flourish, the three flung the 99 roses into the air. Under the flash of surrounding smartphones, each purple rose sparkled like a diamond. Ah! Li Mingyue and Huang Rongrong gasped in shock as the roses descended upon them, each adorned with treacherous thorns. Li Mingyue, how unfortunate. They were meant to lie in your embrace, but you know, roses have thorns. Laughter erupted as they made their escape. Let us go, let us go. Don't let it get out that we bullied women. The crowd was left in a state of confusion, speechless. Li Mingyue clutched her skirt, her emotions, embarrassment, confusion, anger, flashed across her face in quick succession. She retrieved her phone, her thoughts dark with fury. Chen Yu, regardless of whether this is your doing, don't expect my forgiveness easily, not even if you buy me 10 limited edition handbags. She scrolled through her WeChat contacts and dialed his number. However, a red exclamation mark materialized. At that moment, Li Mingyue could hardly believe her eyes. Chen Yu has blocked me. Meanwhile, Chen Yu had cleared some contacts from his phone to avoid distractions. He checked the time, ensuring that all doors and windows were securely locked. He had requested an extended leave from his counselor and prepared some instant food. After completing these tasks, it was nearly 9 o'clock. He continuously refreshed the App Store, anxious not to miss out on any updates, for he knew that the divine domain would soon descend. Finally, 9 o'clock arrived. No need to refresh. The words divine domain in dark red automatically appeared at the top of the App Store. This was also why some individuals could log in early. Otherwise, even with such a large crowd, few would idle away their time searching for a game they had never heard of. Enter. The divine domain required no download. Logging in automatically. With a whoosh, Chen Yu sank into his gaming chair, his consciousness blurring, his form becoming ethereal. The game icon served merely as a portal. Once one truly entered, it would become irrelevant. During this period, in the real world, he would exist in a state of illusion. He could only see faint, water-like shadows, intangible and impervious to harm. In the early stages, numerous places around the world witnessed a peculiar phenomenon that frequently trended on social media, yet few comprehended its true nature. It was not until the return of players within the game that clarity emerged. In his previous life, this period spanned 10 days. Welcome to the Divine Realm game. Initial location, Misty Town. Please select your profession. At long last, it had begun. Chen Yu murmured, his face alight with uncontainable fervor. Chapter 3, Dragon Tamer. Before him, an array of luminous orbs materialized, each inscribed with various profession titles. Warrior, assassin, mage, support, archer. These represented the primary categories, alongside a plethora of specialized roles, each more intricate than the last. For instance, within the warrior class, swordsman, berserker, gladiator, heavy armored warrior. Within the mage class, fire mage, thunder mage, cursing mage, sorcerer. And within support, priest, healer, herbalist, life priest. The mainstream professions were all available for selection, while specialized roles, such as killer, thief, free agent, phantom assassin, and dragon tamer, were bestowed at random. In his past life, Chen Yu had been a holy swordsman, endowed with the talent known as the Light of Illusion. In the Divine Realm game, all talents, monsters, and weapons adhered to a unified grading system: ordinary, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starlight, moonlight, radiance, epic, legendary, mythical, and immortal. His talent was of the diamond grade, naturally countering certain malevolent spirits and illusions. In this life, feeling the heartbeat of anticipation, he unhesitatingly opted for a specialized class. Countless luminous orbs swirled around him, dancing in a mesmerizing display. Ultimately, one orb surged forth and embedded itself into his forehead. Congratulations. You have acquired the profession, Dragon Tamer. Dragon Tamer, capable of commanding dragons and forging contracts, currently unbound. Active Skill 1. The Dragon Tamer can assume the roles of warrior, mage, etc. without talent enhancement. Active Skill 2. Mental Link, enabling communication with dragons. Passive Skill 1. Blessing of the Dragon, doubling the drop rate when a dragon slays a boss. Passive Skill 2. Dragon Affinity, 10. The foundational introduction of the Dragon Tamer surpassed that of many other professions. However, it harbored considerable ambiguity. Dragon Tamer. Dragon Tamer. Where were the dragons? In his previous life, many had chosen specialized roles, with an unknown number randomly assigned to the Dragon Tamer profession. Yet, in the end, only a scant few truly ascended. Dragons, even newly hatched, were classified as silver-grade bosses, possessing an exceptionally high drop rate. Thus, the majority perished at the hands of players. Over 7 years, only 32 dragons had emerged within the divine realm, with fewer than 10 successfully contracted, and ultimately, only 2 dragons matured, one a dark dragon and the other a storm dragon. Dragon Tamers hailed from 2 extraordinarily powerful families, having expended untold resources. Chen Yu had pursued this profession with intent. He was confident in his knowledge of the resources available and relied on the latent allure of the heart of the dragon, believing he could indeed attain the Dragon Tamer class. Soon, the interface for the Dragon Tamer began to evolve. Congratulations! You have acquired the Dragon Relic, Heart of the Dragon. Grade, Legendary. Active effect, capable of contracting multiple dragons. Passive effect 1, Grace of the Dragon. When the Dragon Tamer or a dragon slays monsters, rewards are doubled. Passive effect 2, Dragon Affinity 100. The heart of the dragon fused seamlessly into his profession. Chen Yu's breath grew heavy as he read and reread the information. An affinity of 100. What did this signify? It indicated that even fully grown dragons could be contracted with a certainty of 100%. The other attribute effects were equally astonishing, yet he refrained from delving further, as the prerequisite remained. First, he must locate a dragon. The Dragon Tamer did not possess immediate combat prowess like the swordsman or assassin, whose skills were readily introduced. Instead, its description focused on attributes, rendering it initially weaker than even support classes. A Dragon Tamer with a dragon was an entirely different concept from one without. As for where to find a dragon, Chen Yu already harbored a direction in mind. At that moment, the passive effect of the Book of the Gods activated. Congratulations! You have acquired the universal talent, Transcendence, capable of growth. Grade, Ordinary 01. Transcendence. Upon slaying monsters, there exists a 1% chance of obtaining a Transcendence point, which can be utilized to elevate the grade of any item. The number of Transcendence points varies with the grade of the slain monster. Passive, every 24 hours. Gain 1 Transcendence point. Slaying a boss grants a 5% chance to acquire a Transcendence point, as above. Current Transcendence points. 1. Another extraordinary capability emerged. In the Divine Realm game, a critical factor in determining an individual's strength was their talent. This was akin to the spiritual roots, supreme bones, or unique physiques found in fantastical novels. In simple terms, talent was not something possessed by all, delineating the distinction between genius and the ordinary. This did not imply that those without talent were inherently weaker in their respective professions. Rather, it indicated a superior advantage in certain aspects. In his previous life, many were holy swordsmen, yet when confronted with malevolent spirits and sinister entities, Chen Yu, blessed with the light of illusion, held an innate advantage. It was this talent that allowed him to rise amidst the throngs. Transcendence, capable of growth, and the prospect of acquiring Transcendence points. Chen Yu swiftly grasped the implications, his heart racing with excitement. A talent capable of growth was something he had never encountered, let alone heard of. Outside of monsters and players, talents, skills, and equipment were typically fixed, immutable, yet this talent promised to overturn everything. Moreover, it was deceptively simple. By merely slaying monsters, one had the chance to acquire Transcendence points. Naturally, he would need to experiment to discern the specifics. Now, he faced 2 choices: to expend his singular Transcendence point to enhance the Transcendence talent or to elevate the Heart of the Dragon. However, with the Heart of the Dragon being of a legendary grade, any modification might yield negligible results. Conversely, the ordinary talent, if upgraded, would guarantee immediate advancement. At that moment, Chen Yu made his decision. You have consumed 1 Transcendence point. Transcendence, Ordinary, Transcendence, Bronze. Transcendence, upon slaying monsters, there exists a 5% chance of obtaining a Transcendence point. The number of points varies with the monster's grade. Active, evolutionary rate 20. Passive, every 24 hours. Gain 2 evolution points. Single-handedly slaying a boss grants a 10% chance of acquiring a Transcendence point, as above. Indeed, it was true. Chen Yu laughed aloud. This talent harmonized perfectly with the Dragon Tamer profession. The Dragon Tamer was notoriously costly, yet with sufficient Transcendence points, he could procure a plethora of ordinary equipment, all of which could be elevated. Such a price differential was unimaginable. Furthermore, the possibilities for gameplay were vast. Please select your codename. At this juncture, a prominent prompt emerged, signaling that he had entered the final step. This represented his name within the Divine Realm game, which could not be duplicated. It could be either his real name or an impressive moniker. Chen Yu stroked his chin and chuckled. Dragon Lord. Codename selected, Dragon Lord. Entering the Divine Domain game. As Chen Yu's surroundings spun wildly, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself within a quaint little town. Chapter 4. Local teleportation to Starlit Town. Dragon Lord, welcome to Foggy Town. Foggy Town, 53-1000. This is a town frequently enveloped in mist. Be wary of monsters lurking in the shadows. With eyes as crimson as blood. Safeguard your luck points as you would your very life. Killing monsters will enhance your strength and may grant you luck points. Luck points, equivalent to currency, capable of exchanging for all manner of special benefits, including but not limited to equipment, skills, lifespan, and luck values. May you attain all that you desire. As Chen Yu regained his focus, he beheld an ordinary town, unremarkable in its appearance. Shrouded in the gentle glow of moonlight filtering through the thin mist, draping the town in a diaphanous veil. Goodness, where am I? How did I end up here? No way. Am I dreaming? It feels so incredibly real, he exclaimed. Can you all still converse? Quickly, share what you were doing before you arrived. Chen Yu stood in the central square of Foggy Town, where a handful of people were scattered about, with one or two more occasionally materializing. Everyone wore a bewildered expression, completely at a loss for what had transpired. Yet, some astute individuals began to inquire about the activities they had engaged in prior to their arrival, clustering together in small groups to converse. For someone like Chen Yu, who was well informed, such inquiries were unnecessary. He had pressing matters to attend to. However, before proceeding, he cast a glance at his attributes panel. Codename, Dragon Lord. Class, Dragon Tamer, Heart of the Dragon. Talent, Transcendence of all things, Bronze 0, 10. Level, 1, 50, 100. Covenant, blank. Constitution, 10, 5. Strength, 10, 2. Agility, 10, 3. Mentality, 10, 1. Free attribute points, 10. Luck value, 100. Luck points, 10. Transcendence points, 0. Each profession encompasses 4 primary attributes, distinct yet converging. The most significant difference lies between mages and support classes, where strength is supplanted by magic power and healing. All fundamental attributes begin at 10, with subsequent increases derived from class enhancements. Each level gain provides 100 points of attribute augmentation, with increments occurring every 3 levels. Yet, Chen Yu understood that this was not absolute. Certain exceptional classes would receive specific bonuses. For instance, soldiers and athletes would see enhancements in their constitution and strength, regardless of the profession chosen upon entry. Conversely, scientists and artists would experience boosts to their mentality. In his previous life, Chen Yu had heard a rumor about a mentally ill individual who entered the game with a staggering base mentality of 50 points, astonishing all. Observing his 10 free attribute points, Chen Yu allocated them all to agility. In the early stages, this was far more critical than damage or constitution. Ordinary monsters had base speeds slightly exceeding those of average players, causing many to perish in vain as they could neither defeat nor escape them. Countless players had sacrificed their lives to impart this hard-earned lesson to others. In the Divine Domain game, dying at the hands of monsters did not necessarily equate to permanent death. Aside from returning to the starting point with all progress reset, one's luck value would diminish. Should one's luck value plummet to 0, that would signify true death. Nonetheless, this did not imply that one could carelessly squander their life. Suffering significant injuries or curses would also adversely affect one's luck value, placing them in an even more precarious situation. For example, Chen Yu had witnessed a player with a luck value of only 3, who upon stepping foot in the town, was instantly obliterated by a falling meteorite, while another player nearby with a luck value of 100 remained entirely unscathed. Thus, it was imperative to remain vigilant. One's luck value should ideally not dip below 70. For the consequences were utterly unpredictable. Intriguingly, in his previous life, numerous factions would use individuals with low luck values as bait, potentially attracting formidable monsters. At such moments, the significance of luck points became apparent. 100 luck points could replenish 1% of one's luck value, effectively extending one's lifespan. After reviewing his attributes, Chen Yu redirected his gaze and opened another panel. This was the player interface, featuring 3 channels: World Channel, Regional Channel, and Local Channel. The World Channel was buzzing with activity, indicating that many players had already joined, most of whom still seemed bewildered. Chen Yu accessed the map channel, where a red indicated his current location. Dragonwild Nation, Jinfeng City, Foggy Town. Peaceful area, no monsters, players cannot attack one another. Local teleportation requires 10 luck points. Regional teleportation requires 100 luck points. World teleportation requires 1,000 luck points. Recalling the location from his memory, he quickly pinpointed it. Seizing the opportunity while the crowd was sparse, he decided, I shall head to Starlit Town. Without hesitation, he consumed his basic luck points to teleport to another novice town, wishing to avoid exceeding the population limit of that area. Each novice town, serving as a safe zone, could accommodate a maximum of 1,000 individuals. Although players were few at the moment, he did not wish to waste any time. You have consumed 10 luck points to initiate local teleportation. A fleeting sensation of unreality enveloped Chen Yu, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his previous location. No one noticed his departure. All were preoccupied with unraveling the mystery of their current predicament. When his vision cleared, he found himself in another town. Dragon Lord, welcome to Starlit Town. Starlit Town, 89. 1000. This is a town where night prevails over day. The sky is adorned with countless stars. Be cautious of brightly lit areas, for they may conceal powerful unknown monsters. And safeguard your luck value as you would your own life. Aside from the distinct characteristics of the towns, everything else remained the same. Hey, brother. Where do you hail from? What profession do you belong to? You seem quite mysterious, a voice called out from behind him. Turning around, Chen Yu saw a man clad in warrior attire, his appearance unremarkable, with a plain longsword sheathed at his side. Players entering the initial town bore a resemblance to their real-world selves, and it was evident that the man was of Chinese descent, perhaps even from the same city as Chen Yu. And you? Chen Yu, draped in the voluminous robes of a Dragon Tamer, obscured much of his features, rendering his visage indiscernible. This was a regulated form. Outsiders could not access personal information within the town limits. The man chuckled heartily. I hail from Jianling's Huayan district. My class is a swordsman among warriors. How about it? Care to form a party and hunt monsters together? After a brief exchange, many had already set their plans in motion. As one of the first players to enter, Chen Yu was keen to click on the divine domain icon under such circumstances. To a certain extent, they were all gaming enthusiasts who quickly grasped the nuances of the game. Yet, fundamentally, they perceived it as a unique form of entertainment. It was only after experiencing death in the game, which translated to a real-life demise, that they came to comprehend the gravity of their situation. No, I have some matters to attend to. Chen Yu declined and strode directly away from Starry Town. A bystander glanced over and cautioned, Brother, if you play like that, you'll die quickly. This type of game clearly requires a team to conquer. Don't delude yourself into thinking you're the protagonist. After all, there are nearly 100 players like you here. Chen Yu waved his hand in gratitude for the warning, but continued on, his steps unwavering as he exited the town and stepped into the darkness. Chapter 5. The Frost Dragon. Upon leaving the town, Chen Yu gazed up at the twinkling stars, recalling the direction he needed to go. In his previous life, the Divine Realm game had launched less than a month prior, and there had been scattered reports of dragon sightings in several locales. Starry Town was the nearest location to him, though he was not a Dragon Tamer. He had passively overheard many rumors from this distance. The creature in question was a juvenile frost dragon. The news had drawn nearly all the Dragon Tamers in the area, for with only a 10% affinity, they deemed the juvenile stage to be the most favorable for contract formation. However, they had grossly underestimated the dragon's might. They perished wave after wave, as the frost dragon, even in its juvenile form, held the status of a boss-level monster in Starry Town. Players armed with iron swords and wooden bows fell victim to its fiery breath, unaware of the devastation it wrought. As time progressed, the number of players who met their demise at the dragon's jaws swelled, and the creature itself grew ever more formidable. It wasn't until a year later that it was slain by a coalition of powerful individuals from other regions, sending shockwaves across the world. Help! Someone save me! Oh, damn it, the damage in this game feels too real, my arm. Why? How can a mere ordinary level monster be so powerful? My iron sword can't even break through its defenses. As Chen Yu walked, he entered a forest where 3 men were either clutching their chests or dragging their arms as they fled in haste. Behind them, a meter-long earth lizard pursued them with the speed of a crocodile, swiftly tackling the one at the back. The scene unfolded in a gruesome display. The 2 men in front glanced back, trembling in terror, their legs giving way beneath them. TSK, it hasn't even been 10 minutes since we started hunting monsters. And here we are, just 2 assassins and a support. Truly, ignorance breeds bravery. Chen Yu shook his head, unwilling to intervene. At this moment, he was only marginally faster than a novice. He did not possess the strength to alter their fate. With a swift motion, he continued on, deliberately avoiding the brightly lit areas and navigating through the dense forest until he stumbled upon a lake that spanned 100 meters. This is where the frost dragon fell. That hunt had been witnessed by countless onlookers, and some professions were capable of recording the events. Shaking his head, Chen Yu quickly distanced himself from the area. For such a vast lake could hardly lack monsters. He was not inclined to engage with any creatures at present. Before long, guided by the ridges and the information etched in his memory, Chen Yu arrived at the entrance of a cave. The moment he stood there, he felt a chilling aura envelop him. The team that had originally broadcast the news first encountered the frost dragon within this very cave. Upon catching sight of the creature, a single breath of dragon fire erupted at the cave's mouth, resulting in the complete annihilation of the entire party. 2 of the less resilient members, with their luck running out, met their demise. Gazing at the cave entrance, barely 3 or 4 meters high. Chen Yu peered inside, but saw nothing. It seemed there was still a stretch of path within. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. He harbored no fear of the frost dragon. Possessing the heart of the dragon, he exuded an aura that would cause the dragon to regard him as a maternal figure. BRR, it's freezing. As he traversed the cave, an involuntary shiver coursed through him, accompanied by a peculiar sensation, cold, regal, sacred, ancient. Though it was nighttime, the cave was not shrouded in darkness. A faint bluish glow illuminated the space. Finally, he reached the end. Chen Yu gazed at the sight before him, momentarily taken aback. The narrow passage opened into a grand expanse. It was a cavern with a diameter of 34 meters, featuring a modest frozen lake at its center. Delicate moonlight streamed through a skylight like opening above, casting a soft glow upon a giant egg, half the height of a person, adorned with snowflake runes and crystalline frost. Exuding an ethereal luminescence, this egg belonged to the frost dragon, which had yet to hatch. Chen Yu could hardly contain his joy. The last remnants of his apprehension vanished. He approached the giant egg slowly, and as he drew nearer, the snowflakes and frost on its surface began to crack, spreading gradually. This was a sign he had arrived just in time. The frost dragon was on the verge of hatching. Even the heavens are favoring me. Chen Yu immediately employed his Dragon Tamer's mental link ability, the key to establishing a connection with the dragon. A low hum reverberated, followed by a series of joyful roars. The egg began to tremble slightly, accompanied by a gentle dragon's chant, reminiscent of a hungry chick awaiting its mother's return with food. In the next moment, cracks rapidly spread across the surface of the egg like fissures in ice. The process continued for several minutes until the first piece of shell fell away. Instantly, Chen Yu was met with an overwhelming chill. The temperature around him plummeted, as if he were standing in an ice cellar. Soon, a pure white wing, resembling that of a bat and as large as a fan, emerged. The dragon's roars grew louder, echoing throughout the cave. The topmost shell of the egg quickly shattered. And soon, a slender dragon head emerged, its eyes the size of glass beads fluttering as if they were about to open. Chen Yu maintained his mental link, gazing expectantly. At last, within those shimmering black orbs, he caught sight of a pair of ice blue, vertically slit pupils. Frost Dragon, hatchling stage, contractable. Rank, silver. Level, 3. Skills, Dragon Frost. Dragon Claw, Dragon Armor. Traits, Dragon's Dread, possessing a natural intimidation over all but dragons, can reduce combat intent by up to 50, depending on target level. Talent, immunity to ice magic, immunity to water magic, fire magic reduced by up to 50. Chen Yu could hardly contain his excitement, his face alight with joy. At that moment, the frost dragon fully emerged. Its body was a brilliant white, covered in diamond-like scales adorned with snowflake patterns. Its wings, nearly a meter wide, bore many unique designs, while its body was the size of a football. Its sturdy hind legs and sharply clawed forelimbs suggested immense power. And atop its elongated head rested icicle-like horns. Roaring, the dragon spiraled around Chen Yu, its deep growl resembling a playful affection. Chen Yu extended his hands, and in the next moment, the frost dragon landed upon them. Simultaneously, a line of text appeared before him. Frost Dragon feels 100% affinity towards you. Meeting the contract conditions. Would you like to form a contract? Seeing this, what hesitation could he possibly have? The contract. As the words fell, a piece of parchment inscribed with various runes descended between the two. Come, my dear, let us place our claws upon it. Chen Yu resembled a sinister uncle luring a little girl, as he pressed the adorable little paw onto the parchment. He followed suit immediately after. A hum resonated as a radiant light enveloped them, and in the blink of an eye, the parchment vanished. Congratulations, Dragon Master. You have contracted the Frost Giant Dragon. Chapter 6. Contract successful. In an instant, Chen Yu felt a tremor throughout his body, a continuous surge of power flooding into him. Congratulations. You have gained 300 experience points and 10 free attribute points. The successful contract with the dragon also bestowed upon him a reciprocal enhancement. Moreover, the acquisition of free attribute points was a rare opportunity, being the only means to gain such points aside from leveling up. Simultaneously, he sensed a profound unity with the dragon, granting him a perspective akin to that of the great beast itself. Through the eyes of the frost giant dragon, he could clearly perceive his own form. Roar! The frost giant dragon circled around him, then abruptly returned to the remnants of its eggshell, beginning to consume it. Chen Yu was not taken aback. It was said that many creatures' first meal upon hatching often consisted of their own shells. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The frost giant dragon voraciously devoured the eggshell in chunks, seemingly replenishing its energy, its basketball-sized form visibly growing at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, the dragon's growth paralleled that of its dragon master, transmitting a faint essence of power back to him. Congratulations, you have gained 10 experience points. Congratulations. You have gained 10 experience points. Congratulations, you have gained 10 experience points. In less than 5 minutes, the frost giant dragon had completely consumed the eggshell, unfurling its wings and surpassing the 1-meter mark, growing over 10 centimeters in the process. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 4. Frost giant dragon has leveled up to 4, affinity 4. You are the first in the world to surpass level 3, triggering a town announcement, reputation 3. At this moment, in Starry Town, players who had reassured themselves to accept their fate and were sporadically preparing to venture out to hunt monsters heard a voice resonate in their minds. The world passage of Starry Town has opened. Player Dragon Master is the first to surpass level 3. The world leaderboard is now activated. Simultaneously, a new function appeared on their interface, displaying a leaderboard where they could view the rankings of powerful players globally, as well as by country, region, and town. Unfortunately, only half an hour had passed since the entrance, and no towns had players qualified to join the leaderboard, let alone any rankings. However, the title Dragon Master prominently adorned the top, with an expanse of blank space following it. Dragon Master? From our Starry Town? What on earth has he done? Is there a hidden powerhouse in our town? Who is this Dragon Master? Wow, someone has broken through level 3 right after I entered? Is there no room left for others to shine? Or is it that leveling up is incredibly simple in this game? Starry Town erupted in excitement. They had just finalized their teams, and someone had already achieved level 3? What astonishing speed. At that moment, a flash of light appeared, and 3 figures manifested before them. They were among the first to form teams and set out. This is infuriating. One of them, codenamed Mountain, a shield-bearing warrior, roared. They had encountered a level 2 monster and nearly faced annihilation. While someone from their town had already reached level 3, the disparity was hard to accept. Our luck has dropped to 80. We can't venture out carelessly, spoke a hooded woman clad in mage robes. We either need to bolster our team, or... Another assassin stood up, patting his backside, completing her thought. We could seek out the Dragon Master to team up. It was around 9:40 a.m. Fewer than 100 players had entered, so finding him would not be difficult, provided he was willing. I am willing to offer 5 points of luck. What about you? The assassin woman proposed. Initial luck points were set at 10, and given their current state of destitution, they had little to barter with. Finding a powerful ally was far more advantageous. I am in agreement. The other 2 chimed in. Subsequently, they dispersed. One waiting at the entrance while the other 2 began their search within Starry Town. Chen Yu, overhearing their conversation, paid little heed. This was precisely why codenames were necessary. The existence of the dragon was undeniable. Although he had a contract space, it was inevitable that it would be seen during combat. As long as his true identity remained concealed, everything would be satisfactory. However, his current level filled Chen Yu with both astonishment and joy. This was the exhilaration of being a Dragon Master. Knowing this brought an unparalleled thrill. Just the act of contracting had allowed him to gain several levels. He opened his interface. Codename, Dragon Master. Class, Dragon Tamer, Heart of the Dragon. Talent, Universal Ascension, Bronze 0, 10. Level, 4, 568, 800. Contract, Frost Giant Dragon, Affinity 4. Constitution, 15, 145. Strength, 12, 136. Speed, 23, 120. Mentality, 11, 150. Free attribute points, 18. Luck, 100. Luck points, 5. Ascension points, 0. Roar. The Frost Giant Dragon, seemingly satiated, exuded an aura of exuberance. Let us go, little one. It is time for our hunt. Chen Yu extended an arm, and the dragon excitedly perched upon it. Fortunately, he was now level 4 and could bear its weight. In a few days, the Frost Giant Dragon's mass could grow to the point where it could crush him beneath its bulk. Exiting the cave, Chen Yu allocated his free points to enhance his speed once more. With a glance in the direction of Starry Town, he lowered his hood and swiftly made his way toward a specific location with the Frost Giant Dragon in tow. Soon, he re-entered the vicinity of Starry Town, witnessing other teams engaged in combat against monsters. Quick, where's the warrior? Hold the line, or we're all done for. Damn, I lost an arm and you're not holding the line. Are you casting your spells that slowly? In one area, 3 novice players were entangled with a black spider. Blood Spider, LV1. Quality, inferior. Health, 100. The most dangerous aspects of the blood spider were its web and venomous fangs. The web could ensnare enemies like a blade, while its fangs bore deadly poison. Yet, these were merely ordinary low-level monsters. Nevertheless, most players at the beginning stages perished at their hands. At present, one of the 3 lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, while the warrior, with blood-soaked arms, wielded his sword to slash at the crimson web. This substance was as sharp as a blade, and moments ago, his hand had been gruesomely severed by it. The remaining male mage, wielding a staff, cast a fireball the size of a fist approximately every 7 to 8 seconds. It was evident that his free points had been allocated elsewhere. For a mage, speed not only related to agility, but also determined the swiftness of spellcasting. Chen Yu observed from a distance. Ultimately, as the mage realized he could not prevail, he turned to flee. The warrior cursed bitterly but was unable to escape, ultimately vanishing alongside the fallen companion. Their luck and luck points became fodder for the monsters. When the blood spider retracted its red web, satisfied, it departed to find a secluded spot to evolve. Chen Yu's lips curled upward as he waved his hand. Roar! The frost dragon could no longer contain its excitement and surged forth. The blood spider sensed a tremor of the soul and turned around. Whoosh! The icy dragon's frost enveloped it, and with virtually no resistance, the blood spider, which had just slain 2 individuals, was instantaneously obliterated. The disparity between level 1 and level 4 was exceedingly vast. Congratulations, Frost Dragon, for slaying the blood spider. Passive triggered. You have gained 12 experience points, 2 luck points, and 2 free attribute points. Frost Dragon gains 16 experience points. The monsters slain by the dragon equate to those defeated by the Dragon Tamer. However, the dragon receives a portion of the experience. This is also why dragons require an abundance of resources. Nonetheless, Chen Yu need not worry excessively. For with the passive ability of Heart of the Dragon, the drop rate is doubled. This perfectly compensates for the situation. Even the doubled luck points and free attribute points are his own. Chen Yu approached the remnants of the blood spider and smashed the ice sculpture with a punch, causing it to shatter into countless light particles. He picked up a crimson dagger from the ground. Blood tooth, inferior, yellow, equipment for assassins, attack power 15, speed 3. Equipment level, level 1. Chapter 7, Slaying the Bronze Boss. The attack power is categorized under the strength attribute, representing a general significance among the 4 foundational statistics. Quite impressive. Not only does the experience exceed that of ordinary monsters by a considerable margin, but it also yields equipment. This passive ability is astonishing. Chen Yu examined the blood tooth in his hand. However, as it was assassin-type equipment, he could not utilize it. As a dragon tamer, he could function as a warrior. But to practice magic, he must contract a dragon to unlock the corresponding magical attributes. In simple terms, if Chen Yu had not contracted the frost dragon, he would only be able to learn the ways of a warrior, without the ability to enhance his innate class talents. For instance, if he awakened the talent light of disillusionment as a dragon tamer, it would be equivalent to not awakening it at all, rendering it ineffective for him. But after contracting the frost dragon, Chen Yu unlocked the ice attribute, allowing him to embody both a warrior and an ice mage simultaneously, without concern for talent issues. The talent Transcendence is a universal talent, usable by any class. Once he returns to the town to sell it, as the game has just commenced and equipment is scarce, he might fetch a handsome price, if only he knew whether they had luck points. Stowing away the blood tooth, he glanced at the light particles on the ground and collected them all. Congratulations, you have gained 15 luck points. Monsters rely on players' experience points, luck values, luck points, and the consumption of their kind to level up. This blood spider had killed 2 individuals, but had not fully digested them, ultimately benefiting Chen Yu. This resembles the practice of raising poisonous insects, something he had witnessed far too often. In the wilderness, no one would save strangers. Waiting for the other party to be slain to profit oneself is a common occurrence. Let us go. Onward. Chen Yu then departed with the circling frost dragon. Roar. Within a minute, the frost dragon suddenly let out a low growl, and from its gaze, Chen Yu immediately comprehended its intent. He quickly adjusted their course. Almost forgot. The dragon's sense of smell and perception are incredibly powerful, far more accurate than any celestial guidance. Soon, the man and dragon arrived at an open grassy area. Aside from a pile of scattered stones, there was nothing else. However, Chen Yu's eyes brightened as the frost dragon unleashed a breath of icy flame. The stones crystallized at a visible pace, but in the next moment, buzz, the shattered rocks began to tremble mechanically, and a stone giant, towering at 2 meters, rose to face the icy dragon flame. Stone giant, LV3. Grade, bronze. Health, 438. This was a bronze mini-boss, within a 5-kilometer radius of Stardust Town. There would be no more than 5 creatures stronger than it. Injure it severely. I want the finishing blow. Chen Yu commanded, standing aside. Roar. The frost dragon bellowed. Even though its dragon might could not intimidate such a soulless creature, its inherent power was beyond the capabilities of a mere level 3. The frost continued to envelop, slowing the stone giantess movements, as its massive fist struggled to rise. 86, 77. At that moment, the frost dragon, with a body the size of a basketball, raised its 5 sharp claws high. Flash. A beam of white light, akin to a sword's edge, flashed across. With a resounding boom, the stone giant's chest exploded open, nearly piercing through. 186. Chen Yu stepped forward, delivering a punch, wielding the strength of a level 4. Bang! The stone giant's chest was completely obliterated, collapsing forward without resistance. He swiftly dodged as countless stones rained down, scattering across the ground. Congratulations, Frost Dragon, for slaying the stone giant. Achievement: first kill of a bronze boss. Reputation points 3. Passive triggered. You have gained 186 experience points, 24 luck points, and 10 free attribute points. Frost Dragon gains 169 experience points. Talent triggered. You have gained 2 transcendence points. Huh. The harvest this time is indeed remarkable, equivalent to 10 blood spiders. Chen Yu rummaged through the stone pile and retrieved a stone shield. Stone shield, bronze, white. Equipment for warriors, physical and magical damage reduction 30, defense 50, equipment level 1. After reviewing this description, a smile involuntarily crept onto Chen Yu's face. The damage reduction and defense are categorized under the Constitution attribute. This equipment is, for the present and even the next 2 or 3 days, nothing short of a divine artifact. The attacks from level 1 monsters generally range only from 20 to 30. With the stone shield in hand and the damage reduction applied, the creature's attacks would be rendered utterly ineffective. Combined with 1 or 2 allies, it would be remarkably easy to farm monsters without taking damage. Moreover, that was not all. Chen Yu bent down and picked up a book. Stone Summoning, bronze, blue. Earth Mage skill book can conjure several massive stones, causing 40 points of continuous damage to the target, up to 160 points. With a 10 chance to trigger petrification, immobilizing for 2 seconds. Casting time, 6 seconds. Casting range, 25 meters. Cooldown, 65 seconds. Learning requirement, level 1. What splendid luck. 2 bronze items and a blue-grade skill book. In addition to the common, bronze, and gold tiers, items are further categorized into smaller grades distinguished by color: white, blue, purple, gold, and red. For example, the stone shield is a bronze white grade item, while the stone summoning is a bronze blue grade item. Chen Yu held one of each. The stone shield was excellent, but unfortunately, he could not learn stone summoning unless he contracted an earth dragon. Nonetheless, either of these items, if carelessly tossed into a group, would significantly enhance the survival capability of a small team and double their monster farming efficiency. After tallying his spoils, Chen Yu heard rustling sounds approaching. He contemplated for a moment and departed from the area with the frost dragon. There seemed to be some commotion here. Everyone be cautious. Not long after, 5 individuals appeared. 2 warriors, 1 mage, 1 assassin, and 1 support, a well-balanced team. They surveyed the area but found no trace of monsters, only the scattered piles of rubble on the ground. Could it be that we misheard? Among them, a woman of generous stature spoke. The others were about to respond when a voice suddenly resonated in their minds. Congratulations to the Dragon Lord of Starry Town for achieving the first kill of the bronze boss, the Stone Giant. The mention of the Stone Giant caused them to turn towards the pile of boulders, as if a realization dawned upon them. Could this possibly be the Stone Giant? One of the warriors exclaimed. Did we just hear the commotion of the Dragon Lord hunting? Another warrior shouted. The woman remarked. Could it be that this Dragon Lord has awakened some kind of extraordinary talent? Such individuals are destined for greatness, especially one from our Starry Town. We must certainly befriend them. Meanwhile, the population of Starry Town was inexplicably on the rise. Apart from a few newcomers, most were from nearby towns. Upon landing, the announcement echoed in their minds. They had indeed not come to the wrong place. This Dragon Lord was no ordinary being. This game was exceedingly peculiar. It was imperative to locate him. In a corner of the town, a tall warrior wielding a sword clenched his fist. His name was Yang Changlong, codenamed National Fortune Changlong, an indication of his extraordinary status. In reality, he was also an exceptional individual, a first lieutenant in the army. By chance, while on break, he had clicked on something that transported him here. Initially, he was not in this town. He had arrived here only after hearing the Dragon Lord's Level 3 announcement. Within this brief hour, he had gathered insights and knowledge about the situation at hand. Supernatural powers had emerged. If all of this were true, he was acutely aware of the turmoil that awaited the world ahead. Chapter 8. The World Passage has opened. Yang Changlong currently had 2 plans. The first was to find a way to exit and promptly report the situation to the nation. The second was to unite with other formidable individuals, enhancing their strength while laying the groundwork for the future. However, he could not afford to wait for the Dragon Lord. His own strength was equally vital. Hey, everyone. I wish to form a small team, with 5 spots available. Who is willing to join me in battling monsters? Yang Changlong began calling out in the square, aiming not for just 1 or 2, but for a full party. Hey, brother, we're just 1 short. You should join us. Someone beckoned. Yang Changlong smiled. I appreciate it, but I prefer to be the captain myself." The man chuckled. "I understand. A soldier who doesn't wish to be a general is not a good soldier. But with only about 200 people in the town, most have formed teams to hunt monsters. How long do you plan to assemble your team? This is a crucial development period. We cannot afford to waste a moment." "Thanks, mate, but I still want to give it a shot." Yang Changlong was well aware of this logic. Although his class was ordinary, merely a berserker, he had awakened an extraordinary talent of enduring luck. Gaining the recognition of others would create an invisible link, allowing him to share a portion of their fortune, thereby augmenting his own strength and increasing the drop rate of loot. The more powerful his connections, the better the feedback. As a captain, he naturally held the advantage of leadership. As long as he demonstrated enough bravery, responsibility, and strength, he would surely earn the respect of his teammates. As Yang Changlong continued to call out, soon 2 individuals approached him. Without needing further discussion, he welcomed them into his team. For the current situation did not allow for selective choices. Time passed slowly, and one passage after another began to manifest. Mountain Village World Passage opened. Player Shizhongjian is the first to break level 3 and join the world leaderboard. Silver Fox Town World Passage opened. Player Yueshuang is the first to break level 3 and join the world leaderboard. Cloud Town World Passage opened. Player Yang is the first to break level 3 and join the world leaderboard. Thunder Town World Passage opened. Windy Town World Passage opened. On average, 1 or 2 passages appeared every hour. The onlookers were stunned, realizing that after a brief period of confusion, some individuals who were meant to be powerful worldwide were finally beginning to reveal their strength. Yet, among these individuals, one name remained unchallenged, with its level glaringly at 5. After departing, Chen Yu allocated his free attribute points. Along the way, he had also slain 5 or 6 small monsters, synchronizing the Frost Dragon to level 5 and acquiring a skill book along with a piece of special storage equipment. Occasionally surprised by the voices echoing in his mind, he noted that some of them belonged to renowned powerhouses from his previous life. Indeed, they were beginning to rise at this very moment. Chen Yu chuckled, a surge of unwavering determination flooding his heart. In this life, he would not lag behind anyone. Soon, a man and a dragon arrived at a new location. Immediately, the sounds of monkeys screeching erupted around them. Iron-furred ape, LV1, 2. Grade, inferior, common. Health, 80, 180. A dozen iron-furred apes of varying levels charged from the woods, their sharp claws like steel needles, and their howls capable of disrupting spells, all serving as their weapons. The iron-furred apes inhaled deeply, puffing their bodies up before releasing a barrage of fur that shot towards them like arrows. Chen Yu raised his shield, easily blocking the onslaught. The Frost Dragon roared, its innate trait of dragon might causing some of the monkeys to tremble in fear. Frost descended, instantly freezing several large trees along with numerous iron-furred apes. These minor enemies posed no threat to them at all. Within 5 minutes, they were all eliminated. Congratulations. Frost Dragon has slain iron-furred ape. Passive. Congratulations. You have gained 200 experience points, 32 luck points, 12 free attribute points, and 2 sublimation points. Frost Dragon gained 215 experience points. The leap from level 5 to 6 required a significant amount of experience, rising from 800 to 1500. Nonetheless, Chen Yu was not in a rush. There were plenty of monsters to defeat. He wandered among the corpses of the monkeys, collecting 2 pieces of equipment and a skill book. Chen Yu did not check them, for suddenly, the entire forest erupted with activity, followed by a rumbling from the ground. The Frost Dragon circled above him, both eager and a bit excited. An iron-furred ape king, measuring nearly 3 meters in length, crashed down from a sturdy branch with a thud. Iron-furred ape king, LV3. Grade, bronze. Health, 488. Another bronze mini-boss. It was worth the time I spent searching for you. Chen Yu smiled. The minor monsters no longer satisfied him. His sights were set on these bosses of the town. Come, little one. Upon hearing this, the Frost Dragon, now about a meter long, soared into the air, unleashing a storm of frost from its mouth. The iron-furred ape king pounded its chest, its bristly hair standing erect, launching attacks around with ferocity. Each of these strikes could easily slay a player. Chen Yu was no fool. He certainly would not engage in a head-on confrontation. He harnessed his speed advantage, brandishing his shield to evade danger. At present, he possessed little combat prowess. His sole objective was to avoid causing trouble for the mighty dragon. A thunderous roar echoed as frost enveloped the iron-furred ape king, significantly diminishing its speed. The ape king bellowed in fury, its body stiffened by the icy grip. Seizing the opportunity, the Frost Dragon swooped down with its formidable claws. The final blow was delivered by Chen Yu, who raised his shield and crushed the iron-furred ape king with a resounding crash. The massive form of the ape king collapsed to the ground. Congratulations, you have slain the Iron-Furred Ape King. Passive ability activated. Congratulations, you have gained 260 experience points, 58 luck points, 18 free attribute points, and 4 sublimation points. The dragon has earned 245 experience points. Meanwhile, the Frost Dragon, having feasted upon the flesh and blood of the giant ape, experienced rapid growth. Its wings now spanned a remarkable 3 meters, and its body had expanded from the size of a basketball to larger than that of an adult man. A triumphant roar erupted from its throat, exuding an air of authority. My heavens, it's a dragon! Who is that? Chen Yu turned his gaze towards a specific direction and coldly commanded, "Come out." The Frost Dragon's indifferent eyes followed suit. "Big brother, please don't attack. We mean no harm." Soon after, 3 men and 2 women emerged from the thicket. Leading the group was a male mage, now at level 2. "What is this? Do you wish to rob us?" Chen Yu's voice, muffled beneath his hood, was devoid of warmth. "And no, we wouldn't dare. Big brother, you must be the Dragon Lord, right?" One of the women, possessing a sweet demeanor, stepped forward. Her excitement barely contained as she gazed at the Frost Dragon. Upon witnessing the majestic creature, they were almost certain that he was indeed the Dragon Lord. The top of the leaderboard. This title was not merely a facade. He truly was the master of a dragon, an image that resonated powerfully. Chen Yu inquired, "What do you want?" The group exchanged glances, a spark of mischief igniting within them. The small town was abuzz with inquiries regarding the identity of this illustrious figure. They hadn't anticipated encountering him. "If possible, O Great One, would you be interested in taking on a few subordinates?" The leader of the men suggested eagerly. "We can assist you in battling monsters. Just a bit of experience would suffice, and you can determine the luck points." Their posture was notably humble, making their intentions quite clear. Chen Yu merely needed to provide protection. However, Chen Yu had no interest in such a proposition. With the ability to single-handedly consume the spoils, he was aware that this was the fastest route to development. Moreover, his ambitions were not aimed at trivial adversaries. Without uttering a word, he collected the 3 items dropped on the ground and glanced at them, stating, "I do not require your assistance." With that, he prepared to depart. "Hey, Great One." Another woman, possessing a pleasing appearance, hurriedly approached and said sweetly, "Please don't be so quick to refuse. How about this? For every level we gain, I promise to give you 10,000 upon our return." Chen Yu suddenly paused, not due to her monetary offer, but because the useless equipment and skill books in his possession were taking up valuable space in his inventory. He had originally intended to sell them in town, but if he could do so now, it would be just as well. Chapter 9, The Future Vanguard King. I'll pass on taking on any followers, but I do have some surplus equipment. Upon hearing this, the group eagerly chimed in, "We'll buy it." "What equipment do you have, Great One?" Among them, only one was at level 2. The others were all at level 1. They had collectively defeated 3 or 4 minor monsters, yet had not obtained a single piece of equipment. Naturally, the prospect of acquiring gear was not one they would overlook. "Let me take a look." Chen Yu began to assess his inventory. He had defeated 2 bronze mini-bosses and nearly 20 minor monsters, yielding 8 items, 5 pieces of equipment, and 3 skill books. Among the skill books, he was able to self-learn 2. As for the equipment, he selected 2 pieces based on their financial capability and class. Iron Bow, common, purple, archer equipment, capable of continuously firing iron arrows, dealing 25 points of damage. With no penetration, can stack up to 10 shots on the same target. Range, 30. Longsword, common, blue, warrior equipment, attack power 35. With a 30 chance to trigger a critical strike, dealing 80 points of damage. Required level 1. "I want that iron bow," exclaimed a man with a short wooden bow, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "You want it? I'll sell it for 50 luck points. The longsword is 40. "What? That is so expensive." The smiles on their faces faded. Each of them started with only 10 luck points, and they had yet to be utilized. Collectively, the 5 of them had barely enough to acquire a single item. "I'll give you 1 minute to consider. Don't waste my time," Chen Yu declared. In truth, his asking price was not exorbitant. A piece of subpar equipment typically fetches a few luck points. Common items range in the tens, varying by quality. So he was merely charging a slight premium of 3 or 4 points. In the early stages, when one possesses nothing, encountering someone bold enough to sell for hundreds is a gamble. If they don't want it, so be it. He had no shortage of customers, as rarity breeds value. The group huddled together to discuss their options. Within 30 seconds, they returned. "Great One, we'll buy that iron bow." "Excellent." Without further ado, a transaction window appeared before them, and Chen Yu accepted the 50 points. Clearly, this amount was pooled together by the group. "Thank you so much, Great One." The archer received it like a treasured prize, his smile nearly splitting his face. With this iron bow in hand, their efficiency in battling monsters would significantly increase. A few shots would suffice to slay level 1 monsters. After the transaction, Chen Yu stored the long sword and waved his hand, departing with the Frost Dragon. The Dragon Lord's profession is Dragon Tamer. Were it not for the strong randomness of special classes, I too would choose Dragon Tamer. My goodness, dragons are truly magnificent. The leading mage expressed with envy. Indeed, before we came here, weren't there 2 Dragon Tamers in Stardust Town? Who could possibly rival the Dragon Lord? They shook their heads and soon left the area. Wow, this skill is remarkable. Meanwhile, as Chen Yu walked away, he took the time to examine the 2 skill books he had obtained. One was a warrior skill book for the combo slash, while the other filled him with delight. Frost Spell, Bronze, Purple, Ice Mage skill book, capable of freezing multiple targets, dealing an average of 30 points of damage every 8 seconds within a minute. With a 50 chance to inflict frostbite, causing a gradual decrease in speed and defense, up to a maximum of 10. Cast time, 8 seconds. Cooldown, 65 seconds. Learning level, 1. This skill book was perfectly aligned with the capabilities of the Frost Dragon. Moreover, compared to being a warrior, Chen Yu preferred to assume the role of a mage. In his previous life, he had faced enough peril in direct combat to understand the dangers involved. The stats of a Dragon Tamer were too rudimentary, inferior to a holy swordsman, and none of them would engage in direct conflict with enemies while wielding a sword. After inspecting his equipment, Chen Yu produced a long sword adorned with intricate patterns. Mystic Iron Sword, Bronze, Gold, Warrior Equipment, Attack Power 80. With a 10 chance to trigger a decapitation effect, dealing 200 points of damage. With this sword in hand, Chen Yu established his preliminary goal to primarily specialize as an ice mage, with a secondary focus on swordsmanship. The enemy would never anticipate that beneath the guise of a mage lay a colossal 30-meter blade. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was already past 5 in the morning. Chen Yu was indifferent. In the realm of the Divine Domain game, each town would give rise to an 8th-level silver boss. Only by vanquishing this formidable creature could the entire populace of the town escape. This monster would not materialize until the 3rd day. I still have 8 enhancement points. I shall evolve this freezing spell. It requires merely 2 enhancement points to elevate each tier of bronze. How splendid. Let us max it out. You have utilized 4 enhancement points. Evolving Frost Spell, Bronze, Purple to Frost Spell, Bronze, Red, covers 30 meters, area damage, averaging 50 points of damage every 5 seconds within a minute and a half. 70 chance to trigger freezing, with speed and strength diminishing, maxing at 30. Casting time, 6 seconds. Cooldown, 55 seconds. Learning level, 1. Chen Yu initially intended to continue leveling up, but upon reaching silver, the advancement to the next tier required 5 enhancement points, of which he had only 4 remaining. He decided to halt for the moment. After all, there were plenty of monsters to conquer. Taking a moment, he opened his panel to check. Codename, Dragon Master. Class, Dragon Tamer, Heart of the Dragon. Talent, Universal Ascension, Bronze 0, 10. Level, 5, 1275, 1500. Free Attribute Points, 54. Luck Points, 186. Enhancement Points, 4. After judiciously allocating his free attribute points, Chen Yu, accompanied by his Frost Giant Dragon, resumed his search for monsters. After more than half an hour, and having dispatched 2 minor foes, he arrived at a cave. However, he was not alone. Everyone, I believe we should join forces. At the cave's entrance, 3 or 4 teams had gathered, comprising around 20 individuals. A warrior wielding a broadsword spoke first. A teammate of ours recently dispatched a spirit bird for reconnaissance, and it revealed that this is the blood spider's nest, housing no fewer than 30 blood spiders. Entering as a single team would be tantamount to suicide. We must cooperate. I concur with the need for collaboration, but we must first clarify how spoils will be divided, interjected the leader of one of the smaller teams. The crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of this matter. Naturally, the distribution should be proportional to the contributions made. Chen Yu absorbed their discussions, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the prospect of facing no less than 30 minor foes. And the possibility of encountering a blood spider king. What a sumptuous feast it would be. He patted the now sizable Frost Giant Dragon and chuckled, "Little one, you shall feast well soon." The Frost Giant Dragon lowered itself, letting out a low growl, its eagerness palpable, clearly impatient for the impending battle. Before long, the various teams had reached an agreement and marched toward the cave in a grand procession. Chen Yu remained outside, adhering to his principle of neither assisting nor competing with strangers. Bored, he opened the world announcement. First on the agenda was the leaderboard. In both the global and regional rankings, he stood at the pinnacle, with the second-place contender barely at level 4, an evident disparity. He understood that his meteoric rise was largely due to the contract with the dragon, which had propelled his level dramatically. Otherwise, commencing from level 1, it would have been uncertain whether he could surpass them. Names such as Stone Sword, White Moon, Night Shadow, the E, and Black Jesus. These were formidable figures from his past life. In his previous incarnation, Chen Yu had ranked lowly, only able to check positions ranging from 5,000 to 10,000. He had heard of their prowess through word of mouth. Their names frequently echoed in the world channel, yet he had no knowledge of their specific rankings. Presumably, they were not low. Now, however, the channel buzzed with discussions centered around his name. Were it not for the excessive consumption of luck points for inter-regional teleportation, Starry Town would undoubtedly be brimming with players. Guoyin Changlong. Suddenly, Chen Yu's gaze froze. This was one of the 12 pillars of future Huaxia, a formidable figure known as the King of Righteousness. His Justice Guild was among the 5 major guilds of Huaxia. Starry Town. He was in Starry Town. Chen Yu stared at the leaderboard of the town, momentarily stunned by the name directly beneath his. He never anticipated that his ascent would commence from this very town. Boom. At that moment, a resounding rumble emanated from the cave. Following it, several figures fled, a few support players among them. Behind them, more individuals scrambled in panic, cursing. What the hell? A level 4 Blood Spider King? Who on earth can take that on? I've already died twice. I don't want to die again. Hurry. The blood spiders are on our heels. Run. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the depths of the cave. Come back. I can handle it. You just need to hold them off. Chapter 10. Breaking through level 6. Were they all cowards, merely knowing how to flee? Captain, don't mind them. We have faith in you. As their words fell, the commotion within the cave intensified. Yang Changlong's expression turned grave as he struggled against the Blood Spider King with his broadsword, while 5 teammates dealt with the smaller blood spiders. The original team of 20 now had fewer than 10 persevering. Suddenly, Yang Changlong shouted, his aura brightening as if an invisible thread connected him to his 5 teammates. Their pure recognition and unwavering will transformed into his strength. With a single strike, the blade of his broadsword gleamed, severing one of the blood-red spider legs covered in hard bristles. The sight elicited joyous exclamations from the others. I knew the captain could do it. A man laughed heartily, deeply impressed by his character. Time and again, he had selflessly saved his teammates from peril. And they had known each other for merely a few hours. Such devotion was extraordinary. Let us keep fighting. With the captain here, what do we have to fear? Enthusiasm surged among the team, invigorating their efforts in battle. Yet Yang Changlong's expression remained grim. Suddenly, he turned and shouted, run. Swish. Countless spider threads shot forth from the depths of the cave like arrows, instantly piercing 2 individuals. Everyone froze in shock. 2 ghostly green lanterns approached them. And as they discerned what they were, a wave of despair washed over everyone, including Yang Changlong. Blood Spider King, LV5. Tier, Bronze. Health, 1250. This Blood Spider King was significantly larger than the one beside it, its ghostly green pupils concealing a crimson hue, as if it wished to rend them to shreds. To their astonishment, there was not just 1, but 2 Blood Spider Kings. Run quickly. At this moment, even the bravest hearts were engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness when faced with an insurmountable enemy. I'll hold the rear. You all escape. Yang Changlong positioned himself at the cave's entrance, gripping his broadsword, prepared for a desperate fight, even though he did not wish for it. One death was preferable to the demise of all. Captain, we'll help. Don't dawdle, run. We won't truly die. We'll just wait for you in town. And you can protect us later. He grinned, his square face resolute. Captain, we're with you for life. Several teammates declared solemnly. Though Yang Changlong spoke the truth, they would not truly perish. The game's pain perception was genuine, meaning that those who died would experience a real sense of death. No one wished to endure that. Those with weaker spirits might even shatter under such a reality. I suppose this is a testament to their acknowledgement of him. Yang Changlong gripped his broadsword tightly. For a berserker renowned for his high attack and defense, he believed that with a modicum of caution, surviving for half a minute should be feasible. Suddenly, several small blood spiders lunged at him, each dispatched with a single stroke of his blade. At that moment, 2 Blood Spider Kings simultaneously sprang into action, their robust legs striking like lethal sabers. With a crack, Yang Changlong raised his sword to block, only to be sent flying by the force of their assault. Without any enhancements, even the 4th-level blood spiders posed a significant challenge, let alone their 5th-level counterparts. Alas, it seemed he was truly destined to meet his end this time. Rising with a grimace, he felt a pang of helplessness. He had been overly complacent and had failed to thoroughly scout the area. Countless strands of webbing descended upon him, and as he swung his sword to sever them, he realized some were simply unbreakable. It was over. Yang Changlong's gaze sharpened. He understood that if ensnared by those webs, there would be no escape. Just then, the temperature around him plummeted, and frost began to form within the confines of the small cave. With a roar, an astonishing sight unfolded before his eyes. A colossal ice-blue dragon burst forth, charging directly at the 5th-level Blood Spider King. Its razor-sharp claws mercilessly tore into its prey, leaving a gruesome scene in their wake. A voice suddenly echoed in his ear, a reminder: your life is quite valuable. The stronger the monster that slays you, the more your luck diminishes. Yang Changlong turned to see a hooded young man standing beside him. With a wave of his hand, the ground rapidly froze, the icy tendrils spreading swiftly. The small blood spiders were rendered immobile in an instant, meeting their demise on the spot, leaving only the 2 Blood Spider Kings capable of resistance. Dumbfounded, Yang Changlong asked, "Who are you?" Chen Yu did not respond, his gaze fixed on the Blood Spider Kings, chuckling to himself. "Ah, and there's a bronze-grade boss. It seems this encounter will yield substantial rewards." The 4th-level Blood Shadow King struggled, its speed diminishing before it expelled a barrage of silk threads. With a swift motion, Chen Yu wielded his mysterious iron sword and severed the threads with a single stroke. Meanwhile, the Ice Dragon and the 5th-level Blood Spider King engaged in a one-sided battle. Though they were of the same tier, the synergy between the freezing spell and frost, coupled with the dragon's intimidating presence, rendered the Ice Dragon unafraid even when facing 2 foes. "Are you the Dragon Master?" Yang Changlong asked, propping himself up with his sword. Captain, are you all right?" The fleeing individuals at the cave entrance returned. A healer quickly enveloped him in a healing aura, shaking his head to indicate he was fine. Yang Changlong looked at Chen Yu and inquired, "You must be the Dragon Master." "Haha, I never expected to meet you under these circumstances. I am grateful for your timely assistance. I, Guiyin Changlong, shall remember this favor." Guiyin Changlong. Indeed, Chen Yu had initially intended to refrain from intervening, but upon hearing those 4 words among the fleeing crowd, he deemed it necessary to act. After all, acquiring such a favor would be nothing but advantageous. However, outwardly, he replied with a chuckle, "As long as I don't rob you of your kills." "Of course not. We understand our own limitations," Yang Changlong quickly replied. While several others nodded in agreement, their eyes fixed intently on the ongoing battle. The confrontation involving the Ice Dragon was gruesome. Its wings and body were splattered with blood. This was the blood of the Blood Spider Kings, and regardless of their desperate cries and struggles, their defenses proved futile against the dragon's scales, leading to their limbs being savagely torn asunder. Chen Yu, with his freezing spell and successive strikes still in cooldown, seized the opportunity to deliver finishing blows with his iron sword. "Congratulations, Dragon, you have slain Blood Spider King 2. Passive ability activated. Congratulations. You have gained 858 experience points, 115 luck points, 66 free attribute points, and 12 sublimation points. The Ice Dragon has gained 902 experience points. Congratulations, Dragon. You have reached level 6, compatibility 1. With a resounding thud, both Blood Spider Kings collapsed to the ground, their defeat occurring in less than 3 minutes combined. The Ice Dragon commenced its feast. For it, the flesh and blood of monsters not only filled its belly, but also facilitated its growth and evolution, embodying the essence of a certain rule's power, devoid of any moral repulsion. As the cave's earlier fleeing occupants returned in numbers, they were rendered speechless by the bloody spectacle before them. It wasn't until the Ice Dragon had satisfied its hunger, growing even larger in size, that they could utter, "What a fearsome creature. This is a dragon, and the Dragon Master is a Dragon Tamer. No wonder the Dragon Master is so formidable. This profession sounds incredibly powerful." Chen Yu approached and collected the 6 or 7 pieces of loot that had dropped. Unfortunately, his inventory was already bursting at the seams. Typically, one could learn a skill and equip an item at each level. Now at level 6, he had no concerns about skills, but he had accumulated over a dozen pieces of equipment. Even with a storage ring for expansion, he needed to make room for even more formidable gear in the future. Chen Yu began contemplating whether to make a trip back to the small town. After all, it had been over 10 hours. Surely some individuals could afford equipment by now. Moreover, he glanced at Yang Changlong, noting that he was the highest level in town besides himself. If anyone had luck points, it was likely him. "Would you be interested in a trade?" Chen Yu inquired directly. "Absolutely," Yang Changlong exclaimed, elated to find a reason to connect. His earlier naive thoughts of recruiting Chen Yu into his team had long been discarded as impossible. Thus, fostering a friendly relationship was the best course of action. Chen Yu sifted through his loot, presenting 6 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books. Among them were 3 rogue items: Bloodblade, Inferior, Bloodfang Blade, Bronze, and Blood Spirit Spider Silk, Bronze, and 3 warrior items: Iron Sword, Normal, Stone Armor Shield, Bronze, and Twin Iron Daggers, Bronze. The skill books included Rogue, Blood Poison Technique, Normal, and Wood Mage, Wood Vine Technique, Normal. Chapter 11. Selling items. The crowd was left speechless, astounded by the sheer volume of valuable items Chen Yu had produced. Given their levels, they had expected him to have acquired a few good pieces. but none anticipated he would present 8 items at once. And these were just the surplus. What about the ones he intended to keep? Dragon Master. You're selling even bronze items? Bronze. I remember a squad that leveled up to level 2 solely on the strength of a single ordinary longbow. Imagine what bronze could do. They gazed intently at the equipment, especially the rogues, who could hardly hide their eagerness. Chen Yu understood the wisdom of not flaunting wealth. Yet since they had all witnessed him collecting the items, he had little recourse but to be forthright. Furthermore, some of the items were of no use to him, and he had little interest in ordinary grade artifacts. Indeed, Bloodblade is 8 luck points, Iron Sword is 40, and bronze items start at over 100. I'll give you 3 minutes to make your selections. Bronze starting at over 100. Many were doused in cold water by that figure. It had only been 10 hours. Who had the ability to acquire more than 100 points? Yang Changlong eyed the twin daggers with envy and quickly pulled his teammates together to discuss. Meanwhile, Chen Yu sighed, unsure how many items he would actually sell. If all else failed, he would return to the small town. He anticipated accumulating so many items that they might become a burden. 3 minutes swiftly elapsed. Yang Changlong was the first to approach. Dragon Master brother, how many luck points for that twin iron blade? Twin iron blade, bronze, purple, warrior class equipment, attack power 50. Each strike inflicts a minimum of 30 damage, 30 triggers a combo, and can deal a maximum of 280 damage continuously. Chen Yu replied, 150 points. He held a deep respect for the future valiant king and did not attempt to negotiate. Yang Changlong subtly exhaled. All right, I'll purchase it, including that bloodblade. The transaction for both items was swiftly concluded. Before long, a striking woman approached, her figure barely concealed by her wizard's robe. Dragon Master brother. She spoke in a high-pitched voice, sending a shiver down Chen Yu's spine, prompting him to take 2 steps back. If you wish to buy, then speak. If not, do not approach. Dragon Master brother, we lack sufficient luck points. Could you perhaps consider cash instead? Absolutely not. Chen Yu decisively rebuffed her. Luck points were the currency of the future. Besides, in reality, he was not short on funds. If not, Li Mingyue. Humph, truly heartless. The woman pouted. How much for the vine spell? 60 points. Skill books were not comparable to equipment. Once learned, they were gone, thus their prices were generally higher. Dragon Master. We shall take that ordinary grade iron sword. 45 points. Several trades were successfully completed, yielding a satisfactory outcome. Chen Yu collected the equipment and waved his hand, preparing to leave with the frost giant dragon. Yang Changlong caught up from behind. Dragon Master brother, let us add each other as friends. I foresee a significant demand for equipment in the future. He was still uncertain how to exit this game, speculating that it required reaching a certain level. Thus, he was diligently grinding levels, eager to inform the nation as soon as possible. He was also curious about the state of his real body. In any case, should the world truly undergo such a transformation, once the news was disseminated, legions of warriors would soon arrive, rapidly becoming formidable. Fortunately, amidst this upheaval, one could still maintain a semblance of stability. Equipment was indispensable in this regard. Very well. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was an excellent sales channel. Meanwhile, on Monday at 7:30 in the morning, Chen Yu, you scoundrel. In the girls' dormitory of Jiangling University, Li Mingyue pounded her fist on the table, the red exclamation mark on her WeChat screen glaring obstinately. She had awaited an explanation all night, only to receive nothing, driving her to the brink of madness. The scene from the playground last night, countless photos circulating on the school's confession wall, had utterly turned her into a laughingstock. She loathed Chen Yu. Yet he had the audacity to block her? How dare he? What right did he have to block her? Had it not been for her constant concern for his well-being, he would have succumbed to depression long ago. She had saved his life. Damn it, Chen Yu, you scoundrel. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, pounding the table with renewed vigor. Beside her, the short-haired girl from last night glanced at the time, picked up her textbook, and said cautiously, Mingyue, we should head to class. If we're late, points will be deducted. Humph. Ultimately, she let out a cold snort, gathered her books, and followed her roommate to the classroom. Hey, have you seen this video? He is completely transparent. Tisk, it's just AI, a gimmick. Do you really believe that? Wait a minute, I've seen this video several times. People from other countries are also experiencing similar phenomena. That could be a new special effect. Come on, you're all university students. Can you not believe in science? On the way, throngs of students filled the streets, but Li Mingyue had no time to listen, her mind consumed with thoughts of confronting Chen Yu after class. She needed an explanation. Ding. At that moment, her phone buzzed. A smile crept onto her lips. He must have realized his mistake. Upon opening the message, however, she discovered it was from her brother, Li Mingyue. It was a picture of a robot, accompanied by a direct request. Sis, I want this figurine. Please transfer me some money. Without any unnecessary words, it was straightforward. Li Mingyue didn't perceive anything amiss and instinctively forwarded the image to Chen Yu. Another red exclamation mark appeared, and she suddenly remembered, gritting her teeth in frustration. She had just transferred him 5,000. Typing furiously, she added, "I just gave you 3,000 last week. You're a high school student. You should learn to save. Money doesn't just fall from the sky." After receiving the funds, he quickly replied, "Sis, aren't you going to agree to that simp?" Without allowing Li Mingyue a chance to respond, he sent several more messages. Ask him for more. After all, you two are officially a couple now. And by the way, I really like Chen Shi, sis. Look, these words left Li Mingyue momentarily speechless. Humph, it's all that scoundrel Chen Yu's fault for acting so strangely. She typed back, "All right, I understand." In Li Mingyue's view, something must have happened to Chen Yu. Perhaps he lost his phone? Or had his account been hacked? She refused to believe he would dare to do something like that. After all, the day before, the way he looked at her was like a loyal dog. Nonetheless, no matter how good her reasons were, she would not easily forgive him. He must pay a price. In another classroom, Wu Kai and his companions settled into their seats. When the teacher entered, they noticed Chen Yu was absent, leaving them puzzled. Did Chen Yu skip class? He wouldn't dare miss old Wang's lecture. Perhaps it's because of Li Mingyue. You have no idea how much he likes her. Suddenly deciding to let go must be tough. Zhang Yuanjie remarked. Don't worry about him. He might just be feeling emo this class, and will show up for the next. Come on, let us log in. Lu Yuntao took out his phone, preparing for battle. Suddenly, the classroom erupted in chaos. The students in the front row scrambled backward, exclaiming, "What is happening? Why is that person transparent? Is my vision failing? It must be a hallucination from watching too many movies last night. What is going on?" Wu Kai and his friends stood up, spotting a boy in the third row corner, lying in a prone position, his entire body appearing ethereal, as if transformed into a transparent mosaic. Those videos were real. At that moment, someone shouted, pulling out a video. Reports of similar phenomena were surfacing from across the nation and even globally. Quiet. The teacher in charge of the class, Mr. Wang, wore a grave expression. Everyone, remain calm. Put away your phones. I will notify the department head. As the teacher exited, the classroom erupted into chaos. Though they were instructed not to record, many had already opened their cameras. What on earth is happening? Wu Kai and his friends lost interest in gaming, joining the fray of discussions. However, no one had any clarity on the situation. Before the first batch of players emerged, all news was one-sided, and no one had any idea what was happening. Moreover, no one knew how long this would last. Chapter 12, Shangyuan Group, Jiangsheng. Congratulations. You have gained 58 experience points, 8 free attribute points, and 2 luck points. Frost Giant Dragon has gained 64 experience, having just defeated another monster, Chen Yu sighed. Uncertain whether all the bosses in this region had been vanquished by his own hand, he had spent an entire hour without encountering a single creature above level 3. Most were, but level 1 or 2. Yet, it was only the second day. No secret realms, ruins, or dungeons had yet been unlocked, let alone any major bosses. Chen Yu beckoned, and the frost dragon descended from the skies. Now, it had grown to a length of 5 meters, a truly formidable beast. It flapped its wings, its fist-sized ice-blue eyes gazing at Chen Yu, conveying a myriad of emotions. It yearned to continue the hunt. Chen Yu gently caressed it, smiling as he shook his head. The remaining foes would be left for Starlight Town, and they would return to Misty Town for a visit. Having made this decision, he summoned the dragon into his contract space and returned to Starlight Town, for it was here that the teleportation could be activated. Ah, is that the Dragon Lord? Upon Chen Yu's arrival, he swiftly attracted numerous gazes. Although the dragon was stowed away in the contract space, the bronze tier elemental staff in his hand, the bronze tier swift boots upon his feet, and the bronze tier black iron sword at his waist all proclaimed his might. Surely, it must be him. Who else could flaunt such an array of bronze gear? Rumor had it that the Dragon Lord was a Dragon Tamer with a mighty dragon, but where was the dragon? This news had spread like wildfire. Otherwise, there would not have been so many Dragon Tamers in attendance at Starlight Town. Their eyes glimmered with anticipation as they fixated on Chen Yu, their day of waiting finally bearing fruit. Hey, Dragon Lord. As Chen Yu contemplated whether to tidy up his equipment or teleport away, a silver-haired man, flanked by several companions, swaggered over. The Divine Domain game mirrored reality one-to-one, hence, what one encountered in real life was replicated here. The distinction lay in one's ability to conceal their identity. Unlike Chen Yu, who perpetually donned a wide hood that revealed only his chin, these individuals were evidently unencumbered by such concerns. Name your price. I will buy your dragon. The silver-haired man, known as the Dragon King, envisioned himself riding a grand dragon, basking in the envious gazes of the lesser beings below. Alas, the game required one to contract a dragon themselves. Where might he procure one? However, fortune smiled upon him as he soon learned of the Dragon Lord's name. rumored to possess a dragon. He crossed his arms, casting a haughty glare at Chen Yu. Surely, a naive youth like him couldn't he resist the allure of wealth? After all, this was merely a game. Chen Yu glanced at him, a smirk gracing his lips. 100 billion. The words hung in the air, momentarily stunning the man. Before he erupted into laughter. Huh, you bold little brat, asking for 100 billion? Only in a game could you utter such nonsense. In reality, you wouldn't even be worthy of licking my boots. Indeed, jeered one of the man's lackeys. Do you know who my brother is? This is your chance, understand? Hurry up and seize it. Another lackey added indignantly, that's right. My brother is the son of the chairman of the Chen Yu group in Jiangling. If it weren't for this wretched game, you'd never even lay eyes on us. The Chen Yu group? Being a native of Jiangling, Chen Yu was not unfamiliar with that name. Of course, that was in his previous life. The Chen Yu group had swiftly risen during the game's early days by trading cash for lucky points, recruiting henchmen, and engaging in covert assassinations. They basked in glory for a time, until a faction known as Jiangsheng ambushed them, annihilating them when they tried to slay a Dragon Tamer with a more formidable background. Jiangsheng? Could it be him? Chen Yu shot the man a glance before retracting his gaze. Whatever his background, anyone daring to provoke him would soon find themselves regretting their actions. Ignoring the group, he proceeded to the town center and set up a small stall. Equipment and skills for sale, first come, first served, time waits for no one. Simultaneously, he relayed this information to the town channel. Damn, you dare to ignore me. The man, feeling slighted, clenched his fists in anger. It was the first time anyone had dared to snub him. In the past, everyone had treated him with deference, offering smiles and flattery. Holy smokes. Selling bronze gear. This big shot is truly extravagant. Quick, let us check it out. If we pool our resources, we might just snag a few pieces. So much bronze equipment. How many bosses has he slain? Hiss, I heard that even the lowest level boss is at least level 3. Countless townsfolk have perished at their hands. Is the Dragon Lord treating them like mere fodder? Few paid heed to them. The moment they saw Chen Yu selling equipment, the crowd surged forward. This is the spirit enhancement technique. A big-eyed girl holding a healing staff, known by the moniker Little Pear Blossom, widened her eyes in amazement. Support-type gear and skills were already rare, let alone one that offered group enhancements. She immediately clasped the skill book tightly to her chest, beaming as she inquired, Dragon Lord. How much for this skill book? Chen Yu recognized the value of early support skill books, but, unable to learn it himself and unwilling to let it take up space, decided to sell it. Nonetheless, the price must reflect its worth. If you wish to purchase it, it will cost 185 lucky points. Ah, that's rather expensive. Little Pear Blossom pouted. Even if she sold herself, she couldn't afford it. You could find teammates to pool together. It's undoubtedly worth the investment. Chen Yu replied expressionlessly. This can significantly reduce your casualties. Lucky points are far more precious than mere lucky value. Very well. Little Pear Blossom set the skill book down, her large eyes blinking as she pleaded, Dragon Lord, could you hold it for 5 more minutes? Just 5 minutes. All right. Watching her scurry off, Chen Yu set the skill book aside and began trading other equipment. Haha, water-type staff. I'll take that. Sure, the ordinary staff is 50 lucky points. Transaction completed. Stone shield. This is perfect for my shield warrior class. Bro, hold it for me. I'll be right back. Big shot, 150 points. I want the blood fong blade. Transaction completed. I want the blood poison technique. It's 45 points, right? I'll be back soon. Transaction completed. Transaction. The game panel buzzed with activity as the town channel lit up. Upon seeing the Dragon Lord selling bronze equipment, dozens of teams shouted to reserve items as they raced back, fearful of missing out. Get out of my way. Do you know who I am? Damn it. Who is hitting me? Don't let me find out who you are. Jiang Sheng, stuck outside, struggled to push his way in, but the crowd was impenetrable, and others took the opportunity to land a few punches. Though the invisible rules provided protection, the discomfort was hard for him to bear, and he shouted threats to make someone pay. No one paid him any mind, as the teams focused on snatching up the scarce gear and skill books. Within 10 minutes, despite the high prices of the bronze equipment, it was swiftly sold out. All that remained was one copy of the spirit enhancement technique. Glancing at the time, Chen Yu prepared to wrap things up. Tap, tap, tap. The big-eyed girl rushed back. Dragon Lord, I've only managed to gather 120 points. Can I trade this ring as a partial payment? She presented a storage ring. A storage ring. Chen Yu stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. I've been looking for a place to store my items. Transaction completed. Congratulations. You have completed a transaction with more than 10 individuals, earning 1 prestige. Not bad. This storage ring can hold 5 pieces of equipment, 2 more than my current one. Regarding the voices in his mind, Chen Yu remained indifferent. For him, fame was merely a tool for establishing guilds and creating factions. He had no intention of founding a guild. His sole desire was to safeguard those he wished to protect amidst the impending chaos of the future. Thank you, esteemed sir. Little Pear, clutching a skill book, hurried back to her team. Esteemed sir, could you tell me how much it would cost to have you level me up? Brother Dragon Master, I'll offer you 50,000 for each level. Will you help me reach level 5? Esteemed sir, do you have any unwanted equipment? We could offer more. The surrounding crowd did not disperse quickly, each one eager to win him over. A man, known by the codename Mountain, who had purchased Chen Yu's stone shield, even proposed paying him 50,000 cash to help him level up. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively, apologizing to everyone. I have no plans to mentor anyone. Perhaps we shall meet again. Without giving the crowd a chance to respond further, he immediately activated the teleportation. Lucky point, 10, local teleportation in progress. With a flash, he vanished before their eyes. Where did the esteemed sir go now? I have no idea. Why would he travel to another town? Our team has been out here for 7 or 8 hours, and hasn't he encountered a single level 3 boss? Do you think the esteemed sir might have finished the boss and gone elsewhere? The crowd buzzed with speculation as they gradually dispersed. Jiang Sheng and his companions finally managed to squeeze in, but where had everyone gone? Damn it, Dragon Master, I shall remember you. Chapter 13, First Kill of the Silver Boss. Welcome, Dragon Master, to Misty Town. This is a place. Please safeguard your luck as you would your life. Upon hearing the familiar phrases, Chen Yu found himself in the initial starting town once more. It was around 11 o'clock, and the sun shone brightly, unlike Starry Town, which was still shrouded in the early morning haze. The square was bustling with activity. Upon a cursory glance, there appeared to be around 100 people, not counting those who had ventured out to hunt monsters. This was more than Chen Yu had anticipated. Misty Town had yet to connect to the world channel, indicating that no one had reached level 3 yet. Overall, its strength was inferior to that of Starry Town. Shaking his head, Chen Yu made his way towards the outskirts of the town. Hey, did you see that person glowing? What kind of equipment is that? I have no idea. I saw a big shot earlier, and he had an item that radiated white light. Why is this one glowing green? Even though Chen Yu wished to remain inconspicuous, his ensemble of bronze equipment was strikingly eye-catching. Consequently, some individuals exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they followed him out. At this time in Misty Town, the mist was thin, making it unfavorable for monster hunting. Chen Yu could only venture deeper into the area. However, upon reaching a certain location, he suddenly halted. Come out. Surely this place is secluded enough? He turned and spoke coldly. So it is like this. We shall not waste words. From the faint mist emerged 5 figures, gradually encircling Chen Yu. The leader, a man with a wooden bow slung over his shoulder, placed his hands on his hips and said, Kid, you know what we want. Hand it over, and we may spare your life. Chen Yu found the situation amusing. You know I possess valuable equipment, yet you dare to rob me? Are you not afraid of death? Humph. A warrior on his left, wielding a long sword, scoffed. If you were truly strong, why would you flee to our Misty Town? We have 3 level 2s and 2 level 1s. Can't we handle you? Enough of this chatter. Kill him. It's not like anyone will die. On the right, another warrior charged forward. Ignorant fools. Chen Yu raised his hand, revealing an icy blue tattoo on the back of his hand, which, upon closer inspection, depicted a vividly animated dragon. With a roar, a commanding cry suddenly erupted as the frost dragon surged forth from the tattoo. Its massive form exuded an unimaginable sense of oppression. The group was utterly petrified, their expressions blank, unable to articulate their terror. Eliminate them, Chen Yu ordered without hesitation. Roar. No, please, The temperature plummeted, and the surrounding mist began to crystallize into frost, claiming several of the assailants among its icy grasp. Congratulations. You have gained 89 experience points, 14 free attribute points, and 102 lucky points. Frost Dragon gained 108 experience points. In this game, players who kill other players also gain experience and can loot their dropped equipment and lucky points. Chen Yu opened his panel. Codename, Dragon Master. Level, 6, 2,409 2,500. Free attribute points, 58. Lucky points, 1556. Sublimation points, 15. After allocating his free attribute points, Chen Yu realized he still needed a bit more experience to level up. After dispatching a couple more monsters, he finally reached level 7. Meanwhile, the dragon was still a couple of hundred experience points shy of level 7. Chen Yu expended some sublimation points to elevate his universal sublimation to silver. You have consumed 10 sublimation points. Universal sublimation, bronze. Universal sublimation, silver. Universal sublimation. Personal kills have a 10 chance to yield sublimation points, which can be used for passive. Every 24 hours, gain 5 sublimation points. Personal kills of bosses yield a 20 chance of obtaining sublimation points, as above, with 5 points remaining. Chen Yu contemplated his options and directly upgraded his freeze spell to silver. You have used 5 sublimation points. Freeze spell, bronze. Freeze spell, silver can cover 50 meters. Area damage, inflicting an average of 80 damage every 3 seconds over 2 minutes, reducing speed and strength, maximum of 50. Chanting, for seconds, cooldown, 40 seconds, learning level, 3. First, he upgraded his talent to silver and then upgraded his skill with the silver talent, resulting in an astonishing enhancement. The damage and attributes far exceeded those of other silver skill books of the same tier. Now, against monsters below level 3, Chen Yu need only cast a skill to dispatch them effortlessly. Additionally, after defeating 2 Blood Spider Kings, he obtained an item, the All-Element Staff. Not only does it amplify various skills for mages, but it also reduces chanting and cooldown times, making it an indispensable piece of equipment for any mage. With the staff in hand, the power of the freeze spell became unimaginable. Alas, sublimation points truly are scarce. Chen Yu sighed, feeling the allure of numerical values. After slaying numerous monsters, he had gained a substantial amount of experience and lucky points, yet sublimation points remained disappointingly few. However, this was also due to his talent being too low, resulting in a low drop rate for sublimation points. Therefore, when he had sublimation points, it was best to prioritize enhancing his talents before anything else. Roar! At that moment, the frost dragon seemed to sense something, spreading its wings as Chen Yu stepped onto its back. With a whoosh, the pair ascended into the sky. Below, the ground became indistinct, shrouded in mist. Because the Divine Domain game had yet to fully unfold, only the area within a 10-kilometer radius of the town was accessible. This did not mean it was forbidden to venture out. Rather, it concealed countless terrifying dangers, and only those unafraid of death could enter. A month later, the game would arrive in its entirety, invading reality. Cities and nations would emerge in succession, along with NPCs, and these individuals were akin to beta testers, merely dipping their toes into the waters. Withdraw your gaze, Chen Yu instructed as he looked down. In the midst of the swirling mists, he keenly observed the whereabouts of lesser monsters, the teams engaged in their battles, and the dark undercurrents of conflict. Suddenly, amidst the fog, a pair of blood-red eyes gleamed ominously. It was a colossal monstrous bird, its croaky voice echoing as it swooped down from the sky towards them. Iron Feather Griffin, LV6. Rank, Silver. Health, 2065. Ah, what fortuitous luck. They had chanced upon a silver boss right upon their arrival. Perhaps it was the peculiar nature of Misty Town, or perhaps the duo's conspicuousness that drew the attention of this formidable creature. Chen Yu chuckled. After all, he had ascended into the sky precisely to seek out powerful foes. With a powerful roar, the frost dragon emitted a chilling breath. The Iron Feather Griffin screeched, its feathers bristling, and in the next heartbeat, a storm of arrows rained down from above. Chen Yu did not remain passive. His elemental staff radiated a brilliant azure light, sending forth a ripple of invisible energy. The frost-enhanced freeze spell caused the arrows to crystallize mid-air, tumbling to the ground like shards of ice. The frost dragon roared in fury and charged forward. In a fierce aerial clash, the two colossal beasts battled ferociously. The Iron Feather Griffin, despite its savage nature, managed to retaliate against the dragon's overwhelming presence. Its iron wings gleamed like swords, and its claws, razor-sharp, scraped against the dragon's scales, sparking a glimmering frost. Yet, it could not breach the dragoness defenses, and ultimately, its entire form was brutally torn asunder by the frost dragon. Good heavens, what is that terrifying creature? What level could it possibly be? It's so formidable that even the mist cannot conceal it. Should we encounter it, our demise would be certain. Wait, there appears to be a figure on that monster. Look closely, impossible. You must be seeing things. The commotion in the air drew the attention of players below, who all craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Even though they could not discern the details, they could sense the intensity of the duel between the two monsters, punctuated by the anguished cries of the creatures. At last, one of the black monstrosities suffered a broken wing and was swiftly torn in half. The sight left all spectators trembling with fear. Quick, one of the monsters has fallen. Let us see if we can claim some spoils. Follow closely. With such a ruckus, that monster is at least level 3, possibly even 4 or 5. Huh. This is our lucky break. As the carcass of the Iron Feather Griffin descended, it drew numerous small teams, for they perceived this clash as a territorial dispute between two monsters, never suspecting it was a calculated hunt. Humph, this Iron Feather Griffin is indeed no slouch. Monsters above level 5, while possessing a murderous instinct, were significantly superior in both intellect and strength. Congratulations. You have gained 525 experience points, 83 luck points, 72 free attribute points, and 4 sublimation points. Frost Dragon gained 789 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the Iron Feather Griffin. achieving the first kill of a silver boss, triggering a global announcement, and earning 6 reputation points. Ignoring the notifications, Chen Yu approached the corpse of the Iron Feather Griffin, kneeling to sift through its remains. Sensing the stirring energies around him, he hastily gathered his findings and departed. Shortly after his exit, teams of players began to converge upon the scene. As they exchanged glances, a burly man suddenly called out to one individual, "Hand over the items." The accused looked bewildered, soon realizing he was being accused of thievery. "Nonsense. I saw you collect the gear, yet you dare to accuse me of theft." Upon hearing the word gear, many turned their gazes toward the burly man. With a thunderous crash, chaos erupted. Chapter 14, The Luck Bell. Congratulations to the player Dragon Master from Misty Town for being the first to complete the silver boss kill. This is hereby announced. In that instant, a mechanical voice resonated in the minds of all players. Across the globe, countless players paused, pondering the significance of the title Dragon Master. Particularly those ranked highly understood the arduous nature of such an achievement. Has the Dragon Master graced our Misty Town? Say, could that player adorned in bronze gear be the Dragon Master? By heavens, it's quite possible. Only he could display such grandiosity. In the town, players who had just respawned or rested eagerly engaged in discussion. Prior to this, Misty Town had not even opened a world portal. With the arrival of the Dragon Master, the town had instantly become known as the first to slay a silver boss. Dragon Master? Who is this individual? New players began to inquire within the town. Meanwhile, outside, after a day and night, the phenomenon of pixelation had proliferated across various regions of China. The authorities had entirely suppressed the information, removing all related videos, leaving most oblivious to the situation. Yet, relevant data had already been laid out before certain individuals in their offices. As of 9 p.m. on March 16th, the estimated number of virtualized individuals nationwide had surpassed 200,000 and continued to rise, while some had completely vanished. In a solemn conference room, numerous prominent figures from across China gathered around a circular discussion table, observing the report displayed on the central screen. They were loosely distributed, without any apparent connection. Yet the virtual rate among the youth was several times higher than that of middle-aged and elderly individuals. A young man clad in a white coat continued his presentation. Noting that this phenomenon was observed internationally, the numbers were staggering, and the only commonality was that each individual possessed a smartphone. Our nation is in urgent contact with other countries, but the information we currently possess is limited. As the briefing concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Regardless of their vast experience, be they seasoned officials, battle-hardened generals, or professors from prestigious laboratories, all remained mute. Such an extraordinary occurrence had never been witnessed before. There was not a single clue to grasp. Could it be that we too will become virtualized? Is this the end of the world? Suddenly, a middle-aged man in green military attire spoke solemnly. Observing the distribution map, it resembles a plague, as if it is gradually spreading. Among all individuals, the sole commonality resides in their possession of mobile phones. An elderly educator, donned in a white coat with hair grizzled by age, raised a smartphone, suggesting a clandestine connection that remained undiscovered. The crowd nodded in agreement. This was patently evident. Yet, the investigation posed a challenge. In contemporary society, no one can escape the clutches of their mobile devices, as each person present clutched one. So why were they unaffected? Observing the assembly, it appeared that this matter was particularly accessible to the youth. An elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit spoke, casting a glance at a soldier beside him, who merely nodded in response. I propose that each military district allocate a contingent of soldiers to swiftly ascertain the situation. The attendees nodded in succession, not out of a desire to endanger the troops, but because certain matters necessitate action. Surely, they could not select civilians for such tasks? Jiangling University. The line remained unresponsive. Do you think Chen Yu would engage in foolishness? In the male dormitory, Chen Yu, who had not attended classes for an entire day, rendered Wu Kai and others devoid of any inclination to joke. Although they had inquired with the counselor and learned of his leave, the sensitivity of the situation, coupled with his lack of communication and unanswered calls, compelled them to ponder further. Zhang Yuanjie shook his head. He likely wouldn't Chen Yu isn't that naive. Perhaps he merely seeks solitude. Yet, such solitude hardly justified the absence of even a message, was it? Lu Yuntao, in a moment of epiphany, remarked, "Do you think he might have also turned into a mosaic?" Upon uttering this, both men widened their eyes. After all, the student who had become a mosaic still lay within the classroom. Does anyone know where Chen Yu resides? Wu Kai inquired of the two. Chen Yu was a local of Jiangling, returning home every weekend. Yet after a year of university, they had never visited his abode. They shook their heads in unison, sighing, resigned to waiting. Meanwhile, in the female dormitory, Li Mingyue found herself repeatedly unlocking her phone, yet the screen remained hauntingly silent. That scoundrel Chen Yu. Initially, she presumed his phone was lost or his account compromised, leaving him momentarily unreachable. However, as a day passed without a glimpse of him, she began to ponder whether she had not offered enough. Perhaps she should have accepted his fifth confession. "Ah, you scoundrel, Chen Yu," she exclaimed. Her thoughts a jumbled mess as she raked her fingers through her hair. "In the realm of the divine domain game. Ah, who dares to insult him?" Chen Yu rubbed his nose, unconcerned. He unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, vanquishing the bronze boss before him. "Congratulations." Alas, it felt unsatisfactory. Truth be told, he found slaying minor bosses akin to dispatching mere minions, devoid of thrill. Regrettably, the grand boss had yet to materialize. He never anticipated that leveling up too swiftly could become a vexation. He collected the 2 dropped items, his inventory brimming once more. This count did not even include the numerous pieces of equipment he possessed. Reluctantly, he resolved to return to the small town. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than a frosted dragon descended from the skies, spiraling down to meld into a dragon-shaped mark upon Chen Yu's hand. Another day had slipped by, and the central square of Misty Town was increasingly teeming with people. Upon Chen Yu's arrival, he was met with a cacophony of voices. "Ouch! It hurts. I don't want to live anymore. Ah, my hand. It's gone." Many players had perished in battle, yet some remained gravely injured, wailing across the square, while others rolled on the ground in despair. This plight, in fact, was arguably worse than death itself. "I believe that to exit, we must die, essentially deleting our accounts and starting anew." "Are you suggesting we should voluntarily seek death?" Some players had not formed teams to battle monsters. Instead, they were fervently searching for an escape route. After all, none knew the state of their physical bodies in reality. Each had their own lives to lead, and none wished to burden their parents with worry. "Aren't you listening, brother? Didn't you hear upon entry? Luck is akin to life. Should one die, they may not return. I'll settle the score with you in the underworld." Indeed, based on my decade of experience as a seasoned reader, such extraordinary occurrences often imply that death within this realm may indeed equate to genuine mortality. Damn it, I refuse to die, nor do I wish to slay any monsters. I just finished repaying my mortgage. Regardless of their reluctance, the inevitable loomed. Some naively believed that seeking death was the only means to exit the game, while others theorized that reaching a certain level or fulfilling specific conditions was requisite. Hey, if you don't believe it, fine. Those whose luck has depleted Haven Tea, they revived in the town. A player, hands on hips, boasted, convinced of his newfound insight. Perhaps they had already exited the game. Hearing this, Chen Yu chuckled. Luck depleting, and they still revive? What nonsense. This is merely the absurdity born from the disconnect between reality and the game in its early stages. Moreover, he was not alone in this line of thought. After all, in a harmonious society, people subconsciously overlook the topic of death, even as lightning flashed outside the town. Chapter 15, Another Dragon. Chen Yu set up a small stall in the center of the square, displaying some bronze equipment he no longer required. Instantly, he garnered the attention of the crowd. "Wow, it's the Dragon Master. Look at all that bronze gear. Hey, look at that sword at the Master's waist. It must be silver." The silver-white glow indicated its silver composition. "I only possess one ordinary piece of equipment, while others are flaunting bronze gear for sale. Is this the disparity? Master, how much for that sword? And those skill books? Whatever you need, just say the word. I'm even willing to serve you tonight. Ah, brother. Hurry and say you're here from Sichuan West to Jiangling." Within mere moments, the area was swarmed. This was hardly unexpected. It resembled the arrival of an arms dealer in the age of cold weapons, providing a level of capability that others could only dream of. Who wouldn't he be enthralled? Chen Yu surveyed the crowd, stating, "Your iron sword requires 120 luck points, while that wind feather demands 80 luck points. Ah, so expensive. Master, hold that for me. I'll gather the funds immediately." As he methodically quoted his prices, dazzling lights flickered across the square, and an increasing number of individuals appeared. Who was the Dragon Master? A strikingly beautiful woman clad in an ice-themed robe, her gaze lofty, arrived with several burly men in tow. Upon noticing the commotion, she forcefully pushed through the crowd to reach the stall. Her level was commendable, having reached 4, and after glancing at the displayed equipment, she nodded in apparent satisfaction, thinking it worth her expenditure of several hundred luck points. "Join my ranks. Assist me in leveling up, and I shall offer you an annual salary of 10 million. Furthermore, I've heard you possess a dragon. I'll pay 5 million upfront for its release when you're ready to part with it." Frowning at her, Chen Yu began to question whether he had accumulated too much karmic debt, leading to encounters with fools. This was a level of arrogance surpassing even that of Jiang Sheng. Get lost. He was disinclined to engage in further dialogue, dismissively uttering a single word. "What did you say?" The woman, known as the Ice Queen, had traveled from a town in the magic capital, utilizing area transfer with her subordinates, spending hundreds of luck points merely to recruit the Dragon Master to assist her in leveling up. She had anticipated that her offer would be spurned. "Hey, do you not know who my lady is? How dare you speak to me that way?" One of the burly men retorted coldly. "Seize the opportunities that present themselves. For this is ultimately but a game. What could possibly be more significant than tangible wealth?" Another individual chuckled coldly. The group before him had all been recruited by a woman, promised a staggering 3 million annually, with a mere 30,000 to be earned upon their departure. Although each member's luck had diminished to varying degrees, and all experience points had been forfeited to the woman, did it truly matter? The pursuit of wealth was what held true significance. Nearby, a newly entered player, a hooded woman, quietly observed the unfolding interaction. Chen Yu ceased to engage with the others, focusing instead on selling his equipment. Perhaps due to his renown, more and more individuals flocked to Misty Town, either seeking to be his underling, aiming to recruit him as one, offering payment for level advancement, or lacking sufficient luck to purchase equipment outright. Titles of young master and young lady were bandied about, with pledges of never defaulting on debts echoing through the air. Chen Yu, exasperated, concluded his sales and rose to depart the town. "Dragon Master, do not squander the opportunity offered, for I shall ensure you regret it," the Ice Queen shouted from behind, having amassed a sum of 30 million. Yet he remained utterly unmoved. Her initial plan was to lure him out with money. Knowing she had a myriad of methods to compel the Dragon Master to obediently serve her once he revealed himself, alas, he did not even flinch. Shortly after exiting the village, Chen Yu turned back to regard the woman following him. She was a support character, her proud figure undiminished even by the voluminous priestly robes, with long, slender legs that captivated the gaze. Yet, like Chen Yu, she wore a hood that obscured her face. "Is there something you require?" He noted her low level, indicative of a newcomer. The woman, codenamed Anshin, regarded him and stated, "I am a research soldier affiliated with the Jiangling military district. There have been numerous reports of individuals becoming virtualized, and the state is conducting preliminary investigations, likely linked to their mobile phones. Various military districts have dispatched personnel for experiments, and I am among them. I distinctly remember pressing something, and then I found myself in this realm known as the Divine Domain. The state is rather swift in its actions," thought Chen Yu, narrowing his eyes. "And what of it?" Anshin raised her gaze, revealing her piercing, icy eyes. "This situation is of great consequence. If left unresolved, society will descend into profound panic. You hold the highest level in the Divine Domain. I believe you possess knowledge that eludes the general populace, and I implore you to share." A panel appeared before her. "Of course, I acknowledge that my request may carry a hint of moral coercion. I am willing to exchange all my initial luck points for your information." Her assertion bore truth. Yet, Chen Yu knew he could not divulge his secrets. "I understand your position, but I am merely an ordinary player, no more informed than you." Disappointment flickered in Anshin's eyes. Her sudden entry had rendered her unable to relay any vital information. Alone, she found herself at a distinct disadvantage. As Chen Yu prepared to depart, he advised her, "You might consider visiting Starlight Town." "Starlight Town?" Anshin perused her map, nodding appreciatively. "Thank you." The two parted ways, each moving in different directions. All Chen Yu could do was this much, directing her to seek out Yang Changlong for at least a measure of safety, while he continued his hunt for monsters. After selling off his equipment, he was tantalizingly close to breaking the 2,000 mark in luck points. Once achieved, he intended to pursue a location where dragons also roamed, prior to confronting the silver boss. Starlight Town shimmered with brilliance as Anshin arrived. She surveyed her surroundings, noting nothing particularly unusual, momentarily puzzled as to why the Dragon Master had directed her here. Upon opening the town channel, a codename suddenly caught her eye, Guiyun Changlong. Could it be? The Jiangling military district had its share of virtualized individuals, albeit a modest number, only 5 or 6. Among them was Yang Changlong, holding the highest rank. Recognition of a familiar name, coupled with the Dragon Master's hint, prompted Anshin to seize a nearby individual, asking, "Excuse me, do you know where I might find Guiyun Changlong?" Guiyun Changlong. In Starlight Town, the highest level player since the Dragon Master's departure was certainly not unfamiliar to the man. However, upon observing Anshin, he shook his head. "I'm afraid you won't have the opportunity. Guiyun Changlong's team comprises players of at least level 2, while you are merely at level 1. "Ah," Anshin hesitated, then added, "We know each other in real life." "Oh, I see. Guiyun Changlong has gone out to hunt monsters. I can't say when he'll return." "Thank you." Subsequently, Anshin settled in the town, refraining from recklessly venturing out. What purpose would a level 1 support serve, but to meet her demise? Yet, she did not remain idle. Instead, she wandered the town, discovering that this game bore an uncanny resemblance to reality. Pain was felt, blood could be shed, and every brick, tile, and blade of grass was indistinguishable from the real thing. What manner of world was this? As a researcher, such phenomena defied scientific explanation, suggesting the existence of supernatural forces. Phew, it's great to follow the captain. There's always meat to eat. Indeed, and there's no fear of death. I feel that after defeating 1 or 2 more minor monsters, I'll level up to 3. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the town's entrance. Several men, armed and of various professions, strode in. Leading them was a man carrying 2 long swords, his square face exuding righteousness. Anshin's face brightened as she immediately called out, "Captain Yang." The men turned at the sound. A strikingly beautiful woman with long legs approached with urgency. "And you?" "You." Yang Changlong instantly grasped the situation. "And you? Has the state begun to take this matter seriously?" "Yes." Anshin nodded, recounting the entire story. "Indeed," Yang Changlong affirmed, glancing at his companions. "Our residual memories are scant. I vaguely recall pressing something as well. By the way, how did you manage to find me?" "I encountered the Dragon Master in Misty Town, and he suggested I check out Starlight Town." Suddenly, Yang Changlong realized that he hadn't disclosed his identity to the Dragon Master. How could the latter have known of his acquaintance with Chen Yu? Chapter 16, The Opening of World Transmission. Could it be that he heard it from others? And you suggested. No, that's impossible. Aside from my name, I have never revealed my real identity in front of anyone. Could it be that the Dragon Master has met you before? After all, this game reflects our true appearances. And you proposed another theory. That could indeed hold some merit. Yang Changlong pondered, increasingly convinced that the Dragon Master was no ordinary individual. By the way, and you shortly, I will broadcast a message in the regional channel to gather all soldiers who have entered the experiment. At this juncture, it appears that strength holds paramount importance in this game. He had just reached level 5 himself, yet knew nothing of this world beyond battling monsters. It was either too early or he lacked sufficient rank. All right, I shall do it right away. Anshin opened her panel. At that moment, a teammate of Yang Changlong suddenly interjected, "Captain, the Dragon Master has already reached level 7. What?" Instantly, Yang Changlong and his companions began checking the rankings. They had been engrossed in fighting monsters, neglecting the leaderboard. The Dragon Master's prowess was nothing short of terrifying. Had they known, they too would have chosen the Dragon Tamer class. Are there not enough Dragon Tamers in the town? Just take a look at their levels. Those without dragons are neither true warriors nor genuine mages, embodying a complete mishmash. So it seems that the Dragon Lord's luck and strength are both indispensable. Able to contract a colossal dragon upon entry, Yang Changlong observed for a while before putting it away, given the displayed prowess of the other party. Should they pursue level 3 or 4 monsters, their progression would indeed be swift. They must have amassed quite a bit of equipment as well, I reckon. His luck points were just over 100. Otherwise, he would have certainly inquired if they had any unused gear. Though a few people formed a team, their safety was guaranteed, yet their efficiency in monster hunting was painfully slow, with experience points to be shared among them. Were it not for slaying 2 or 3 bronze bosses, he might not have reached level 5. Following the announcement from Chen Yu, warriors from nearby districts flocked to the same area. Under Yang Changlong's direction, they formed 2 or 3 small squads based on their professions, with a few level 3 members appointed as captains. Soon, they charged into the wilds in grand procession. Phew! After vanquishing another level 6 monster, Chen Yu was less than 500 experience points shy of level 8. However, the frost giant dragon, having absorbed the experience and the essence of the monster's flesh, astonishingly broke through to level 8 before him. Now, it lay in slumber, welcoming its first evolution. The duration of this process was uncertain, and during this time, Chen Yu could not afford to be idle. In his previous life, the formidable figures, Stone Sword, Black Jesus, God's Hand, De clutched their levels tightly, each having reached level 6. In Misty Town, after much rummaging, Chen Yu finally located his destination. He immediately initiated the teleportation. You have consumed 1,000 luck points to activate world teleportation. A radiant glow enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original location. Upon opening his eyes, Chen Yu found himself in an entirely different realm. The Dragon Lord welcomes you to Flame Town. This town lies beneath a volcano, with sparse vegetation and high temperatures. Ice, water, and wood skills will be relatively weakened, while fire skills will receive enhancements. Please exercise caution with the stones by the roadside, as dangers may lurk within. Upon stepping into Flame Town, Chen Yu noticed a scarcity of individuals of Asian descent, with predominantly Caucasian and African faces. This indicated that he had ventured abroad. Simultaneously, some locals cast curious glances in his direction. The professions they chose were mostly warriors, each towering and robust. making Chen Yu feel like a meek lamb that had wandered into their midst. "Hey, kid, are you from Sakura country or the land of the morning calm?" In the game, even with language barriers, there was no need for concern about misunderstandings, as their voices would be translated in real time. Upon hearing this group mistake him for hailing from Sakura country, Chen Yu's expression darkened. He cast a cold glance at a few of them, disregarding their presence as he focused on checking the highest level individual in the town. This player, codenamed Hero, had reached level 4. With that, he strode towards the outskirts of the town. Prior to his arrival, in order to avoid drawing attention, he had concealed his equipment, paying no mind to his skin color. He appeared like an ordinary person. Consequently, his indifferent demeanor sparked dissatisfaction among some. "I'll take that yellow-skinned fellow's head and kick it like a football. Ha, Kelly, you won't catch up to me. Just right to use this kid to gain some experience." Chen Yu paid no heed to the voices behind him, intentionally so. If they viewed him as prey, why should he not see them as such? Damn, who can subdue that vile dragon? In the square, a dazzling light flickered, revealing a group of over 10 individuals. This indicated one thing: they had all perished together. The term vile dragon caused Chen Yu to pause momentarily. How terrifying. He vowed never to venture back there. It would be tantamount to seeking death. Even the valiant Hero had fled in disarray. Who could withstand that fiery wrath? Among them were warriors and assassins, all possessing formidable combat capabilities. Notably, a considerable number were Dragon Tamers. Chen Yu smiled, for this signified he had not come to the wrong place. Flame Town indeed housed a colossal dragon. In his previous life, lacking the profession of Dragon Tamer, he had not invested effort in seeking the dragon early on, only passively hearing tales. It was not until he acquired the heart of the dragon that he began to inquire earnestly. Alas, much time had elapsed, and shortly after the game's arrival, the town began to connect, resulting in dragons no longer residing in a single location. While many dragons' death locations were known, their birthplaces remained a mystery. Chen Yu had only gleaned a few credible leads, coming here with a fair share of luck involved. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Stepping out of the town, the temperature surged drastically, likely exceeding 40 degrees. Chen Yu activated his skills, enveloping himself in a layer of frost before raising his gaze towards the towering volcano ahead. It was quite imposing, with gray-black rocks and nearly no vegetation surrounding it, offering a clear view of several individuals engaged in combat a few kilometers away. Roar. Whether it was an illusion or not, a deep dragon's roar resonated from the summit down to the base. As Chen Yu climbed a distance, 2 Caucasian men and 1 African man appeared directly behind him, making gestures of discrimination against Asians. "Huh, yellow-skinned brat, dare to act arrogant here? No one can save you." The trio flexed their limbs, advancing step by step. However, they soon halted in their tracks, for a gleaming silver long knife materialized before them. What kind of equipment is this? I've seen the hero's bronze equipment, but the color is all wrong." The 3 had already died once or twice, and now, facing this sword, they once again felt the impending sense of death. Swish. Without uttering a word, Chen Yu's silver blade struck mercilessly. Splatter. Blood blossomed, and instead of disappearing, the trio's bodies transformed into light, dissipating into particles. This signified their complete demise, partly due to their already low luck points, and partly because of Chen Yu's overwhelming level, which afforded him absolute dominance over them. In the Divine Realm game, the greater the level disparity between the killer and the killed, the more luck points were lost after death. For instance, a level 10 monster could obliterate the luck points of players below level 3 in one blow. Beyond level 10, the significance of luck points diminished considerably. It seemed that the ability to resurrect was merely a safety net for novice players, while above level 10, all were equal. Of course, this does not imply that luck points were entirely useless. Being too low would still invite misfortune. Moreover, strategies would evolve in the future to provide various means of survival. For example, locking health, maintaining luck points at 1 to avoid death, doubling luck points for 2 lives, or sharing luck points with others. Congratulations, you have gained 84 experience points, 16 free attribute points, and 54 luck points. Once the fishing was complete, Chen Yu donned his equipment anew, grasping his staff, sheathing the silver knife at his waist, donning feathered armor, and wearing ancient boots. He felt fully equipped, even in the absence of the frost giant dragon. Run. No, please don't. Save me. Please, save me. I do not wish to be devoured by the malevolent dragon. As I made my way towards the volcano, a sudden throng of dozens of individuals rushed down from the mountain's mouth, their faces etched with terror, as though a horrific beast was in pursuit. Roar. At that moment, an authoritative voice resonated from the mountain's entrance. Whoosh. Following this, a colossal creature, entirely enveloped in flames of crimson hue, with a wingspan exceeding 8 meters and adorned with shimmering golden patterns, soared into view. Chen Yu lifted his gaze, excitement unmistakably gleaming beneath the shadow. At last, he had found it. The Divine Flame Ancient Dragon. Chapter 17. Contracting the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon. The Divine Flame Ancient Dragon measured approximately 5 meters in length, its robust limbs ending in claws as sharp as daggers, its entire body covered in resplendent golden scales, intricately patterned with flames. With its regal head raised high, a pair of horns resembling fiery flames blazed forth, its golden eyes shimmering, reflecting the figures of those below. Its deep, rumbling roar exuded an aura of majesty and sanctity. Dozens of figures fled from the volcano's mouth, as if their very lives depended on their speed. Roar! The Divine Flame Ancient Dragon, scarred with numerous gashes, roared once more, golden flames swirling within its maw. This is bad. Chen Yu hastily leaped aside. Whoosh! In the next instant, unlike the icy breath of the frost giant, true dragon flames engulfed the area. No, please, don't. Save me. I don't want to. Many were consumed, transformed into fiery specters, their struggles lasting mere seconds before they became charred remains. The temperature around them seemed to rise dramatically. Chen Yu felt the frost surrounding him rapidly melting away, evaporating into steam. This was a malevolent dragon, utterly impossible to contract. Why does this game require us? The Dragon Tamers? It is simply unfeasible to establish a contract. Among them, numerous Dragon Tamers cursed as they fled, some even doubting whether the game was deliberately targeting them, as they found it nearly impossible to form contracts, let alone communicate. Roar! The Divine Flame Ancient Dragon unleashed its fiery breath, scorching everything in its vicinity. Its back pressed against the magma, rendering it inaccessible. Let us go. We need to gather more people. Among the crowd, a white man clad in armor and wielding a massive sword spoke with a grave tone. He was the highest-ranked individual in Flame Town, a brave, a unique profession. The Dragon Slayer. The rewards for slaying a dragon were more than tenfold compared to other monsters, and this was his third attempt to organize a hunt for the dragon. Yet all had ended in failure. The dragon only grew stronger with each encounter. It was evident that they still lacked sufficient Dragon Tamers. It seemed they needed to recruit more. The brave pondered, realizing during the battle that once a Dragon Tamer established a mental link with the dragon, they could influence it. The more Dragon Tamers there were, the greater the impact. This was his opportunity. With his innate ability to bypass armor defenses, given the right chance and a decent sword, he could deliver a fatal blow. Unfortunately, he only possessed a standard grade sword. Sighing, he noticed an individual among the crowd, against the backdrop of fleeing figures. This person was charging straight towards the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon. This fool, does he lack sense? That is. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he noticed the silver sword at Chen Yu's waist, radiating an enchanting glow. Silver. This was silver-grade equipment. In that instant, a fervent glint ignited in the brave's eyes. Had he possessed that sword earlier, he wouldn't merely have sliced through some of the dragoness scales, but would have eviscerated it entirely. A yellow-skinned individual. Who is this? From another town, perhaps? The brave was certain he had never seen this person before. But that did not deter him from halting, pivoting, and preparing to lie in wait for an opportunistic strike. He did not believe that mere silver equipment could take down the dragon. It was far stronger than any comparable boss. Unperturbed by the presence behind him, Chen Yu approached within 30 paces of the dragon, establishing the Dragon Tamer's mental link. Roar! The Divine Flame Ancient Dragon emitted a low growl, blood streaming from a wound in its abdomen, indicating its agitation. Another ant approaches, it began to conjure flames in its throat. Yes, burn him alive. Behind a towering mound of volcanic rock, the brave watched intently, knowing that should Chen Yu perish, he would immediately seize the opportunity to claim the individual's equipment. Moreover, the other gear on Chen Yu was equally enticing. Yet, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Contrary to expectations, Chen Yu was not incinerated to ashes. Instead, the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon lowered its head, affectionately rubbing against his hand. In its golden eyes, a hint of deference flickered. What the hell? How is this possible? The brave's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom such an occurrence. Even Dragon Tamers could not achieve this. The many who had been reduced to charred remains were testament to that. The Divine Flame Ancient Dragon has achieved maximum affinity with you, fulfilling contract conditions. Do you wish to contract? An enticing message appeared before Chen Yu. A smile graced his lips as he promptly replied, "Contract." A flash of golden light enveloped him, and a parchment materialized, already marked with a dragon's claw. Once the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon pressed its claw upon it, the contract would be sealed. You scoundrel! That is our dragon, you wretched yellow-skinned fool. Stand down. This was undoubtedly the culmination of their previous efforts. They could not allow this yellow-skinned individual to snatch it away. In the distance, the Dragon Tamers who had narrowly escaped the onslaught went into a frenzy upon witnessing this scene. many rushing back to contest the contract for themselves. Seizing the moment, the brave maneuvered from the side, raising his sword to attempt a surprise attack on the dragon. Huh, Chen Yu sneered, flipping his silver sword and unleashing a beam of silver light towards the knight. What? The brave attempted to block with his blade, but with a resounding crash. He was sent sprawling backward. Chen Yu's level was evident. Without the dragon, he could still annihilate everyone present. Roar! The divine flame ancient dragon remained undisturbed. And under the gentle coaxing of the mental link, one claw lifted, delicately pressing onto the parchment. Whoosh! A surge of golden light enveloped them, swiftly vanishing from sight. This is bad. The Dragon Tamers cried out, realizing it was too late to protest. Congratulations, Dragon Master, on contracting the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon. Divine Flame Ancient Dragon, Juvenile, Affinity, Level 5. Tier, Silver. Level, 5. Skills, Dragon Flame, Dragon Claw, Dragon Armor. Traits, Dragoness Dread. Naturally intimidating to all but dragons, can reduce combat spirit by up to 50, depending on target level. Talent, immune to fire-based magic, immune to wood-based magic, and can reduce ice and water-based magic by up to 50. Congratulations, you have gained 1,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 8. Upon contracting the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon, Chen Yu instantly ascended to level 8 and could now practice fire magic. Next, he turned to face the crowd behind him. These individuals who incessantly referred to him as a yellow-skinned fool truly believed he would remain unperturbed? Chen Yu waved his hand, and the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon soared from the volcano's mouth, its resplendent golden flames cascading from its neck down to its throat. No, please, don't. Panic spread across the faces of all present. Whoosh! The dragon flames obliterated everything in their path. Congratulations, you have gained 352 experience points, 48 free attribute points, and 163 luck points. Divine Flame Ancient Dragon acquired. Breakthrough Level 6, Compatibility 1. The newly hatched dragon, approximately at level 3 or 4, while the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon has just reached level 5, indicating its nascent stages of growth, still inferior to the Frost Giant Dragon. Nonetheless, it matters not. During the slumber of the Frost Giant Dragon, it serves as a perfect opportunity for the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon to hone its skills. Who are you really? The brave warrior, fully aware of his inevitable fate, glared fiercely at Chen Yu. It matters not. I hail from the land of cherry blossoms. You are merely a band of inept white-skinned swine, fit only to kneel at the feet of us cherry blossom folk. Chen Yu, unperturbed, passionately delivered his melodramatic lines. The land of cherry blossoms? The warrior ground out through clenched teeth. Very well, I shall remember that. With a flourish, congratulations, you have obtained. Having dealt with them, Chen Yu turned his gaze to the wounds on the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon, some of which appeared rather severe. After all, facing a multitude of attackers, especially with a dragon-slaying warrior among them, it would be surprising if it emerged unscathed. On the third day, the healing herbs should be ready for harvest. Chen Yu did not rush to lead the dragon into battle. Healing was of paramount importance. Let us go. This volcanic crater must be the place where the ancient dragon first gestated. No wonder it has remained here. A low growl escaped the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon as it took Chen Yu away from the site. Shortly after their departure, the volcanic pit began to bubble, as if some monstrous creature were about to emerge. Some time later, a mechanical voice echoed in the ears of all present. Exits from each town have appeared. Defeat the boss guarding the key to return to reality. Exit. Upon hearing this word, countless individuals erupted with excitement. In the central squares of all towns, beams of light manifested, revealing fist-sized holes, as though a key were missing to unlock the door. An exit? This is it. Ha ha ha, finally we can escape. A key? Is it held by some monster? Many individuals, having faced death numerous times, now merely wish to exit this wretched game and never return. Chapter 18, The Gifted Experience Pack. Defeat the boss guarding the key. Many formidable players seized upon this declaration. The game had made it abundantly clear, to return to reality, they needed to eliminate a boss monster. But where could it be? This question lingered in the minds of many. Across the towns, countless strong warriors began to mobilize in search of this creature. However, it was not long before. Damn, an 8th level silver boss? What a joke. I was almost killed by a single slap. How do we fight this? Frustration filled the air as many despaired upon seeing the 8th level monster. Who could stand against it? The leaderboard displayed only those at level 6. Wait, what's this? At that moment, they checked the leaderboard and finally noticed that the name at the top had already reached level 8. Thus, the world channel erupted. Holy cow. The Dragon Lord has actually reached level 8. Who knows this big shot? Surely only he has the hope of defeating the silver boss. Each town had its own silver boss guarding the key. Did this mean they would merely clear their own paths? Is the Dragon Lord available? I am willing to pay $1 million to hire you to take down the boss, covering travel expenses. In Starry Town, with the support of teammates, Yang Changlong's monster hunting efficiency skyrocketed, and with the soldiers' recognition of their commander, there was no need for special training, which only heightened his combat prowess, bringing his level to 6. Meanwhile, the only priest among them, enjoying special treatment, quickly ascended to level 3. After all, the stronger she became, the more secure the lives of her comrades. Commander Yang, there's a chance to escape. Shall we organize a team to hunt that boss? For them, nothing was more crucial than spreading the news. Now that an opportunity had finally presented itself, she was eager to act. However, Yang Changlong calmly shook his head, acutely aware that the level disparity would only widen as time progressed. The chasm between 7 and 8 was vast, let alone 6. Besides him, the others were of even lower levels, rendering their contributions negligible. To put it simply, even if they banded together, they lacked the strength to confront an 8th-level silver boss head-on. At the very least, they would need to wait until he reached level 7 and unite all the strongest players in their town before they stood a chance. Nonetheless, Yang Changlong had a thought in mind. He opened the channel, pondered briefly, and sent a message to Chen Yu. In Flame Town, after locating several spiritual herbs to heal the divine flame ancient dragon's wounds, Chen Yu resumed his hunting. He certainly heard the mechanical voice nearby. However, he found himself unable to act. With the frost giant dragon still dormant and the divine flame ancient dragon having only just reached level 7, it was unthinkable for him, a Dragon Tamer, to confront an 8th-level boss with a blade. He preferred to play it safe. Without absolute certainty, he would not take action. Meanwhile, the World Channel was abuzz with discussions on how to hunt the boss. Among the myriad of suggestions, one seemed most viable. Since the strongest players in one town were insufficient to tackle an 8th-level boss, what if the strongest from 10 towns banded together? Chen Yu occasionally glanced at the discussions, shaking his head in response. Ideals were rich, yet reality was stark. A throng of level 2 and 3 players fervently debated, while genuine powerhouses remained conspicuously silent. The reasoning was simple. Each town's strongest player was akin to a king in their own right, unless approached by others, who would lower themselves to invite outsiders into their town. To share their resources, they could always grind for a few more days. After all, a method of escape had finally emerged, so there was no need to rush. Once they reached level 8, wouldn't it be delightful to take down the silver boss solo? Thus, while the World Channel buzzed with excitement, few responded. Ding! At that moment, someone sent a message to Chen Yu. He opened it to find it was from Yang Changlong. Dragon Lord brother, do you have the confidence to deal with the 8th-level boss now? Chen Yu understood the reason behind the inquiry. As a soldier concerned for his people, Yang Changlong must be eager to relay the information. A roar erupted as the divine flame ancient dragon soared majestically through the air, its dazzling golden scales reflecting brilliant light. With a single blast of dragon flame, several stone crabs near the volcanic crater were instantly reduced to charred remains. It even thoughtfully grabbed a few with its claws and presented them to Chen Yu. Its golden eyes filled with anticipation. Chen Yu, with a wry smile, shook his head and said, "I'll pass. You enjoy it. It's perfect for your growth." With a happy roar, the divine flame ancient dragon responded, ready to indulge in its feast. Just then, Chen Yu turned to see dozens of individuals approaching him. Among them, the brave warrior stood out prominently, accompanied by several other level 5 players, 2 warriors, and a mage. Ah, back for more experience, are we? This band of white and black fools has a worse grasp of reality. After being slain twice, they still dare to return to their doom. Yet, he could understand. A foreigner running rampant in their territory was intolerable. Even if they were at a disadvantage, they would not allow him to have an easy time. Such a formidable being cannot possibly remain nameless. Who, pray tell, are you? Among them, a 5th-level mage, wielding a staff crackling with lightning, spoke up, known as Thor, a figure of considerable rank. Chen Yu, disinterested in engaging in conversation, waved his hand, and the wings of the ancient divine flame dragon unfurled, sending a whirlwind of dust into the air. Prepare for combat. Seeing that words were futile, Thor assumed a battle stance, directing his staff to summon a multitude of lightning arcs that surged through the surrounding air. Roar! The ancient divine flame dragon, with its cold, golden eyes, released a torrent of searing dragon fire. Let us restrain the dragon while you deal with the yellow-skinned ones, Thor commanded, as one of the 5th-level warriors led a group of over 10 towards Chen Yu. Seeking death, Chen Yu, who never initiates violence, found himself compelled to act against those who sought their own demise. The elemental staff glimmered with an ethereal blue light, and the temperature in the vicinity plummeted. Frost spell. The ground within 100 meters crystallized into ice, and several lower-level individuals were instantly transformed into ice sculptures. The few who remained mobile found their speed drastically hindered. With a resounding crash, Chen Yu stomped on the ground, shattering the icy surface and creating countless ice spikes before him. This was a technique he had acquired after defeating a 6th-level monster in Mist Town, courtesy of the Frost Giant. Ice Spike spell. Here I come, shouted a 5th-level warrior, a shield knight, as he raised his heavy shield to protect the others. However, bang, bang, bang. How could a silver-level skill unleashed by an 8th-level being be repelled by a mere 5th-level warrior? Ah, Thor, save us. He is stronger than we imagined. Bang. In the next moment, everyone was sent flying, crashing into several ice sculptures, which shattered along with their occupants. You, the Thunder God, the brave ones, and another 5th-level warrior were all left in stunned disbelief. Was their assembled group truly vanquished in a single encounter? Chen Yu drew his long blade and charged at the remaining foes. Swish. Meanwhile, the colossal ancient divine flame dragon swooped down, its sharp claws raised. Thunderstrike. Thor bellowed, unleashing countless bolts of lightning that struck the scales of the ancient divine flame dragon, merely causing sparks to fly. Even a warrior of his caliber, being only at level 3, could inflict no harm upon a 7th-level dragon, and the others fared no better. With a single swipe of its claw, blood and flesh were sent flying, as the few remaining individuals were instantaneously reduced to corpses. On Chen Yu's end, it was akin to slicing through vegetables. Within half a minute, he had dispatched all adversaries. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Not a single 6th or 7th-level warrior among them dared to challenge him, underestimating his prowess as an 8th-level being. Congratulations, you have gained 1386 experience points, 164 free attribute points, and 258 luck points. The ancient divine flame dragon has gained 1424 experience points. Ah, this place is quite splendid. Experience packages delivered right to my doorstep. He picked up the dropped bronze equipment, dismissing the ordinary items as beneath him. Casting a glance at the time, he noted that it was already the 4th day. On the World Channel, certain towns had made some efforts, yet the outcome was dismal. Those who ventured forth met their demise, and none had acquired the key. If no other disruptions occurred, it would unfold just as in the previous life, with towns being liberated only on the 10th day. Chen Yu reopened the chat channel. Yang Changlong had sent another message. The situation is urgent. If the Dragon Lord possesses strength, we implore you to lend us your aid. We will provide assistance, but require not a single piece of loot. Chapter 19. Subdragon Species, Crimson Armored Dragon. Ah, Chen Yu observed the descending ancient divine flame dragon. After absorbing the experience from those individuals, it was still over 1,000 experience points shy of achieving level 8, a significant gap. Nonetheless, he remained confident in his ability to defeat the level 8 boss and acquire the key. Not to mention that Chen Yu himself was on the brink of reaching level 8. Dragons were inherently stronger than other monsters of the same level, and ascending a level was hardly a challenge. Chen Yu hesitated, pondering whether to open that passage now. There were both advantages and disadvantages to this decision. The benefit lay in the opportunity to bring his only concern, his sister Chen Shi, into this realm, aiding her rapid growth. The drawback, however, was that this would compress the timeline by 6 days compared to his previous life. Should the truth be revealed to the world, a rush of individuals would follow, significantly diminishing his advantage. Of course, this would only be beneficial for the nation. Once the passage to Starry Town was opened, China could seize the initiative, preparing in advance for the forthcoming upheaval. Chen Yu paced restlessly in place while the ancient divine flame dragon flitted about, alternating between soaring and descending. Suddenly, it emitted a low growl, gazing toward the volcano, its golden eyes reflecting the rising fury. Roar! The ancient divine flame dragon roared, its wings trembling with apparent rage. What is happening? Chen Yu, through their mental link, sensed its emotions but could not fathom the cause of its ire. Roar! Again, a thunderous roar erupted from the volcano. Could it be? Chen Yu stepped forward, landing firmly on the dragon's back, and gestured toward the volcano, without needing to draw closer. From a distance of 1,000 meters, he spotted a massive creature perched at the volcano's edge. It was a beast nearly 8 meters long, sprawling upon the ground, with bat-like wings reminiscent of a lizard. Its limbs were extraordinarily robust, enveloped in rock-like crimson scales that appeared exceptionally heavy, and its blood-red eyes fixed intently upon them. Crimson Armored Dragon, LV8. Rank, Silver. Health, 6888. The Crimson Armored Dragon, no wonder. Chen Yu comprehended the source of the ancient divine flame dragon's fury. In the realm of the divine domain game, dragons were not a singular entity, they were categorized by rank. At the pinnacle were the ancient divine flame dragon and the frost giant, both of pure bloodline. Beyond them were various subdragon and lesser dragon species. Subdragon species belong to the dragon family, typically possessing 4 limbs and wings, though not necessarily capable of sustained flight, and their growth potential is limited. Lesser dragon species are often hybrids of subdragons and various monsters, with or without wings. They are said to be their offspring, though this is subject to debate, as monsters are birthed from the game itself, rendering reproduction moot. In the previous life, while there were exceedingly few dragon tamers who could contract true dragons, many managed to bond with subdragon or lesser dragon species. Otherwise, the profession of dragon tamer would lack any genuine purpose. The creature before him, the crimson armored dragon, was indeed a subdragon species, evidently birthed anew by the game, serving as the boss guarding Flame Town. By an unfortunate twist of fate, it had usurped the territory that rightfully belonged to the ancient divine flame dragon. Naturally, this would provoke its wrath, as dragons are known to be territorial. As their gazes locked, energy flickered within their throats. Chen Yu realized that this confrontation was unavoidable. Swish! Brilliant golden dragon fire clashed with the crimson flames in midair, igniting half the sky in a fiery spectacle. Oh my god, what am I witnessing? At that moment, numerous inhabitants of Flame Town, both white and black, lifted their heads in stunned silence, gazing towards the same direction. Was it? The brave ones, Thor, and other powerful figures, revived in succession, wore equally dazed expressions. Only a creature of such magnitude could create such a disturbance. Damn it, what is that yellow-skinned fellow up to again? They roared, yet felt utterly helpless, each of them only at level 1. Should they bash their heads against the wall? Do you think he might be the top-ranked Dragon Lord? A strong warrior furrowed his brow, pointing at a name on the leaderboard. His suspicion was not unwarranted, for there were only a little over 100 individuals ranked above them in the past few days. Moreover, the Dragon Lord was the only one rumored to have a colossal dragon. Impossible. But as his voice echoed, a brave warrior immediately countered. I witnessed that yellow-skinned fellow forge a pact with a giant dragon. This signifies he is a dragon tamer. Among the numerous dragon tamers present, I have already inquired, and a dragon tamer can only bond with a single dragon, unless the previous one perishes. Humph, regardless of who he is, I shall ensure he pays the price. Thunder God clenched his fists tightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the flickering flames on the horizon. The resplendent golden dragon flames devoured the dragon-colored fire, enveloping the crimson armored dragon in an instant. Roar! The crimson armored dragon churned within it. Benefiting from being of the same fire element and possessing a thick layer of scales, it ultimately withstood the onslaught. With wings akin to those of a bat unfurled, it ascended into the air, confronting the ancient divine flame dragon. One at level 8, the other at level 7. One a subdragon species, the other a pureblood. Their strengths were almost evenly matched. Chen Yu, holding an elemental staff, was just about to cast an ice spell to assist when suddenly, a low growl from the ancient divine flame dragon resonated in his mind. Do you wish to tear it apart with your own hands? He comprehended the sentiment conveyed by the ancient divine flame dragon. Subsequently, Chen Yu expanded his form and descended below. Boom. In the next moment, the two colossal creatures collided. Relying on the absolute dominance of their bloodline, the ancient divine flame dragon, despite being of a slightly lower level and smaller size, still firmly held the upper hand in this battle. The crimson armored dragon flapped its wings, barely maintaining flight, as its heavy scales were stripped away by claws, accompanied by flesh and blood. Yet it charged fearlessly towards the ancient divine flame dragon. For it, consuming the ancient divine flame dragon would usher in a supreme evolution, transforming it into a true giant dragon. Furthermore, with a level advantage, victory was not out of reach. This might be its only chance. A battle to the death was inevitable, with no possibility for reconciliation. Boom. The clash between them intensified. At such close proximity, neither employed dragon flames. Instead, they resorted to physical combat, engaging in the most primal form of slaughter. Rip! The ancient divine flame dragon's 5 claws descended, tearing away large chunks of the crimson armored dragon's scales, revealing the blood and flesh beneath. Yet the next moment, the heavy body of the crimson armored dragon crashed into it, opening its massive jaws to bite down on the shoulder of the ancient divine flame dragon. Roar! The ancient divine flame dragon howled, its golden dragon blood cascading down, attracting some lesser creatures below who scrambled to seize it. Chen Yu gripped his staff tightly, the light upon it flickering, ultimately subsiding. This was the battle the ancient divine flame dragon desired. Intervening would be a disgrace to it. Whoosh! In the next instant, the massive wings of the ancient divine flame dragon unfurled, directly lifting the crimson armored dragon upwards. Simultaneously, its claws grasped the bat-like wings of its opponent. The sounds of flesh being torn were excruciating, and the crimson armored dragon, in immense pain, was forced to release its grip, seeking to create distance. However, with its heavy and colossal body, it could not sustain flight for long. The higher it ascended, the more unfavorable its situation became. Yet how could the ancient divine flame dragon allow it to have its way? Seizing the opportunity, it also opened its massive mouth and bit down fiercely at the junction of the opponent's wings. Tear. Half of the crimson armored dragon's wing was brutally ripped apart, leaving it unable to sustain flight, plummeting like a meteor. Splash. By unfortunate coincidence, the crimson armored dragon fell into the magma below. The ancient divine flame dragon dove down. Its shoulder, once flowing with golden blood, had turned a dark red. Yet soon, it reverted back, ceasing to flow. This was the fire poison of the crimson armored dragon. Any ordinary creature that came into contact with it would face one fate. Their internal organs would be seared to oblivion, dying in excruciating agony. But for the ancient divine flame dragon, it was akin to nourishment, serving as a form of sustenance. Moments later, the ancient divine flame dragon also submerged into the magma. Gurgle, gurgle. Chen Yu arrived at the volcano's mouth. Waves of heat scorched his skin. The lava below surged incessantly, resembling boiling liquid. At the base of the volcano, numerous players from Flametown gathered, gazing at the minuscule shadow above, yet none dared to ascend. This is an opportunity. That fellow no longer has a giant dragon. We can summon powerful allies to slay that yellow-skinned man, a strong warrior said solemnly. Strong warriors? The brave warrior shook his head with a sigh, casting a barely perceptible glance at Thunder God and the others. Hadn't he once harbored the same thoughts? Yet those truly powerful individuals on the leaderboard were diligently leveling up, unwilling to create enmities with others. The reason Thunder God and his companions were present was proximity and their disdain for the yellow-skinned man rampaging in their homeland. But what was the outcome? From the significant drop in their luck, one could infer that the one who had slain them, Chen Yu, was not of a low level himself. Thus, who would dare confront him? Chapter 20, Obtaining the Key. Gurgle, splash. Minutes passed, and the turbulence of the magma intensified. Neither colossal beast re-emerged, indicating they were engaged in an undisclosed battle. Chen Yu gazed below, his expression tranquil, seemingly unconcerned. In truth, this was indeed the case. With the mental link and the dragon's perspective, as long as he was not too far from the dragon, he could ascertain the general situation. Finally, at a certain moment, a brilliant burst of fire erupted from the lake's surface, the crimson lava cascading down the resplendent golden scales. As the ancient divine flame dragon grasped the head of the crimson armored dragon with one claw, its massive wings unfurling above the volcano's mouth. A roar that reverberated across the land proclaimed the victory of this battle. Congratulations, you have gained 1388 experience points, 138 free attribute points, and 218 luck points. The ancient divine flame dragon has gained 3,888 experience points. The ancient divine flame dragon has broken through to level 8, compatibility 1. Congratulations on slaying the crimson armored dragon. You have been the first to acquire the Flametown key, triggering a global announcement, reputation points 20. A series of mechanical sounds echoed. At this moment, the ancient divine flame dragon also descended, its body covered in wounds, some even revealing writhing flesh. Yet to it, these were not scars, but rather medals of battle. With a resounding crash, it cast the enormous head onto the ground, from which several pieces of equipment tumbled out. Roar! The ancient divine flame dragon lowered its head, resembling a child seeking praise. Well done. Chen Yu stroked its resplendent golden scales, offering words of commendation. The character of the ancient divine flame dragon bore resemblance to that of the frost giant dragon. Comparatively, it was more combative, often obliterating its opponents with overwhelming force. One could only wonder what spectacle would unfold when the two dragons finally met. The crimson armored dragon dropped a total of 5 pieces of equipment, 3 skill books, and 1 special item, a truly bountiful reward. The golden eyes of the ancient divine flame dragon shimmered, and it began to devour the flesh and blood of the crimson armored dragon. Meanwhile, Chen Yu inspected the equipment. Upon seeing the special item, he felt a surge of joy, no longer needing to worry about a lack of storage for his gear. Due to that extraordinary item, it turned out to be a spacious storage apparatus, an enchanted spatial bag, capable of accommodating 30 pieces of equipment. The other items were also remarkable, particularly a few among them. Fire staff, silver, gold, equipment for fire mages, offering a maximum skill power of 30, chance speed of 30, and cooldown speed of 30. Crimson dragon armor, silver, gold, universal equipment, providing a defense of 280, physical damage reduction of 200, and fire damage reduction of 500, with an equipment level of 3. Fire meteor technique, silver, red, a fire mage skill book that, when executed, creates a meteor storm spanning 100 meters, with each meteor inflicting 250 points of damage, lasting for 20 seconds. Chant, 10 seconds, cooldown, 80 seconds, learning level, 3. These 2 pieces of equipment, along with the skill book, were all usable by Chen Yu. However, regarding the fire staff, he glanced at the all-elemental staff in his left hand, which, despite its bronze rank, held potential for enhancement due to his unique talent. In time, the all-elemental staff would rival the fire staff in value. Nevertheless, for the moment, the fire staff remained useful, as Chen Yu had directly learned the fire meteor technique. After contracting the divine flame ancient dragon, he would be able to learn fire magic. Otherwise, with his ice magic alone, he could not hope to synergize with the divine flame ancient dragon. Once the compatibility between him and the dragon surpassed 30, they would be able to share abilities to some extent. At that point, the Dragon Tamer would be truly invincible, embodying the essence of a colossal dragon. Among the remaining items, there was another silver piece that filled Chen Yu with delight. Light Chain Technique, Silver, Blue, a support skill book for light mages, capable of releasing chains of light that forcibly bind a target, inflicting a burning effect that deals 30 points of damage per second, with a range of 80 meters. Lasting 30 seconds. Chant, 12 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Learning level, 3. Dual-class skill books are quite rare, especially one that offers such forceful control. It was nothing short of astonishing, although its effects might not be exceptionally potent in Chen Yu's eyes. The value of this skill book far surpassed that of other skill books of the same tier. If support classes were to discover it, they would undoubtedly go into a frenzy. This could somewhat compensate for their significant lack of damage output. The rewards from this venture were truly remarkable, though it was regrettable that he had not personally slain the Crimson Dragon, as he would have gained additional enhancement points. But there was no rush. The Mist Town and Starry Town still awaited him. Chen Yu stowed away all the equipment. Meanwhile, the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon had completely devoured the remains of the Crimson Dragon, leaving behind a glowing orb. Inside it lay an ancient-looking key adorned with a flame motif. This was the crucial item needed to unlock the passage to the Flame Town. Chen Yu picked it up, examined it briefly, and then tossed it into the molten lava below. While it could serve as leverage for transactions with others, he did not wish for them to escape prematurely. Roar! The Divine Flame Ancient Dragon, now satiated, displayed a gaze in its golden eyes reminiscent of the frost giant from before. In the next moment, it let out a low hum and transformed into a stream of light, imprinting itself on the back of Chen Yu's other hand. Phew, it was time to return. The harvest from this endeavor exceeded Chen Yu's expectations, and he no longer needed to linger here. Simultaneously, due to the announcement, his location had been revealed. Congratulations to the Dragon Lord of Flame Town for achieving the first kill of the Silver Boss, the Crimson Dragon, and acquiring the key ahead of others. As this news broke, a global uproar ensued. The title of Dragon Lord once again belonged to him, with nearly all records currently held by him. Would there be no respite for others? Upon Chen Yu's return to Flame Town, the square was ablaze with radiant flashes, and players nearby began to gather. Soon, the entire town was filled to its capacity of 1,000, as they sought to witness the enigmatic figure who had consistently topped the leaderboard. Furthermore, the passage to Flame Town was on the verge of being unlocked, allowing them to return to the real world. The Dragon Lord, he truly was the Dragon Lord. The brave ones hid among the crowd, gnashing their teeth as they observed Chen Yu, having lost all previous courage to curse the yellow-skinned man, even shrinking back into the shadows. The Dragon Lord, a yellow-skinned individual. Newcomers could not help but express astonishment, but quickly avoided the implications of that phrase. Chen Yu paid no heed to the gazes around him, casting a glance at the central light pillar. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the passage to Flame Town would remain closed until the game fully descended. But what concern was that of his? Teleportation. You have consumed 1,000 luck points to initiate world teleportation. As the light flickered, his figure began to fade into transparency. This left the crowd in bewilderment. Dragon Lord, leave the key. Some reacted, charging angrily towards Chen Yu. However, all they received in response was a nonchalant smile from beneath his hood. Damn! The Dragon Lord took the key. Those envious shouted out their frustration, expressing their resentment towards the yellow-skinned man for being the most selfish of races. How infuriating! This thief had taken what rightfully belonged to them. The entire square erupted into chaos, a throng of individuals shaking their fists in impotent rage. By this time, Chen Yu had already returned to Starry Town. Dragon Lord. His arrival instantly attracted attention, especially from Yang Chonglong, who eagerly approached him, exclaiming, Dragon Lord, you are truly admirable. They had all heard the previous announcement. The World Channel had exploded with chatter, and many foreigners nearby Flame Town were already farming for goodbyes. To be honest, some were quite displeased upon learning this news. The Dragon Lord was evidently of Chinese descent, yet he prioritized aiding foreigners instead of opening a passage for his own country. However, Upon seeing him here and realizing that there had been no news of the passage to Flame Town being unlocked, they began to comprehend how absurd their earlier thoughts had been. Dragon Lord, could I trouble you for assistance? Without delay, Yang Changlong cut to the chase. Displaying a sense of urgency, he had just reached level 6, having cultivated 2 level 5 teammates, alongside several at levels 4 and 3. With his talent, he was confident in facing level 7 monsters. However, level 8 was simply too far out of reach. Without the Dragon Lord, Yang Changlong would not have dared to take risks, instead opting to steadily develop until reaching level 7 or even stepping into level 8. Yet Chen Yu's appearance had ignited a spark of hope, and he no longer wished to wait. Dragon Lord, I beseech you, you may ask anything of us. We can offer you all our luck points, and we do not require any dropped items, just the key. Yang Changlong and Chen Yu stepped forward, their eyes earnest, as their teammates joined in, urging the rest of the townsfolk to rally behind them. Sigh. Chen Yu had not anticipated the situation evolving to this extent. His 2 dragons were still in slumber, their power diminished, yet at this moment, he was being exalted to such heights. Chapter 21. Slaying the Black Phosphor Giant Python. No need for that. I can manage alone. Ultimately, Chen Yu acquiesced, yet his gaze towards the 2 remained indifferent. This time, I act for the greater good of the nation, but let it be known, this will be the only occasion. He had initially intended to strike, albeit perhaps a day or 2 later, wishing to wait for one of the dragons to awaken. Yet, he found the sense of being morally elevated rather distasteful, and he certainly did not wish for them to perceive this as a matter of course. In truth, even without the dragon, Chen Yu remained an 8th level mage proficient in both ice and fire magic, adorned in silver equipment and bolstered by skill books. While he might not have been guaranteed victory in soloing an 8th level silver boss, his chances were still quite favorable. However, he sought a more secure approach. Yang Changlong, the Dragon Lord's brother, grasped Chen Yu's intent and was aware that their actions bore a hint of moral coercion. Yet, from his vantage point, what could be done? If they were aware of Chen Yu's situation, a day or 2 would not be an inconvenience. However, events unfolded as they did, and upon encountering the other party, he instinctively made the request. Watching Chen Yu's silhouette depart the town, someone exclaimed with excitement, "Wonderful, Captain! With the Dragon Lord on our side, we shall soon be free. Haha, at last, we can leave this place. I have even begun to long for the taste of fried chicken. Finally, I shall no longer endure this wretched game. Dying once nearly terrified me to death." As Chen Yu's figure gradually succumbed to the encroaching darkness, laughter echoed ever more fervently throughout the town. Beneath the brightest star in Stardust Town, a colossal beast lay in silent repose. At a certain moment, it suddenly opened its enormous lantern-like eyes, fixating intently on the figure approaching with measured steps. With a thunderous rumble, the beast stirred, its immense form coiling upon a massive stone, its glossy scales shimmering with a profound radiance, while beneath its formidable fangs, a crimson tongue flickered. Black Phosphor Python, LV8, Tier, Silver, Health, 6,888, before it. Chen Yu appeared minuscule, akin to an ant scuttling about. Soon, the ant raised a hand, and a scarlet light erupted forth. In the air, a circular magic circle materialized, enveloping the entire form of the Black Phosphor Python. Boom! Meteors coalesced, and the great serpent finally moved, its vast body causing the ground to tremble as it stirred the stones and meteors beneath it. 740, 740. After enduring several heavy blows, some scales fell away, and the creature rolled out of the magic circle's range. Yet, it was met with another icy blue light. Crack! Its movements grew sluggish, as if the very blood within its veins had congealed. After the fire meteor spell inflicted a measure of harm, Chen Yu decisively employed the freezing spell. As cold-blooded creatures, snakes were particularly vulnerable to ice magic. Moreover, the wounds inflicted earlier had already caused blood to trickle, transforming into icy shards. Hiss! The python flicked its scarlet tongue and suddenly convulsed, shattering the ice that encased it. Whoosh! Yet, almost immediately, countless ice spikes shot forth, and Chen Yu's assault was relentless, leaving no time for the creature to react. 180, 180. Boom! The python's scales deflected most of the attacks, and its massive body rolled forward, bearing down on Chen Yu with a thunderous advance. The Black Phosphor Python was a creature of sheer brute strength, possessing immense power, even though its attack patterns were few. It was not a foe to be underestimated. Fortunately, Chen Yu had always prioritized speed, and, with the Windwalker boots adorning his feet, the python's strike missed him entirely. But at that moment, the python's tail lashed out like a pitch-black scythe, catching him off guard. Bang! Chen Yu parried with his silver blade, but was still sent flying by the force of the strike. Thankfully, clad in the crimson dragon armor, he sustained only minor injuries. An 8th level boss was certainly not easily vanquished. Despite unleashing a myriad of techniques, he had only managed to whittle away less than 2,000 health points. The creature was gradually recovering, and if he did not conclude this battle swiftly, the tides would likely turn against him. Grasping his silver blade once more, Chen Yu charged ahead, executing the giant blade slash, a brutal move gleaned from a warrior-class silver skill book acquired just days prior. Swish, feigning an attack toward the python's head. He reversed the grip of his blade and struck a quarter of the way down its body. 1,200. With a roar, blood gushed forth like a fountain, and a significant portion of the python's tail drooped, exposing bone. This strike, in turn, incited the black phosphor python's fury. Its scales quivered, revealing gaps as thick black mist began to seep into the surroundings. Whoosh! A wisp of the toxic mist entered Chen Yu's nostrils, and he immediately recognized the danger. He swiftly retreated, casting the ice spike spell in a bid to disperse the noxious cloud. Hiss! The black phosphor python vanished within the fog. More accurately, it became a hunter, concealing itself and preparing to stalk Chen Yu. Humph! Chen Yu snorted coldly, thinking that this would render him helpless. The elemental staff glowed with a crimson light, and the fire meteor staff re-emerged, casting a wide net over the entire mist. Hiding, are we? Then let us rain down destruction. Massive meteors plummeted into the cloud, yet not a single sound erupted. Quite resilient. Chen Yu surmised that the creature could not possibly escape. Firstly, it lacked the awareness to do so, and secondly, once it exited the mist confines, he would be able to pinpoint its location. After 30 seconds, the fire meteor array dissipated. At that very moment, two dim candle-like lights flickered within the dense fog, as if an invisible might had materialized. Chen Yu shuddered. His gaze momentarily fixated, his mind briefly suspended. Suddenly, the candlelight surged forward, accompanied by a gaping maw of shadowy depths, swallowing the motionless Chen Yu whole. As the mist gradually dispersed, the black phosphor python stirred its head, seemingly concluding the battle. The Dragon Lord is dead? From a distance, those observing the confrontation were struck dumb by the sight. Yang Changlong clenched his fists in despair. If even the world's top-ranked Dragon Lord could not withstand an 8th-level boss, what hope did they have of escape? No, the Dragon Lord must still be alive. Casting a wary glance at the leaderboard, he hastily proclaimed, if the Dragon Lord were dead, his level would reset to 0, and he would fall from the rankings. Do you see any changes in his position? The crowd promptly opened the leaderboard, and the top entry remained unchanged. A young girl questioned skeptically, the Dragon Lord is alive? Wasn't he? Hiss! Before she could finish, the black phosphor python began to thrash violently upon the ground. Its massive form smashed boulders to pieces, and its abdomen swelled as though something were striving to burst forth from within. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their eyes glued to the unfolding drama. With a splatter, at last, the black phosphor python lay belly up, its belly bulging ominously, accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing. A brilliant white light erupted forth. Roar! A majestic roar resonated abruptly. Then, the spectators beheld a colossal ice-blue creature emerge, its sharp claws rending the python's belly apart, unfurling its wings, drenched in blood. As it soared forth, upon its back, the Dragon Lord donned a black cloak, standing tall with a staff in one hand, his expression inscrutable. Whoosh! In the next instant, the temperature of the entire expanse plummeted, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The breadth of the icy aura was so profound that even those several hundred meters away, including Yang Changlong and his companions, could feel the bone-chilling cold. In the very center, the black phosphorus giant python was encased in a massive ice sculpture within mere seconds, its gushing blood congealed as the frost dragon's claws descended. Crack! The entire ice sculpture shattered into countless fragments, along with the enormous serpent's body. Congratulations, the frost dragon has slain the black phosphorus giant python. Passive. Congratulations. You have gained 3,486 experience points, 226 free attribute points, 268 luck points, and 24 sublimation points. Frost Dragon gains 2,186 experience points. A series of mechanical voices echoed as Chen Yu glanced down at the ground. Several radiant lights flickered, revealing the dropped items. A cursory glance showed more than 10. Astonishingly more than what was dropped by the Crimson Armored Dragon. This was due to him having invested nearly all his sublimation points into enhancing a single item before the battle commenced. Lucky Bell, gold, purple. When worn, experience gain is increased by 100, and an additional item will be guaranteed to drop. This was his first golden tier item, and perhaps the only one in the entire world at present. The effect was remarkable. Although it did not double the drop rate like the dragon's heart, continuous enhancements could potentially yield such results. Moreover, with this equipment, even if he nurtured 2 giant dragons, Chen Yu's level would not falter. Chapter 22. Unsealing Starry Town. Haha. Thank you so much, Dragon Master. Yang Changlong and the others approached enthusiastically. Gazing at the equipment strewn across the ground, many exhibited a fiery glimmer in their eyes. However, none dared to collect them. They were unable to do so, as anything dropped from a monster slain solo could only be picked up by the killer for 10 minutes. This was a protective measure within the game. After 10 minutes, the items would become unclaimed, open to anyone's grasp. Chen Yu gathered all the equipment into his spatial pouch at his waist and tossed a glowing orb to Yang Changlong. Inside was a key embossed with stars. Thanks to the Dragon Master's generosity, feel free to call upon me, Yang Changlong, whenever necessary. Yang Changlong bowed earnestly, declaring, as long as it does not harm the country, I shall not hesitate. Subsequently, the group departed in a grand procession, quickening their pace until a voice rang out. Congratulations. Starry Town has been unsealed. Players may freely enter and exit the town. Following this announcement, the world channel erupted once more. Some astute players immediately teleported to Starry Town. In mere seconds, the square was filled with players from surrounding towns. Within moments, it reached the maximum capacity of 1,000, rendering entry impossible for anyone else. Haha, we can finally go out. Hurry, hurry. I yearn to learn. I miss my teachers dearly. Yang Changlong, surrounded by the crowd, approached the beam of light and decisively inserted the glowing orb. Oof, a bunch of rubbish. Just wait until we're out. I'll show you how to deal with you. Jiang Sheng, caught in the throng, suppressed the pent-up fury he had accumulated over the past few days. Although he hadn't found the dragon, he had lured a group of mercenaries with money, and his level had now reached 3. Dragon Master, just you wait. No matter how formidable you are in the game, you're still a loser in reality. Watch me take you down. He seethed inwardly. Many shared his sentiments, especially a group of spoiled rich kids who continuously vowed never to play this wretched game again, lamenting the absence of a recharge channel. How could they endure standing on the same starting line as those they usually looked down upon, only to be humiliated by them? Crash. In the heart of the town, radiant beams erupted. A dazzling light shot skyward, illuminating half the sky. Soon, the light columns gradually faded. Simultaneously, every player's panel in Starry Town displayed a button to exit. Tap. In less than a few seconds, nearly everyone pressed it. The town became eerily empty. Chen Yu appeared, and in the next moment, his figure vanished as well. Upon awakening, Chen Yu opened his eyes to the computer screen, acutely aware that he had returned to the real world. He gazed at the back of his hand, where 2 tattoos of different colors adorned his skin. Indeed, from the very beginning, the power from the game had seeped into reality. After the first batch of players exited, Chen Yu recalled seeing individuals showcasing supernatural abilities online, realizing later that only the top 300 players in the world could bring their powers back to reality before the game's complete arrival. This meant that, should he desire, the Frost Dragon could manifest instantly. However, he would not do so. His identity must remain concealed. As the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind. If it were just him, it would be inconsequential, as no one could harm him. Yet in the real world, he had a sister to protect. Picking up his phone from the side, he unlocked it to find a deluge of messages awaiting him. Most were from his sons, who, having not heard from him for several days, presumed he had perished and even commenced a mock funeral in their group chat. Li Minghue's WeChat was notably quiet since he had blocked her. However, a private message from a video app was hard to bear. Chen Yu? What do you mean by this? Are you humiliating me? You dare to block me again? I give you 3 minutes to provide a reasonable explanation, or I will never forgive you. How cruel you are, Chen Yu. You trample on others' sincerity so casually. I saved your life. If it weren't for me, you would have succumbed to depression and taken your own life. How dare you block me? Huh? Chen Yu scoffed, finding it utterly ridiculous. He hadn't even demanded repayment yet, and she had the audacity to question him? How shameless could she be to utter such words? Forget it. Why argue with a ghost? Taking a deep breath, he resolved not to pursue that money any further. Firstly, it had become worthless. Secondly, he would consider it a life-saving fee for their sibling bond. Skimming past those messages, Chen Yu first replied in the group chat, halting his mock funeral before checking the time. March 20th, Friday, 6 p.m. Chen Yu picked up the key on the table and stepped out of his home. This timing coincided perfectly with his sister, Chen Shi, finishing school. No way. This is all so fake. What profession, what monsters, what dragons? Who do you think you're fooling? I've already reached level 3. Don't expect me to carry you when you finally get in. Haha. You can't imagine the experiences I've had these past few days. The Divine Realm game, I don't know which company created it, but I declare it will be the greatest game in gaming history. Brother, Dad, Grandpa, tell me how to get in. I want to play too. Remember, once you get in, you must allocate your initial attribute points to speed. This is knowledge gleaned from the demise of countless players. You ask us how we got out. Haha, all thanks to the Dragon Master. Do you know what his profession is? A Dragon Tamer, with a real frost dragon. The Dragon Master S might surpasses your imagination. Let us just say, currently, he is the only one in the world to have reached level 8. Besides him, there isn't even a level 7. That's right. In the quaint expanse of our town, it is only the players of Huaxia's starry town who possess the liberty to enter and exit at will. A privilege granted by none other than the Dragon Lord, who vanquished an 8th level boss to acquire the key. Shortly after the exit, news of the Divine Domain game began to permeate the air. After all, prior to this moment, countless individuals who had been virtualized had stirred quite a commotion, and now, at long last, someone had emerged. No one could resist the urge to inquire, nor could any player refrain from speaking out. Naturally, in the short term, this would only circulate within Jiangling City, for Starry Town corresponds to a certain location within the real-world Jiangling City. Yet, the attitudes towards this revelation varied greatly. The youth, brimming with anticipation, were quick to act upon learning the means to engage with the game. In contrast, those of greater age scoffed, their rigid minds dismissing it as merely a game, no matter how impressive or extraordinary it seemed. After all, it could not fill their stomachs. At this juncture, none comprehended the profound upheaval that the Divine Domain game would usher in. The reason was simple. Ordinary players could not transfer their powers into reality. Only those ranked within the top 300 could do so. Among the 1,000 players of Starry Town, only Chen Yu and Yang Changlong had achieved such a ranking. In essence, only these two individuals wielded supernatural abilities. Chen Yu awaited at the entrance of Jiangling No. 1 High School, surrounded by a relentless tide of students, amidst whom he could faintly discern discussions regarding the Divine Domain game. Many had already made plans to meet in the game that weekend. He sighed, shaking his head. Many remained oblivious to the fact that this was no mere game. They were eagerly absorbing every detail about the game while neglecting the reality of the virtualized players who had perished. A thunderous noise erupted as he witnessed Yang Changlong punch through a steel plate, 5 centimeters thick, creating a gaping hole. The leaders of the Jiangling military district were rendered speechless. I don't know why others can't, but as you can see, my strength has indeed crossed over, Yang Changlong declared, clenching his fist. Immediately after exiting, he reported the incident. Numerous soldiers corroborated his account, and no one dared to claim it was false. However, skepticism lingered regarding Yang Changlong's assertion that this game would revolutionize the world. It's just a game. What impact could it possibly have on reality? They thought, until they witnessed the scene before them. Indeed, why can Officer Yang do it? I too have reached level 4. Why have I lost my power? A soldier pondered aloud, scratching his head. Could it be because our levels are too low? Officer Yang is among the top in the game. He rationalized. Now is not the time for this discussion. Yang Changlong interjected, gesturing to a middle-aged man. Li, you have seen the evidence. You should understand what this signifies. The man, his expression grave, nodded in agreement. Old Yang, come with me to the central office. He then turned to the others, issuing a series of directives to contain the information. If this is indeed true, we must seize this opportunity. Anshin, seek out the Dragon Lord. He is likely one of our own in Jiangling City. Also, instruct all schools to tighten supervision over mobile phones to prevent minors from accessing the game. Yes, the group responded in unison, setting their plans into motion. Meanwhile, after school at Jiangling No. 1 High School, Chen Yu waited for his sister for 20 minutes, but saw no sign of her. Growing increasingly anxious, he made his way towards the classroom of the senior class 7. Chapter 23, Sister Chen Shi. Chen Shi, be my girlfriend. In class 7, a few unruly boys in loose uniforms were blocking both the front and back doors. Inside the classroom, Li Mingjie slicked back his hair, flashing what he believed to be an irresistibly charming smile at the girl cornered against the wall. I promise to treat you well. Your brother and my sister are practically family. We could be even closer, couldn't we? Chen Shi, carrying a light pink backpack and sporting a neat, high ponytail, had a delicate, youthful face that radiated innocence and beauty. Her voice, tinged with impatience, cut through the air. Li Mingjie, I've made myself clear. I don't like you. And your relationship with my brother has nothing to do with me. Please step aside. If you refuse to be my girlfriend, I won't let you go. Li Mingjie replied, adopting a stubborn demeanor, unfazed by the situation. Chen Shi pressed her lips together and attempted to sidestep him, only to be blocked by one of Li Mingjie's lackeys. They snickered. Hey, Chen Huaxing, what's wrong with our bro? Just give a nod. And we guarantee no one at Jiangling No. 1 will dare to bully you. Step aside, or I'll report you to the teachers. She threatened. Go ahead and report us. What can you do about it? Li Mingjie and his gang were notorious troublemakers in the senior year, having engaged in fights, skipped classes, and caused chaos. Everyone avoided them. Chen Shi had no desire to engage with them, yet Li Mingjie had relentlessly harassed her time and again. This time, he had gone too far, clearing everyone out after school and cornering her in the classroom. Clutching her backpack strapped tightly, Chen Yu felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. In the past, she could have turned to her parents or her brother for help, but now with her parents gone and her brother unsupportive, she felt utterly lost. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed through the room. The half-closed back door was kicked in by Chen Yu, sending several of the thugs flying. His expression was dark and forbidding. He had heard every word exchanged. He couldn't bear to think of what might have happened if he had not arrived in time. In that moment, he found himself unexpectedly grateful to Yang Changlong. Without their support, he would never have been able to defeat the Black Phosphor Python today, nor find himself here now. Brother. Chen Yu beamed, momentarily forgetting her frustration as she rushed towards him. Wait outside for me. Chen Yu pulled her behind him and stepped into the classroom. Are you looking for death? The thugs, nursing their bruises, rose to their feet, and those at the front door quickly surrounded them, including Li Mingjie. There were 9 in total. Look who it is, the brother-in-law. What a family reunion. Li Mingjie blocked their way, his smile bright, but his heart seething with anger. What a pathetic sycophant, thinking he is someone special. If it weren't for your ability to drop gold coins, I'd have knocked you out so hard your mother wouldn't recognize you. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yu had already blocked Li Mingjie, so he still viewed Chen Yu as a potential source of wealth. Brother-in-law, can you persuade Chen Yu? Look at me. I'm not bad, right? Li Mingjie shamelessly pleaded. Lost in his fantasies, Chen Yu anxiously glanced at Chen Yu, vowing that if her brother agreed, she would never call him brother again. You and my sister? I'll bang. Chen Yu kicked the mouthy thug away, utterly dismissing his delusions. Li Mingjie's lanky frame curled up, feeling as if his body had shattered. Unable to utter a word. Damn it. Brothers, attack. His minions rushed forward at once. Brother, no? Chen Yu trembled, trying to pull Chen Yu away, realizing he was outnumbered. Even as an adult, how could he possibly take on 7 or 8 of them? Yet, they completely overlooked the iron door that had just been shattered. Bang. Boom. Ow. My back. Damn. I think my bones are broken. No, perhaps it was a matter of seconds, or perhaps just a fleeting moment. Chen Yu stood agape, her eyes wide in astonishment as she beheld Li Mingjie and his cohort, who were wailing in distress. It was only when Chen Yu tugged her along down the stairs that she finally regained her senses. Chen Yu inquired, how long have they been harassing you? Almost a month. A whole month. Why didn't you tell me? Upon hearing this, Chen Yu recalled her own stubbornness. She had been sulking and had not spent a night at home for nearly half a month. Oh, so you wanted me to inform you just so you could persuade me to acquiesce to Li Mingjie? Chen Yu huffed, pulling her sleeves as she strode forward. Chen Yu felt an urge to slap himself. Half a month prior, for reasons unknown, Li Mingjie had blocked him. He had sought out Chen Yu to apologize to Li Mingjie through her, but she had refused, leading to a rift between the siblings. I'm sorry, Chen Yu. It's my fault, Chen Yu declared, his voice resolute in his apology, acknowledging that he had indeed acted foolishly. Chen Yu slowed her pace, her ponytail swaying gently. Yet she remained silent. I've severed ties with Li Mingjie. There will be no further contact. Will you forgive me this once? At last, she halted. Her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Really? Yes. Chen Yu nodded earnestly. It won't happen again. Never. As he spoke, Chen Yu threw herself into his embrace, weeping bitterly as if all her pent-up grievances found an outlet at once. Oh, brother, you seem like a different person these past few months, so unfamiliar. I thought you no longer wanted me. Chen Yu's eyes glistened. He recognized his own negligence over the past months. Prioritizing a woman over the most cherished person in his life during such a sensitive time following their parents' departure. He gently held his now more fragile sister, repeatedly assuring her it won't happen again. The two did not head straight home, but instead sought out a fine restaurant to dine. Not only had Chen Yu not eaten for days, but Chen Yu had also been struggling to eat and sleep well during her time at school. The siblings reconciled, and in Chen Yu's words, they simply had to celebrate with a grand feast. Chen Yu readily agreed, for nothing was more important than the smile on Chen Yu's face at that moment. Hey, don't believe me? Look at this, 10,000 yuan. You call that a lousy game? There are plenty of wealthy players recruiting people to level up, some earning thousands or even tens of thousands a day. As they waited for their meal, a stroke of fate had them encounter a group of players from Starry Town at the table next to them. 5 or 6 individuals, engrossed, had abandoned their meals to listen intently to a young man in the center, animatedly recounting tales. The number 1 ranked Dragon Master. Do you know how much a wealthy young master offered? 10 million. And yet, the Dragon Master didn't even agree. Now that's a real big shot. We owe our outing to him. Hey brother, do you know about the Divine Realm game? The voice was not quiet, and Chen Yu naturally overheard. She leaned closer, her face alight with curiosity. One of the girls in our dormitory entered that game and hasn't made a peep for 4 whole days. Just a moment ago, she said she was finally out. Oh, is that so? How coincidental, Chen Yu remarked. With only 1,000 players in Starry Town, most of whom had been teleported in during the final seconds. It was indeed a strange twist of fate to encounter two. As Chen Yu finished washing the dishes, he handed them to her and, with a smirk, asked, "What is this? Are you tempted to join?" She shook her head. With the college entrance examination just a few months away, studying is far more important. Games can wait. Is that so? Chen Yu thought to himself, not voicing his intention to bring Shi into the game upon their return. College entrance examinations? What future do those hold? Hey brother, you've gotten a tattoo. At that moment, Shi suddenly noticed the intricate dragon design on the back of Chen Yu's hand. One side was a fiery gold red, while the other shimmered in an icy blue, as if it could glow. Shi regarded her brother with the eyes of a child. Brother, that design looks so childish. Can it be removed? Chuckling, Chen Yu pointed to the frosty dragon design on his right hand. Little sister, do you believe that this is actually a real dragon? Shi's gaze softened, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes as her lips parted and closed, finally nodding. Yes, brother, I believe. With a playful flick, Chen Yu tapped her forehead. Ow, why did you hit me? She pouted, rubbing her forehead. Don't give me that look of pity. You think I don't know what you're thinking? If it weren't for the current setting, Chen Yu would have summoned the frosty dragon to frolic about. Chapter 24, What Homework? After finishing their meal, as they walked home, Shi suddenly asked, by the way, brother, when did you become so formidable? What if something happens to Li Mingjie and his friends? Despite their annoyances, Chen Yu's forceful actions seemed excessive. And if they reported it to the authorities, the consequences could be dire. Don't worry, it won't happen, Chen Yu reassured her. Confident in his control as an 8th-level powerhouse, he would ensure they were left bewildered but unharmed. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Chen Yu's phone rang abruptly. It was a meeting among the 4-member group. Several handsome faces appeared on the screen. Wu Kai exclaimed, "Oh, look who it is, our big romantic. Have you finally emerged from the shadows of heartbreak?" Zhang Yuanjie chimed in, "What nonsense. Our Chen Ge has never been in love, so where's the heartbreak?" Lu Yuntao added, "Chen Yu, have you really been off the grid these past few days because you were undergoing tribulation?" What nonsense these fellows were spouting. Chen Yu, speechless. Cut straight to the point. You know about the Divine Realm game, right? I've entered it. What? The 4 exclaimed in unison, astonished. She set down her backpack, her expression one of disbelief. Brother, you entered the game too? Chen Yu nodded at his sister and addressed his friends on the phone. This world is about to change, listen to me. Hang up and go to the App Store to download a game called Divine Realm. You should start in Misty Town. Don't hesitate, teleport over immediately and wait for me. Wait, Chen Yu. The 4 exchanged glances, at a loss for words. They knew nothing and instinctively felt it best to avoid the strange and mysterious. Am I going to harm you? In the face of such supernatural events, you can't still be clinging to science, can you? Chen Yu, what have you experienced in the game? We've heard many say it's just a career game. They were still unconvinced, as the game had not affected reality. What could be so powerful within it? I don't have time to explain, just trust me. Once you enter, everything will become clear. At 9 o'clock, I will be waiting for you in Misty Town. Chen Yu felt a deep gratitude for his roommates, as they had indeed assisted him greatly. If possible, he would like to guide them through this experience. Snap. Without giving them a chance to voice their questions, Chen Yu abruptly hung up the phone. He looked up to meet Chen Shi's sparkling eyes. Brother, you really entered the game? Yes. I was in there for 4 days and finally managed to come out. For days. Chen Shi pouted. No wonder you didn't even call me these past few days. I thought you truly didn't care about me. Chen Yu felt a bit embarrassed. Actually, I was paving the way for you. Come on, let us enter the game. What? Now. But I haven't finished my homework. What further assignments are there? Hand me the phone. Just tap this icon. In an instant, Chen Shi became ethereal. Meanwhile, Chen Yu no longer needed the phone as a medium. A panel appeared before him, allowing him to enter once more with just a thought. Jiangling University's male dormitory. Wu Kai and the others stared blankly at the phone for a while. Finally, Zhang Yuanjie spoke up. What do you think? Should we go in? Tomorrow is the weekend, and there are no classes. I've heard we won't have to worry about hunger once inside. We save on meals. Lu Yuntao chuckled. We save money and get to play games. It doesn't seem dangerous at all. Let us go have some fun. Haha, indeed. Wu Kai smiled and, following Chen Yu's guidance, opened the App Store, immediately spotting the eye-catching icon. He placed his hand on it, but did not tap, waiting for the other 2 to join him. With a swift motion, their figures blurred. The female dormitory. Mingyue, do you play this game? Since players from Jiangling University had already exited the game, the related matters had spread like wildfire on the confession wall. So most people were already aware of how to enter. Huang Rongrong held the phone in front of Li Mingyue, pointing at the icon. I'm not going. Li Mingyue glared at the phone, her anger palpable, and coldly refused. Huang Rongrong chose not to press her further and instead inquired about the other dorm members. She received unanimous agreement from the other 2. University students possess time, energy, and a spirit of adventure, making them the primary force in the Divine Realm game from the outset. That scoundrel Chen Yu dared to hit Mingjia. I will not let you off easily over here. Li Minghua seethed as she read the chat with Li Mingjia. It had been 4 or 5 days without a word from him, and he hadn't given her an explanation. To top it off, he had turned around and hit her brother. How could she swallow this indignation? Just as she was about to type "call the police" in the chat, she suddenly realized that if she did report it, it would mean a complete severance with Chen Yu. Who would pay off her debts? Who would buy her cosmetics? Who would provide for her brother's living expenses? Breathe. Calm down. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she suddenly felt she could not afford to lose this quality sycophant, the biggest fish in her pond. Clearing her throat softly, she switched to another application and, in a gentle tone, messaged, "Chen Yu, although I'm upset with you, I also hope you're doing well. Doctor Liang just told me that your mental health needs another checkup. Tomorrow is Saturday. I can accompany you so we can clear up any misunderstandings." Sending the message. Chen Yu had initially been in a daze, and Li Minghua had cleverly suggested seeing a psychologist. Through the doctor's hints, she implied that having someone accompany him was crucial, otherwise it would lead to problems. Thus, Chen Yu became increasingly dependent on Li Minghua. But now even if Li Minghua waited till flowers wilted, she wouldn't receive so much as a punctuation mark from Chen Yu. Welcome, Chen Shi, to Fog Town. This is a place. This game is truly wondrous. Chen Shi materialized in Fog Town, surrounded by many newcomers who, like her, were curiously surveying their surroundings. Ever since the news spread, the population of each town had significantly increased, mostly comprising newcomers. "Hey, little sister, would you like me to take you to slay monsters?" At that moment, a man wielding a sword approached, grinning lecherously. "Someone like you is likely to perish easily. I'm already level 3. If you follow me, I guarantee you'll level up safely." Although players in Fog Town could not leave, they had learned everything from the newly arrived players. Many veteran players lingered in the town square, beginning to lure newcomers. Some sought their initial lucky points, while others, with lascivious gazes, particularly targeted female players. This game feels incredibly real, both in sensation and thrill. Once outside the confines of the town, who could control them? Little sister, don't listen to him. We'll take you. I assure you'll level up quickly and enjoyably. On the other side, a few more individuals approached Chen Shi. Dressed in a flowing white robe adorned with golden patterns resembling runes, her already pure and beautiful face radiated a sense of sanctity, captivating the onlookers. While the face remains unchanged, the initial attire varies according to profession. Mages typically wear robes of various colors, assassins don tight garb, archers don hunting outfits, and warriors are clad in armor or cowboy-like attire. Chen Shi's appearance was exceptionally striking in the town. It was evident she was no ordinary profession. She doesn't need it. Before Chen Shi could respond, Chen Yu appeared beside her, rejecting the offer on her behalf. He had shed his silver armor for a robe, and no one knew he was the Dragon Lord. "Who are you?" She hasn't even spoken, so who gives you the right to make decisions for her? The group protested in dissatisfaction. "Brother, you're here." Suddenly, Chen Shi's joyful exclamation left everyone dumbfounded. "Let us go?" Chen Yu ignored them further, nodding to Chen Shi as they walked toward the town's exit. "Damn." The group muttered curses under their breath, beginning their search for other prey. Coincidentally, not far from them, a few more girls landed. Is this the Divine Realm game? Huang Rongrong looked around, and then saw several individuals approaching. "Haha, ladies. We are veteran players here, offering to guide newcomers for free. How about teaming up to slay monsters?" The group unknowingly converged, using the same lines. Huang Rongrong and her 2 roommates beamed with smiles, feeling incredibly fortunate. "Really? Thank you so much. Then let us go?" They chatted merrily as they departed. In another corner of the town, Wu Kai and the others appeared in unison. Their professions varied. One was a warrior, another an assassin, and the last an archer. Wow. This game is unbelievably realistic. Wu Kai pinched himself, the pain feeling utterly authentic. According to the introduction, this game is no simple matter. It just mentioned that we seem to be in Fog Town. Chen Yu told us to wait. Where is he? I'm itching to go out and slay monsters to level up. Zhang Yuanjia, gripping his iron bow, could hardly contain his eagerness. Chapter 25, Epic Talent, Radiant Light. Are you still a light priest mage? On the way, Chen Yu inquired. This was also a special profession, a branch of the light mage category. Chen Shi nodded, somewhat astonished. Brother, how did you know I'm a light priest mage? And why are you using the past tense? Chen Yu inadvertently let slip, quickly waving his hand. Never mind that. First allocate your free attribute points to the spirit category. I'll take you to slay monsters. Generally, it was agreed that speed was the best attribute to enhance at this stage. But did Chen Shi need it? With Chen Yu protecting her, what danger could she possibly face? All right. Chen Shi nodded, quickly completing her adjustments, then curiously asked, Brother, It seems I have awakened an epic talent called Radiant Light. As expected, Chen Yu's profession and talent were all reminiscent of her previous life. Talent, Radiant Light. Grade, Epic. Active skill, can release 3 types of holy light. Effects vary with level. Group buff, all attribute increase of 5. Group healing, restores 20 health per second. Group damage, inflicts 20 damage per second. Buff limit, 5. Heal limit, 5. Damage limit, 5. Passive effect, immune to curses, resentments, possession, and possesses innate resistance against all dark entities, such as evil spirits, skeletons, cursed objects, and undead, with effects varying by level. This talent embodies enhancement, healing, and damage, becoming increasingly formidable as one ascends in levels. Not to mention others, even Chen Yu felt a twinge of envy. Merely the passive effect rivals the diamond-level talents from his past life. It is indeed worthy of being classified as an epic talent. The only point of balance might be the equipment and skill books of light mages, which are relatively scarce, hindering rapid advancement. Before long, having not ventured far, the siblings encountered a creature. It was a level 1 gray wolf, nearly a meter tall, with a fierce gaze fixed upon them. Brother, you wouldn't make me fight it, would you? Chen Shi hid behind Chen Yu, instinctually terrified upon seeing such a fearsome creature, despite being aware of her extraordinary powers. Chen Yu had no intention of putting her through any trials. While he was present, Chen Shi was to face no danger. I'll weaken it, and you can deliver the final blow. As he spoke, a fire staff appeared in his hand. With a growl, sensing danger, the gray wolf lunged forward. Hoping to strike first, Chen Yu smirked coldly, and with a flick of his thoughts, unleashed a fireball the size of a fist. The wolf was engulfed in flames, visibly on the brink of extinguishment. Following his command, Chen Shi summoned a basic light blade and dispatched the gray wolf. Congratulations. You have gained 14 experience points and 2 free attribute points. Huh, brother, I gained 14 experience points. Chen Shi exclaimed joyfully, yet Chen Yu merely shook his head, finding such a meager amount of experience hardly worth his notice. Let us go. We need to seek out higher-level monsters to slay. Chen Yu dismissed the trivial creatures and began searching for bronze or silver bosses. Even with him doing the fighting, Chen Shi would still benefit from the experience gained. Soon, the siblings commenced their rampage in a certain area of the small town. Little sister, finish it off. Congratulations. You have gained 54 experience points, 8 free attribute points, and 2 luck points. Little sister, finish it off. Congratulations. You have gained 158 experience points and 18 free points. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 2. Little sister, congratulations. You have gained. Sister, congratulations. You have gained 180 experience points. 144 experience points. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 3. Congratulations. You have gained 288 experience points. Congratulations. 174 experience points. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 4. In a mere half hour, Chen Shi ascended rapidly, reaching level 4. She could scarcely believe it, especially as she had witnessed numerous players fleeing in panic from monsters along the way. Those individuals struggled against level 1 and 2 creatures, while she, with Chen Yu dispatching level 4 and 5 monsters as if it were child's play, merely needed to lift her hand to unleash her light blades. It was simpler than drinking water. Brother, what level are you? It seems like you can defeat any monster in a single blow. Chen Shi gazed at Chen Yu with admiration, finally voicing her curiosity. Do you know my codename? Chen Yu reveled in her gaze, unable to resist a hint of boasting in front of his sister. Ah, what is your codename, brother? As siblings, she had indeed overlooked this nickname. I, your brother, am none other than the Dragon Master, the #1 on the global leaderboard. In the absence of others, Chen Yu chose not to conceal this from Chen Shi. Dragon Master. Chen Shi gasped in astonishment, hastily checking the leaderboard, where the name of the Dragon Master still reigned supreme. Despite the passage of time, he remained the sole level 8 player, with only a handful of level 7 players having emerged. Brother, is it true? Are you really the Dragon Master? Chen Shi chirped excitedly, flitting around Chen Yu like a little bird. Each call of brother made Chen Yu's lips involuntarily curve upwards. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Brother, the World Channel says the Dragon Master is a Dragon Tamer, but aren't you a fire mage? I am indeed a Dragon Tamer, but who says a Dragon Tamer cannot also be a mage? Chen Yu raised his hand, and an ice blue pattern shimmered with light. As I mentioned, this is a true giant dragon. Do you not believe me? Can I see it? Yes, but you must keep my identity a secret. You should understand that fame brings its share of troubles, right? Chen Shi nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. In the next moment, with a flick of Chen Yu's thought, the colossal form of the frost dragon burst forth. Having awakened from slumber, the frost dragon now exceeded 10 meters in length. Its ice blue scales glimmered like crystalline spikes, densely protruding, with some areas adorned with fearsome barbs, exuding an aura of majesty. Its rank had risen from silver to gold, and it had acquired 2 additional innate skills, one being the ability to summon a tempest akin to a tornado with a mere flap of its wings, capable of rending everything in its path. The other, an exclusive domain known as Frigid Realm, which could suppress all elements within its vicinity, swiftly transforming the surroundings into an icy wasteland. Given sufficient time, it could even reduce an area to absolute zero. It had utilized this very technique to vanquish the black phosphor giant python. Moreover, the frost dragon's icy breath had evolved into ice flames, significantly amplifying its power. Wow. Unsurprisingly, Chen Yu recoiled behind Chen Yu, gazing up with wide eyes, awestruck by the spectacle before her. Chen Yu chuckled softly and waved his hand. The frost dragon's deep blue eyes gleamed with a human-like intelligence, and it settled down with a thud. Would you like to touch it? Chen Yu's eyes instantly sparkled. Yes. Yes. Then go ahead. It won't harm you. Is that all right? She cautiously stepped forward, extending a hand to caress its scales. The texture was frigid, akin to touching a block of ice. The frost dragon's deep blue eyes flickered, and suddenly, it extended its tongue to lick her hand. This startled Chen Yu, prompting her to shout, brother, it wants to eat me. Ha! Chen Yu laughed heartily, grabbing her and leaping onto the dragon's back. The frost dragon lifted its head, and its massive form made it a challenge to lower itself. Oh my, am I dreaming? Chen Yu finally realized the dragon had soared into the sky, with many players below staring up in astonishment. Look, a dragon. A real dragon. Goodness, how enormous is that? Don't tell me I'm supposed to fight that thing right after entering. Haha, what do you know? That's the frost dragon of the Dragon Master. A single swipe could annihilate you. Fight. Nonsense. The Dragon Master? Is he the one ranked first? Where is he? I want an autograph. The majestic silhouette of the dragon can no longer be concealed. Players in Misty Town gaze skyward, their astonishment palpable. Meanwhile, Chen Yu and Chen Yu remain hidden behind the dragon's wing, choosing not to reveal themselves. Let us go, it's time to descend. Chen Yu reminds himself of the 3 individuals awaiting him in Misty Town. Chapter 26. Simply desiring to be your lifetime guardian. With the dragon stored away, the 2 make their way towards the town. Chen Yu, brimming with excitement, takes advantage of the surrounding obscurity to inquire, brother, what is the name of your dragon? Ice Frost Dragon. Does it have a nickname? A nickname? Chen Yu had not considered this before. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems it doesn't require one, does it? Chen Yu shook her head emphatically. It absolutely does. Even kittens and puppies have names. This is a genuine dragon. How could it possibly lack a name? All right. Then what do you propose? How about calling it Little Ice? Chen Yu mused, feeling that the Ice Frost Dragon might not appreciate such a moniker. However, he decided it was merely a title, not of paramount importance. He nodded, sure. Call it whatever makes you happy. Haha, Little Ice, Little Ice. Soon after, the 2 returned to Misty Town, where they immediately spotted 3 individuals crouched on the ground, drawing circles. Chen Yu chuckled. TSK, are you fellows cursing me? You guessed correctly. We curse you to remain forever single, Wu Kai replied nonchalantly. As the group turned, they suddenly noticed Chen Yu behind Chen Yu, clad in a pristine white robe and exuding an aura of innocence. Ah, so that's why you suddenly came to your senses. You found a new love. They laughed. Before they could continue, Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. What are you talking about? This is my sister, my biological sister. Whoa, I had no idea Chen Yu had a sister, and such a beautiful one at that. Brother Chen, how old is your sister? Is she available for marriage? Ahem. What do you think of little brother here? The group warmly clasped Chen Yu's hand, as if they were long-lost brothers. Huh, what are you dreaming about? You think I don't know my own brother's character? How could I not protect my sister? After some light-hearted banter, Chen Yu suddenly grew serious. Surely you can sense that this game is quite extraordinary? Indeed. They nodded in agreement. It was evident to anyone. Therefore, I will not elaborate further. Just know that swiftly leveling up is the key to success. From his backpack, Chen Yu produced several pieces of equipment, an iron bow, a short blade, and a long sword, each a bronze piece. Naturally, silver gear was beyond their current capacity. Nonetheless, the group's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having just completed a round, they had already discussed much, understanding the rarity of bronze equipment. Goodness, Brother Chen, you aren't planning to buy our innocence, are you? Nonsense. Chen Yu replied with a grave demeanor. I merely wish to be your lifelong guardian. Uffed. Chen Yu erupted into laughter, utterly unjealous. For Chen Yu had provided her with even better gear, silver-grade armor, silver-grade skill books, silver-grade boots, and even the exceedingly rare silver-grade light-type staff. Within merely half an hour of entering, she not only ranked the highest in experience gain, but had also fully outfitted herself with silver items. Before long, the group had distributed their equipment. Let us go. I'll lead you to hunt monsters." Chen Yu waved his hand, guiding the eager group out of the town once more. They entered a dense forest, and after walking a few paces, they encountered a few fleeing players. "No way. We stand no chance against that monster, run. Help. It's too fast." Behind them, a dark, menacing scorpion advanced swiftly, its stinger poised to strike. "Quick. We must assist them," Wu Kai exclaimed, his sense of justice igniting. However, Chen Yu grasped his arm to halt him. "Do not meddle unnecessarily, before rushing to save others. Consider whether you possess the strength to do so." The scorpion was a level 2 creature. Truthfully, the three, armed with bronze equipment, could handle it. Yet, their previous impulsive actions were misguided. What if they had no gear? Would they not be courting death? Remember, compassion is valuable, but do not disperse it recklessly. Chen Yu turned back, offering a final reminder to Qin Shi. "All right, now you can engage." The black scorpion had noticed them, redirecting its attention towards the group. This time, Chen Yu refrained from intervening. The level 2 creature was a perfect opportunity for Qin Shi and Wu Kai to hone their skills. "Okay," Qin Shi nodded, recognizing that while her level was high, her experience was lacking. This was the perfect moment for practice. "I'll take the lead. Lao Lu, coordinate with me. Lao Zhang, provide firepower suppression. And as for Brother Chen's sister," Wu Kai, wielding a long sword, made the arrangements, yet remained unaware of Qin Shi's level, simply stating, "Use whatever skills you have, unleash them." With that, the group proceeded to confront the black scorpion in an orderly fashion. Chen Yu observed from the sidelines, ensuring their safety. Flash! Wu Kai swung his long sword fiercely, and with a crack, he severed one of the scorpion's legs. However, the scorpion retaliated, its stinger lunging towards them. "Be careful!" Zhang Yuanjie shouted, pulling back his bow just in time to narrowly miss the scorpion. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuntao moved swiftly, wielding a short blade to deliver a decisive cut, severing the scorpion. 74. 68. 98. The black scorpion's health diminished rapidly. Before Chen Shi could make her move, the three had effortlessly dispatched it. "Huh, it wasn't as formidable as we imagined." "Indeed. I barely struck twice before it was gone." Wu Kai and the others felt a lingering thrill, yet they understood this victory was largely due to their bronze gear. Their foundational stats were sufficient to surpass a level 2 monster. "Hey, there seems to be an item." Lu Yuntao bent down to retrieve a black dagger, a piece of equipment for assassins. "Haha, just right for my class." This was merely an ordinary item, of low tier, and none paid it any mind. Had novice players witnessed such disdain for the gear they craved, they might have been driven to despair. "Let us go. We must not waste time." Chen Yu glanced at the leaderboard, noticing that several prominent players had surged ahead, already reaching level 7. He organized his group, emphasizing the urgency of leveling up. Moreover, it was crucial to acknowledge that Chen Yu had unsealed the town, signaling to the game that the existing monsters and resources were no longer sufficient for its players. In due time, hidden realms, dungeons, ruins, and even more formidable monsters would begin to emerge. Let us move. Who would have thought this game would be so exhilarating? Why didn't we start playing earlier? With Chen Yu's formidable mental fortitude guiding them, the group needed not search for monsters. They simply followed his lead. The level 1 and 2 creatures were dispatched with remarkable ease. Until a level 3 bronze mini-boss emerged, they had not taken the situation seriously. A sense of challenge began to manifest. However, when Qin Shi unleashed the light chain to forcibly bind the creature, the level 3 monster did not endure for long. Drawing upon the experience gained from this encounter, the trio ultimately ascended to level 2. Just as they were preparing to venture elsewhere, a sudden chorus of desperate cries pierced the air. "Help! Someone, please save us. You're committing a crime. Stop this at once." "Huh? A crime? This is merely a game. What does it matter if I kill you?" The group exchanged glances, and Chen Shi could not contain himself, exclaiming, "That sounds like a girl's voice. We should go check it out." Chen Yu sighed, intuitively grasping the nature of the situation. The stark reality of the Divine Realm game often incited the emergence of malevolence, devoid of any moral burden. "Huh, brothers, don't fight over it. There's enough to go around. That little healer is mine, my goodness. Her physique is truly fitting for her profession. What a pity that beauty slipped through my fingers. She was the real prize. Damn it, a bunch of scoundrels." Chen Yu and the others swiftly located the source of the commotion. Except for Chen Yu, the others were instantly enraged and charged forward. Bang! Wu Kai sent one assailant flying with a kick. "It's you." Chen Shi recognized them. They were the very individuals who had initially attempted to recruit her for monster hunting. "Damn it, mind your own business and seek your own demise." There were 4 of them, all of considerable level, and they immediately engaged in a brawl with Wu Kai and the others. The man with the lewd grin took notice of Chen Shi, grinning once more. "Oh, it's you. Little sister. Have you changed your mind and are willing to join your big brother?" "You bastard." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu instantly positioned himself in front of Chen Shi. Dare to lay a hand on her. You're courting death. He drew a silver knife from who knows where. And in the face of their stunned expressions, a flash of silver light sliced through the air. With a sickening sound, blood gushed forth. And two halves of a corpse collapsed to the ground, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. Chapter 27. Brother, are you deceiving me? The brawl between Wu Kai and his companions, alongside the terrified girls, left them all momentarily dumbfounded until the corpse vanished completely. This is bad. We must flee. The remaining few, faces marked by terror, quickly scrambled to escape. Stand still. After committing such an act, do you think you can run? Wu Kai and the others attempted to pursue, but with a whoosh, something moved faster than they could react. Chen Yu summoned his fire staff, unleashing 3 fireballs that instantly turned the remaining 3 into charred remains. The group felt a chill run down their spines, realizing that life had become alarmingly cheap in that moment. Brother, they were really? Chen Shi asked in fear. For those accustomed to a harmonious society, the sight of someone being cleaved in two was profoundly shocking. Even knowing it was merely a game, acceptance did not come easily. They can respawn, Chen Shi remarked simply, then waved her hand. Let us go. As for the 3 girls on the ground, dazed and speechless, he recognized them as roommates of Li Mingyue. Chen Yu, it's really you. The girls quickly identified them. Wait, Chen Yu, Huang Rongrong shouted. Chen Yu turned, casting a glance devoid of any emotion at them. What is it? It's just that Mingyue has been looking terribly worn out these past few days. She can't eat or sleep well. Huang Rongrong had no standing to compel Chen Yu to halt. She could only mention Li Mingyue. She believed that Chen Yu's previous affection for her was too profound to simply sever. Moreover, she had never anticipated that Chen Yu would be so formidable. If he were around to protect them, wouldn't he leveling up in this game be as easy as drinking water? Chen Shi looked at Chen Yu anxiously. As a woman herself, she understood Li Mingyue's true nature and had repeatedly advised her brother against her. Yet, she could not fathom what kind of spell Li Mingyue had cast on Chen Yu. As the more she advised him, the deeper he seemed to sink. Now that he had finally distanced himself, she hoped her brother would have no further contact with Li Mingyue. Wu Kai and the others also sensed the tension and quickly interjected, not wanting the embers of old flames to be rekindled. Huang Rongrong, we saved you. We asked for no gratitude, just to keep your distance from us. Exactly. Our brother Chen could have anyone. Why would he hang himself on your tree? Zhang Yuanji added. Exasperated, Lu Yuntao pulled Chen Yu, urging him to leave. Hey, let us go. Brother Chen, don't pay them any mind. However, to everyone's surprise, Chen Yu suddenly smiled and said to Huang Rongrong and the others, all right, you let Li Mingyue in, and I will definitely take good care of her. The faces of Huang Rongrong and the others brightened with joy. Indeed, if the love was so deep, how could it be easily relinquished? Li Mingyue would surely be thrilled to hear this news, but they had no way to convey it to her. The mist town was still sealed off, and they could not exit the game. It's all right. The outside world is too dangerous. I can't protect so many people alone. You should return to the town first, and you'll be able to leave soon, Chen Yu said, feigning concern for them. All right, thank you, Chen Yu. We will definitely speak to Mingyue properly. Actually, she was ready to agree to your confession last time, but you. The group dispersed in different directions. The atmosphere around Chen Yu grew heavy. Wu Kai and the others shook their heads in despair, while Chen Shi suddenly stopped, tears welling in her eyes. Brother, are you deceiving me? You promised you wouldn't have any more contact with her. Chen Yu realized they had misunderstood him and hurried to clarify, after investing so much. How could I not seek a return? As soon as this statement left his lips, the others immediately recalled the sight of the man who had just been dismembered. Understanding Chen Yu's implication. Damn, Brother Chen, do you have to be so ruthless? Yet, laughter followed, but I like it. It's not like they're really dead. The group's spirits lifted. Only Chen Shi continued to regard him with skeptical eyes. Really? Of course it's true. I don't have a masochistic tendency. Chen Shi emphasized, if you're deceiving me, I will never recognize you as my brother again. I promise. Chen Yu hastily reassured his sister. Ultimately, they returned to their hunting endeavors. After assisting Wu Kai and the others in reaching level 4, Chen Yu accessed the game panel, where he noted that someone was recruiting strong players under the name of Guiyun Changlong. The nation was finally entering the fray. It wouldn't be long before each town was populated by a disciplined and cohesive group of players. He could not continue to accompany Wu Kai and the others indefinitely. Integrating them into the national team would be the best sanctuary for them. The title of future volunteer king that Yang Changlong bore was not merely for show. Following him would undoubtedly be the safest choice in the future. However, Chen Yu had no intention of revealing his connection to Wu Kai and the others, as that would expose his identity. Hey, this Guiyun Changlong is recruiting strong players. Chen Yu pointed to the channel, pretending to ponder. I've heard that Guiyun Changlong seems to be affiliated with the official personnel. Official personnel? The others naturally picked up on this. Hey, do you think if we join the official organization, given our levels, we might even get appointed to some official position? It's possible. Lu Yuntao, the most seasoned gamer among them, noted that in such nascent games, joining the official ranks for pioneering and expansion could yield substantial benefits in the future. Sounds promising. Zhang Yuanjie nodded. Shall we join in as well? Sure, what about you, Chen Yu? Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. I think I'll pass. I prefer not to be too constrained. By the way, Chen Yu, what level are you at? With all that bronze equipment, you must have slain quite a few monsters, right? The three of them nodded, suddenly recalling that they had yet to ascertain Chen Yu's level. My level is just average. I was merely fortunate enough to obtain a few pieces of bronze gear. Chen Shi understood her brother's intent, and, wishing to prevent any further probing from the others, chimed in, where do we sign up? I want to join too. After all, my brother can't look after me forever. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanjie, Wu Kai, and Lu Yuntao, who had initially been speaking casually, began to consider the matter seriously. Even his younger sister recognized that she could not rely on her brother indefinitely. How could they? Chen Yu had already assisted them in reaching level 4 and had provided them with several pieces of bronze equipment and skill books. He had been more than generous. They could not be parasites. Hey, we can sign up in the town. Wu Kai pointed towards the town channel, where officials had already made their presence known. Let us go. The group then made their way back to Misty Town. In the town square, several official players were surrounded by a throng of eager participants. Everyone understood that joining the official ranks offered only benefits for ordinary players. What perks come with joining the official ranks? Don't tell us it's just a title. I'm a level 2 warrior. Look at me. I want to join. Level 2? Don't get your hopes up. I'm level 3 and I doubt I have much chance. The officials waved their hands repeatedly. Listen up. Only players level 3 and above with normal luck can register. Each town can accommodate a maximum of 10 players. And we can relax the requirement for support roles down to level 2. As soon as the criteria were announced, a considerable number of players dispersed from the square. After all, this standard was hardly low. Many players were still hovering around levels 1 and 2. Nevertheless, the trio of Wu Kai strode confidently forward. Just as Chen Shi was about to join them, Chen Yu held her back. What are you doing trying to join the fray? Do you think I want to look out for you? Chen Shi shook her head. No, what I said earlier was sincere. I can't always depend on my brother. I can become strong on my own. With that, she smiled and walked over. Chen Yu sighed, recognizing that his sister was right. What if something happened and he wasn't there? Having an organization to protect her was indeed important. Before long, they had completed their registration and garnered significant attention. Particularly Chen Shi, the level 5 light sacrifice mage, whose rarity and level far surpassed those of most present. They promptly informed Yang Changlong from Starry Town, who had just entered the game. A light sacrifice mage? Haha, what perfect timing. Yang Changlong's face was alight with excitement. Currently, he was the highest commander in the Huaxia Divine Domain game. The higher-ups had made it clear that they would spare no effort to assist him in rapidly leveling up. He needed to quickly attain a power level comparable to that of other top players. He certainly could not let down the responsibilities placed upon him by the nation. Just recently, a teammate had discovered a level 7 monster, the Cursed Treant. Preparations had already been made, but with the addition of a light sacrifice mage, their chances of success would undoubtedly increase. Chapter 28. Items can overflow the backpack. The only headache was that Starry Town was already at full capacity with players. However, he could not afford to abandon this town, as it was the only link to the real world. After a moment's thought, he summoned On Xin to discuss the matter. Upon hearing his proposal, she immediately replied, it's simple. We'll send someone over from our side, and you just need to time it right to fill the gap. This was indeed feasible. Yang Changlong quickly sent a message to that side. Back at Misty Town, the group approached Chen Shi and explained the situation without reservation. Level 7? Before Chen Yu could respond, Wu Kai and the others erupted in exclamations. They had never encountered a level 7 monster. But just hearing the level was enough to convey its terrifying nature. What kind of organization lets new members tackle a boss right off the bat? Rest assured, our captain is very responsible. He won't send anyone to their death. Several official players assured. Brother, it's fine, I can go. Chen Shi took a deep breath. Having faced the frost dragon, she felt prepared. Chen Yu nodded, having no significant concerns, as he had previously equipped Chen Shi with the crimson dragon armor. With its formidable defense, even a level 7 monster's attack might not breach it. Moreover, he understood that Yang Changlong would not act recklessly. Chen Shi's role would merely be an enhancement to the team's strength. Excellent. Thank you for your understanding. The official players began to make arrangements, and soon, Chen Shi vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Wu Kai and the others remained behind to await the review, and ultimately, Chen Yu stepped out of the town alone. Chen Yu. Suddenly, as he was about to leave, Huang Rongrong and her companions called out to him. Chen Yu turned to them, his eyes conveying his question. Huang Rongrong smiled. Now that Wu Kai and the others are gone, could you take us to level up? Yes, yes, exclaimed a girl with a ponytail. Once Minghua joins us, we will surely advocate for you. What a clever idea. Chen Yu shook his head. I have matters to attend to. How about this? Tomorrow, after I finish, I'll take you to fight. Haha, that sounds wonderful. We'll wait for you right here. Huang Rongrong and her companions were thrilled and, filled with curiosity, asked, by the way, Chen Yu, what level are you at? Sufficient. With those two words, Chen Yu departed the town. He donned his hood and changed into a full set of silver equipment, instantly transforming back into the world's top-ranked Dragon Lord. Before this, he finally had time to sort through his items. After slaying the black phosphor python, his inventory had swelled. And even after giving away 6 or 7 items and setting aside his personal silver dagger, Chen Yu armor, fire staff, elemental staff, and lucky bell, the total number of items in his backpack and spatial pouch still reached an impressive 21. It was no exaggeration to say that if he fought a few more monsters, his backpack might burst from the weight. Among them, there were 9 silver items and 12 bronze items. Chen Yu sifted through and carefully selected, ultimately deciding to keep 8 items. These included 3 for mages, 2 for warriors, 2 general use items, and 1 special item. The mage items consisted of 2 skill books and 1 special spiritual object. Thunderfire Technique, silver, red, a dual-element mage skill book for fire and thunder, capable of releasing wide-range lightning strikes and fireballs, dealing 200 damage per second, with a 50 chance to induce paralysis or burn, reducing speed and defense by up to 50 for a duration of 30 seconds. Casting time, 12 seconds, range, 50. Ice Spear Technique, silver, gold, an ice element mage skill book that can condense ice spears to deal single target damage, with a minimum hit of 200 points and a maximum burst of 800 points for 60 seconds. Casting time, 9 seconds, range. Fire Crystal, silver, blue, a special fire element mage item that can be directly refined, providing a permanent magic power boost of 180. In the Divine Domain game, there are not only equipment and skill books, but also special items that can enhance strength, as well as a variety of spiritual objects such as fire crystals and ice crystals, along with medicinal herbs for healing. To put it simply, these are akin to the treasured materials found in novels, each possessing unique attributes. Chen Yu's Heart of the Dragon is indeed a unique spiritual artifact, devoid of any subdivisions into lesser ranks, exclusively classified as a high-grade item. With these 3 items in his possession, Chen Yu did not hesitate to assimilate them, refining and augmenting his own capabilities. The warrior class items consist of an equipment piece and a skill book. The black phosphorus blade, silver, red, warrior class equipment. Attack power 300, can unleash a reverse scale long-range attack, continuously inflicting 200 damage, with a maximum of 2,000 points. The blade draw slash, silver, gold, warrior class skill book. Explosive damage, each strike delivering a minimum of 380 damage, with a 50 chance to trigger a decapitation effect, potentially dealing up to 1,500 damage. These 2 items complement each other perfectly, and Chen Yu likewise opted to learn them directly. As for the universal items, one is a pair of silver-grade boots, and the other is silver-grade black robe. The Swift Shadow Boots, silver, gold. Universal equipment, speed 240, capable of releasing multiple afterimages to conceal oneself, lasting for 3 seconds. Equipment level, 3. The Swift Shadow Boots were given away, serving as an excellent substitute. However, more than this, Chen Yu placed the utmost importance on the black robe, as it possesses the effect of concealing against prying eyes. Upon reaching a certain level, certain professions, such as assassins and certain support mages, possess the ability to spy. With the name of Dragon Master drawing attention, the potential for exposure loomed. The black robe alleviated such concerns. Even if future levels fell short, he could refine it further, ensuring its continued usefulness. The last remaining special item is a book, yet it comprises only 3 pages. And even after 6 or 7 years of operation in the previous Life S game, an ordinary person might never have heard of it. The Inscription Book, bronze, red, capable of inscribing any skill, original power 50, usable by any profession, inscription limit, 1. This item is nothing short of a divine artifact for support roles, although it is merely of bronze rank. Its value is no less than that of an average silver item, boasting a significant premium. He learned what he needed to learn and equipped what was requisite. Chen Yu felt rejuvenated. He opened his panel and glanced. Codename, Dragon Master. Profession, Dragon Tamer, Heart of the Dragon. Talent, Sublimation of all things, silver 0, 100. Level, 8, 6,988, 8,000. Contract, Frost Giant Dragon, Divine Flame Ancient Dragon, Compatibility 8. Constitution, 584. Strength, 686. Speed, 522. Spirit, 628. Free attribute points, 0. Luck, 100. Luck points, 1094. Sublimation points, 28. In the game, basic attribute points increase by 1 for every 3 levels, 100, 200, 300, culminating at 800, which totals 1005 at level 8. Of course, basic attribute points are merely foundational. Typically, players exceed these base values, and the reason is simple: free attribute points. Players earn these by defeating monsters, the sum varying. Chen Yu, for instance, far surpasses this value. He has no idea how many monsters he has slain. But he adds freely, and with the inclusion of fire crystals, the enhancements are indeed formidable. Sublimation points. Chen Yu pondered, contemplating where to allocate his 28 sublimation points. Although he yearned to enhance all his skills, the limited number proved a constraint. After some deliberation, he chose to spend 15 sublimation points to elevate his Fire Meteor technique, Thunder Fire technique, and Black Phosphorus Blade, all nearing gold status, up to gold level. He then utilized all remaining sublimation points to elevate his all-element staff, Ice Spike technique, and Combo Slash, practical bronze items and skills, up to silver. Thus, Chen Yu's prowess witnessed another significant leap. He even felt confident enough to seek out a level 9 monster to slay. Casting a glance at the sky, dawn had arrived. It was now the 6th day, and the number of players in the town had surged. Players were seen battling monsters in every corner. Chen Yu's target for today was the level 8 boss of Misty Town. Indeed, he intended to unseal this town, for only in this way could Li Mingyue enter. Without paying heed to the low-level monsters by the roadside, Chen Yu summoned the Frost Giant Dragon and soared through the air in search of the boss. Boom. Soon, a tremendous sound captured his attention. This noise, even from a distance, was unmistakable, signaling that it was no ordinary battle. Chen Yu directed the dragon toward the source of the sound. Before long, he arrived at the scene, where flames enveloped the surroundings, transforming the area into a sea of fire. Upon discerning the situation below, Chen Yu could not help but furrow his brow. Chapter 29, A Precious Development Period. In the real world, are you all prepared? Once again, the massive round table was convened, with high-ranking officials from China gathered, albeit with the absence of military generals in uniform. Among them, a stern-faced middle-aged man nodded, stating that the various military districts of China had selected the first batch of soldiers to enter the Divine Realm, totaling over 200,000. Overnight, China had organized such a formidable force. The tasks at hand extended beyond merely gathering personnel. They needed to ensure that everyone was willing and able to overcome their fear of the unknown. Moreover, they had to swiftly absorb the experiences and precautions left by Yang Chonglong. Additionally, they were required to analyze the data provided by the experimental personnel to determine the appropriate professions for each individual, avoiding any blind choices. They aimed to guarantee that soldiers assigned to a single town could swiftly form a cohesive team. The next batch of soldiers would be deployed in 24 hours. The man continued. Good. The others responded in unison. Let us commence according to plan. Before long, commands were disseminated to the various military districts. The soldiers, who had long been prepared, began to fade into transparency in their dormitories, open spaces, and training grounds. Simultaneously, throughout China, particularly in towns corresponding to military districts, players surged in numbers, with some towns being completely filled. Not only them, the Tianlong faction, which held a portion of real power in China, almost simultaneously dispatched its personnel into the Divine Realm. However, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. Some spies, though of low rank, gleaned information that was merely superficial. Yet, even this was sufficient to conclude that China placed great importance on this game, prompting them to take the risk of transmitting information. The upper echelons of China had anticipated this and constructed a robust defensive barrier, ensuring that no news would leak out in the short term. However, this could not last indefinitely, at most 3 days. This information might soon appear on the desks of presidents in certain powerful nations, and those 3 days constituted a precious development period for China. They even specifically arranged for some soldiers to be transported to foreign towns to seize their resources. The waves were beginning to rise significantly. Jiangling University. At 8 in the morning, Li Mingyue groggily opened her eyes. Last night, she had waited for Chen Yu's message until 2 in the morning, but he had not replied. Furious, she nearly smashed her phone. Upon awakening, she immediately checked her phone. The interface was still empty. What is going on? That guy, Chen Yu. For the past few days, Li Mingyue had been unable to fathom one question. How was it that everything seemed fine the night before she confessed, yet he vanished the very next day? She had carefully reflected on her own behavior. Even though I had declined his confessions on several occasions, I had done so gently, citing my slow-to-warm nature and expressing my belief that our bond was not yet profound enough. asking for a little more time. Such refusals were couched in a manner that would not alienate him, always leaving him with the impression that if he tried a bit harder, he could win my heart. But now, how was it that? Ding. A reminder. Your Huabei payment is overdue. Please address it promptly. Ah, Chen Yu, you scoundrel. Li Mingyue exclaimed as she read the message, vigorously ruffling her already disheveled hair. Looking around, her 3 roommates, Huang Rongrong and the others, remained translucent. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mingyue recalled that they seemed to have entered that game. Just a broken game. What is so entertaining about it? As she watched, she suddenly felt that the game was indeed miraculous, capable of rendering a person into pixels. Ding ding ding. At that moment, her phone rang again. This time it was Li Mingjia, who lay in bed, cocooned in his blanket with his face covered. Sister, I'm still in pain. Have you found that Chen Yu yet? I will never forgive him easily. Li Mingyue replied with concern. Didn't you go to the hospital? Why are you still in pain? Those quacks all said there was nothing wrong and accused me of causing a scene. Li Mingjia retorted angrily. They are the ones who should be in pain. Then why don't you try another hospital? Your face looks fine to me. Who knows? It feels like ice has been shoved under my skin, freezing and aching. Then take some painkillers. I will find Chen Yu. With that, she hung up the phone. She then got out of bed, began her morning routine, and decided to take advantage of the weekend to seek out Chen Yu. Once she was prepared, made up, and donned the little white dress that would captivate Chen Yu's gaze, Huang Rongrong and the others suddenly returned to normal. They immediately noticed Li Mingyue and excitedly shouted, Mingyue, we encountered Chen Yu in the game. What? Li Mingyue halted her actions of putting on her shoes and looked at the 3 of them. Hear us what happened. They quickly recounted the events. You need to hurry and join us. Chen Yu is still waiting for you. Huang Rongrong added. It seems Chen Yu wants to apologize to you. Don't be so temperamental this time. He has become quite formidable and can help us level up. Mingyue, I truly envy you for having someone who loves you so much. Another girl, Su Yi, said with admiration. Chen Yu had entered the game long ago, and it seems he hasn't been in touch because he was trapped in it. Ah, so that was the case. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyue couldn't help but scoff internally. She had suspected as much. How could someone who professed undying love one day simply vanish the next? However, she had no intention of forgiving him with a few mere words as Huang Rongrong suggested. After all, her WeChat was still in the black room, regardless of the circumstances. The blame rested squarely on Chen Yu. She had ample means to ensure he remained compliant, just as before. How do we get in? She inquired. Just go to the App Store and find the Divine Realm icon. Hurry, the Misty Town is about to unseal. In less than a minute, the 4 once again became transparent. In Misty Town, Huang Rongrong and the others appeared in the square, but Li Mingyue was nowhere to be found. Instead, they were surrounded by many unfamiliar faces. Oh no, we must have arrived late. The town is full, and Mingyue must have been teleported to another town. They realized immediately. Moreover, Chen Yu was absent from this location. This was because, at the instant Misty Town unsealed, they rushed ahead, without waiting for Chen Yu to ensure she could catch up. Unfortunately, they were too late. What do we say to Chen Yu now? Huang Rongrong said. Her brow furrowed. They had waited all night for Chen Yu to assist them. Yet many newbies who had entered with them had already leveled up to 2nd or 3rd levels, while they remained at level 1. It's all right, said Tian Li, who wore glasses and was short and plump. We brought Mingyue in. Let Chen Yu find her. Once we regroup, we can stick together. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the town, Chen Yu stood atop an ice frost dragon, confronting 3 individuals. The one in the center was an archer, with golden hair and a handsome face, a striking mixed-race individual. Clad in silver armor and wielding a silver-grade golden longbow, he bore a subtle smile. To his left stood a figure with crossed arms, draped in a silver-grade black robe and wearing a mask, somewhat resembling an assassin. The dagger at his waist was also of silver-grade. The last person was a tall Caucasian, his features chiseled as if sculpted, clad in ancient, weathered armor reminiscent of Western cavalry, all of silver-grade. He held a cross-shaped knight's longsword, undoubtedly also silver-grade. The appearance of such individuals in Misty Town was certainly no trivial matter. Just moments ago, they had slain the level 8 boss of Misty Town and casually tossed the key to a few players attracted by the commotion, allowing them to unseal the town. Roar! The ice frost dragon let out a gentle growl as Chen Yu stood atop it, exuding an aura even more formidable than the 3 before him. Who are you? Allow me to introduce myself, the mixed-race man said, lowering his golden longbow with a harmonious smile. I go by the codename Spark. This is... He glanced at the masked figure. This is Night Shadow. The final individual stepped forward, introducing himself as Night. Spark, Night Shadow, Night. Chen Yu was well aware of these codenames, not only because their rankings were just below his own, but also because in his previous life, each of them was a formidable figure, belonging to an immensely powerful yet extraordinarily mysterious organization, one that ordinary individuals had no qualification to even know about. They must be deliberately showcasing their strength. Could it be that they have come to recruit me? Is this the time when that mysterious organization was founded? Chapter 30. One of the 7 great guilds of the world. Ranking 14, 18, 26? Chen Yu asked, feigning ignorance. Spark chuckled. Isn't it obvious? Why have you come to Misty Town? Don't tell me it's just to slay monsters? Haha, of course. Monsters are everywhere, but not everywhere has you. The number 1 on the leaderboard. Night Shadow's voice emerged from beneath the mask. Our purpose is quite simple. The 3 of them stopped being coy and directly stated. We are here to invite you, Dragon Lord, to join our Round Table Guild. The Round Table Guild. Indeed. They hail from that mysterious organization. Unlike the Righteous Guild of the Brave King, the Round Table Guild was one of the 7 great guilds worldwide. Notorious for their many scandalous exploits, such as slaying epic-level terrifying monsters that sent shockwaves around the globe. What is this Round Table Guild? Why should I join? What benefits are there? Chen Yu feigned curiosity, as at this time, the Round Table Guild had barely begun to establish its reputation. We have received divine revelations. Everything from the past will be overturned, and a new order will be established, Spark said, his face alight with admiration, as if pondering something grand. Clang. Knight raised his longsword. Dragon Lord, do you wish to be overthrown, or to be the creator of a new order? Chen Yu smirked. You consider yourselves creators? Have you watched too many movies and dramas? Yet, despite his words, he was quite clear in his own mind. They undoubtedly possess knowledge beyond that of the average individual, exhibiting an intimate understanding of this game. Otherwise, their behavior would be inexplicable. Divine words? What divine words? Could it be? He recalled his Book of Divinity, which had remained dormant since it entered his mind. And there are not just one, but multiple books of divinity. Could it be that among them, someone has also acquired one? The laughter directed at the Dragon Lord by the few was met with indifference. Were they not once in the same position? In the end, they all joined the fray. We are born to save. With the advent of the new world, we shall become the beacon for all humanity. Dragon Lord, even Huaxia needs pioneers like you. How monumental is this? The Ember's eyes sparkled with intensity as he spoke earnestly. In the top 100 rankings, aside from us, 6 others are also our allies. We emulate the ancient Round Table Conference, forming a total of 12 royal knights. Night Shadow spoke solemnly. Should you choose to join, you would become the 10th royal knight. This does not denote rank, as power remains equal regardless of position, though should you desire to claim the first place, defeating that individual is indeed an option. The knight concluded. By joining us, you will receive all assistance. Each of us is a level 7 powerhouse, endowed with formidable talents. You must comprehend the magnitude of such power. Merely a game, and yet they speak in such mystical terms. Forgive me, but I harbor no desire to join your Round Table Guild. You should return whence you came. This is my domain. Chen Yu held no interest in joining any organization and even contemplated hunting the 3 down. The reason was simple. In his past life, these individuals had assassinated numerous formidable warriors from Huaxia, including the valiant king. Had it not been for the latter's immense strength and peculiar talents, he might never have earned that title. Yet, Chen Yu, with a sound mind, refrained from attacking. These individuals seemingly possessed books of divinity. The power and mystery of such artifacts cannot be underestimated. Moreover, they numbered 9 level 7 powerhouses, each with commendable talents. Without the awakening of the divine flame ancient dragon, taking action recklessly would only bring harm to himself. Dragon Lord, joining us would bring you only benefits, not drawbacks. Ember understood that the one ranked first was proud and not easily swayed. He continued. For instance, we know the whereabouts of another dragon, aside from the Frost Dragon. Though a Dragon Tamer can only contract with one dragon, one cannot guarantee that this dragon will not face unforeseen circumstances. We can assist you in subduing that dragon, allowing you to contract it whenever you require. TCH. Chen Yu scoffed, realizing they sought to exploit him while simultaneously attempting to intimidate him. He believed they indeed knew the location of a dragon and would act accordingly. However, if he were to lose the Frost Dragon, what good would it do to be a Dragon Tamer without a dragon? Furthermore, who possesses the strength to slay his Frost Dragon? Was this not an implication that they could? Sensing his concerns, Night Shadow interjected. We understand your thoughts. Rest assured, our words equate to a promise. And we shall not betray our oath, witnessed by the divine. Is it truly so? Chen Yu pondered and stated. Then let me see your sincerity. Where is that dragon? The knight replied in a deep voice. Do you think it naive to believe you can learn the dragon's whereabouts without joining us? You are aware that a dragon tamer can only form a contract with one dragon, are you not? Chen Yu retorted. Even if I were to learn the location of that dragon, I would still be unable to form a contract. Moreover, Many well-meaning players on the world channel disseminate information. Without you, I could still find it if I wished. Are you unwilling to show even this modicum of sincerity? They would never suspect that Chen Yu was capable of contracting multiple dragons, as he only needed to know their whereabouts. Yet, the others remained unfooled. Ember shook his head. Dragon Lord, while your words ring true, with your strength, knowing the location alone does not guarantee that one individual can imprison a dragon. Revealing this information would be tantamount to discarding our leverage. These individuals, it seems, are not lacking in intellect, even as they aspire to become prominent figures in the future. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Begone. Roar. Chen Yu ceased his discourse, and the frost dragon let out a deafening roar. As snowflakes began to fall from the sky, the others felt a bone-chilling cold. Ember's previously gentle demeanor had turned icy. And with a wave of his hand, an invisible barrier of flame enveloped them all. Dragon Lord, do you truly believe that your rank allows you to look down upon us all? Chen Yu unsheathed the black phosphorus knife from his waist, its golden radiance emanating from this golden-grayed equipment. With a resounding crack, the pure black blade became suffused with golden light, the serpentine patterns fracturing into shards that floated around Chen Yu. If you dare to defy, you are welcome to engage in battle. Chen Yu's voice was cold. I shall say this once more, leave my domain, or face death. You. Knight Shadow reached for the dagger at his waist, visibly enraged. The knight pointed his sword forward. You are being excessively arrogant. As the blade was about to descend, Ember intervened. Dragon Lord, we shall temporarily reserve your position. We hope you do not become our adversary. Depart. With that, the golden longbow in Ember's hand transformed into a fiery bird, whisking away the three. Chen Yu sheathed the black phosphorus knife, gazing in their direction, muttering to himself. Is this the 6th day already? Have these prominent figures already begun to emerge? The Divine Realm game, from its inception to full immersion into reality, takes a month. It is not to say that it must take a month. The timing of its arrival is entirely contingent upon the players. Globally, the novice towns must be half unlocked for the Divine Realm game to fully materialize. However, in his previous life, this duration was indeed a month. How long will it be in this life? Chen Yu, having unlocked the Starry Town early, pondered whether it would ripple through the tranquil waters like a stone cast into a pond. Should I also make early preparations? Though I am a lone wolf, I cannot deny the wisdom of having multiple friends to forge various paths. He had always walked alone. Should he confront these prominent figures in the future, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Stroking his chin, Chen Yu opened the rankings. The world rankings encompassed 10,000 players, with the minimum requirement for entry being level 3. Among them, he spotted his sister, Chen Shi, Morning Dawn, ranked 585. Drawing upon his memory, he sifted through the names, ultimately identifying a few individuals. Afterward, he stored everything away and returned to the Misty Town. With the area now unlocked, the number of inhabitants had dwindled. Chen Yu casually glanced around. Huang Rongrong and the others were still huddled in a corner, yet there was no sign of Li Mingwei. Never mind, he thought. It is only a matter of time. Why rush? You have consumed 100 luck points to initiate regional teleportation. Cloaked in his hood, Chen Yu adjusted his black robe and vanished from the scene. Welcome, Dragon Lord, to the snowy town. This is a town blanketed in ice and snow. Tread carefully, as each step may lead to monstrous encounters. Chen Yu opened his eyes to a world of white. The town lay nestled amidst the snow, the temperature plummeting to around 7 or 8 degrees below zero. Here, female players were abundant, most of whom were engaged in ice-related professions, such as ice mages, water mages, frost archers, ice sword fighters, and even the exceptionally rare ice sprites. Some towns possess distinctive characteristics. Places like the Fire Town and Snowy Town are particularly adept at attracting related professions. Upon slaying the monsters, the likelihood of acquiring profession-specific items surpasses that of an ordinary town. Alas, the Snow Maiden is besieged by monsters. Is there anyone willing to lend assistance? Chen Yu was just about to step forward when several women rushed into the town, calling out loudly in the square. Chapter 31. Lunar Radiance Level Talent, Messenger of Ice. The Snow Maiden is under attack by monsters? Upon hearing this news, many players in the town halted their activities. Where is she? I'm going to rescue the Snow Maiden. I shall join as well. She saved my life last time, and I have long wished to repay her. Those of you at levels 2 and 3, do not interfere. The monsters that can endanger the Snow Maiden are at least level 5. I will go. The crowd quickly encircled the few women. We are truly grateful for your support, exclaimed a short-haired woman wielding an ice staff. However, we have inadvertently wandered into the territory of an 8th level boss in Frosty Town. The Snow Maiden is temporarily holding it off to allow us to escape and seek help. Please assess your capabilities. The Snow Maiden has stated that if too many casualties occur, it would be better for her to perish once. The crowd was deeply moved. realizing that the Snow Maiden had forewarned them of the situation. The Snow Maiden is the strongest in our frosty town. Just yesterday, she drove off those who bullied our players. We must save her. Indeed, our levels may be low, but dying once is of little consequence. The Snow Maiden must not fall. I declared it. The Snow Maiden saved my life last time, and even if it is dangerous this time, I must repay her. Soon, an 8-member team was formed, with everyone at least at level 4. They hastily followed the original women out of the town. Chen Yu observed all of this. To be honest, he had also come seeking the Snow Maiden, a pure ice mage with the lunar radiance level talent of the Messenger of Ice. Destined for greatness, yet having met an untimely demise in the realm of the divine game less than 3 years after its arrival, the reasons for which remain unknown, leaving countless people lamenting. 3 level 5 players and 5 level 4 players. This formation was merely a meager force against an 8th level boss. An 8th level boss is no easy foe. The Round Table Guild and others quickly dispatched 3 level 7 players. However, this aligned perfectly with Chen Yu's intentions. There is no greater debt than that of saving a life. Chen Yu followed them out of Frosty Town. Suddenly, the massive form of a frost dragon appeared, soaring through the sky for several circles before descending to meet Chen Yu. In such a snow-laden, frozen expanse, it was akin to returning home for the frost dragon. Chen Yu even wondered why the frost dragon was not born in Frosty Town. Perhaps it was a protective measure by the divine game, preventing players from easily locating elemental dragons based on their corresponding towns. Look, what is that? Oh my. What a colossal creature. What kind of monster is that? It's a dragon. Where is it headed? As usual, the dragon's grand silhouette captivated many gazes. Chen Yu paid them no mind, sensing an evident aura of battle, and swiftly approached. At that moment, within an icy cavern, a towering 8-meter-tall giant bear roared, causing the surrounding ice walls to tremble. White Bear King, LV8, grade, silver, health, 7288, with a thunderous crash. It raised its massive paw and slammed it down towards a seated figure below. Boom. Yet this strike was intercepted by an invisible barrier. Within the barrier stood a woman. Her features exquisitely chiseled, her demeanor as cold as ice, with long, flowing hair cascading down to her waist. Clad in a cerulean mage robe, she wielded a silver ice staff in her left hand and a sapphire-like necklace in her right. Bang! Bang! As the giant beast struck, the necklace began to shatter, and blood trickled from the woman's lips. This was a silver-grade life-saving item, yet it was one-time use, requiring her to remain immobile during its effect. Its duration depended solely on her mental fortitude. It was evident that she was reaching her limit, on the verge of collapse. Alas, I am doomed. I hope it won't hurt too much, she sighed inwardly, preparing to surrender. Snow Maiden, we have brought help. At that moment, several voices echoed from the cave entrance. Yet rather than bringing her joy, the woman shouted urgently, no, don't come any closer. Boom. The White Bear King sensed the new presence and immediately shifted its focus, abandoning the challenging barrier. This is an 8th level monster. The players summoned for assistance gazed upwards as the monstrous figure loomed, their hearts swelling with an uncontrollable fear. Run. The Snow Maiden dispelled the barrier, wielding her staff to unleash a blizzard with her final strength. Whoosh. The raging force ravaged the cavern, halting the white bear's advance toward the players. Snow Maiden. Some were reluctant to flee. Having followed the Snow Maiden through numerous trials, they owed their lives to her on countless occasions. No worries. I can still resurrect. The Snow Maiden's voice was cold, as though she was indifferent to her own life. The White Bear King was enveloped in a thin layer of ice, making it hard to fathom how a level 6 ice mage could inflict such damage upon a creature of the same element and 2 levels higher. This only intensified the beast's desire to devour her. Whoosh. The massive paw struck again. The Snow Maiden closed her eyes, her expression devoid of emotion. Yet internally, she was far from tranquil. Ah, mother, this game is no fun. Boom. Just then, a rumbling like an earthquake resounded. In the next moment, sunlight poured into the cavern as the roof was lifted away. Oh my God, what am I seeing? Those who had come to rescue her stood in shock, unable to comprehend the scene before them. A colossal ice-blue dragon, larger than the White Bear King, hovered in the air, its sharp claws clutching a massive block of ice. Hey, it seems there is someone on it. On the dragon's back, a figure, though small, stood out in a black robe against the white sky. The crowd suddenly recognized him. He can't be the Dragon Lord, can he? People would always remember the first. Even if the rankings of 1,000 players were fully recorded, ordinary players could no longer view those beyond the 1,000th. Yet Chen Yu's rank had become indelibly etched in their minds. There were far too many tales surrounding him, whether in the game or the World Channel. One could hear countless stories, both actively and passively. The most renowned was that the Dragon Lord was of the Dragon Tamer class, having contracted a true frost dragon. The Snow Maiden slowly opened her eyes, taking in the scene before her. She never anticipated that at this moment, such a person would come to her rescue. The words white horse, no, white dragon prince, sprang to her mind. Chen Yu was oblivious to their thoughts. He waved his hand, and the frost dragon dove down. Roar! The two colossal beings clashed in a fierce battle. Seizing the opportunity, he approached the snow maiden, gazing at her delicate yet somewhat dazed visage, and softly inquired, "Can you still move?" The snow woman regained her composure and nodded affirmatively, indeed. As she rose, the sapphire in her hand shattered with a resounding crack. They distanced themselves from the battlefield where the two monstrous entities clashed, ensuring their safety from further peril. Turning to glance behind, they witnessed the frost dragon utterly decimating the level 8 white bear king, a clear manifestation of elemental dominance. With a deafening rip, the frost dragon forcefully tore off one of the giant bear's paws. "Stay here," Chen Yu cautioned before charging forward. He swiftly conjured an ice spear. Plunging into the fray, the battle was decidedly one-sided, a massacre that unfolded with little suspense. In less than 3 minutes, the massive form of the white bear king collapsed with a resounding thud. Congratulations, the frost dragon has slain the white bear king. Passive. Congratulations. You have gained 2,786 experience points, 204 free attribute points, 268 luck points, and 26 sublimation points. Frost dragon gains 3,046 experience points. Congratulations. The frost dragon has reached level 9, compatibility 1. The spoils of this battle were quite commendable, with an impressive 9 items scattered upon the ground. Though not as illustrious as the black phosphor giant python's loot, the quality was commendable, boasting 5 silver-grade items. He gathered them casually. For now was not the time for examination. Chen Yu selected a key and handed it to the snow woman, saying, "This will unlock the ice and snow town." "Thank you. Thank you so much." The snow woman's typically frigid expression softened slightly, her lips parting as if to express further gratitude. Yet, she merely uttered a few words. "Thank you for saving my life. I shall repay this debt." Chen Yu, being similarly reserved in communication, noted that his objective had been achieved. He had secured a favor from her. Perhaps, in the future, it may prove useful. He shook his head at the thought, attempting to express concern. "Are you injured?" Chapter 32. Truly deserving of the title Snow Woman, she remains exceedingly aloof. "No." The snow woman shook her head once more, and the two taciturn individuals fell into a brief silence. Yet, within, one heart raced with excitement. The Dragon Lord? Is he truly the Dragon Lord? The top-ranked one. He is impressively powerful. So, that is the Frost Dragon. How stunning it is, matching my attributes. I wonder if he is for sale. Chen Yu, however, felt differently as he gazed upon her exquisitely flawless, expressionless visage, reflecting, truly deserving of the title Snow Woman. She is indeed most aloof. "Snow Woman, are you all right?" At this moment, the others returned to their senses and hurried over, their faces etched with concern. "I am fine," the Snow Woman replied, extending the orb of light in her hand. "You can now use the key to unlock the ice and snow town." "Unlock? We can finally leave." The crowd exclaimed in excitement. They had been trapped for 6 days. Who would not desire to escape? However, due to limited slots, they were too distant from Starlight Town and had been unable to enter. Unexpectedly, now they could exit from their own town. "Thank you, Great One. Not only did you save the Snow Woman, but you also unlocked our ice and snow town." They turned to express their gratitude towards Chen Yu, fully aware that without him, the White Bear King would have been insurmountable. "Not at all. Let us go." Chen Yu nodded, accompanying the group back to the ice and snow town. He too needed to traverse this town to reach other destinations. Upon stepping into the ice and snow town, all players surged forward, but not towards Chen Yu. Rather, they flocked around the Snow Woman. "Snow Woman, we are so relieved you are unharmed." "Phew, thank goodness. If anything had happened to you, we would have gone to confront that monster," some male players proclaimed, their faces marked with indignation. "Snow Woman, you weren't hurt, were you? How did you escape from that level 8 boss? We just saw a dragon that seemed to fly towards the direction you came from." With the Snow Woman unharmed, the crowd relaxed, beginning to chatter with curiosity. "Thank you all for your concern. I must express my gratitude to the Dragon Lord as well." At this moment, they finally acknowledged Chen Yu standing nearby. It was the first time he had been overlooked. Chen Yu was somewhat taken aback. He was not particularly narcissistic, but he had not anticipated the Snow Woman's esteemed reputation in Ice and Snow Town. "The Dragon Lord. Is he truly the Dragon Lord?" "Haha. I told you the Frost Dragon must be the Dragon Lord. You didn't believe me. Thank you, Great One, for rescuing the Snow Woman. Should you ever need our assistance, do not hesitate to ask." "Oh right." At this moment, the initial group that had gathered to save the Snow Woman produced the Orb of Light. "We almost forgot. We can leave." She eagerly placed the key into the light column. With a flourish, the Ice and Snow Town's light column shimmered brilliantly, akin to Starlight Town, before vanishing. Simultaneously, the exit button appeared on everyone's interface. The crowd erupted with further excitement, some even moved to tears. After all, they had been trapped in ice and snow town for 6 days. Many had died 3 or 4 times, the agony of death etched into their hearts, with numerous players unwilling to continue. Finally, we can leave. I will never return to this wretched game, one female player cried, wiping her tears as she was the first to vanish. Well then, we shall take our leave as well. Haha. Everyone, do not forget to meet offline. Haha. It's settled. We will all be in Maplewood District. One by one, the players laughed and disappeared. You know, Ice and Snow Town is truly. Chen Yu found himself at a loss for words. A few individuals, or perhaps a small team, forming bonds of brotherhood was not surprising. But how could an entire town become such a close-knit family? It is crucial to remember that if even one person harbored malicious intent or evil thoughts, harmony would be impossible. Hearing Chen Yu's bewilderment, a female player beside the Snow Woman explained, "This is all thanks to the Snow Woman. Though she appears cold and aloof, she possesses a kind heart." Indeed, another female player nodded. "Most of us have received her help, whether it was saving our lives, assisting in battles, or providing us with her luck points to enhance our fortunes. She has guided our town to steadily improve our strength and has driven away many evildoers." At these words, a faint blush colored the Snow Woman's typically icy cheeks, and she quickly interjected, "No, I have merely done what I could." But Chen Yu's praise echoed in unison. "I admire how deeply they respect you." His sincerity shone through. In both this life and the last, he had encountered few such genuinely good individuals. Even Yang Changlong had tended to his own needs first before aiding others. Let alone himself, having endured so much, he had long since lost his initial fervor. Thus, the Snow Woman has become the matriarch of our Ice and Snow Town. The female players laughed, each linking arms with the Snow Woman. "All right, we should be going." Ultimately, unable to withstand the compliments any longer, the Snow Woman spoke up. "Oh right, my mother must be very worried about me." In less than a minute, Ice and Snow Town was nearly deserted. The few female players nearby waved goodbye to the two before vanishing. As the Snow Woman nodded to Chen Yu, preparing to depart, he suddenly called out, "Wait a moment, Snow Woman." The Snow Maiden's long hair swayed gently as her snow-like, crystalline eyes regarded him. "May I glimpse your ice?" she inquired. "HM." The Snow Maiden tilted her head, a hint of confusion washing over her, but soon recalled her innate gift, the Emissary of Ice. This talent bestowed upon her the title of the Beloved of Ice, not only amplifying her magical offensive capabilities, but also enhancing her skill books and equipment. Consequently, she was inherently superior to most ice mages. It was thanks to this ability that she could protect so many individuals. Chen Yu pointed towards the frost dragon rolling about in the snowy mountains. "I wish to compare. What distinguishes your ice from its own?" "Absolutely," the Snow Maiden replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Such a trivial request posed no reason for her to decline, and it aligned perfectly with her desires. "Dragon, may I touch you?" she pondered, reasoning that it would not cost him a scale. With a roar, the empathic bond between man and dragon ignited, and the frost dragon soared over. Having attained the golden tier, its intelligence had significantly increased. Once resembling a mere wailing infant, it now conveyed a semblance of anthropomorphic expression to Chen Yu. At that moment, the frost dragon fixated its lantern-sized deep blue eyes on Chen Yu, as if to say, "I am not done playing. Why the inquiry?" Chen Yu, speechless, chastised himself for neglecting to teach proper etiquette. As it grew to a certain level, the dragon would be capable of speech, its intellect rivaling that of players. By then, its mischievous temperament would undoubtedly surface, necessitating negotiation for its cooperation. However, Chen Yu need not fret. At worst, he had acquired a willful child. With a flourish, both parties unleashed their ice magic. Chen Yu conjured an ice block in each hand, their appearances offering little indication of their true nature. Only through direct experience could one discern the purity of the frost dragon's ice, which surpassed that of the Snow Maiden. Naturally, when compared to the dragon, the Snow Maiden's ice was still thrice as potent as that of an ordinary ice mage, such as Chen Yu himself. This was due to the frost dragon's ice gradually evolving towards the pinnacle of ice, while the Snow Maiden's Emissary of Ice talent fell short of the ultimate ice by no small margin. According to Chen Yu's knowledge, ultimate attributes were legendary in their rarity. "Thank you." Chen Yu set down the ice block and expressed his gratitude. "It's nothing." The Snow Maiden shook her head, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. She mustered her courage and asked, "May I touch the frost dragon?" "Of course. It's no trouble at all." Chen Yu gestured for the dragon to bow its head. To his surprise, the frost dragon shot him a reluctant glance, extending its claw with evident reluctance. "Oh dear, are dragons rolling their eyes now?" The Snow Maiden remained oblivious to this, her lips curling into an uncontrollable smile as she gently caressed the frost dragon's claw. Truly, It deserved its title. It was indeed cold. The moment her fingers made contact, a chilling sensation radiated throughout her body. Even as an ice mage, she felt her hands grow numb. Additionally, it seemed as though she could sense an immense power pulsating within the frost dragon. A yearning emotion surged within her. Is this truly a dragon? She mused, her expression shifting. I take back my earlier words. This game is simply delightful. Thank you. A few moments later, the Snow Maiden withdrew her hand, expressing her gratitude to both the dragon and Chen Yu. Subsequently, the two returned to the now deserted icy village, one preparing to log out and the other to depart. Before leaving, the Snow Maiden discreetly glanced at Chen Yu. The Dragon Master is formidable. I wonder if I could secure a friend slot, though he seems rather serious. However, he saved my life. If I wish to repay him, not adding him as a friend seems futile. Just as she hesitated, a voice beside her suddenly inquired, would you like to be friends? I believe we could exchange insights about ice magic in the future. Chapter 33. Life is truly beautiful. Upon hearing this, the corners of the Snow Maiden's lips lifted in a faint smile. She was about to nod vigorously when she remembered that a girl should be composed. Thus, she offered a gentle nod. All right. A panel appeared, and they promptly added each other as friends. During this process, she noticed that Chen Yu had numerous requests. Yet only two had been accepted, resting in his friend list, one named Guoyun Changlong and the other Chen Shi. I am actually the third. No, Li Siyun. You must not invade another's privacy. Internally chastising herself, the Snow Maiden waved her hand and blurted, goodbye, esteemed one. Realizing what she had said, she swiftly covered her mouth, her figure vanishing in an instant. HM. Chen Yu furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an odd feeling of disarray from the other party. Shaking his head, he faced the now empty icy village, and the next moment, he too vanished. In Starry Town, a hunt was underway. Let me take the lead. Chen Shi stepped forward, surrounded by a radiant aura. With a flourish, she completed her incantation, summoning chains of pure light that ensnared the towering cursed tramp before them. The inherent scorching properties of the light took effect, leaving charred marks upon the already battered tree. Well done, Yang Changlong encouraged, swinging his silver blade with great force. Crack! A thick branch fell under his might. Now let us strike together. With a resounding roar, 3 or 4 teammates unleashed their attacks upon the treant. However, a level 7 monster was not to be underestimated. Countless black wooden vines, sharp as blades, erupted from the ground, causing great distress. Simultaneously, they had to remain vigilant against the treant's curse-laden words and the surrounding poisonous miasma. Were it not for Chen Shi, the light priestess, who could purify the taint, Yang Changlong would have ordered a retreat amidst the escalating casualties. Cover me. With only the main trunk of the cursed treant remaining, Yang Changlong shouted, readying for the final blow. Understood. The team replied in unison, launching a barrage of attacks once more. Chen Shi's staff radiated brilliant light, suppressing the surrounding toxins and clearing a path. Yang Changlong brought his blade down with tremendous force. With a deafening crash, the cursed treant split in two. Yet, in that moment, an unforeseen calamity struck. A thick cloud of poison erupted from the hollow trunk, rapidly spreading. Not good. Yang Changlong hastily retreated, shouting, fall back. They had not anticipated that even in death, the cursed treant remained so perilous. This miasma was tenfold more concentrated than the surrounding toxins. Should one become contaminated, recovery would be exceedingly difficult in the short term. Chen Shi struggled to cast her holy light, enveloping the group, but due to their lower levels, she could not fully isolate them from the miasma. Ah, my face. This is bad. Quickly, sever the hand. No. Healing. I will try to heal him. Some members of the team had already succumbed to the poison. They were not weak, but having sustained various injuries during the previous battle, and with the sudden onslaught of toxins, 2 or 3 had fallen victim. Quickly, drag them away. Yang Changlong was initially relieved that there were no casualties, but soon berated himself for being overly careless, underestimating the creature that could be deemed a monstrosity. The 6 members of the team supported each other as they desperately fled. However, the spread of the toxic miasma proved to be swifter than they could escape, rendering even the purifying light of dawn and supportive healing ineffective. Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through the area. This wind was astonishingly green, and a gentle touch of it brought an invigorating sensation, as if it enlivened the spirit. All negative effects dissipated, and their injuries healed at a visibly rapid pace. It evoked an involuntary feeling within them that life was indeed wondrous. Do you require assistance? The green wind intensified, and from the outskirts of Starry Town, an untainted realm, a figure emerged. It was a man of striking perfection, devoid of any flaws. As if sculpted from the finest material, he donned an exquisitely peculiar attire, woven from the fibers of vines and leaves, and on his feet were sandals crafted from intertwined wood and vines. With a gentle smile gracing his lips and an aura of serene tranquility, he radiated a robust vitality. His emerald eyes sparkled with clarity, instilling no sense of wariness. "Who are you?" The onlookers found themselves momentarily entranced, as if standing in disparate worlds. One side was shrouded in darkness, tainted by a vile, purplish miasma threatening to consume all life, while the other was imbued with tranquility and vitality. Life flourishing wherever he tread. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that life here is gradually withering away," the man remarked with a smile, stepping forward as the green wind surged. In an instant, it dispersed all the toxic miasma, restoring the trees and grass that had been ravaged by the cursed treeman. Such an incredible sight left the observers momentarily speechless, unable to articulate their astonishment. Moments later, as the man walked further away, Yang Changlong snapped back to reality and called out, "Thank you, brother. May I inquire your esteemed name? Do not concern yourself with such trivialities," came the man's distant voice. The area returned to normal, the cursed treeman completely vanquished, and new sprouts began to emerge from the severed timber. Within the hollow of the tree, several pieces of equipment emanating a silvery glow shimmered brightly. "Brother, these items we can offer as thanks," Yang Changlong shouted. But the figure had already vanished into the mist. "My wounds have healed. Mine too. Not only that, but my stamina seems to have returned as well. Truly, haha, I feel invigorated, ready for another battle." After a while, the group began to feel the changes in their bodies. All injuries were fully healed, and their energy was remarkably abundant, surpassing even their peak condition. "What do you suppose he was?" Someone finally posed the question, gazing in the direction the man had taken. "Who knows?" The others shook their heads. In the team, the supportive woman remarked, "This is all too mysterious, but with such abilities, he surely cannot be an obscure figure. He must be someone of note on the leaderboard." Yang Changlong nodded. "After defeating the cursed treeman, I too have reached level 7, ranking 117. But I cannot view the top 100 rankings anymore. I wonder who else has emerged as a formidable force. Indeed, in terms of mystery, he may even surpass the Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lord is a visible powerhouse, while this man could traverse realms yet to be fully developed in the game." Which is simply, they were engrossed in their discussion of the enigmatic figure, completely forgetting to collect the equipment scattered on the ground. "Bro, do you know this person?" Meanwhile, Chen Yu had quietly opened the chat interface, curiously inquiring about Chen Yu. Chapter 34, Nature Walker. Wherever he treads, life flourishes. Upon reading Chen Yu's description, a particular class immediately sprang to Chen Yu's mind. Nature Walker. This class belongs to a highly unique subset of support roles. Their abilities are remarkably extraordinary. Standing upon the earth, they continually draw forth an inexhaustible life force. Additionally, they can perceive even the most minute changes in nature, forming an almost empathetic bond with flora and fauna. According to Chen Yu's knowledge, this class is far from simple. A nature walker, by virtue of their existence, can harness the life force from a specific area of nature, storing it within themselves to later release it upon reaching another location, whether it be to sustain life in a person or an object. Thus, they can also nourish themselves, drawing ever closer to nature, and upon reaching a certain level, they may even merge with it. At that point, a nature walker becomes nearly impossible to slay. This class is exceedingly rare, akin to the dragon riders who bond with contracted dragons. It was unexpected that Chen Yu and the others would encounter one, and judging by appearances, he seemed to possess a high level. Otherwise, he would not have the capability to traverse the fog. Beyond the mist, what is described as the game still developing is, in reality, more akin to a protective barrier, its size determined by the player's levels in the town. Much like completing a game's level, one must finish this challenge before advancing to the next stage. This serves as a form of protection for the players, for no one can consume an entire meal in one bite. Chen Yu did not need to dwell long on the matter, directly pinpointing a player on the leaderboard. Ranked 44th, Life Scholar. The leaderboard only lists 3 items: rank, alias, and the town in which one resides. Yet this player only displayed the first 2. The town section marked with a question mark? Of course, Chen Yu was so certain because he had heard of this individual. In his previous life, upon obtaining the Heart of the Dragon, he had inquired about various matters concerning dragons. Among the information he found particularly intriguing was this. Once, the young master of the Ross family successfully contracted the dragon of Wind Dragon Valley, requiring the assistance of several top 100 players, and ultimately succeeded with the aid of the Life Scholar's natural powers. This revelation led many dragon riders to understand that the abilities of nature walkers significantly enhanced the success rate of contracts. Numerous subsequent examples corroborated this, though most did not flourish. What remarkable fortune! Chen Yu chuckled, gazing into the mist-laden sky. Heroes across the world are as plentiful as the fish in the river, countless in number. Yet he clenched his fists with determination. But what does it matter? In this life, I shall be the blazing sun. In reality, in a luxurious villa in the Demon City, Li Siyun slowly awakened. Before she could fully comprehend her surroundings, she found herself nestled in a warm embrace. Woo, Siyun, you finally returned. You scared your mother to death. Li's mother, no longer her usual refined self, bore tear-streaked cheeks, having shed countless tears over the past days. Li Siyun understood the reason behind her mother's distress and comforted her. Mom, I'm perfectly fine, really. Ah, thank goodness. You have no idea how worried your mother has been these days. Beside her, Li's father exhaled in relief, seeing his daughter unharmed, and waved for the numerous private physicians to exit. Promise me you won't play recklessly again. I've heard about that game. Don't engage with it until the nation provides a clear investigation. Okay, Li Siyun nodded, and at that moment, Li's mother suddenly inquired with curiosity, Sweetheart, what is that game about? What is it like inside? Dear, wait. Hearing this, Li's father quickly interjected, I just said not to play, and now you're curious. What if? Just then, Li Siyun abruptly stood up, staring blankly at her hands. What is wrong, dear? Are you feeling unwell? In a moment of urgency, Mr. and Mrs. Li contemplated summoning their private physician. Li Siyun, unable to contain her emotions, exclaimed, Father, Mother, my abilities. 10 minutes later, as they surveyed the room filled with ice sculptures, even the seasoned Mr. and Mrs. Li found themselves lost in thought. Clearing his throat, Mr. Li inquired, So, are these abilities genuine? His expression was grave, fully aware of the implications. But didn't someone reveal themselves recently? We've investigated numerous individuals. If such powers existed, society would be in chaos. Mrs. Li pondered. Perhaps, just perhaps, these abilities are limited to a select few, rather rare. Mr. Li quickly formulated a question. Siyun, do you possess any special traits in the game? Special? Li Siyun reflected, shaking her head. Not really. I'm just at a higher level and rank than others. Then, a thought struck her. I know a prominent figure in the game, the top-ranked player. I'll ask him. Opening her interface, she carefully crafted a message and sent it. The response was almost instantaneous. Merely 2 words. Rank. Rank. Does he imply that only those of a certain rank can possess such powers? She glanced at her own status. Level 6, rank 289. Mr. Li contemplated, Siyun, it would be prudent not to reveal these abilities in front of outsiders. If indeed many possessed such extraordinary powers, it could lead to societal upheaval. Please recount everything about the game to your father. We must prepare ourselves promptly. Understood. Li Siyun nodded vigorously, launching into an account of everything that had transpired since her entry into the game. Her narrative extended over an hour, as Mr. and Mrs. Li listened, their hearts heavy with concern, finally grasping the trials their daughter had endured to acquire her powers. You must express your gratitude to this Dragon Lord and strive to maintain a cordial relationship. Mr. Li, ever the businessman, offered this sound advice before departing to make necessary arrangements. Left with Mrs. Li, she cheerfully asked, Darling, is the Dragon Lord a boy or a girl? With such a commanding name, it must be a boy. In the presence of her parents, Li Siyun shed her usual persona, her usually stoic visage brightening. Haha, boys are great. Wait, Mother, what are you thinking? After waving goodbye to her mother, who wore a curious smile, Li Siyun collapsed onto her bed, utterly exhausted, not physically, but mentally. She filled the bathtub with warm water, preparing to indulge in a relaxing soak before getting some sleep, regardless of whether it was day or night. During this time, she had tasks to attend to. Her teammates had shared their contact details, and she needed to add them to avoid forgetting. Swiping open her phone, a deluge of messages flooded in, particularly from the class group, which was abuzz with activity. She entered the chat, scrolling absent-mindedly, until a particular message caught her eye. In the large financial group, a girl named Zhao Lily had posted, Whoever helps me uncover the real identity of the Dragon Lord in Chen Yu game, I'll reward them 1 million. If unsatisfied, we can negotiate. Chapter 35, Dealing with the Dragon Lord. Zhao Lily was utterly insufferable. Li Siyun ground her teeth. She recognized this girl, renowned within their major for being a wealthy heiress. Her sweet appearance belied a severe case of princess syndrome. In their freshman year, many had shown her favor, and Zhao had deliberately targeted Li Siyun several times, only to be rebuffed. Now, she was prying into the identity of the Dragon Lord. Instinctively, Li Siyun felt that this was not a good sign. Should she inform the Dragon Lord? As she soaked in the bath, she contemplated her options. After some thought, she resolved to clarify the situation first. She delved into the details and uncovered several crucial pieces of information. 1. Zhao Lily confirmed that the Dragon Lord was from Jiangling and first appeared in Starry Town. 2. Zhao Lily harbored malicious intent toward the Dragon Lord, recruiting allies while seeking his real identity, seemingly preparing to confront him. 3. Zhao Lily appeared to be utilizing multiple channels for her inquiries. her tone dripping with arrogance as if she were already assured of her success. No matter, I must inform the Dragon Lord. Li Siyun opened her interface and relayed all the information to Chen Yu. Meanwhile, she noticed a small black square in the lower left corner of the chat box. What could that be? Curiosity piqued. She reached out with her damp hand and tapped it. Suddenly, Chen Yu's hooded visage materialized on the screen, nonchalantly waving his hand, which abruptly froze midair. Li Siyun blinked in surprise, warmth flooding her from within. Ah! A startled shriek escaped her lips just as the screen went dark. Almost immediately, she received a voice message from him, sounding quite urgent. Sorry, I didn't catch that. No, I mean, there was fog blocking my view, or rather, I just didn't see clearly. Hearing his flustered voice, Li Siyun, who had almost shrunk back into the water, found herself laughing unexpectedly. He didn't seem nearly as serious or mature as she had imagined. Well, she couldn't fault him. It was her own hasty actions that had led to this. After a moment of calm, as the blush faded from her cheeks, she replied simply, "It's fine." Then, she picked up her phone and added her teammates based on memory. They almost instantly accepted her request, and shortly thereafter, she was added to a new group filled with players from Ice and Snowtown. Upon entering, a flurry of welcoming messages showered her. A sensation she had never experienced before. Connections forged in the game were manifesting in reality. The group erupted in lively discussions, with plans already forming for an evening gathering in the city. Meanwhile, in another villa in Modu, Zhao Lily observed her phone, grinning brightly at the flurry of affirmative responses in the large group chat. Dragon Lord. Prepare to witness the consequences of crossing this lady. Following that, she clicked into a private chat window, labeled Dragon King, one of the individuals she had encountered in a group, also intent on confronting the Dragon Lord. The person was a local power broker in Jiangling. Ice Queen, I've gathered a total of 115 people on my end. What is your status? Dragon King. He tentatively pinpointed a district, but uncovering his true identity won't be straightforward. The information is scant. Dragon King. However, this is no longer a concern. With our combined forces, we have over 300 individuals, including level 8 experts. Do we fear we cannot eliminate him? Zhao Lily frowned. This person was utterly useless, unable to clarify even this minor detail. The Dragon Lord could evade capture in the game and possessed many uncertainties. If they could ascertain his real identity, the process would not be so convoluted. Nonetheless, she refrained from voicing her discontent, having anticipated this factor. After all, she was simultaneously conducting her investigation while recruiting allies. Ice Queen. I've received word that the Dragon Lord appeared in Ice and Snowtown an hour ago. We can arrange for them to enter the game now. Dragon King. Understood. Welcome, Dragon Lord, to Golden Feather Town. Here, the sun blazes fiercely, and the sky is often graced by birds with golden plumage soaring above. Take heed of the skies. Chen Yu gazed at the dialogue box, momentarily dazed. Before shaking his head, he navigated to another interface displaying the town's leaderboard. He sought to ascertain whether the individual he was searching for was still present. Indeed, he was still there. Chen Yu chuckled softly, and his figure promptly made its way towards the outskirts of the town. Rumor had it that he intended to challenge the Golden Crow King alone. After all, it was an 8th level boss. One could only wonder if he would succeed. TSK. Was Yi being a tad too overconfident? Although he was undeniably powerful, having once shot down 9 4th level Golden Crows with 9 arrows, that was hardly comparable to the might of a great boss. Who could say? Many formidable players had gathered to witness the event. Come, let us see for ourselves. Golden Feather Town was predominantly frequented by players bearing longbows or wielding crossbows. Clearly, it was a locale more suited for archers. Most of the monsters here were flying creatures. The Dai they referred to as the top-ranked player in Golden Feather Town and 9th in the world. In his past life, he was also renowned, eclipsing even Yang Chonglong. His legendary feats were numerous, one of which Chen Yu had witnessed firsthand. He had once shot down a star-level monster that nearly obliterated a city with a single arrow. Following the footsteps of the players in Golden Feather Town, Chen Yu soon arrived at a location. It was a grove of maple trees. The fiery red leaves coalesced into a vibrant tapestry, swaying gently with the breeze, resembling flickering flames. The area was bustling with people, many congregating and whispering amongst themselves. Yet none dared to venture further. Waves of heat radiated from a distance, making it unbearable. Hey, brother, you must be new to Golden Feather Town? I don't recall seeing you before. A figure approached Chen Yu, noticing his obscured black robe. Chen Yu concealed his equipment beneath the robe and glanced at the individual, nodding slightly. Indeed, I just arrived, intrigued by Yi's reputation. I came to witness it for myself. Haha, you've come to the right place. Let me tell you, our Dai is truly remarkable, the player exclaimed, a sense of pride evident in his tone. Players felt a sense of belonging to their town and took pride in its champions. I assure you, Dai is undoubtedly one of the strongest players in the game. I'm not sure why the rankings are currently unavailable, but I believe he is certainly on par with the Dragon Lord. The man's admiration for Dai was palpable as he animatedly recounted tales to Chen Yu. This game is truly extraordinary. You have no idea how Dai felled the Golden Crow. It was as if the legendary archer He had stepped into reality. Is that so? Chen Yu replied with a faint nod, encouraging him to continue. Just then, a sharp and hoarse, beastly roar reverberated through the area. Instantly, everyone clapped their hands to their ears. Could that be the Golden Crow King? The crowd, anticipating this, soon witnessed a fireball rising not far from them. The searing heat wave felt akin to a blazing sun, threatening to incinerate all in its path. The sun trailed long flames behind it, its massive form casting shadows as its golden wings stirred, unleashing a tempest of flames. Chapter 36. Dai. The inferno engulfed the entire maple grove. Fireballs rained indiscriminately down, and the players who had initially been spectators began to scatter in panic. Run. This battle is beyond our capacity to witness. Oh no. Quickly disperse. I do not wish to suffer an undeserved calamity. Damn. Had I known, I wouldn't have come. This monster is beyond our means to confront. The players below dispersed rapidly, fleeing in all directions. Brother, don't just stand there, run. The individual who had spoken to Chen Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he vanished in an instant. Chen Yu paid no heed to the chaos around him. His gaze fixed upon the sky, lost in contemplation. The dragon-shaped tattoo on the back of his left hand shimmered faintly. The Golden Crow King emitted another piercing cry, conjuring a massive fireball before it. In front of it, yet another searing sun arose. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a three-legged golden crow. Boom. The golden crow collided with the fireball, illuminating the sky as if the sun itself had exploded. Amidst the flames, the Golden Crow King dove down, targeting a specific direction with ferocity. Truly formidable, Chen Yu thought, just as an explosion erupted nearby, incinerating hundreds of maple trees into charred remains. In that moment, he spotted a figure, a young man clad in radiant golden armor, wielding a magnificent golden bow. Behind him, the ethereal form of the three-legged golden crow loomed like a divine halo. As he drew back his bowstring, the golden crow seemed to come alive, soaring into the golden bow and transforming into an arrow. A terrifying power began to coalesce once more. Boom. The clash of their assaults appeared as if they might rend the very heavens asunder. At some point, Chen Yu found himself atop a towering peak, surveying the tumult below. The thunderous explosions reverberated incessantly, and he lamented not having a pair of glasses to witness the spectacle. After several rounds of combat, the clash between the two seemed to reach a critical juncture. Dai Yi's golden armor appeared dulled, the ground around him charred for hundreds of meters, and the ethereal crow behind him had dimmed, signaling its limits. The Golden Crow King, too, appeared to be in dire straits, its tail feathers frayed and bloodied, one of its glorious wings seemingly broken. Dai lives up to his reputation. Chen Yu crossed his arms, astonished. The opponent was only at level 7. Perhaps a sliver of experience stood between him and level 8. Yet, he was still merely at level 7. To be able to contend with an 8th level boss to such an extent was indeed surprising. Roar. Suddenly, Chen Yu, who had not intended to intervene at this moment, was jolted by a resonant dragon's roar echoing within his mind, imbued with an air of authority. What was that voice? Chen Yu looked at his left hand, where the emblem of the divine flame ancient dragon pulsated with radiance. In the blink of an eye, the colossal form of the divine flame ancient dragon began to manifest. Roar. The thunderous roar reverberated through the area, causing Dai, the Golden Crow King, and even the players who had fled miles away to turn their attention towards this direction. Is that a dragon? Roar. The divine flame ancient dragon, now awakened, radiated an even more resplendent glow, its body seemingly coated in a layer of glimmering golden armor, exuding an aura of majesty and dominance. Its captivating golden eyes opened, not immediately gazing at Chen Yu, but rather locking onto the Golden Crow King. Oh no. Chen Yu's heart sank, fully aware of the dragon's intent at that moment. No, who are you? This is exceedingly rude. Dai, having withdrawn from the battlefield between the divine flame ancient dragon and the Golden Crow King, appeared a short distance from Chen Yu, casting a cold gaze in his direction. At that moment, the ethereal form of the Golden Crow behind him solidified once more, the golden bow continuing to shine with brilliance. Chen Yu then realized that Dai still possessed strength. His earlier actions were likely a ruse to disorient the Golden Crow King, seeking an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. His actions were rather brazen, akin to snatching the prey from another. Such behavior is the most detested and scorned among players in the game. Chen Yu's purpose for coming to this small town was twofold. Firstly, to hunt the level 8 boss and rapidly enhance his strength. Secondly, to see if he could establish a connection with Dei, perhaps for future endeavors, much like with the Snow Maiden. However, it seemed that things were somewhat counterproductive at the moment. "Are you the Dragon Master?" Dei inquired, glancing in two directions before speaking. This was self-evident. Yet he had heard rumors that the Dragon Master's dragon was a frost giant dragon. What manner of dragon was this, ablaze with flames? Boom. Before they could even exchange pleasantries, the battle on the side of the divine flame ancient dragon came to an abrupt end. The Golden Crow King had been torn asunder, meeting a gruesome demise. Congratulations, you have gained 824 experience, 124 free attribute points, and 158 luck points. The divine flame ancient dragon has gained 1248 experience. Since the damage had predominantly been inflicted by Dei, and they merely delivered a finishing blow, the lion's share of the rewards still belonged to Dei. However, this did not absolve them of the fact that they had engaged in a competitive hunt. Chen Yu sighed, on the verge of saying something, when Dei suddenly interjected. "Give me a dragon scale, and I shall let this matter go." The divine flame ancient dragon, oblivious to the intricacies of their negotiations, began to feast on the blood and flesh strewn on the ground after dispatching the Golden Crow King. For it, awakening to such a sumptuous banquet was sheer delight. "You dragon," Chen Yu retorted, "3 dragon scales, and the body of the Golden Crow King belongs to me. Everything else is yours." Agreed. Dei conceded, for at present, players were unable to utilize monster flesh for anything. Leaving it to rot served no purpose. Yet, he added, "I also want the tail feathers of the Golden Crow King. And I hope you can have that dragon give me a breath of dragon flame." "What?" Chen Yu questioned, doubting his hearing. What an absurd request. How could one simply give dragon flame? 5 minutes later, Chen Yu watched as the divine flame ancient dragon patted its belly, seemingly quite satisfied. Dei, with a gleam of excitement, collected 3 dragon scales and 5 tail feathers, stating, "Just let the dragon flame come directly. Where to? Right onto me. Are you certain you can withstand it? I must warn you, the dragon I can. Bring it on. The number 1 dragon master is not more verbose than my mother," Dei remarked, observing Chen Yu, who appeared to be in his early 20s, with hair of moderate length and an aura of youthful vigor. A golden mark of the Golden Crow emblazoned upon his forehead. He had never heard such a request in his life. While Chen Yu expressed his grievances, he understood well that Dei was no fool. This request was surely born of necessity. For Dei seemed adept with fire, and had specifically requested the tail feathers of the Golden Crow King and the scales of the divine flame ancient dragon. "Oh, this large fellow, let us indulge him a bit," Chen Yu conceded. The divine flame ancient dragon lowered its head slightly, releasing a magnificent golden dragon flame. Dei spread his arms wide, reveling in the warmth of the dragon flame. Chen Yu felt a pang of alarm. Even he, as the contracted Dragon Tamer of the divine flame ancient dragon, could not withstand the flames. Was it possible Dei had fire immunity? Chapter 37. The Great Sun Golden Crow. How could this be possible? To be immune to flames at merely level 7 or 8. What an extraordinary talent. After a few moments of observation, Chen Yu began to grasp the situation. The golden shadow of the Golden Crow behind Dei became increasingly radiant amidst the firelight, acquiring a semblance of solidity. Was this a form of charging? Such a Golden Crow was not something an ordinary archer player possessed. It must be Dei's innate ability. Considering Dei's rank, it was evident that his talents were formidable. Witnessing it firsthand only solidified Chen Yu's conviction. He deduced that Dei's talent likely allowed him to harness flames to rejuvenate himself, though the specifics remained elusive. "Ah, the flames, stop, please stop." Within 10 seconds, Dei let out a cry of distress, dancing frantically amidst the flames. Roar. The divine flame ancient dragon appeared even more exhilarated, silently increasing the intensity of its fire. Ultimately, it was only through Chen Yu's timely intervention that Dei was not incinerated alive. "Weren't you the one who claimed you could handle it? That was barely 8 seconds. If even," Chen Yu remarked with a smirk, relishing in his friend's misfortune. He had warned him, but Dei had chosen not to heed it. Dei's face flushed, steam rising from his body. He couldn't discern whether it was from embarrassment or the heat. Initially, he had never anticipated the dragon's flames to be so ferocious. Even he, endowed with the Great Sun Golden Crow talent, could not endure for long. It must be noted that this talent possessed the capability to convert various powerful flames into personal strength, even harnessing the energy of the sun for his own use. This was precisely what had emboldened him to confront the Golden Crow King. The hotter the sun, the greater the enhancement it provided. Thus, it became glaringly evident just how terrifying this dragon was. Dei and Chen Yu exchanged glances and, after a few seconds, burst into laughter. This encounter had indeed deepened their understanding of one another. In summary, both had emerged with gains. 3 dragon scales were but a trifling matter for Chen Yu. Yet he had awakened the divine flame ancient dragon and accrued considerable experience. On the other hand, Dai had confidence in defeating the Golden Crow King, but could not rule out unforeseen circumstances. Though ultimately it was Chen Yu who delivered the finishing blow, he retained all that was rightfully his. In fact, he had even broken through to level 8, gaining dragon scales and a replenishment of energy, a bountiful harvest. What might the arrows transformed by dragon flame be capable of? Dai pondered, clasping his hands. Dragon brother, we may not have fought, yet I have long wished to meet you, to see who might stand above me. Today, I see you are indeed worthy of your reputation. Too kind. I have also long heard of Dai's renown. I came here with the intention of making your acquaintance. Chen Yu replied candidly. After all, a renowned individual would not appear in a place without reason. Haha, I share your sentiment. Alas, there is no wine here, otherwise I would certainly toast with you. Dai laughed, his demeanor quite jovial. To him, befriending the Dragon Master held immense benefits, not least of which was the consistent supply of energy from dragon flames. With the defeat of the Golden Crow King, Golden Feather Town was unsealed. Aside from the initial announcement regarding the unsealing, further notifications would not be issued. However, upon opening the game map, one could see a special green marker next to the town's name, indicating its unsealing. Chen Yu cast a cursory glance at the unsealed towns, combined. There were already dozens both domestically and abroad. It was now the 6th night, and various powerful players began to make their moves. Even without Chen Yu, Dai could have unsealed Golden Feather Town on his own. If this trend continued, it was likely that by the 8th or 9th day, the number of unsealed towns would surge exponentially. The time for the game's arrival would undoubtedly be significantly shortened. Dragon Master, I shall take my leave for now. Once we return to the real world, you must visit my city. I shall treat you well. Dai, still somewhat unaware of the implications of this game, made his farewell. No worries. Once we exit and he feels the completeness of his strength carried into the real world, he will surely understand. Chen Yu nodded, saying little more. Adding each other as friends, both vanished simultaneously. Chen Yu did not seek out other powerful players, as he estimated that the first dungeon in Star Town should have opened. This town was the earliest to be unsealed. Thus, everything must advance a step ahead of other towns. After messaging Chen Shi with their collaboration, he successfully infiltrated the Starry Town. Dear brother, I have relinquished my position for you. Do remember your lovely sister when you come across something good. Reading Chen Shi's message brought a smile to Chen Yu's lips. Since the departure of their parents, it was not only Chen Yu who had changed. He felt a sense of relief that his sister had returned to her whimsical self. The little girl who would whimsically cling to him for gold coins every few days. Upon returning here, Chen Yu noticed a significant enhancement in the overall quality of players in Starry Town. Players at levels 3 and 4 were ubiquitous. Although the number of players in the town was considerable, the ever-expanding perimeter and the increasing number of monsters made it challenging. Coupled with Yang Changlong's orderly arrangements, this place had evidently become the official stronghold. Yang Changlong's ascent was rapid as well. Due to national requirements, he could not afford to forego experience points, which were being heavily funneled towards him, and he was currently ranked 91. In the southwest, a level 4 monster was present. Teams 5 and 8 should go and ensure that the support players gain ample experience. How is it on Jianshui Town's end? Have enough water mages been recruited? Report. A talented support player has appeared in my town, and they have agreed to join, albeit with certain conditions. Within the town, some houses had been converted into offices, with well-trained players coming in and out, reporting various matters. Ordinary players were aware that the area was rife with officials and dared not act recklessly. Those unwilling to join would have left if not for the option to exit Starry Town. Monsters were elusive, and they would end up injured. So they either retreated or sought a quiet place to rest. Although players could forego sleep, adequate rest effectively alleviated mental strain, which had its benefits. Chen Yu arrived here with the intent to remain concealed. Otherwise, if he were to appear, anyone inquiring about who was missing from the town would ascertain who was aiding him. While this was challenging, it was wise to err on the side of caution. Chen Shi had proactively suggested seeking her brother in other towns. Hence, as long as Chen Yu did not reveal himself, no one would suspect her. Stepping out of the town, Chen Yu commenced his search for the dungeon. During this time, he encountered a trio of players whose conversation compelled him to pause. Alas, we cannot even catch a glimpse of the Dragon Master. Where do we expect to strike? Who cares? It's not like we are in a hurry. When the time comes to battle the Dragon Master, we'll just let our blades taste some blood and collect our rewards. Indeed, I share your sentiment. We can just linger on the outskirts and let them handle the real fight. The three leaned against a large tree, laughing heartily. Suddenly, a faint metallic sound echoed. 3 dark blades sliced through the air, silencing their laughter. Chen Yu disregarded the sound in his mind, sheathing his black phosphorus blade, and continued his search for the dungeon. Chapter 38, The First Dungeon. Chen Yu did not have to search for long. Within the newly opened territory of Starry Town, an exceptionally conspicuous cave came into view. Inside, it was pitch black, accompanied by eerie, ghostly howls. Consequently, this place had attracted quite a crowd. The captain has been inside for an hour. Why hasn't he emerged? Several official players anxiously awaited outside. One of them frowned at the interface. I've messaged the captain, but there has been no response. Could he be in danger? This sudden dungeon evidently isn't simple. It was futile to speculate. The captain had already entered, and all they could do was pray for their safe return. As if on cue, a sudden chorus of wails erupted from within the cave. The chilling sound pierced the air, as if they had encountered some great horror. This caused the anxious onlookers to rush to the cave entrance, shouting inside, "Get out!" A furious roar erupted from within the cave. Yang Changlong emerged, bloodied, with one arm missing, dragging several bloodied figures behind him. "Captain!" the crowd exclaimed, rushing to assist him. Yang Changlong shouted again, "Don't come in. Get out!" Behind him, in the dim entrance of the cave, countless blood-red eyes glimmered ominously, evoking terror at the unimaginable number of monsters lurking within. Yang Changlong gritted his teeth and staggered out. This dungeon was far beyond the capabilities of players of his level. It harbored horrors he could not contend with. Reflecting on it now, Yang Changlong found it somewhat laughable. Starry Town had only been unsealed due to the Dragon Master. The appearance of this dungeon clearly matched his strength. Yet, they had mistakenly believed they could venture inside. As he emerged, a barrage of sharp blades surged from the cave, and Yang Changlong's expression changed drastically as he barely escaped the cave's maw. Once outside, the cave fell silent once more. "Captain, Zhang Ming, they..." Gazing at the seemingly lifeless bodies, the crowd trembled. Several support players quietly wept as they treated them. The individuals who had entered the dungeon were all elites of Starry Town, one at level 8, 4 at level 6, and 1 at level 5. All professions were represented. Yet now, they faced near total annihilation. Yang Changlong's face was pale as he knelt on the ground, forgetting the pain. At that moment, his confidence felt shattered, and he murmured, "Let us go. We shouldn't return here. This is not a challenge for us now. Is this dungeon truly so perilous?" As the official personnel departed, the remaining players dared not enter, following suit and leaving. Ultimately, only Chen Yu remained. He stood at the cave entrance, feeling the chill of the wind whip around him. Without hesitation, Chen Yu stepped inside. "Welcome, player Dragon Master, to the Demon Cave Dungeon, Silver. There are 4 levels within, and you must obtain the final eye. Dungeon rewards will be calculated at the end. Good luck." This was the first dungeon in the game, devoid of complex mechanics. In simple terms, sufficient strength could allow one to break through. Inside, it was not as dark as it appeared from outside. Visibility was decent, with several bloodstains on the ground, likely remnants of Yang Changlong dragging his teammates. Hiss! No sooner had he ventured 50 meters into the cave than it opened up, revealing a scene teeming with venomous snakes. Merely a glance sent shivers down one's spine. Upon detecting movement, they all snapped their gaze towards Chen Yu, their blood-red pupils gleaming ominously. The crimson-eyed serpents. Chen Yu recognized these creatures, despite their small size. They were laden with potent, sustainable venom. Even a level 5 player would find themselves half dead from a single bite. No wonder Yang Changlong's party suffered such heavy losses. This was merely the first level, a daunting challenge for ordinary players. Hiss! Countless crimson-eyed serpents surged towards Chen Yu like a horde of zombies. Chen Yu remained unfazed. He would not be intimidated by such a scene. As he stepped forward, a chilling frost rapidly spread beneath his feet. The serpents could not even approach within 10 feet of him before they were transformed into ice shards. Bang! With another step, countless ice shards detonated. After vanquishing these serpents, he did not pause and continued deeper into the cave. Along this journey, numerous severed bodies of red-eyed snakes could be observed, likely the handiwork of Yang Changlong and his companions. Given the strength of their team, it was improbable that they had merely lingered at the surface. The second layer revealed a congregation of gigantic black scorpions, each measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, gathered in small clusters as if feasting upon something. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be human remains. Chen Yu furrowed his brow, and without a moment's hesitation, summoned several massive fireballs that erupted with a thunderous roar within the cavern. The cacophony of explosions resonated throughout the cave as the black scorpions surged from all directions. Their levels were formidable, akin to bosses of various ranks in the outside world. And now, gathered en masse, they posed a challenge that Chen Yu could not vanquish with a single blow. Yet, if one strike was insufficient, then 2 would suffice. With a metallic clang, Chen Yu unsheathed his black phosphorus blade, its surface fracturing into hundreds of razor-sharp shards. As he swung, the blades danced through the cavern, and within a minute, countless severed limbs littered the ground. He relished this escalating challenge, for it provided an excellent opportunity to test his capabilities. With swift strides, he eradicated the black scorpions of the second layer and proceeded to the third. Here, he encountered a single creature, a colossal mantis beast. Its enormous claws resembled scythes, exuding an intimidating aura. Ghostblade Mantis, LV8. Rank, Silver. Health, 7,288. At this sight, Chen Yu recalled Yang Changlong's severed arm, pondering if this creature was responsible. Indeed, it was plausible, considering Yang Changlong was only at level 8, and his companions were even lower at level 6. This layer represented a lethal challenge for them. With his right hand gripping the blade and his left wielding a staff, Chen Yu launched an assault, intent on soloing the beast. The Ghostblade Mantis employed no elaborate techniques. It merely raised its massive sides high. With a swift motion, Chen Yu's pupils constricted, and he evaded just in time as the razor-sharp blades sliced past his chin. Before he could gather his thoughts, the mantis struck again with 2 swift slashes, gradually sealing off Chen Yu's escape routes within the confined cavern. This creature possessed remarkable speed, and Chen Yu frowned, realizing it left him no opportunity to chant a spell. Yet, as a level 9 player, could he truly be intimidated? The black phosphorus blade splintered, shielding him from the sides from various angles, as the air reverberated with the clamor of clashing metal. Stepping back, Chen Yu's fire staff blazed with intensity. The flames roared to life within the cavern, and from above, a deluge of lightning descended upon the Ghostblade Mantis, scorching its form. Denying it any respite, he unleashed the fire meteor technique, triggering a chain of explosive damage. Ultimately, with his black phosphorus blade converging into a singularity, he struck down upon the triangular head of the mantis. With a swift slash, he severed its throat, leaving it lifeless. Without sparing it a glance, he advanced into the final layer of the cavern. This chamber was devoid of any entities, save for a solitary eye the size of a fist, perched atop a stone platform several feet high. Was it truly that simple? He pondered, refraining from rushing in. Chapter 39. Breaking through level 10. The cavern was spacious, yet its layout was instantly discernible. Chen Yu's brow furrowed, sensing the complexity of the situation. Yet he felt compelled to enter. As his foot crossed the threshold, the eye atop the platform flickered to life. In an instant, the previously empty cavern teemed with 3 types of monsters: red-eyed snakes, black scorpions, and I don't know what else. A shadowy scythe grazed Chen Yu's head. The monsters he had dispatched in the earlier layers re-emerged as dark phantoms. This implied that he would need to defeat them once more. Damn. Even Chen Yu couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Just dealing with a single Ghostblade Mantis was already taxing. And now there were countless red-eyed snakes and black scorpions to contend with. If I could slay you once, I can do so again. This time, Chen Yu did not overestimate himself. Runes glowed upon the back of his hand as the Frost Dragon and the Divine Flame Dragon manifested simultaneously. It was his first time summoning 2 dragons at once. Unlike before, they did not immediately charge at the monsters. The Frost Dragon and Divine Flame Dragon regarded each other, their innate warrior instincts igniting a competition for supremacy, particularly as they embodied opposing elements. However, the standoff lasted only a few seconds before both dragons unleashed carnage upon the creatures within the cavern. As comrades, why fight among themselves? Chen Yu intervened. For as the master of these dragons, he could not allow chaos to unfold in his own domain. With the dragons' involvement, the battle transformed into a one-sided massacre. The formidable Ghostblade Mantis could barely endure, being torn asunder and dissipating into black mist. The remaining creatures were swiftly dispatched with a sweeping tail. With arms crossed, Chen Yu observed quietly, waiting until the monsters were nearly eradicated before approaching. Once he secured that eye, he would have conquered this secret realm. Yet, another anomaly occurred. Following the annihilation of the monsters, the eye flickered once more. Suddenly, the cavern was filled anew with Ghostblade Mantises, black scorpions, and red-eyed snakes, their numbers doubling, nearly saturating the entire space. Good grief. Chen Yu comprehended the gravity of the situation. As long as he did not seize that eye, this cycle would perpetuate indefinitely. Without hesitation, he commanded his 2 dragons to carve a path with their flames. With the speed of his shadow step boots, Chen Yu transformed into a flurry of afterimages, swiftly approaching the eye. Just then, the simultaneous attacks of 2 Ghostblade Mantises struck. He blocked with his sword, then became a mere shadow, finally nearing the platform. The Frost Dragon and Divine Flame Dragon roared, their massive forms hindered in the cramped space, now besieged by a multitude of red-eyed snakes. While unable to penetrate their scales, these pests were a constant annoyance. Without hesitation, Chen Yu seized the diminutive eye. Swiftly and decisively, he grasped it. In an instant, all the conjured monsters within the cavern vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations. You are the first in the world to clear the silver dungeon, earning 50 prestige points. Congratulations, you have gained 6,888 experience points, 588 free attribute points, 988 luck points, and 38 sublimation points. Frost Dragon and Divine Flame Dragon each receive 6,888 experience points. Congratulations, Frost Dragon and Divine Flame Dragon have broken through level 10, Affinity 1. As the announcements echoed, it was evident that the rewards from this battle were quite substantial. Moreover, completing the dungeon yielded further treasures. Before Chen Yu, a cascade of 17 items appeared. 7 were silver and 10 were bronze. At first glance, they encompassed nearly all professions. Just then, the eye before him underwent a transformation, shrinking considerably, no longer resembling flesh, but rather shining like exquisite glass. Shadow Eye Silver, Red 1. 100, a universal item capable of duplicating a shadow identical to oneself, lacking intelligence. With a maximum power of 100, the higher the level, the less effective the duplication. Duration, 5 minutes, cooldown, 1 day, quantity, 3, equipment level, level 3. This is equivalent to 3 of me or 3 dragons, and the item is indeed limited. Chen Yu pondered for a moment and decided to upgrade it using his talent. You have consumed 5 enhancement points to upgrade. Shadow Eye Gold, White. Capable of duplicating a shadow identical to oneself. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 12 hours, quantity, 5, equipment level, level 5. After the enhancement, the primary changes to this item are various restrictions, although the basics remain the same. Chen Yu upgraded it once more, eager to see how far it could go. You have consumed 10 enhancement points to upgrade the Shadow Eye. Shadow Eye, Gold, Blue, 1, 100 capable of duplicating a shadow identical to oneself with a degree of intelligence. With a minimum power of 5 and a maximum of 100, decreasing with level. Duration, 20 minutes, cooldown, 6 hours, quantity, 8, equipment level, level 5. At this point, a smile crept across Chen Yu's lips. Having a minimum threshold implies something significant. Even at levels 50 or 100, it could still be utilized. Their own strength as a percentage of 5 is not as simple as merely level 5 or 10. A splendid item indeed. Chen Yu collected the others, and after a cursory glance, his gaze lingered on several items: Fire Burst, Phantom Scythe, Instant Slash, and Rain of Light. These items were all usable by him. And he had also received gifts from that girl, Chen Shi. Gripping the 2-meter-long jet black scythe, he swung it a few times, feeling it was even more comfortable than the black phosphorus knife, with an exhilarating sensation of cleaving through everything, coupled with Instant Slash. He gathered all the items. He needed to manage the items he possessed, for he was truly running out of space. Retrieving the 2 rebellious dragons, who had been vying for dominance behind him, Chen Yu made his way toward the town. Dungeon. Has our town's dungeon been breached by the Dragon Lord? The townsfolk of Starry Town were left stunned, frozen in place, as they had just heard the commotion. The strongest of their town, Yang Changlong, had only just returned with a severed arm. The Dragon Lord, when did he arrive in our town? Did you not notice? I have no idea. If we had noticed, it would have spread like wildfire. No, wait. Our town is not full. Why are 3 missing? Someone checked the panel and discovered the population count behind the town was 997, indicating it was not full. This left everyone perplexed. It was impossible. Who would leave a town they could exit at any time? They would not easily depart. But what if they perished? A wake-up call struck. As players of Starry Town and official personnel, they knew this game was no mere exaggeration. A 0 in luck could indeed lead to death. Consequently, they lost the desire to investigate. The Dragon Lord's entrance into the town might have been mere coincidence. Perhaps a 4-member squad had been completely wiped out and could not be resurrected. The Dragon Lord, not far away, lying on a stretcher receiving treatment. Yang Changlong shook his head in bitter amusement. He felt utterly useless. Chapter 40. The need for justice to prevail. The Dragon Lord has arrived. A gasp echoed, drawing everyone's gaze towards the town's entrance. My heavens, how many monsters did this great figure slay? Silver. Good grief, the Dragon Lord's weapon is blindingly dazzling. Could that possibly be a golden grade item? The radiance is overwhelming. Chen Yu appeared in Starry Town, one hand laden with various items, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It was not his intention to show off. He simply had no room left. His backpack and spatial bag were filled to the brim with 40 items, not counting those for personal use. Your condition does not seem too favorable. Do you still have the strength for a trade? Chen Yu inquired of Yang Changlong. The injuries on the latter were not severe. He had merely reattached a severed arm, which would likely hinder his combat prowess for a while. Of course. Dragon Lord brother, to be honest, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. As guests arrived, Yang Changlong struggled to stand, inviting Chen Yu to sit in a designated area. Dragon Lord brother, you may already be aware of my identity, so let me not exaggerate. Bring forth as many items as you wish. I can handle them all. Yang Changlong proclaimed grandly. Very well. Chen Yu did not linger on pleasantries. With a sweeping gesture, he produced 10 bronze-grade items. There were skill books and equipment. A veritable cornucopia of variety. 10 items. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, uncertain of what to say, many players discreetly hiding their ordinary items behind them. One by one, please. Do not miscount. Rest assured, there will be no errors. Settling comfortably beside them, he placed a small notebook on his thigh. Chen Yu first picked up a long spear. The wrought iron spear, bronze blue, a warrior-type equipment, worth 130 luck points. Good. Anshin nodded, noting the figure, while Yang Changlong gestured for Chen Yu to continue. Blood recovery technique, bronze gold, auxiliary skill book, 200 luck points. Water healing technique, bronze purple, water type, auxiliary skill book, 200 luck points. Mysterious shadow stab, bronze red, assassin type, 180 luck points. As Chen Yu recited item after item, the total luck points steadily climbed. Upon completion of 10 items, the total reached 2,030 luck points. But that was not the end. With a flash of brilliance, Chen Yu produced another 10. There's more. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. Everyone somewhat numbed. Just how many items did this Dragon Lord possess? After tallying these 10 items, the luck points soared to 4,150. A sheen of fine sweat broke out on Yang Changlong's forehead as he suddenly felt the weight of pressure. Yet, he remained silent. Even with a 30% increase for the Dragon Lord, he would welcome it. The items were exceedingly rare and of such high quality. It was no exaggeration to say that their official resources could not compare to what Chen Yu possessed. Furthermore, establishing a good relationship with the top-ranking Dragon Lord was something the higher-ups were eager to facilitate. There were even whispers circulating that should the Dragon Lord choose to join the official ranks, he would gain absolute command over the official resources within the Divine Domain game. Before long, Chen Yu had cleared out the bronze items he no longer needed from his backpack. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, 8 silver items materialized before them. Silver, are you truly selling these? This great figure is rather extravagant, isn't he? My heavens, I don't even possess bronze equipment. Yet this esteemed individual is selling silver? Is this the previously top-ranked Dragon Lord? Alas, it's a pity the rankings and levels are no longer visible. One wonders what level he has attained. This one. Chen Yu picked up a black-covered skill book, Shadow Technique, Silver Purple, Assassin-type skill book, worth 600 luck points. Earth and Wall Technique, Silver Gold, Earth Type, Auxiliary Skill Book, 780 luck points. Silver-grade items are all quite pricey. Each is nearly several times the cost of bronze. Chen Yu did not overprice them, remaining within a reasonable range, knowing the officials could afford it. Having unearthed the truth of this game, they had managed to amass tens of thousands of participants. After several days, how could they not have accrued a few thousand lucky points? The feathered arrow, silver purple, and archer equipment, which are consumable and recyclable items, could yield 580 lucky points for 10 arrows. The priest's staff, silver red, and auxiliary equipment. Upon hearing this, Anshin's eyes sparkled. This was an item she could utilize. However, the most significant aspect was that with this item, she could restore Yang Changlong and the others back to their former selves within mere hours. In other words, as long as the healer possessed this item's enhancement, they could revive their teammates as long as they still had breath. Its value was immeasurable. Chen Yu continued to browse, seemingly at a loss for how to price it. As this was the highest level silver item available for sale, some of his personal items paled in comparison to this. 900 lucky points, he sighed, offering his price. Ultimately, the total for the 28 items amounted to 10,180 lucky points. Chen Yu rounded down, requesting 10,000. Yang Changlong inhaled deeply. Such a substantial sum of lucky points required his utmost consideration. Yet, in the presence of the Dragon Lord and given the abundance of high-quality items, he felt justified in making a decision on the spot. Excellent. Brother Dragon Lord, I look forward to our next collaboration. Yang Changlong nodded vigorously, extending his hand to shake Chen Yu's. Throughout the transaction, apart from Chen Yu's voluntary concession, he had not haggled a single lucky point, demonstrating his utmost sincerity. Indeed, there will be ample time ahead. Chen Yu expressed his satisfaction. The onlookers were awestruck. 10,000 lucky points. Previously, affluent scions had been purchasing lucky points at a rate of 1,000 yuan per point, which had now surged to 5,000. How much was this 10,000 lucky points worth? Observing his sudden rise to 12,086 lucky points, Chen Yu nodded in contentment. Aside from the nation, he was likely the wealthiest individual in the game at present. Just before departing, he recalled another matter and turned to Yang Changlong. By the way, what are your thoughts on forming a guild? A guild? Yang Changlong chuckled bitterly. I would love to unite the myriad of strong individuals into a single force. But alas, I lack the means to initiate one. Establishing a guild requires prestige points, with a minimum of 10 points needed. He had the ambition to create a guild to rally people together, which would greatly complement his talents. However, in this region, prestige points were nearly monopolized by Chen Yu. Yang Changlong felt powerless despite his intentions. It's simple. I can sell them to you. Chen Yu had no desire to form a guild. Given that prestige points were of no use to him, he might as well sell them. Haha, thank you for your generosity, brother Dragon Lord. Upon hearing this, Yang Changlong burst into laughter, immediately assuring, name your price, I shall not bargain. 1 for 100. Agreed. Thus, Chen Yu sold him 30 prestige points, garnering an additional 3,000 lucky points. With the prestige points in hand, Yang Changlong promptly set about registering the guild. National Fortune Changlong, please enter the guild name. The name, he pondered aloud, scanning his surroundings, his teammates, the Dragon Lord's enigmatic smile, and the eager faces before him. Reflecting on the impending darkness that loomed over this world, he refrained from consulting others. With determination, he inscribed 2 characters, justice. In a world on the brink of shadow, justice was essential for its preservation. Chapter 41. National Fortune Changlong establishes the Justice Guild. Chen Yu smiled faintly, caught in a reverie that felt as though the future had suddenly drawn near. Starry Town National Fortune Changlong establishes the Justice Guild. Guild leaderboard activated. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice echoed in everyone's minds. In the game, any form of first place would trigger an announcement. Guilds were particularly special. The establishment of each guild would activate an announcement, serving to herald their reputation. Haha, Captain. I want to be the first to join the guild. Nonsense, I shall be first. Step aside. I am the first to follow the captain. Naturally. I must be the first to join. Excitement surged among the crowd, surrounding the small stall. Essentially, a guild was akin to a sect in a novel, offering numerous benefits for joining, such as shared items, resources, and various forms of assistance. Most importantly, it allowed disparate forces to unite, fostering a sense of belonging. The original team format, with a maximum of 6 members per squad, while comprised of Chinese soldiers with undeniable execution capability, was ultimately too loose, lacking cohesion. Everyone, remain calm. The guild can accommodate 300 members. We must utilize this wisely, Yang Changlong urged, attempting to instill some order. He looked towards Anshin and instructed, please compile suitable information swiftly. Don't focus solely on high levels. It's best to admit members based on contributions, and we must strive for balance across professions, avoiding favoritism. Understood. Anshin replied with a smile. Captain, how shall we distribute these items? Not long ago, the second batch of national soldiers had arrived. Currently, within the entire Divine Domain game, official soldiers likely outnumbered ordinary players. They required a substantial amount of items to commence their expansion efforts. Thus, despite Chen Yu's recent sale of nearly 30 items to them, they still found themselves somewhat stretched. Let us prioritize distributing items to the newcomers, helping them to grow swiftly. Yang Changlong organized various arrangements. Chen Yu chose not to elaborate further, silently departing. In truth, upon hearing the guild establishment announcement, he harbored some doubts. Why had there been no announcement for the Round Table Guild? Could it be that they were merely discussing it without taking action? Or perhaps they lacked prestige points? That seemed improbable. Shaking his head, Chen Yu dismissed the thoughts. It mattered not how they proceeded. All he needed to ensure was that he remained stronger than everyone else. As Chen Yu's figure vanished, he reappeared in another small town. Brother. As soon as he emerged, Chun Shi rushed over excitedly, accompanied by someone else. Chen Yu frowned, gazing at the girl with large, expressive eyes. She seemed oddly familiar. Hello, Chen Shi's brother. I am her classmate and roommate. My name is Su Li. The girl smiled sweetly. Hello. Chen Yu finally recalled where he had seen her. A few days prior, while selling items, this young girl had purchased his spirit enhancement spell. And due to insufficient lucky points, she had exchanged it with a storage ring. He quietly concealed his hand behind his back, removing the ring. Brother, can you believe the coincidence? Chun Shi laughed as she explained, we both joined the official ranks. She was assigned here to assist. And I just happened to arrive and ran into her. Upon their reunion, both nearly teared up, sharing an overwhelming sense of familiarity akin to encountering an old friend in a foreign land. Indeed, having someone to accompany you is quite pleasant. Chen Yu chose not to elaborate further. By the way, brother, do you have a gift for me? Chun Shi was certainly aware of the announcement regarding the conquest of the Starry Town dungeon. And aside from her brother, who else could accomplish such a feat? Of course. They made their way to a corner of the plaza, where Chun Yu produced the light rain spell. Items for light mages were exceedingly rare. Despite clearing the dungeon and acquiring a plethora of items, there exists but a singular luminous artifact. However, He had preemptively utilized his sublimation points to elevate this item to the golden tier. Gazing upon the resplendent golden hue, both Chen Shi and Su Li widened their eyes in astonishment. Wow, gold. Brother, is this for real? Could I ever deceive you? He chuckled. I hereby declare you are undoubtedly the best brother in the entire world. Following the receipt of the gift, Chen Shi was never one to shy away from bestowing compliments, though it had been quite some time since she had expressed such exuberance. By the way, brother, Chen Shi, one hand clutching the skill book and the other tugging at Su Li's side, inquired, did you prepare a welcoming gift for my friend? Indeed, I have. Chen Yu pondered for a moment before producing a piece of silver armor. He had nearly sold off all his auxiliary items, leaving behind just a couple of universal ones that he anticipated might prove useful in the future. As for defensive gear, this was the sole remaining piece. With Chen Shi already adorned in the red dragon armor, this distinctly feminine silver armor would be the perfect gift for Su Li, thus solidifying their burgeoning friendship. Su Li's eyes widened even further as she vehemently shook her head. No, I cannot accept this. It is far too precious. Earlier, she had felt envious of Chen Shi's formidable brother, yet truth be told, their relationship was merely that of classmates and roommates, not quite reaching the level of friendship. How could she accept such an extravagant gift? Nonsense. Take it. You are a support character with a fragile constitution. This will significantly enhance your survivability. Chen Yu interjected, adding, and Chen Shi, being as scatterbrained as she is, I expect you to look after her from now on. I am not scatterbrained, Chen Shi retorted with a pout. Yet she accepted the armor, pressing it into Su Li's arms. Take it, Su Li. I was just thinking of expressing my gratitude for your care in the dorm. Thank you. Su Li stammered, her face flushed with excitement. This was her very first piece of silver equipment. By the way, Chen Shi, what level are you now? Level 5. After assisting Yang Changlong in slaying a cursed treant, she had gained some experience, but it was insufficient to propel her to level 6. And you? Chen Yu turned his gaze towards Su Li. I'm at level 4, Su Li admitted shyly. While this level was respectable compared to other players, it was disheartening to realize that she, who had been in the game longer, had achieved a lower rank than Chen Shi, who had only recently joined. Let us proceed. This is an unfamiliar town, and I intend to guide you both in unlocking its mysteries. All right. The two followed closely behind him. Chen Shi, what is your brother's codename? He can produce golden tier items. He must be incredibly powerful, right? Su Li asked curiously. His codename. Chen Shi realized she could not disclose Chen Yu's true identity, her mind racing. The God of War. My brother's codename is the God of War. Does that sound both cliché and impressive? In any case, the leaderboard had already been sealed. Who could verify the truth? The God of War. Wow, that sounds formidable. Indeed. My brother is both handsome and strong. What do you think? Are you intrigued? Would you like to? Chen Shi. Chen Yu suddenly turned back. What? Chen Shi grinned. Brother, what is the matter? Chen Yu sighed in exasperation. Hurry up. Do not waste time. Okay. On the 7th day, an explosive piece of news spread like wildfire. Chapter 42. Abilities transferred to reality. In the Divine Domain game, upon reaching a certain level, one could carry their abilities into the real world. Following the unsealing of the town by prominent players, this announcement incited a remarkable uproar. Concurrently, similar reports emerged from major powers across North America, Western Europe, and Australia. With the first individual making the announcement, renowned figures such as Fire Seed, Night Shadow, Stone Sword, and Black Jesus all confirmed its veracity, including celebrities and singers with nationwide influence. Consequently, the entire Western world was thrown into chaos. What? Did I just hear that? Abilities can be transferred to reality? Is this true? I knew this game was not that simple. Ha ha ha. I am going to become a citizen of my homeland. You fool. Have you lost your mind? With those big shots around, do you think you stand a chance? This is fantastic. The future belongs to us assassins. We can become invisible. No matter how strong you are, you will ultimately have family, right? Wait, but how many levels are required? Why hasn't that been stated? A group of simpletons, fixated on becoming citizens of their homeland, failed to grasp the magnitude of the implications. Damn it. I was wondering why so many yellow-skinned folks have appeared recently. Could they have known in advance? The Huaxia people are so cunning. They must have been aware all along and prepared days in advance. The ramifications of this revelation were immense. An urgent meeting was convened. Meanwhile, news from Huaxia, delayed by 2 or 3 days, also reached the president's desk in the beautiful nation, inciting fury among the high-ranking officials. Their anger stemmed not from Huaxia's prior knowledge and preparation, but rather from the domestic strongmen who, despite being aware of everything, chose to conceal the information. Several towns had their unsealing times not significantly differing from that of Starry Town. Had they been privy to this information, could Huaxia have possibly gained an edge? The discussion did not last long. On the evening of the 7th day, soldiers from various nations began entering the divine domain game in droves. Congratulations. You have surpassed level 6. Haha, brother. I just reached level 6. After delivering the final blow to an 8th level boss, Chen Yu successfully leveled up, while Su Li also achieved level 5 beside her. Chen Yu scrolled through the world channel, which had descended into utter chaos. Can abilities really be transferred to reality? Is this for real? A friend of mine from the beautiful nation informed me that they are in an uproar over there. I don't know. But this game exudes complexity at every turn. I've managed to convince my entire family to join. It's just the matter of what to do with my 90-year-old grandfather. Bro, your family is truly progressive. My parents refused to budge, insisting on waiting for some official announcement, claiming what outsiders say is all false. They simply don't believe their own son. It won't be long. This news can't be kept under wraps. At the latest, tomorrow the state will release an announcement. Now is the time to act quickly. Brothers, the 70s are aging. The 80s are declining, and the 90s cannot bear the burden. The opportunity for us 00s has arrived. This era will be ours to command. Casually scrolling, Chen Yu's expression remained placid. A certain level? He understood the motivations behind the dissemination of this news. If it were stated that the threshold was within 300 individuals, there would be a stir, yet most players would lack the drive. Feeling hope was a distant dream. The requirements for levels, however, were another matter entirely. Upon learning of this, countless players would undoubtedly strive with all their might to ascend, hoping to reach that coveted level. Thus, the situation would inevitably become increasingly chaotic. Sigh. What was meant to come has arrived. I wonder what day this news emerged in my previous life. In any case, the official announcement to the public would be made on the 10th day. It now appeared this time frame would be significantly shortened. Brother, what are you looking at? Chen Yu inquired, leaning in with curiosity. After glancing at the screen, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we have not fallen behind. Chen Yu retracted his interface and turned his attention to the colossal creature before them. Feel free to take any items you require. Let us hasten to the next town. Ordinary monsters no longer suffice to capture his interest. Regardless of whether he should retain any hope, the truth is already known to everyone, and thus he need not dwell on it. Instead, the path to ascendancy lies in swiftly vanquishing the most formidable bosses in various towns, thereby enhancing his own strength. For once the game fully materializes and NPCs integrate into reality, it will usher in a myriad of unforeseen transformations. Not only will numerous powerful monsters emerge, invading the world and claiming territories, but those NPCs, akin to the game's indigenous inhabitants, will also prove to be immensely formidable. All he can do is to amass greater power before their arrival, ensuring he does not succumb to a fate of being slaughtered. Soon, Chen Yu, accompanied by Lian, entered another small town. Upon landing, a familiar voice resonated in Chen Yu's ears, a voice he could never forget even in his dreams. Turning to look, he beheld Li Mingyue standing before him, wielding an ordinary priest's staff, which astonishingly had reached level 3. Upon seeing Chen Yu, her expression shifted from surprise to anger, and finally to a disdainful, yet haughty demeanor. After exclaiming her discontent, she cast Chen Yu a furious glance before turning on her heel and departing. Li Mingyue was confident that Chen Yu would pursue her. How did I end up encountering her here? Chen Yu pouted, visibly displeased. Unbeknownst to her, her small hand had tightly grasped the hem of Chen Yu's garment, as if fearing her brother might actually go after Li Mingyue. Should we perhaps change locations? Su Li, aware of some of the backstory, recalled how Chen Yu had wept in the restroom until dawn when she first moved into the dormitory. With Su Li steadfastly by her side, this shared experience had forged a bond between them, distinct from that of others, as they had both been reprimanded by their teacher for dozing off in class due to their exhaustion. Li Mingyue. Chen Yu took a step forward. Feeling the tug at his waist, and with a bemused shake of his head, he chose to speak. As expected. With her back turned to them, Li Mingyue couldn't suppress a smile. Mingyue, who is he? Do you know him? Li Mingyue entered a small team of 5. The leading man, robust and wielding a broadsword, was a level 6 warrior. He held his head high, arms crossed, casting a haughty gaze upon Chen Yu. Though his attention lingered more on Chen Yu. Minggu, no need to pay him any mind. He is merely a persistent sycophant. The man, Jiang Ming, was also a student from a university in Jiangling. After Li Mingyue was transported here, her looks and the rarity of her support class quickly attracted numerous invitations from various teams. Ultimately, she chose Jiang Ming's team, the strongest, and within 2 days, she too had advanced to level 3. Though Huang Rongrong had mentioned that Chen Yu was strong, she had not specified his exact level, and having witnessed Jiang Ming's prowess, she naturally deemed him to be superior. As the world transformed, it was only wise to align oneself with the powerful. Chen Yu, who is he? I can't believe he actually followed me here. What an annoyance. Li Mingwei remarked. Haha, this sycophant is truly persistent. Someone from the team laughed. Indeed, Mingwei has no interest in him, yet he still pursues her. Several teammates chuckled and mocked. Hey, how can it be like this, Mingwei? Jiang Ming interjected. Why not clarify matters with this brother? He just called for you. Come on, I'll help you. Chapter 43. Can you withstand a blow from me? Saying this, he strode towards Chen Yu, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Chen Shi. He licked his lips, thinking, this little girl is truly naive. Minggu? Although Li Mingwei was puzzled, she followed suit, seizing the opportunity to sever any remaining ties with Chen Yu. Brother, let us ignore her. If you're looking for a sister-in-law, I can help you find one. Chen Shi tugged at Chen Yu, attempting to leave. However, at that moment, Jiang Ming approached with swagger. Brother, one must possess self-awareness. Mingwei has made it clear she is not interested in you. Clinging to her is rather futile, don't you think? His teammates echoed his sentiment. Exactly. Have you even considered your own worth? Our leader is a level 6 powerhouse. They continued, do not covet what is not yours. The beautiful Mingwei is now our team's support. You should return whence you came. Hearing this, the three were bewildered. Chen Yu, with a moment of contemplation, realized that Li Mingwei must have said something else. However, these individuals, despite their strength, were indeed inflated in their egos. Level 6? Quite powerful. Can they withstand a blow from me? Li Mingwei seized the moment to speak. Chen Yu, since it has come to this, let us clarify things today. You have truly disappointed me. The surroundings fell silent. Chen Yu regarded Li Mingwei, eager to discern what she would articulate next. Throughout this time, I have treated you with utmost kindness. I sent you good morning and good night messages, consoled you in your sorrow, accompanied you to the hospital when you were unwell, and supported you in seeing a psychologist during your depressive episodes. Initially, I held some affection for you. Yet what did you do? You allowed your friends to humiliate me on the playground, turning me into a laughingstock throughout the school, while you vanished without a trace, offering no explanations. You are truly a scoundrel. Upon uttering this, tears glistened at the corners of Li Mingwei's eyes, rendering her a picture of vulnerability. One of her female teammates quickly consoled her, saying, Mingwei, don't let this kind of man upset you. There are plenty of good men in the world, like our captain. Indeed, how embarrassing it is for you as a man, Jiang Ming remarked, casting a derogatory glance at Chen Yu. Deceiving women's affections is truly despicable. Jiang Ming turned to Chen Shi, seizing the opportunity. Little sister, you've heard it all. Now you know what kind of person he truly is. Don't let him deceive you. Why not join our team? I can protect you. I absolutely will not. Furthermore, what this woman said is all. Chen Shi's face flushed with anger as she pointed at Li Mingwei, unable to articulate a defense due to her ignorance of the situation. With a cold gaze, Chen Yu fixed his eyes on Jiang Ming. Feeling discomfort at the intent in the latter's stare, he chose not to engage further and turned to Li Mingwei. Are you done? Humph, Chen Yu, from this day forward, let us act as if we do not know each other. Li Mingwei declared, clarifying her stance in front of Jiang Ming. Do not know each other? After all this, you want to absolve yourself of any blame? Chen Yu scoffed, disinterested in prolonging the conversation. Fine, return the 180,000 I spent on you, and we shall consider ourselves strangers. What? The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Among them, most were university students. 180,000. What did that signify? Jiang Ming and the others exchanged glances with a hint of realization. Things were not as straightforward as they seemed. Li Mingwei's expression stiffened, quickly morphing into one of indignation. Chen Yu, I truly misjudged you. You make me feel utterly disgusted. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Humph. Do not let me see you pursuing Mingwei again. You two are no longer connected. Jiang Ming warned, promptly leading his teammates to follow after Li Mingwei. Hey, what do you mean by that? Return my money. Chen Shi attempted to chase after them, but was pulled back by Chen Yu. Enough. Let us go hunt monsters. Chen Yu declared, unwilling to waste his breath on trivialities. He resolved to consider Li Mingwei's life as a debt to be repaid. Brother, 180,000. You. Chen Shi pouted, her expression filled with resentment. I don't even dare to ask you for living expenses, yet you spend so much on another woman. Well, it's not like I. Chen Yu felt a flush of embarrassment and hastily reassured his sister. Money has lost its value now. Shortly, I will equip you with several more items, if that's agreeable. Su Li replied, Xiaoxi, is that the woman you mentioned who has tarnished the bond between you siblings? Indeed. That would be her. You know Li Mingjie, right? He is her brother. What? Su Li was certainly aware of Li Mingjie. Birds of a feather flock together. She immediately retorted, that person is truly despicable, having squandered so much of Xiaoxi's money, yet ultimately placing the blame on others. Enough about her. We must prepare to battle. Chen Yu brought the two back to their senses as they made their way toward the outskirts of the town. On the morning of the 8th day, reality. Research indicates that the Divine Realm game will alter the world's landscape, allowing citizens of Huaxia to choose whether to enter and gain power. Please be advised. If luck value reaches 0, it signifies true death. Synopsis of the Divine Realm game currently known. Precautions regarding the Divine Realm game. On the importance of career choices and talents in the Divine Realm game. Early in the morning, Huaxia released a series of monumental announcements that left all who read them in a state of bewilderment. What? Does this imply that a new era is upon us? The Divine Realm game, such significance placed on a game by the state, is the apocalypse approaching? Some expressed concern, while others felt despondent. The once orderly lives were abruptly shattered by an unknown force, leaving many feeling utterly helpless. Damn it, I finally won't have to attend that wretched class anymore. God help me if I encounter that bald-headed Lee in the game. I'll smash his head. Brothers, a chance for redemption has arrived. We all start from the same line. No more words, just practice your skills. Choosing a profession. Has a novel stepped into reality? Haha. I must be the protagonist in this world. A true man should strive for a hidden profession. Oh dear, why didn't they announce this sooner? It's already been 8 or 9 days. The resources must have been cleared by the first batch of players. Didn't we say this before? You didn't believe or dare to enter. Whose fault is that? As the announcements were made, police stations across the land sprang into action, fearing that this unprecedented shift could incite significant unrest. If necessary, they would employ whatever means required. Meanwhile, while Huaxia was mobilizing abroad, in Sakura Country, Stick Country, Beautiful Country, and Bear Country, officials refrained from disclosing information. Their troops had just entered and lacked the capability to stabilize the situation, hoping to delay for a day or two. However, a powerful individual chose to leak related information, making the populace restless. They surged into the Divine Realm game. There were no disturbances in reality. But who could assure that chaos wouldn't erupt when national strength fell short of individual players? In this regard, Huaxia had a significant advantage over them. In a certain community in Jiangling, little brother, Li Mingjie. Li Mingwei returned home, incessantly knocking on Li Mingjie's door. Chapter 44. Is the Dragon Master weak? Seeing there was no response for a prolonged period, Li Mingwei found the spare key and boldly entered. Inside, she found Li Mingjie sprawled on the bed, a mere pixelated figure. Upon seeing this, Li Mingwei felt a mix of relief and anxiety. Relief that Li Mingjie had not fallen too far behind, having entered early. Anxiety arose from not knowing which town he had arrived at and whether he was in danger. In the town where she was, she had no knowledge of which formidable individual had appeared to unlock it. The leaderboard for clearing the town had vanished, as though sealed away. However, since Li Mingjie had already entered, Li Mingwei felt no need to remind him, and she subsequently re-entered the game. After assisting the level 7 Chen Shi and level 6 Su Li back to Starry Town and signing the membership agreement, Chen Yu did not leave. He donned his Dragon Master attire, preparing to lie in wait for Li Mingwei. Yet, he first encountered a group of obstacles. Dragon Master. You truly are hard to find. Jiang Sheng, the son of the Shang Yuan group and codenamed the Dragon King, appeared before Chen Yu, leading a large contingent that encircled him, roughly 100 people. Among them was an 8th-level powerhouse and 2 7th-level powerhouses. Jiang Sheng was indeed putting in a substantial investment. As a Dragon Master, Jiang Sheng had yet to contract a giant dragon, forcing him down the warrior path. Although he was currently at level 6, without relying on equipment, his strength was inferior to that of a pure warrior of the same level. In today's world, where the depreciation of money was swifter than a flash, Jiang Sheng understood that this might be his only opportunity. To eliminate the Dragon Master and seize the giant dragon was his chance to ascend the ranks of power. If a Dragon Master exists, why should there not be a Dragon King? Thus, he wagered everything, having heard from hired members that they had spotted the Dragon Master, and immediately brought everyone to this town. Dragon Master, be wise and surrender all your items. We may spare your life. One of the 8th-level powerhouses declared. At their level, how could they be unaware of certain truths? Money had become worthless. Their audacity to surround Chen Yu was driven by the desire for his possessions. Selling off dozens of items without batting an eye, news had spread far and wide, inciting envy among many. If silver could be sold freely, what about his personal stash? Such classic villainous lines. Chen Yu found their bravado amusing, gazing at the 8th-level powerhouse. Were they truly so ignorant and reckless as to not comprehend the chasm between them and him? Did they seek their own demise? Dragon Master. The strength of a Dragon Master lies in the dragon. What concern is that of yours? Though newly entered into the 8th level, the powerhouse remained confident, asserting, level is merely a number, attributes hold true significance. My attributes even surpass the foundational 9th level. As long as someone entangles the giant dragon, I alone can slay you. Chen Yu scoffed. What is there to discuss with the dead? Clang. He drew forth the black phosphorus blade. its golden sheen igniting a wave of greed among all present. At that moment, everyone heard the resonant roar of a dragon. The frost giant dragon erupted from the back of Chen Yu's hand, its colossal form resembling a small mountain, causing even some level 4 players to tremble in fear. No one informed me that we were to contend with such a creature. Damn, this dragon exudes a terrifying aura, even more oppressive than the 8th level boss of the town. How did I end up feeling like a fool? Gulp. Jiang Sheng swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm. There was no turning back. He had already crossed the line. Today, it would either be his death or the Dragon Masteress. Everyone attack. Kill the Dragon Master, and you'll receive an additional 30% reward. Attack. The crowd exchanged glances, and at that moment, none dared to take the lead. Chen Yu, however, was unconcerned with their hesitation. The black phosphorus blade transformed into countless blades, sweeping through the throng. In the blink of an eye, several players' heads rolled to the ground, without even a hint of resistance. Kill. We can always respawn. What is there to fear? Finally, Jiang Sheng let out a mighty roar and charged in first. Yes, we can respawn, so fear not. He alone cannot match our numbers. You all distract the giant dragon. We will handle the Dragon Master. The 8th level powerhouse shouted as he followed Jiang Sheng, rushing toward Chen Yu. In their eyes, they believed the Dragon Master's body to be feeble. Eliminating him would be far easier than dealing with the giant dragon. Chen Yu sheathed the black phosphorus blade, knowing that in the face of so many, using a blade was not the most effective approach. From an unknown source, he drew forth a pitch-black scythe, reminiscent of the very instrument of death, exuding an aura that was utterly captivating. Gold. Once again, gold. How much gold-level equipment does he possess? Fear not, brothers. Slay him. And all this shall belong to us. The scythe swept through the air, and with a single stroke, Chen Yu ended his life. He then charged into the crowd, unleashing a massacre. Splatter, splat. No, my hand. No, I can't continue fighting. It's impossible. This speed, I can't even chant, no? Blood spurted forth like columns, severed limbs flying about, accompanied by countless piercing cries that echoed through the forest. Jiang Sheng, along with that 8th level powerhouse, suddenly halted, too frightened to advance. Drops of blood splattered, blooming like crimson flowers before their eyes. At that moment, they seemed to realize something. They were gravely mistaken, profoundly mistaken. Roar. Meanwhile, the situation with the dragon was even more dire. They had initially believed that dispatching 80% of their forces to confront the dragon would at least stall it. However, the outcome was that the frost dragon barely shifted, unleashing an icy breath that froze everyone in their tracks. The few remaining 7th and 6th level warriors could only watch helplessly as they were encased in ice from head to toe. With a powerful roar, the frost dragon struck down, shattering countless ice sculptures, along with their forms. Not a drop of blood spilled. The entire ordeal lasted less than 10 seconds, resulting in the immediate demise of 180 individuals. Everyone was rendered speechless, and though they knew they could be resurrected, faced with such a dire situation, not a flicker of combat spirit remained. Chen Yu wielded his scythe, deflecting all magical attacks, observing the dwindling number of adversaries. He had had his fill. The ghostly blade of black phosphorus erupted into a brilliant white light as Chen Yu swung it. A blazing white blade, akin to a terrifying sword aura, sliced through the throng. In a flash, with a single strike, the remaining foes fell lifelessly to the ground. What of their sea of numbers? What of their Dragon Tamers' frailty, who had bestowed upon them the audacity to encircle a 10th level powerhouse, the sole 10th level warrior no less? TSK. And now, there remain only you. The ground lay in utter disarray, a river of blood flowed, with Jiang Sheng and that 8th level warrior sprawled in a pool of blood, trembling in fear. Why? Yu Jiang Sheng was left dumbfounded. He had convinced his father to expend a significant portion of Yuan Group's wealth to recruit these warriors, only for them to meet such a fate. Were they mere decorations? Had it been more than 3 minutes since their arrival? Chapter 45, Madness Unleashed. Dragon Lord, spare me. I am willing to serve you. In this battle, the confidence of the 8th level warrior was utterly shattered. The disparity was too vast, akin to a river compared to an ocean. Realizing the tide had turned, he was quick to beg for mercy, unwilling to lose the level he had painstakingly achieved. Chen Yu's face was shrouded in his hood, rendering his expression indistinguishable. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, at last, the Dragon Lord spoke, casting his gaze down with eyes as dark as night, devoid of emotion. Players slain by a 10th level powerhouse will have their luck reset to 0. What? The 8th level warrior was taken aback. Their greatest assurance had been that even in defeat, they would not perish. Worst case scenario, they could start anew. Yet now the Dragon Lord informed him that resurrection was impossible? No, this cannot be. That was Jiang Sheng's voice. Had he known this, he would never have revealed himself. Chen Yu offered no explanations, raising his scythe high. No, do not kill me. I know the whereabouts of a dragon. I can offer this information with a swift plunge. Chen Yu ended the life of the 8th level warrior, blood splattering onto Jiang Sheng's face. A warmth surged in his abdomen, and he was so startled that he lost control. Jiang Sheng now regretted immensely. Why? Why had he succumbed to greed? Why provoke the Dragon Lord? Why had he approached him willingly? He watched, eyes wide, as Chen Yu approached with the scythe, resembling a harbinger of death. Where's the dragon? Suddenly, Jiang Sheng heard those words. It felt like grasping a lifeline. And he hurriedly replied, we must go to the town. Once we enter, I will tell you. As long as we reach the town, the Dragon Lord can no longer harm me, and I can teleport away immediately. I will ask one last time, where's the dragon? How can I be assured that you will not slay me after receiving this information? Chen Yu looked at him, a cold smile gracing his lips. You seem to have misunderstood. The price of this information is the lives of your family. Jiang Sheng's pupils constricted, and a minute later, silence enveloped the area. The frost dragon approached, emanating an insatiable aura. A radiant emblem of the divine flame ancient dragon glimmered on Chen Yu's hand, as if to say, you are unwilling to summon me. Roar. The frost dragon growled, what a load of nonsense. Heh, Chen Yu chuckled. The personalities of these two dragons were as distinct as their attributes. The frost dragon was powerful and proud. The divine flame ancient dragon was combative and wild. Dragon Lord. You. Chen Yu sheathed the frost dragon and had yet to depart when another group appeared. It was Zhao Lily, known as the Ice Queen. She arrived with her followers, initially intending to rendezvous with Jiang Sheng. However, fearing the Dragon Lord might flee, they acted first, arriving just minutes behind. What in the world has happened here? Where's Jiang Sheng? Wasn't he supposed to be teaming up to besiege the Dragon Lord? All this carnage, was it not wrought by the Dragon Lord? How could this be? Jiang Sheng's team included an 8th level powerhouse. No matter how high the Dragon Lord's level, he could only be at 9th. How could this is that not Jiang Sheng's corpse? And the body of that 8th level warrior too. Zhao Lily's team, though slightly weaker than Jiang Sheng's, still included 2 7th level warriors. They arrived late, and upon witnessing such a scene, they were filled with dread. My mother is calling me home for dinner. I no longer want the money. Ha. My mother pig has given birth. Today is a good day. Many began to reconsider, hoping to slip away unnoticed. But how could Chen Yu allow them to escape? Since they had come with the intent to kill, what reason did he have to hold back? Roar. The divine flame ancient dragon appeared, roaring with excitement. Finally, it was its turn. Zhao Lily quivered in fear, her sweet visage marred by terror, while her gathered companions, sensing the peril, began to scatter in panic. Go. Chen Yu raised his hand, and the divine flame ancient dragon unleashed a torrent of blazing golden flames, igniting the entire forest. Chen Yu then sprang into action, the bloodied scythe once more commencing its harvest of lives, descending into a frenzy amidst the crowd. No, please, don't. Zhao Lily fled in a panic, regret surging within her as well. Yet, in the next moment, the pitch-black scythe sliced through her vision. Congratulations. You have gained 6,688 experience points, 708 free attribute points, and 13,580 luck points. Frost Dragon, Divine Flame Ancient Dragon gained 8168 for 1,556 experience points respectively. Congratulations. Frost Dragon has broken through to level 11, Affinity 1. Chen Yu, wielding a scythe, thwarted the ancient dragon of divine flame from devouring flesh and blood, until the battlefield was strewn with corpses, gradually dissolving into particles of light. He had long been aware of those who sought to assassinate him. However, he had chosen to disregard them, as searching for each individual would be too cumbersome. Instead, he opted to elevate his own abilities. To his surprise, these individuals had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. The experience and luck points he gained were far more abundant than if he had simply ventured into a dungeon. Even though the ancient dragon of divine flame acquired a lesser amount of experience, he was only a couple of thousand away from breaking through to level 11. The difference between level 10 and 11 was 7,000 experience points, while the gap between level 11 and 12 was a staggering 10,000. Thereafter, each subsequent level would require an increment of 10,000 experience points, with a 5-level progression. Thus, advancement was no longer a matter of simply slaying a few minor creatures. After Chen Yu cleared the battlefield, a plethora of equipment littered the ground, substandard, ordinary, bronze, and silver items alike. They were of little use to him, and he was disinclined to waste enhancement points on such trifles. 10 minutes later, Anshin, accompanied by several official personnel, arrived at the scene. Her mouth agape at the sight of the mountainous pile of equipment. Earlier, she had received word from Yang Changlong about the Dragon Lord intending to sell a batch of gear, and she had hastened over with her team. She had anticipated that. At most, the Dragon Lord would have acquired about a dozen pieces of equipment. To her astonishment, the spectacle before her was utterly bewildering. Many of these items bore signs of damage. A few official personnel approached and casually examined several pieces. The ordinary equipment paled in comparison to the golden-grade items, and it was fortunate if they could be utilized for a time. Leaning on his scythe, Chen Yu remarked nonchalantly, "I shall not make a bid. You may determine the value as you see fit." This pile, upon cursory inspection, easily contained several hundred pieces. To expect him to provide a valuation? That would take an eternity. Even Anshin and her companions were at a loss as to how long it would take to sort through everything, and with a sigh, she summoned a few more individuals, including a mechanic. This auxiliary profession possessed the capabilities of repairing, forging equipment, and reforging items. In a previous life, a self-proclaimed supreme mechanic had forged a sword, creating a piece of equipment capable of growth, which had sent shockwaves throughout the community and incited a storm of bloodshed. Seated cross-legged across from Chen Yu, Anshin scrutinized each item. This bronze piece has 100 luck points. This ordinary item is over half damaged, with 33 luck points. This one. Each piece of equipment was meticulously noted by Chen Yu as Anshin continued her examination. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired, "Did you obtain all of these through killing?" In Chapter 46, the benevolent reminder, they were undoubtedly thrilled to have amassed such a substantial collection of equipment. Yet, the origins of these items were evidently not simple, and if possible, she wished to uncover the truth. Chen Yu gazed at her, a chuckle escaping from beneath his hood. "What is this? Are you planning to apprehend me?" "No." Anshin quickly shook her head. In the current chaotic state of affairs, it would not be an exaggeration to say that some formidable individuals had already begun to carve out their own domains. How could she be foolish enough to voice such a notion regarding the Dragon Lord? "Indeed, I sincerely hope you are not a mindless killer of the innocent," Anshin stated earnestly. Although the Dragon Lord had been increasingly cooperative with the officials, if he were to be a reckless individual, indiscriminately slaughtering at the slightest provocation, the officials' stance towards him would inevitably shift. They might tolerate him for a time, turning a blind eye, but if they had the means, ultimately, no one desired an unstable ticking time bomb, or rather, a nuclear threat, within their nation. Chen Yu comprehended this logic all too well. He remained silent, merely gazing at the heap of items without uttering a word. The news of Jiang Sheng and Zhao Lily's intent to encircle and eliminate him was both covert and overt. After all, gathering so many powerful players would inevitably lead to leaks. The officials could easily ascertain the truth with minimal inquiry. His silence was tantamount to a promise. Chen Yu could not predict the altered future that lay ahead, nor could he commit to such a promise. What transpired here just now? A curious player approached after the tumult had subsided. "I heard quite a commotion, but I dared not come near. Goodness, look at all these items." Not long after the area returned to tranquility, several players from the nearby town drew close, their curiosity piqued. The corpses had vanished, and the surrounding woods were reduced to barren earth, devoid of foliage. A dozen official personnel, adorned with pentagram medals on their left chests, busied themselves clearing the mountainous pile of items. "Is there no one claiming these? Ridiculous. Can't you see the officials? What on earth happened here? That person, oh my, he is the Dragon Lord." "What? The Dragon Lord?" Before long, a crowd began to gather. Among them, Chen Yu spotted Jiang Ming and others. The sheer volume of items meant that Anshin and her team would require at least an hour to sort through everything. Gradually, players began to converge. "It truly is the Dragon Lord. I encountered him in Misty Town. He was clad in that black robe, and only he possessed a golden-grade item," someone exclaimed with delight. A few assassins expressed confusion. "Strange, why can't we see through the Dragon Lord's black robe? Could it possibly have concealment properties?" The Dragon Lord. He is indeed the Dragon Lord, the #1 ranked player in the Divine Realm. Li Minghue's eyes sparkled as she tidied her appearance. "If I could forge a connection with the Dragon Lord, wouldn't I'd be invincible in the game?" She slowly approached Jiang Ming. "Dragon Lord, could I please have your autograph? I admire you greatly. Dragon Lord, might you consider adding me as a friend? I could introduce you to my sister, who wears JK. How crude. What woman could the Dragon Lord possibly lack? Your sister? Huh. Actually, I have an older sister." A multitude of players surrounded Chen Yu, all eager to establish a connection with him. The men donned various flattering smiles, while the women posed alluringly, their eyes glimmering with interest. Jiang Ming, shedding his previous condescending demeanor, donned a congenial smile as he approached. "Dragon Lord, I wonder if you are in need of any subordinates?" "Hee. I still possess a measure of strength. If you require a lackey, I would be honored to serve." He felt no shame, nor did anyone scorn him. For those around him were even more audacious. One woman even boldly declared, "Dragon Lord, I am willing to be your dog." Hey, don't crowd. Move aside." Someone forcefully shoved Li Mingyue, who was attempting to squeeze into the throng. Her hair became disheveled, and she found it challenging even to push her way through, let alone approach the Dragon Lord. How much longer? Chen Yu glanced at Li Mingyue. He still had matters to attend to. Dragon Lord, if you have other business, feel free to attend to it first. We may still require some time here. Anshin, slightly overwhelmed by the surrounding noise, glanced at her notebook and assured him, we will not provide you with false reports. You can rest assured on that. Very well. Chen Yu chose to trust them in this regard. Subsequently, he paid no further heed to the crowd, his figure swiftly disappearing from the scene. Alas, as expected, why would a prominent figure like the Dragon Lord concern himself with us? Indeed. Let us disperse, let us disperse. As the Dragon Lord departed, the crowd gradually began to disperse. Mingyue, let us be off. Jiang Ming shook his head, preparing to leave with a few others. Wait, Li Mingyue called out. What is it? Several teammates turned to her. Li Mingyue glanced at Anshin and whispered, although the Dragon Lord seems indifferent towards us, he evidently cares about the official faction. Don't you think that if we join the official side, it might not guarantee our proximity to the Dragon Lord, but at least it wouldn't be detrimental? As soon as these words escaped her lips, the eyes of the others sparkled with newfound realization. They had never considered this before. Previously, when the officials sought to recruit players, they were unaware of this information and had no desire to be constrained. However, given the current circumstances, the official faction indeed appeared to be a promising avenue. Indeed, we can join the official faction, one teammate exclaimed. With our levels, it should be a piece of cake. Jiang Ming stroked his chin, also finding the idea rather appealing. As the crowd began to disperse, they approached Anshin. Is there something you need? Anshin inquired, her gaze fixed upon them. Dear sister, Li Mingyue sweetly interjected. We wish to join the official faction, may we? Anshin scrutinized them for a moment before responding. Yes. You may. What levels are you all? They each reported their respective levels. Anshin nodded and said, you can return to the town for a while. I will inform my colleague responsible for this town. As long as you pass the assessment, you will be members of the official faction. Haha, thank you, sister. Excitement radiated from the group as they bid farewell and made their way back to the town. Haha, thankfully there is still an opportunity. With this development, the number of players joining the official faction would inevitably increase, and the fact that Anshin would personally notify them indicated a significant chance of success. An assessment. I wonder what it will entail. It shouldn't be too difficult. With our levels, we'll surely pass with ease. Just then, one of them pointed out, isn't that the dog of Mingyue? On their way back, they noticed a figure battling a monster nearby. It was a level 5 creature, and Chen Yu was wielding a silver longsword, struggling against it. Hey, look at that. This kid isn't weak after all. He dares to take on a level 5 monster alone. One tall, slender teammate scoffed. Beside him, the only other girl besides Li Mingyue remarked, what? I think he is merely relying on that silver item. The silver item was a waste on him. One of the teammates, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, turned to Jiang Ming and Li Mingyue and suggested, Brother Ming, this kid has deceived Mingyue's affections. Shouldn't we teach him a lesson? Exactly. I've had my eye on this brat for a while. Bullying a woman, what kind of man is he? The tall man added, his gaze greedily fixated on the silver item. Jiang Ming chuckled and said to Li Mingyue, Mingyue, you get to decide whether we should teach him a lesson. Although he said this, he added, I believe that someone like him should receive a lesson to prevent him from harming other girls. Li Mingyue understood his implication, and it delighted her. She had long wanted to teach Chen Yu a lesson for making her feel so embarrassed. Was it really that difficult to spend a little money? However, she could not agree too readily. She feigned hesitation, her expression torn and conflicted, as if engaged in an intense internal struggle. After a minute or two, Li Mingyue slowly nodded and thoughtfully cautioned, Brother Ming, while this game allows for resurrection, we shouldn't be too harsh. Perhaps he has the potential to reform. Hee, all right. The others snickered, nodding in agreement. But do remember, if things go awry, we bear no responsibility. They then pushed through the bushes and slowly approached Chen Yu. Chapter 47. The Defeat of Li Mingyue. Being an actor truly wears one out. Chen Yu sensed a presence behind him, and with a swift strike, he dispatched the trembling monster. Applause erupted around him. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow, grinning, isn't this Brother Chen? Quite impressive to have slain a level 5 monster. You must have exerted quite a bit of effort. Chen Yu feigned surprise. What are you all doing here? That is of no concern to you. The tall man fixed his gaze on the silver longsword. We lost an item that closely resembles yours. Let us take a look. Jiang Ming and the others exchanged glances, acknowledging the man's directness. However, it certainly saved them from wasting words. Yes, return our item, you thief. Not only did you deceive feelings, but you also stole. Chen Yu leaned on the longsword and, without engaging in debate, replied, what if I refuse? Refuse. The group exchanged glances and concluded, then we'll have to teach you a lesson. With that, The tall man charged forward first, throwing a punch. Chen Yu sidestepped deftly. Despite appearing to struggle against the series of attacks, he effortlessly dodged them. Damn, you slippery little brat. After dozens of failed attempts, the man shouted, Brother Ming, this kid is tougher than he looks. Humph, what a waste. You can't even handle this kid. Two more individuals stepped forward, believing that three of them would suffice to deal with Chen Yu. The others looked on disdainfully, choosing not to intervene. However, 3 minutes passed, and even against a warrior, an assassin, and a mage, Chen Yu remained standing, not yielding. Brother Ming, let us all join forces. If we attract attention, it will reflect poorly on our reputation. Li Mingyue tugged at her clothing, speaking softly. Fine. What a hassle. Jiang Ming drew his silver item and joined the fray. Meanwhile, Li Mingyue and another girl began providing support. The surge in power startled Chen Yu, who exclaimed, You all want to kill me? Now that we've made our move, there's nothing left to discuss. The tall man sneered. Kid, did you just realize? If you had obediently handed over the silver item, we might have spared your life with just a mild lesson. But now, you're in for it. Jiang Ming brandished his broadsword, declaring, Die? Li Mingyue, are you also going to kill me? Chen Yu shouted, his voice echoing a plea for help. Li Mingyue ignored him and intensified her support. Ha ha, good. Excellent. Finally, a laugh, seemingly suppressed for ages, erupted from Chen Yu. He laughed so hard he could barely stand. Jiang Ming and the others assumed he was merely in shock and continued their assault. Suddenly, a terrifying power erupted, blasting them away. What? They stared at Chen Yu, who appeared transformed, his aura having multiplied tenfold. Chen Yu discarded the long sword and produced a pitch-black scythe from seemingly nowhere, approaching them with a manic yet serene smile. In this life, Li Mingyue had not yet committed an act of betrayal against him. Should he strike directly, the outcome would undoubtedly be shrouded in mystery for them. How could he allow her to comprehend the origin of death, the source of fear? Yet, one thing remained constant. People are inherently who they are, and a slight provocation sufficed to achieve his goal. Why you can't be, the tall man stammered, his gaze fixated on the scythe, utterly dumbfounded. Just half an hour ago, they had witnessed this golden tier item belonging to the player crowned as the invincible champion of the Divine Realm Game World Leaderboard. His name is the Dragon Lord. How could Chen Yu possess this? It must be a fabrication, impossible. They screamed internally, and with a thud, several of them collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. The dazzling radiance of the golden grade item magnified in their eyes. Deep down, they understood the truth, yet were unwilling to accept it. But it was indeed real. A golden grade artifact could not be a mere illusion. Chen Yu is the Dragon Lord. Countless individuals within the game had sought to uncover the true identity of the Dragon Lord, and now he stood before them, exuding an aura of murderous intent that felt as though it originated from the depths of hell. No, Chen Yu. Li Mingyue could never have anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. A profound sense of regret surged within her. Had she known that Chen Yu was the Dragon Lord, how could she have uttered those words to him? How could she have dared to confront him? She must. She must. With a sickening squelch, blood splattered as Chen Yu approached Jiang Ming, his scythe descending, severing a head that rolled to Li Mingyue's feet. No. Li Mingyue's complexion drained of color, as Jiang Ming's resentful gaze bore into her. A level 6, unable to withstand a single blow, yet still daring to covet Chen Shi. Chen Yu turned his gaze towards the tall, slender man and the others. No, please. We were wrong. We acknowledge our mistakes. Great One, spare us. We were merely misled. Yes, it was her. It was all that woman's fault. They lamented, turning on Li Mingyue in a frenzy. I did not. Chen Yu, don't believe them. It was their greed. I tried to stop it, but I couldn't. Li Mingyue screamed frantically, desperately attempting to salvage the situation. Chen Yu, disinterested, delivered several more strikes, and blood blossomed. Only Li Mingyue remained at the scene. No, Chen Yu. As she saw Chen Yu approach, she crawled backward, her face smeared with blood, resembling a madwoman. A flicker of hope surged within her, and she hurriedly exclaimed, Chen Yu, I like you. I truly like you. During that confession on the playground, I intended to accept your feelings. What I said before was all in anger. It was merely a moment of rage. You didn't even offer an explanation before blocking me, so of course, I was furious, but that is all in the past. Li Mingyue wiped her face, striving to conjure a gentle smile, her eyes shimmering with allure. Chen Yu, shall we be together? Chen Yu remained silent, gazing at her as if he had stared for an eternity, or perhaps just a fleeting moment. Li Mingyue, I do not regret having met you. Regardless of whether it was genuine or feigned affection, during that time, I did feel a flicker of warmth. Chen Yu spoke, his gaze drifting towards the sky. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Li Mingyue continued. Chen Yu, let us return to the past, shall we? Walking on the playground together, dining together, visiting amusement parks. A flash of blood illuminated the air, and she widened her eyes in disbelief that Chen Yu would act so ruthlessly. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye, uncertain whether it was from the fear of death or the rekindled hope of life. Chen Yu observed the fallen bodies, a silence enveloping him, yet within, it felt as if a monumental weight had been lifted, an unexpected release. Having spent his life savings, how could he not honor his promise? At last, he offered a faint smile, his figure gradually vanishing from that place. Chapter 48, The Dragon of Thunderclap Town. A total of 13,550 lucky points. An XIN handed a small notebook to Chen Yu, meticulously documenting the value of each item. Chen Yu merely glanced at it, dismissing it as seen. That's acceptable. 13,000 will suffice. The remaining 500 is a token of gratitude. He was in high spirits, having deducted 500 effortlessly. Thank you. An XIN did not refuse. Every bit saved in lucky points mattered. Before departing, an XIN remarked, "Pleasure collaborating. However, I hope for fewer items next time." Her implication was that items should ideally be yielded from monsters. Chen Yu chuckled softly. "It depends on the situation, but I do have a piece of advice for you." His words caused an XIN and the others to lose their mirth, turning serious. "What is it?" "Accumulate more lucky points. It is crucial, even more so than the items." "Why?" the mechanic inquired, echoing the curiosity of the group. Chen Yu surveyed the town, stating, "Soon enough, you shall understand. I will convey the message to those above." As the foremost player in the Divine Domain game, they regarded Chen Yu's words with utmost seriousness. Clearly, he possessed knowledge of many undisclosed matters. In terms of experience, listening to him was undoubtedly prudent. Subsequently, everyone departed their separate ways. Chen Yu gazed at the bustling town, reflecting on the fact that he had eliminated one of his greatest enemies since his rebirth. Only Li Mingjie remained. For now, he was unaware of his whereabouts. But he thought, let him live a little longer. There were more pressing matters to attend to. He could not afford to search for him specifically. Every moment counted now. With a swish, Chen Yu vanished once more. You have consumed 1,000 lucky points to initiate world teleportation. In the next instant, his figure disappeared from that location. Welcome to Thunderclap Town. This is A. As Chen Yu landed, he found himself in a small town abroad. It appeared to be located somewhere in Africa, with the distinct features of a group of individuals from the subcontinent. He did not rush to exit, but first checked the leaderboard. His position at the top was secure, with the 1st to 30th place being merely level 9. The familiar names remained, yet there was one that piqued his interest. Longshang, the former master of the Dark Dragon. He belonged to a formidable North American consortium and ultimately became a dominant force. The Dark Dragon. Chen Yu mulled over this name. Suddenly, a distant rumble of thunder jolted him from his thoughts. Peering into the distance, dark clouds enveloped the mountain peak, with silver lightning swirling within, accompanied by the sounds of thunder. Roar. Simultaneously, there was the roar of some colossal beast. Amidst the flickering lightning, a shadow of a massive creature seemed to emerge. This monster appeared to have grown even stronger. Who could possibly defeat it? I do not wish to linger in this town any longer. No. Unless one is an elite of level 8 or higher, it is utterly impossible to vanquish that creature. Even Ogu is no match for it. Chen Yu listened quietly. Ogu was the strongest in the town, having reached level 8. He soon discovered that the creature they spoke of was a thunder-type dragon. TSK. It seems that Jiang Sheng's words were indeed true. The other party is also a Dragon Tamer. Lacking a dragon, one would naturally seek information about dragons. In his final moments, Jiang Sheng had agreed to Chen Yu's conditions. With his death, coupled with news of a dragon, he secured the safety of his family, provided those individuals did not provoke him. Understanding the situation, Chen Yu made his way directly out of the town. On the back of his hand, the marks of the Frost Dragon and the Divine Flame Dragon flickered repeatedly, indicating that they too sensed the presence of their kin. Are you about to gain a new companion? How exciting. Chen Yu chatted with them. The Frost Dragon remarked, another foolish dragon has arrived. The Divine Flame Dragon retorted, who are you calling foolish? I shall tear you apart. Frost Dragon. Humph. Had it not been for my master intervening, I would have devoured you long ago. The ancient Flame Dragon growled, poised as if ready to charge forth at any moment. Chen Yu felt a throbbing headache. The more these two creatures grew, the sharper their intellect became, yet they also grew increasingly rebellious. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, believing that with time, their relationship would improve. In fact, having these two lively beings bickering within his mind was rather entertaining. Gradually, Chen Yu arrived at the summit of Thunderstorm Peak. Numerous players from Thunderstorm Town had gathered here, preparing to unite in their quest to slay the dragon, which was the town's level 8 boss. The key to the town lay in its possession. Listen to me. My comrades, countless allies have perished at the hands of that vile dragon, yet it too bears wounds. This is our chance. Follow my lead. Chen Yu stealthily infiltrated the group. At the forefront stood a figure clad in a deep purple robe, adorned with patterns of lightning, wielding a thunderous staff. It was none other than the mightiest of Thunderstorm Town, Agu. He had rallied all the town's strongest warriors to eradicate the dragon once and for all. Let us proceed. Upon hearing their plan, Chen Yu followed them towards the heart of the ominous clouds. The dark, oppressive clouds loomed overhead, and the rumbling thunder seemed poised to strike at any moment. Before they even laid eyes on the dragon, the sheer atmosphere terrified some of the less seasoned players. Thunderstorm Town was inherently unique, perpetually shrouded in a thick layer of storm clouds that frequently unleashed lightning. Now, with the presence of a thunderous dragon, the tempestuous weather had become even more intense. Disperse, Agu commanded as they reached a valley. Under his direction, the group spread out, advancing slowly towards the center of the valley in single or paired formations. The valley, approximately 100 meters wide, was shrouded in dense clouds, obscuring visibility entirely. Suddenly, a few fire mages ignited their staffs, illuminating the surroundings like a multitude of lanterns. Not only did this reveal the situation within, but it also awakened the lurking monsters. Attack! As the fiery glow unveiled the dragon's silhouette, Agu bellowed. A multitude of spells lit up the area. However, from behind them came an even more ferocious roar. The ancient flame dragon suddenly swept overhead, its golden red scales gleaming brilliantly even against the darkened sky. Another dragon? How could this happen? How can there be two dragons? The crowd was left utterly bewildered, stunned by the unforeseen turn of events. Chen Yu, arms crossed, stood atop the ancient flame dragon's back as it dove into the valley's thick clouds. The massive tail of the dragon swept through the air, sending everyone flying. Accompanied by a commanding voice, it declared, "Leave this place." In the valley's heart, Chen Yu beheld the dragon before him. It stood approximately 7 to 8 meters tall, cloaked in a deep purple hue, its expansive wings nearly enveloping its entire form. Intricate arcs of lightning danced across its body, as if it resided within a realm of thunder, its powerful limbs suggesting explosive potential. However, it appeared to be wounded. Blood flowed from its abdomen and wings. Yet its fierce dragon head remained held high, glaring with its dark purple, menacing eyes fixed on the ancient flame dragon. The expression it bore seemed to indicate a readiness for a fierce battle. The Thunder Prison War Dragon, indeed, exuded an aura of dominance. Chapter 49, Contracting the Thunder Prison War Dragon. Thunder Prison War Dragon, LV8. Rank, Silver. Health, 7,888. Chen Yu murmured to himself, but before he could establish a mental link, the Thunder Prison War Dragon lunged directly at him. The ancient flame dragon displayed unmistakable excitement, even conveying a sentiment to Chen Yu to let it be, as it intended to establish its dominance over the newcomer. After all, the Frost Dragon had set rules for it, which had irked it. Temporarily unable to contend with the other dragon, it sought to vent its frustration on this one instead. With a thunderous crash, the two colossal dragons collided, fire and lightning flashing in their wake. Yet, in just a single encounter, the Thunder Prison War Dragon was ruthlessly pinned to the ground. It was already at a disadvantage, being 2 levels lower than the ancient flame dragon and in a wounded state. With such overwhelming circumstances, how could it stand a chance? The sky rumbled incessantly, and the dragon roared continuously, as if suppressing an imminent explosion. The massive forms crashed throughout the valley, seemingly intent on demolishing the very ground beneath them. Enough! Enough! After all, it is our third. Chen Yu intervened just in time, initiating the mental link. However, contrary to the expectations set by Dragoness Heart, this should have been a straightforward task, yet the Thunder Prison War Dragon exhibited a hint of resistance. Chen Yu was taken aback, soon realizing that the Thunder Prison War Dragon did not wish to ally with the ancient flame dragon. It was furious at the very dragon that had struck it down. After contemplating, Chen Yu conveyed, "Thunder Prison War Dragon, come with me. I can make you stronger. Do you not wish to strike back personally?" The level 8 Thunder Prison War Dragon had not yet undergone a metamorphosis during its slumber, possessing an intellect akin to that of a 1 or 2-year-old child, making it quite easy to persuade. Before long, a radiant light flickered. The Thunder Prison War Dragon's favorability towards you is at 100. Contract conditions met. Would you like to form a contract? Contract. Upon the utterance, an ancient parchment descended, already bearing the imprints of 2 dragon claws and a handprint. The ancient flame dragon let out a low growl, raising its head as it grasped the Thunder Prison War Dragon's hand and pressed it upon the parchment, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. With a flourish, the parchment vanished. Congratulations, you have gained 2,888 experience points. Congratulations, Dragon Master. You have contracted the Thunder Prison War Dragon. Thunder Prison War Dragon. Juvenile Stage, Compatibility 8. Rank, Silver. Level, 8. Skills, Lightning, Dragon Claw, Dragon Armor. Traits: Dragon Intimidation, possessing a natural intimidation effect on all non-dragon entities. Capable of reducing their battle intent by up to 50, depending on target level. Talent: Immunity to lightning magic, with water magic reduced by up to 50. Depending on their attributes, the dragon flames, which best represent the dragon's skills, varied accordingly. The frost dragon initially wielded dragon frost, the ancient flame dragon commanded dragon flame, and the thunder prison war dragon harnessed lightning. Though the names differed, their essence remained the same. All possessed immense power and destructive capability. The three dragons contracted by Chen Yu happened to be the most destructive among all elemental types: ice, fire, and thunder. Once they truly matured, who could stand against them? With a roar, the Thunder Prison War Dragon rose, its injuries exacerbated from the earlier encounter. Blood coursed down its form, crackling with electricity, evoking a sense of dread in onlookers. According to the dragon's inherent healing abilities, these wounds would heal within a matter of days. Chen Yu would never act in such a manner. Wounds must be treated without delay. He promptly contacted his sister. As a holy festival mage, some of her abilities were indeed capable of healing. Moreover, Chen Shi possessed an innate talent for restoration. After agreeing on a time, Chen Yu turned to the imposing figure before him and said, "Let us proceed. I will first tend to your injuries, after which you shall likely fall into a deep slumber. When you awaken, I will assist you in leveling up." With a mighty roar, the divine flame ancient dragon entered the contract space, closely followed by the Thunder Prison War Dragon. This time, a deep purple mark appeared on Chen Yu's left forearm, and simultaneously, a key materialized before him. With the Thunder Prison War Dragon bound by contract, the key naturally manifested. Returning to the mountaintop, Chen Yu noticed that the storm clouds had dissipated significantly, revealing numerous players from nearby towns. "Who are you?" Ogre inquired. Chen Yu remained silent, tossing the key to him casually before vanishing into the shadows. Upon reappearing, Chen Yu found himself in a small town within the borders of Huaxia. "Brother." As he materialized, a sweet, melodious voice rang out. Chen Shi, clad in a pristine robe, approached with purposeful strides. This time she had come alone, knowing what needed to be done. So she and T brought Suli along. "Hee, brother. I have delightful news to share." Chen Shi beamed with joy. "Delightful news?" Chen Yu feigned contemplation. "What tidings have brought you such happiness?" "Haha, your sister has now attained a position of authority." Chen Shi proudly produced a medal, its five-pointed star gleaming radiantly, emblematic of an official organization. "I am the highest-ranking holy festival mage within the official organization and have been entrusted with significant responsibilities, now overseeing affairs in 5 towns. "Oh, is that so? My sister has become quite impressive." "Brother, your compliments are rather perfunctory." Is it?" Chen Yu scratched his head, chuckling. "Now on to business. We have matters to attend to." The siblings exited the town and ventured to a secluded location, ensuring no one was around. Chen Yu summoned the injured Thunder Prison War Dragon. "Wow." Chen Shi gasped, her mouth agape. "Where did you acquire such a magnificent dragon?" The purple dragon was stunning, yet she noticed the crimson stains marring its deep purple scales. Without needing Chen Yu to speak, Chen Shi swiftly drew her staff and cast a gentle beam of holy light that enveloped the Thunder Prison War Dragon. Approximately 3 hours later, the dragon's injuries were healed. Free from external threats, it could finally rest and undergo its metamorphosis. "Brother, what is the name of this magnificent dragon?" "Thunder Prison War Dragon." "What a majestic name. And it's of the thunder attribute." Chen Shi approached slowly, caressing the crackling dragon scales. Her curiosity piqued. "Are there any dragons of the light attribute?" Chen Yu nodded. "Indeed. The radiant holy dragon." He added, "If the opportunity arises, I shall capture one for you as a gift." Such words would surely incite envy among other dragon tamers. For each one struggled to even glimpse a dragon, let alone contract one. To give away a dragon? Was it akin to offering up cabbages? Really? Chen Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rushed to embrace Chen Yu's arm. "Thank you, brother. However, I understand the rarity of dragons. Please do not take risks. Just a few golden-level light items would suffice." Chen Yu chuckled heartily. All right. Subsequently, Chen Shi once again named the Thunder Prison War Dragon, opting for something simple yet straightforward: Little Thunder. She then insisted that Chen Yu release the divine flame ancient dragon, bestowing upon it the endearing title of Little Fire. The divine flame ancient dragon protested with a low growl, indignantly questioning how such a splendid and formidable creature could be reduced to such an insignificant name. The mere thought of it would tarnish its regal reputation. Chapter 50, Level 9 Monsters. "Haha, I knew you would be pleased with that name." Chen Shi misinterpreted the dragon's protests as excitement. The divine flame ancient dragon rolled its golden eyes in exasperation. Chen Yu chuckled, having already arranged a simple hierarchy for his dragons in his mind. Dragon 1, Dragon 2, Dragon 3. He then shifted focus to the matter at hand. Sister, how are your luck points? Do you have enough? Luck points? Chen Yu examined her status, realizing that despite her rapid level progression, her luck points were somewhat limited. However, she had over 100, which was sufficient for now. I'm managing well. Currently, luck points were primarily useful for trading items and teleporting between towns. With no other pressing needs for them, I shall grant you some. Without hesitation, Chen Yu transferred 10,000 luck points to her. Chen Xi's eyes widened in surprise. If any other man had offered her such a sum without a second thought, she would have suspected ulterior motives. But coming from her brother, she felt nothing but gratitude. Thank you, brother, she exclaimed, her smile radiant. Chen Yu nodded appreciatively and then produced an item, a book. What is this? A skill book? Chen Yu queried, puzzled as she took it and examined it. A marking book? Brother, this item sounds extraordinary. Indeed, Chen Yu explained. I have inscribed the Frost Giant Dragon, the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon, and several of my most powerful skills within it. Use it wisely. Originally a bronze-red book, Chen Yu had utilized all his enhancement points to elevate it to golden-white status. Not only could the skills retain their full potency, but the number of skills inscribed had also increased to 5, allowing for repeated use. It was perfect for providing Chen Yu with protection. In truth, the Shadow Eye was also a viable option, yet if Chen Yu were to encounter an insurmountable danger, having 1 or 2 duplicates of herself wouldn't be particularly advantageous. This book, however, would at least possess a power far exceeding her current level. Wow, brother, I adore you, Chen Yu exclaimed, thrilled as she embraced him, reveling in the feeling of having a protective ally. After a few more exchanges, Chen Yu had to assume her responsibilities. And Chen Yu had matters to attend to as well, leading to their parting in the small town. Upon returning to Misty Town, Chen Yu found himself once again in this location, for level 9 golden monsters had emerged. In towns such as Starry Town and Misty Town, the first to be unsealed, level 9 monsters were gradually coming to fruition. As soldiers from various nations entered the area, the landscape of towns around the world was ever-changing. By the dawn of the 9th day, the number of unsealed towns had surpassed 100. Chen Yu deduced that at this rate, within half a month, more than half of the sealed towns would be unlocked, heralding the true descent of the Divine Realm game into reality. Before that could happen, he needed to advance to level 15. Only then could he undertake certain actions and maintain a foothold in this transforming world. Here we go. Chen Yu stepped out of the town, making his way towards the areas thick with mist. Compared to previous days, Misty Town had now expanded at least 20 miles, with level 3 and 4 monsters becoming increasingly common. With keen ears, one could even hear the howls of level 5 and 6 monsters. Thus, the player's ascension in levels accelerated. Levels 3, 4, and 5 comprised a significant portion. Father, quickly, slay him. Haha, it's no surprise that he's my offspring. If we vanquish this creature, we shall ascend to level 5. During his quest for a level 9 monster in the wilderness, Chen Yu encountered a father and son duo. Together, they managed to defeat a level 4 monster. However, they were oblivious to the crimson gaze lurking deep within the thicket, fixated upon them. The pair, filled with excitement, eagerly examined the items that had just dropped. Haha, splendid. We've finally reached level 5. With this newfound strength, we can protect our mother and little sister. Chen Yu paused momentarily. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble resonated through the forest. The monstrous creature barreled through a line of trees, charging directly at the father and son. What? Their expressions shifted in alarm. It was already too late to flee. The shadow of a colossal beast loomed over them. It was a black-spined boar, ferocious and highly aggressive. This is bad. The not-so-tall father swiftly pushed his son out of the way, but he himself could not escape in time. Dad! The young man's eyes widened in horror, helpless to intervene. In that critical moment, a flash of light surged through the air. The black-spined boar's shriek abruptly ceased, and it collapsed to the ground, its body cleaved in two, blood gushing forth and rapidly staining the earth. The father and son stood there, dumbfounded, speechless. Chen Yu sheathed his blade and continued on his way. The nearby towns had largely been unsealed, with Misty Town bustling with players. As the crowd swelled, various incidents began to unfold. You're committing a crime. Haha, crime? Is there even such a thing as crime in a game? So what? Your luck is below 20. You could die at any moment. Why not make the most of your remaining time? Understand this. Your only value now is to draw monsters to us. In a certain location, a small team had tied one of their members to a large tree, exploiting his low luck attribute. They intended to lure monsters towards him and then encircle them. Such occurrences had become increasingly common due to the rising number of players. This tactic proved effective, as monsters were drawn in quickly. Of course, the fate of the bait was seldom pleasant. Chen Yu merely glanced at the scene, choosing not to intervene. 1. He did not wish to entangle himself in the affairs of others. 2. Could he really save him for a lifetime? with luck below 20. Who knew when a meteor might strike, dragging him into disaster as well? Oh no, don't move. We're in the wild. What if someone comes? This is thrilling. Darling, come on, lift your shirt, quick. Archers and mages, provide cover. Assassins, follow my lead. What about support? Give me strength, not speed. Now's our chance, attack. On the path to find a level 9 monster, Chen Yu witnessed many familiar scenarios from his previous life. In this lawless, yet vividly real game world, the malevolence of humanity unfolded every moment. After about 20 minutes, Chen Yu arrived at a fog-laden area, visibility barely exceeding 10 meters. Yet for players, while their eyes were vital for visual communication, they no longer relied solely on them. Mental acuity became the most effective means of perceiving the surrounding activity. As Chen Yu stepped into this uncharted territory, a chill wind rushed into his body. Suddenly, a swift shadow darted past him, its form indistinct. Huh, trying to play tricks before me. Chen Yu scoffed, showing no fear towards the creatures that leapt and drew closer. Abruptly, the light above him vanished entirely. The creature appeared, its massive body blocking out the sunlight as it lunged at Chen Yu from behind. Chapter 51. Yang Changlong claims the first kill. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the land, a brilliant light illuminated the surroundings, revealing the colossal form of the divine flame ancient dragon. With a resounding crash, it collided with something. The emblem of the frost giant dragon flickered, expressing its discontent. Why send that foolish dragon? Am I not its equal? Dragon 2 is of a lower level. As the elder, what's wrong with letting my younger brother take the lead? Chen Yu crossed his arms and smiled lightly. Hearing this, the frost giant dragon's mood lifted somewhat. Indeed, let the younger one handle it. With a resounding boom, the two titanic beings crashed into the mountainside. In an instant, it was as though a landslide had erupted. Countless boulders tumbled down, dispersing the thick fog. At last, Chen Yu beheld the true form of the beast, a 7 to 8 meter long white tiger with piercing eyes. White tiger, LV9. Tier, gold. Health, 11,888. As is well known, among all creatures, the dragon and tiger have always held esteemed positions. Aside from the legendary dragons, tigers are also exceedingly dangerous monsters. To his astonishment, the first level 9 monster he encountered was. Congratulations to Starry Town for achieving the first global kill of the gold boss. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Chen Yu's mind. He paused, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. Haha, I didn't anticipate that Yang Changlong would beat me to it and claim the first kill. Starry Town had unsealed earlier than Misty Town, and dungeons were already available, let alone level 9 monsters. Yang Changlong had long reached level 9 on the leaderboard. Discovering a gold boss, there was no reason not to slay it, especially given his capability to do so. Had Chen Yu not wasted time dealing with Jiang Sheng and Li Mingyue, he surely would have secured the first kill. Yet he held no obsession with that title. Apart from gaining a bit of prestige to maintain his status in public opinion, it offered no real benefit. He never believed that the influential figures from his previous life would be overshadowed by his brilliance. As long as Chen Yu possessed the strength to stand above them all, he cared little for fleeting fame. With a resounding crash, the battle between the white tiger and the divine flame ancient dragon escalated to a fever pitch. Gold-tier monsters each possessed their own unique skills. The white tiger's claws and fangs glimmered with brilliance, their sharpness rivaling that of dragon talons. Each strike causing several scales to shed. Stop playing around, finish it, Chen Yu commanded, drawing forth his staff. The divine flame ancient dragon favored close combat over sheer dominance. Unlike the frost giant dragon, which preferred to keep its pristine armor unmarred. The last lesson for the divine flame ancient dragon had come from a fiery breath aimed at it. Chen Yu joined the fray, and together, he and the dragon pressed the attack. Sensing its own disadvantage, the white tiger did not flee but unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the mountains and forests. A sonic assault that shook the surroundings. What is happening? The sound reverberated through a radius of 10 miles, capturing the attention of all players within earshot. Their gazes converged in the same direction, bewildered by the unfolding events. What was this ominous sound? What dreadful creature was responsible? Unsure of its origin, some pondered whether they should venture closer to investigate. You're courting death. Don't drag me into it, another retorted. The terror of the sound palpable even from a distance, enough to chill the soul. Imagine the horror if it were to manifest right before them. Chen Yu summoned an icy barrier for protection, his brow furrowing slightly. The white tiger was indeed formidable, but with a thunderous roar, the divine flame ancient dragon countered. As if in a contest of might, who could rival this dragoness roar? They clashed once more. Chen Yu cast aside any frivolity, adopting a serious demeanor. Despite the prowess of the ice-striped white tiger, it was but a mere insect attempting to shake a tree in the face of their power. 5 minutes later. Congratulations. You have gained 3,864 experience points, 502 free attribute points, 752 luck points, and 75 sublimation points. The Divine Flame Ancient Dragon has gained 6,214 experience points. Congratulations! The Divine Flame Ancient Dragon has reached level 11, compatibility 1. After vanquishing this level 9 monster, Chen Yu found himself but a stone's throw from level 12. The Divine Flame Ancient Dragon had nearly matched the Frost Giant Dragon in strength. He turned his gaze to the remains, discovering a total of 7 items. While not in abundance, the quality was commendable: 3 golden tier items and 4 silver tier items. Taking advantage of the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon's feasting, Chen Yu began his examination. Among the treasures, only 2 were of use to him. Tiger Headblade, golden, blue, warrior class equipment, attack power 480, each strike inflicts a minimum of 240 damage, and can unleash a mid-range blade wave, causing 380 damage. Special trait, sharpness, reduces target's defense by up to 40, required level 5. This equipment boasted impressive traits, and if sublimated, it could become even more formidable. However, Chen Yu thought it prudent to refrain from equipping it just yet, for his arsenal of blades was already plentiful. Both the Black Phosphor Blade and the Ghost Blade Scythe were exceptional weapons, particularly the Ghost Blade Scythe, a dual-class weapon for warriors and assassins with the trait of throat cutting, synergizing flawlessly with the Flash Slash, making it a lethal tool for reaping lives. Yet, another piece of equipment caught Chen Yu's eye, one of a special nature. Tiger Spirit, golden, blue, universal equipment, when worn, enhances all attributes by up to 20, level dependent. Required level 5. This piece was simple yet potent, designed purely to augment one's strength. Chen Yu discerned the limitations of this emblem. Below level 15, one could achieve the full enhancement of 20, but surpassing that threshold might lead to a decrement. Nevertheless, the concern was minor, as long as he had sufficient sublimation points. He could easily equip it. With his inventory nearly brimming with gear, had he not reached level 11, he might have struggled to find a slot for the Tiger Spirit. In the game, each player had a set limit on the number of items they could equip and carry, excluding storage items. Normally, this limit could not exceed their level. Thus, at level 11, Chen Yu could only bear 11 items on his person and in his backpack, and could learn skills up to level 11. Yet, due to the unique nature of being a Dragon Tamer, he could independently learn skills from various classes without competing for slots, although item equipping remained capped at 11. This limitation was one reason Chen Yu had opted for a bronze tier all-element staff over a silver tier fire staff. Saving equipment space was crucial. He examined the remaining items. The last golden tier piece was an assassin class weapon, an exquisite tiger tooth blade, capable of explosive power, though it was unusable for him. As for the silver items, he glanced over them, collecting those that he and she could utilize into his backpack. Once the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon had satisfied its hunger, it returned to the contract space, beginning to boast in Chen Yu's mind, challenging the Frost Giant Dragon once more, claiming last time was a fluke and demanding a rematch to assert its dominance. Chen Yu, while attempting to placate it, departed the location, evaluating his own inventory. Beyond the experience gained, he recognized that his most significant acquisition was the surge of sublimation points. Having always found them insufficient, this time he could finally make substantial upgrades. What to enhance? Chapter 52, The Skeleton Ghost Dragon. After a moment of contemplation, several targets emerged in his mind. First was the Lucky Bell, a rare item capable of augmenting rewards. With 3 dragons to nurture alongside himself, relying solely on the heart of the dragon was clearly inadequate. The importance of this item was self-evident. Threefold rewards were insufficient for Chen Yu. He aspired to quadruple or even quintuple his gains. The second item he wished to enhance was the all-element staff. Chen Yu's inventory was evolving swiftly, and the silver tier staff was clearly lagging behind. As for the third, his items had been sublimated consistently, yet his talents remained at the bronze level. To ascend to silver required 100 sublimation points. Should he hoard them or expend them? Hoarding was folly. Strengthening oneself was the true path. Ultimately, Chen Yu resolved to act decisively. The future would bring ever more numerous and formidable monsters. He need not fear the scarcity of sublimation points. What mattered now was to elevate his strength by any means necessary. You have consumed 25 sublimation points. All-element staff, silver, white. All-element staff, golden, white. All-element staff, golden, white. Mage equipment, maximum skill power 50, maximum casting speed 50. Maximum cooldown speed 50. You have consumed 50 sublimation points. Lucky Bell, golden, purple. Lucky Bell, platinum, white. Lucky Bell, platinum, purple. When worn, experience gain is increased by 200, and will additionally drop 2 extra items. Upon reaching platinum, Each upgrade would demand 30 sublimation points. Given the volume of Chen Yu's items, it seemed unlikely he would retain much of those points in the future. Sighing, Chen Yu halted abruptly as he found himself enveloped in a thick fog, rendering the path he had traversed indistinguishable. This was highly unusual, with his formidable mental fortitude. He should never become lost unless ensnared in a hallucinatory array. Yet how could he have failed to notice? Suddenly, the sound of rippling water resonated around him. Chen Yu turned his gaze toward the source, his eyes widening in astonishment. Through the dense mist, a vast expanse of water emerged, akin to an ocean or lake, its surface undulating gently. Following this, a dilapidated, ancient wooden sailboat, seemingly weathered by centuries of time, slowly approached and anchored at the shore. The night was profound, silence enveloping the surroundings as the old vessel's sails flickered in and out of view within the fog, imparting an eerie sensation. Even in the absence of any overt occurrence, the ghostly appearance of the ship alone sent shivers down one's spine. Hidden realm triggered. Ghost ship, origin unknown, level unknown, quantity unknown. Players are advised against boarding. Please make your own decision. The ghost ship, was this the fabled vessel of legend? Chen Yu was astounded. In his previous life, tales of this ship were widely circulated. It was said to be a peculiar secret realm within the game. Some assert that it navigates the delicate divide between reality and the ethereal, its pathways uncertain, only to be glimpsed by the whims of fortune, eluding capture by any. Others proclaim it to be a vessel leading to the ultimate realm, a means to unearth the world's profound truths. Regardless of the interpretation, it is abundantly evident that the ghost ship is steeped in profound mystique. According to Chen Yu's knowledge, the ghost ship, upon its emergence, will linger at the shore for a mere 10 minutes before dissolving back into the void. In the past, many have seized upon this fleeting window to acquire unimaginable treasures, thus altering their fates against all odds. Such legends have been woven from their tales. Chen Yu scrutinized the dilapidated sailing vessel, a surge of impulse coursing through him. This was not an act of folly, but rather a clear understanding. At the onset of the game, the intensity of certain dungeons and secret realms is calibrated to match the player's capabilities. The absence of even 10th level monsters suggests that excessively formidable dangers are unlikely to arise. Perhaps this was the finest opportunity he would encounter. Once the game fully descended, the safeguards for novices would vanish. A minute had already elapsed, and time was of the essence. Chen Yu leapt onto the ghost ship. The aged wooden planks creaked ominously, as if on the verge of splintering. From a distance, the ghost ship appeared to span less than 100 meters, yet upon stepping aboard, one felt insignificantly small. A dense, dark fog enveloped the surroundings, and the deck bore the scars of battle, thick with congealed blood. Chen Yu's expression turned grave, his caution unwavering as he brandished the shadow eye. The fist-sized orb emanated a radiant glow, and in the next moment, a shadow identical to Chen Yu materialized upon the deck. Concurrently, a chime echoed, a sound of wind chimes resonating from an unknown source. From the previously barren and somber deck, a multitude of skeletal monsters, wreathed in ghostly blue flames, silently emerged. Their forms varied, some resembling humans, others monstrous, each emanating the same eerie azure fire. Cursed spirits. Once the souls of those perished aboard the ghost ship, they are bound by a curse, eternally tormented by ghostly flames. Beware, for if you are slain by them, you shall take their place in everlasting torment. Cursed? Chen Yu's gaze sharpened as the horde of spirits howled, akin to famished wolves, surging towards him. A myriad of lights flickered. Chen Yu was taken aback. Could they still wield powers from their former lives? The illumination coalesced into a blinding curtain, bearing down upon him. Both Chen Yu and his shadow sprang into action, their sides slicing through the air, unleashing formidable rays of light. As attacks collided, a thunderous roar erupted. Upon the detonation of the spirits, countless ghostly embers cascaded down. The moment Chen Yu made contact, he was seized by a sensation of his soul being ensnared, flecks of fire clinging to him, impossible to shake off. In that instant, Chen Yu comprehended the gravity of the situation. He could not afford excessive contact with these entities. If he were fully enveloped, he risked becoming one of the cursed spirits himself. However, evasion was not an option. Should he refrain from striking, the spirits would claim his life. Conversely, attacking would still result in contact. In other words, time was limited, and he must extricate himself with urgency. The cursed spirits, tormented for an unknown duration, surged towards him with frenzied desperation, eager to extinguish his life. For even if they were to be obliterated, they would resurrect after a while, unable to escape their fate, only seeking a replacement. Without hesitation, Chen Yu summoned the Frost Dragon and the Divine Flame Dragon, using the Shadow Eye to replicate the forms of both colossal beasts. The deck erupted into chaos as the four formidable entities rampaged through the ranks of spirits. The icy breath and searing flames swept over the cursed souls. Yet astonishingly, the spirits remained unscathed, exhibiting an immunity to magic. Chen Yu swore vehemently, swinging his scythe with renewed vigor. Thankfully, physical attacks retained their efficacy, offering a glimmer of hope. The four dragons ravaged the spirit horde, their razor-sharp claws shattering numerous entities with each strike. Yet, as the spirits disintegrated, the ghostly embers danced through the air, already tainting the scales of the frost dragon and the divine flame dragon. With the sound of chimes ringing out, more spirits surged forth from the shadows. 3 minutes. Chen Yu mentally calculated the time, engaging in a frenzied slaughter while his gaze darted across the deck, seeking the source of the sound. As the spirits were vanquished, increasingly potent foes emerged from the depths. Chen Yu's strikes were no longer sufficient to eliminate them with ease. Suddenly, at a certain moment, a colossal figure began to materialize upon the deck. First, a pair of sharp, ivory bone horns appeared, followed by massive skeletal claws, until a head engulfed in blue flames emerged. Chen Yu's gaze froze, and he blurted out, "A skeletal dragon?" Chapter 53. The Death Knight. Chen Yu hesitated to confirm, but soon, the enormous creature fully revealed itself. It was comparable in size to the frost dragon. Its wings and body constructed from interlocking bones, adorned with a diamond-shaped sapphire on its forehead, wreathed in the same ghostly blue flames as the spirits, its pupils pitch black, devoid of irises, yet exuding a chilling malevolence. Upon its emergence, its razor-sharp claws lunged at Chen Yu with blinding speed, leaving no room for reaction. Without hesitation, Chen Yu summoned his shadow. The impact of the strike caused the shadow to explode, vanishing from sight. It was worth noting that, aside from the absence of items, the shadow's combat prowess was nearly equivalent to Chen Yu himself. If even his shadow could not withstand a single blow, then what of Chen Yu? The skeletal dragon roared furiously, its claws descending once more. Chen Yu quickly retreated while the frost dragon charged forward. The collision of these titanic beings resonated, shaking the very fabric of the ghost ship. Propelled by this clash, the divine flame dragon and the two dragon shadows relentlessly cleared the surrounding spirits, causing the ghostly sparks in the air to intensify. Chen Yu's breath grew labored, his thoughts muddled, his mental focus wavering. 5 minutes had passed. He could not sustain this for another 10. He resolved that if he could not secure any significant advantage in the next 3 minutes, he must vacate the ship immediately. With another clear chime ringing nearby, Chen Yu lifted his gaze to see, atop the cabin, a skeletal warhorse, its four hooves kicking up a gale, its eyes ablaze. Upon its broad back sat a death knight clad in heavy armor, wielding a conical spear, casting a disdainful gaze down upon Chen Yu. The hollow helm seemed devoid of presence, yet it felt as if the specter of death itself were watching him, raising the hairs on his neck. A chime echoed once more. Chen Yu's eyes shifted downward, pinpointing the source of the sound. As the warhorse's hooves thundered, a string of copper bells around its neck rang out. It appeared the key lay with it. Chen Yu quickly identified his target, no longer concealing his intentions. He activated the shadow eye with fervent brilliance. Roaring, 1, 2, 3, 5 colossal dragon shadows materialized once more. Chen Yu had pushed the limits of the shadow eye to its utmost. Onward. As he issued the command, the intelligent dragon roared and surged forth in all directions. Boom. Meanwhile, the ancient flame dragon unleashed its might, disregarding the smaller dragons, and joined forces with the frost giant dragon to confront the cursed bone dragon. In truth, had the skeletal dragon not perished and transformed into the cursed bone dragon, Chen Yu would undoubtedly have focused his attention on it. For the worth of a dragon was sufficient to warrant this undertaking. Alas, what a pity. 3 dragon shadows lunged at the Death Knight, their strength barely inferior to that of true dragons. According to Chen Yu's estimations, in the early stages, they were more than capable of overwhelming everything in their path. However, with a swift thrust, the skeletal warhorse stomped its hooves, and the Death Knight merely thrust its spear, piercing through one of the frost giant dragon's shadows as easily as if it were tofu. The Death Knight passed through the dragon, the eerie blue flames blazing fiercely, and the sharp spear gradually magnified in Chen Yu's vision. Damn! Ignoring defenses, Chen Yu cursed inwardly, flipping his wrist as the ghost blade black scythe traced a line of white light. Bang! The Death Knight thrust its spear once more, obliterating this white light with overwhelming force. The skeletal warhorse trod upon the deck, causing the bells to jingle. Dingling, dingling. Countless specters inundated the area. Roar. Their numbers were overwhelming, with relentless attacks and monstrous foes drowning out the shadows of the dragons. Now, only Chen Yu remained, solitary against the Death Knight. Whoosh. The adversary uttered no words, galloping into the air, its spear descending from the heavens. Chen Yu's gaze sharpened. The game provided no indication of the opponent's level. Yet, capable of annihilating a frost giant dragon in a single blow, whether by spear or strength, it was undoubtedly formidable. He could not afford to be careless. Grasping the black phosphor blade in his left hand and the ghost scythe in his right, he advanced without hesitation. This was not a display of recklessness, but rather a necessity, as these specters were immune to magical attacks. Only physical strikes proved effective. Furthermore, Chen Yu was not seeking a definitive victory against this foe. At the moment the Death Knight's spear struck, the black phosphor blade transformed into a protective barrier, overlapping in layers. Chen Yu abruptly lowered his head, raising the ghost scythe to aim for the copper bell around the skeletal warhorse's neck. Yet, matters did not unfold as he had envisioned. A hoof, the size of a head, lifted and forcefully stomped down upon the ghost scythe, while another hoof came crashing toward Chen Yu's face. Swish! Chen Yu decisively relinquished the ghost scythe, retreating swiftly to narrowly evade the Death Knight's deadly sweep. The black phosphor blade returned to his grasp, while the ghost scythe remained beneath the skeletal warhorse's feet, the situation appearing increasingly dire. On the battlefield, the only advantage lay with the frost giant dragon and the ancient flame dragon. The two dragons combined their strength, tearing apart the cursed bone dragon's skeletal frame, threatening to rend its body asunder. At last, in a certain moment, as the ancient flame dragon's colossal claw descended, the skeletal remains crumbled, the diamond-shaped gem embedded in its forehead scattering into the air. However, unlike the other specters that dissipated, transforming into sparks in the atmosphere, the cursed bone dragon merely left behind scattered dragon bones, unchanged. At this juncture, the battlefield's predicament grew ever more precarious. Chen Yu, oblivious to this phenomenon, intended to summon the two dragons to assist against the Death Knight upon witnessing them vanquish their foe. The next moment, the bones on the ground trembled, slowly levitating into the air. In less than 3 seconds, the cursed bone dragon reemerged, its form seemingly enlarged. As the diamond-shaped gem returned, the cursed bone dragon was resurrected. Chen Yu's eyes widened. These creatures were becoming increasingly troublesome. The frost giant dragon and the ancient flame dragon, undeterred, once again pounced to engage in battle. Chen Yu's right hand conjured a new great sword, the tiger head blade. Utilizing its unique attributes and the skill chain slash, he unleashed dozens of blade strikes, simultaneously creating distance while searching for a means to breach the enemy's defenses. After several attempts, Chen Yu observed that both the Death Knight and the skeletal warhorse were adept at countering attacks from the front, but considerably sluggish from behind. This might be his opportunity. Chen Yu summoned a shadow dragon to confront the Death Knight head-on. Though the dragon could not withstand the spear for long, he needed only a single chance. If it failed, he must retreat immediately, vacating the ghost ship. The specters possessed no intelligence. They would pursue and attack any visible enemy. The Death Knight was successfully drawn away by the dragon, and a spear thrust pierced through the dragon's wing. In response to the dragon's descending claws, the skeletal warhorse reared its head, meeting the attack with its hooves, revealing the copper bell around its neck. Chen Yu, donning the shadow boots, conjured several phantoms, silently retrieving the ghost scythe from the ground. With a forceful flick of his wrist, the scythe cut through the air, emanating a streak of black light. Chapter 54, Resurrection Stone Ding. With a light sound, the copper bell soared into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yu leapt upward, and as he landed on the deck, the palm-sized copper bell appeared in his hand. The surrounding specters instantly fell into a state of suspension, as if the pause button had been pressed. In the fiery depths of his eyes, confusion and dismay flickered, as if they had suddenly lost their target. Roar! Meanwhile, the frost giant dragon and the ancient flame dragon, battered yet resolute, tore apart the cursed bone dragon once more. Crash! Simultaneously, the entire water surface began to surge, the ghost ship swaying along with it. As if it were time to depart. Go! Chen Yu had no time to ponder the passage of time. Without hesitation, he recalled the ancient flame dragon into the contract space. The frost giant dragon, dragging its massive form, flapped its wings, catching the falling diamond-shaped gem in the air, guiding Chen Yu to escape the ghost ship. As he vanished, the specters dissipated one by one upon the deck. The cursed bone dragon did not revive again. Its bones crumbled into powder. Roar! In the distance, a gentle murmur echoed, resembling a sigh of relief. A man and a dragon returned to the shore, the eerie blue flames extinguishing entirely. Aside from a lingering fatigue, they bore no significant injuries. Chen Yu held the copper bell and the diamond-shaped gem, gazing as the ghost ship gradually vanished into the dense fog. Suddenly, at that moment, a conical spear pierced through the thick, white mist, like an arrow, reaching Chen Yu in an instant. What the hell? Chen Yu had not anticipated this attack, and hastily sidestepped. Whoosh! The spear grazed his neck before crashing heavily into the ground. Tap, tap. On the distant ghost ship, the skeletal warhorse approached the bow step by step. The Death Knight remaining on deck, not vanishing alongside the surrounding specters. He stood upon the deck, his hollow gaze fixated on Chen Yu at the shore, until the ghost ship completely vanished from reality. Luck value 2. Heh. Next time, I will surely smash you and your ship to pieces. Chen Yu wiped the blood from his neck and spoke coldly. Luck value 2. His luck value continued to plummet, for that spear bore corrosive power. Fortunately, the injury was minor, and his luck value ultimately decreased by only 10. This is also related to his high level. His foundational defense and resistances are remarkably elevated. If it were another player, they would likely watch helplessly as they succumb to death, spending 1,000 luck points to replenish his luck value. Chen Yu turned to gaze at the spear, only to discover, with astonishment, that it had vanished, leaving behind only a colossal pit. Chen Yu felt puzzled, however. He was relieved that the 2 items in his possession remained intact. Facing such risks and uncertainties, with no experience to guide him. Had those 2 items disappeared alongside the spear, he might have been driven to utter profanities. After retrieving the injured frost dragon into his contract space, Chen Yu promptly contacted Chen Shi for healing. As he walked, he examined the 2 items in his hands. First, there was the copper bell. Spirit bell, golden, red, 1. 100, a universal item capable of releasing curses, binding the undead, and commanding their souls. Special effects activated. Excessive curses can also assimilate living beings. Power retained varies with level. Maximum 60. Note 1. Must be a soul that has been dead for no longer than 3 minutes. 0, 500. Note 2. The soul is bound. Its spirit is neither dead nor extinguished, eternally scorched by cursed flames. Note 3. To free oneself, one must kill a living being, transfer the curse, or relinquish control of this bell. Upon reading the description, Chen Yu furrowed and then relaxed his brow, a silent smile creeping onto his lips. This item reminded him of a meme circulating online. Dear friends, might you join our Imperial banner for a discussion? Although it was not a banner, its effects were equally sinister. To kill and still be unsatisfied, demanding the torment of the soul for eternity. What cruelty! If it fell into the hands of malevolent individuals, they would undoubtedly engage in rampant slaughter. He had witnessed the power of this item aboard the ghost ship. Provided there was sufficient spirit, it could easily dominate the landscape. As for Chen Yu, although not a saint, he had no peculiar predilections. Hence, this item would likely only compel the spirits of certain monsters. Stowing away the copper bell, Chen Yu's gaze fell upon a fist-sized diamond-shaped gem. Revival stone, golden, red, a universal one-time use item, luck value 100, retains level, cannot be used below level 30. After perusing the details, an uncontrollable surge of elation welled up within him. What good is equipment or skill books when one's life is at stake? This item could elevate Chen Yu's luck from 100 to a staggering 200. In other words, it was akin to donning a suit of revival armor. Moreover, it retained his level. The value of this stone was simply beyond measure. Thrilled beyond compare, Chen Yu equipped it without hesitation. Although he did not gain a single experience point from this encounter, the 2 items had already left him immensely satisfied. Upon returning to the small town, Chen Shi was already waiting for him. They then proceeded to a secluded area to begin treating the injuries of several dragons. Brother, how long has it been? With your strength, how could Xiao Bing and Xiao Hua sustain such injuries? Chen Shi inquired as she administered healing. It's nothing. We encountered a particularly troublesome monster. Chen Yu replied, withholding further details to spare Chen Shi's worry. Nodding, she did not dwell on it and shifted to another topic. Brother, did you know? The nation established 8 major battle zones an hour ago. Battle zones? Yes, she affirmed. The vast world is too dispersed, and relying solely on President Yang is overly taxing. Thus, several battle zones have been established in accordance with real-world geography, named by direction: southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest. Besides being the president of the Justice Guild, President Yang is also the commander of the southeast battle zone. Is that so? Chen Yu replied, comprehending without surprise. In his previous life, this news had emerged on the 14th day. The establishment of battle zones was indeed a necessity of the situation. But it also indicated that the nation did not wish for a single individual to hold absolute power, such as Yang Changlong. Chen Shi continued, Brother, you don't know? I initially thought that President Yang was the strongest within the official ranks, but during a recent meeting regarding the establishment of the battle zones, I discovered there were several individuals whose levels were not inferior to his. As she spoke, her eyes subtly darted towards her brother. They were appointed as commanders of other zones, with only the Eastern Zone commander position remaining vacant. Furthermore, with the establishment of the battle zones, The nation opened up numerous positions, allowing many powerful individuals from the rankings to join the state. Chen Yu noticed his sister's furtive glances and was about to speak when several voices echoed nearby. Tianzhou Town Taihao establishes the Jiuzhou Guild, joining the guild rankings. Heiyuan Town Black Jesus establishes the Cross Guild, joining the guild rankings. Chapter 55, The Challenger Fulong. Taihao Black Jesus. Chen Yu murmured to himself. These prominent figures were beginning to emerge into the public eye as per the established trajectory. Among them, one hailed from Huaxia, while the other was foreign. With a population of hundreds of millions, how could there be only one Yang Changlong? He was merely one of the 12 pillars of Huaxia, ranking high due to innate talent, yet there were others ahead of him. Not to mention, just considering Dai, Yang Changlong was not necessarily his match. Brother, a few more guilds have appeared. What are their rankings? Chun Shi asked, her rank hovering around 400 to 500, obscured from the top 100. And she was quite curious about these imposing names. Chen Yu glanced briefly and announced several positions, all within the top 10. As he prepared to close the panel, he suddenly noticed that the second position was inexplicably vacant. The third position was occupied by Stone Sword, God's Hand, Taihao, Black Jesus, and other bigwigs. He himself held the first place, but who was the mysterious individual in second? Chen Yu fixed his gaze firmly on the leaderboard. In his recollection, the second place was surely Stone Sword, wasn't he it? No, that was incorrect. He had assumed that the person directly beneath him should be the second, thus neglecting the name preceding that position. There had always been a blank space. But how could that be possible? Even if he only glanced occasionally. There was no reason for such a trivial mistake. Suddenly, he recalled the invitation from Huazhong and others to join the Round Table Guild. The Round Table Guild had appeared well before the Justice Guild, but had not made any announcements. He had thought they merely had a title without truly establishing themselves, which is why the game had not publicized it. Now, it seemed things were far more complicated. Who was this second-place individual? Chen Yu searched his memory for this person, but found nothing. After all, in his previous life, he had merely been a nameless pawn, with no opportunity to encounter such significant figures. Never mind. As long as I ensure that I remain above everyone else, that is sufficient. Chen Yu dismissed further thoughts, at which point Chun Shi reiterated her previous statements. He chuckled and shook his head. Are you suggesting that with the nation's strength significantly enhanced, I should also consider joining? Hee. Chun Shi smiled sweetly. President Yang inadvertently mentioned that the Eastern Zone commander position has actually been reserved for you, brother. You're so formidable. Wouldn't you give it some thought? She was not trying to act as a lobbyist. She merely felt that the official backing represented the entirety of Huaxia, making it an excellent opportunity. Chen Yu shook his head with a smile. Little sister, there are matters you do not yet comprehend. You will understand in due time. Moreover, even if I choose not to align myself with the official faction, does that mean I can sever ties with the nation? Ah, indeed. As time progresses, the game evolves at an astonishing pace. Countless newcomers are flooding in, and now, each town boasts at least 700 or 800 inhabitants. The total number of towns remains a mystery, as they are densely scattered across the map. The leaderboard champions are in a constant state of flux. Even those within the top 100 cannot confidently assert they will maintain their standings. The initial players benefited from a measure of luck, having seized the majority of resources in the early stages. And how many newcomers are there? Millions? Tens of millions? We are talking in terms of hundreds of millions. Even without the advantage of time, their inherent talents indicate they are far from ordinary players. The world channel is abuzz with activity, and numerous messages are disseminated here at lightning speed. Hey, Huaxia, can you control your people? They're pillaging our town's resources. Haha, resources naturally belong to the capable. You also have players raiding our Huaxia towns, and now you're complaining? You are just reaping what you sow. A dragon has been spotted at Thorn's town. It's the town's boss, Dragon Tamers. Hurry over, we only need the key. How strange. Who cleared our town's dungeon, and why was there no announcement? Damn it. Who's the fool claiming this town has a giant dragon? Step out so we can have a word. I've heard that the hand of God encountered Black Jesus. Any insiders willing to share the details? Hey, have you heard? Fulong is challenging the Dragon Lord at Starry Town. What? Fulong is far too audacious. Although he rose rapidly and defeated many top-ranked players, who gave him the courage to directly challenge the Dragon Lord. Various rumors swirl, and no one can guarantee their authenticity. This is precisely why Chen Yu refrains from seeking dragon information on such platforms. One cannot be certain whether a player is merely boasting. To believe it would be foolish. On the 10th day, around 6 in the afternoon, a thunderous roar echoed across a town, as if the heavens had unleashed a cataclysm. Several bolts of thick purple lightning descended from the sky with tremendous force. Countless players looked up, shaking their heads. Their thoughts aligned on a singular notion. Which unfortunate soul with low luck had been struck by lightning this time? Little did they know. A thunderous crash resounded where the lightning struck, as a charred creature collapsed to the ground. Shortly thereafter, a massive dragon, adorned with deep purple scales and crackling with electricity, unfurled its wings and landed beside the lifeless form, feasting on its flesh. Congratulations! You have gained 356 free attribute points, 288 luck points, and 56 sublimation points. Congratulations! You have advanced to level 12. Thunder Prison War Dragon has reached level 9, compatibility 1. Chen Yu collected the items scattered on the ground, finding a few that would be of use to him, though most were duplicates of what he already possessed. He stowed them all in his backpack, observing the Thunder Prison War Dragon devouring its meal with gusto. He couldn't help but draft a simple plan for the future. His primary objective now was to rapidly elevate the level of the Thunder Prison War Dragon, which had only just awakened a few hours prior. He couldn't neglect his own progress either, while also attending to the levels of the Frost Giant Dragon and the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon. Presently, the number of unlocked towns had surpassed 200. Once the influx of players from various nations began to rise, the pace and quantity of town unlocks would likely surge dramatically. Chen Yu speculated that this would not take long, perhaps around the 14th or 15th day. Thus, time was of the essence. If he could not reach level 15 before the game truly commenced, his fate would remain beyond his control. Not to mention the need to protect his sister, friends, and nation, continuing to slay monsters. In the regional channel, news of Fulong's challenge spread like wildfire. Chen Yu was, of course, aware of it. This individual was destined for great renown, self-proclaimed as a challenger who dared to fight anyone, particularly those of higher levels, a pure martial enthusiast. His ultimate fate was less than fortunate, meeting his demise in a dire situation, with his body never recovered. Countless mourned for him, believing that had Fulong survived, he would rival the strength of Huaxia's 12 pillars. But that was all in hindsight. A fallen genius is no genius at all. No matter how formidable, it remains merely a hypothesis. Fulong was currently only level 8. Who endowed him with the audacity to issue such challenges? Despite inquiries from Yang Chonglong, Xuannu, and Yi, Chen Yu merely advised them to disregard it. What benefit would defeating him bring? Merely a waste of time. He departed, summoning the Thunder Prison War Dragon back and returning to the town. He prepared to teleport to another town, as time dictated that the dungeon should be refreshed by now. Chapter 56, Golden Dungeon, Riptide Vortex. Welcome, Dragon Lord, to Waterflow Town. This is a town situated on an island, surrounded by various isles. Do not linger near the shore for too long, as you may attract the attention of water monsters. This time, Chen Yu utilized regional teleportation, arriving at what appeared to be a coastal city in Huaxia. Outside the town lay a beach. The players milling about were predominantly water, ice, and wood mages, alongside other unique professions such as water monkey and water general. Don't miss it, bronze items for sale. A must-have for newcomers, with every profession represented. Hey, I bought that knife, but 60 luck points are too steep. I can only offer 40. Healing potions, 5 luck points a bottle. You'll regret buying them. Damn you, merchant. I took your potion, and nothing worked. What the hell? Pirate crew recruiting members, level 5 and above exempt from testing. Healers can have relaxed conditions. I'm a mechanic, capable of repairing any profession's item below silver. With a 30 damage rate, fair prices, welcome to inquire. Over the past few days, various towns had begun to establish trade, and it was heard that certain towns in the Magic Capital region had even set up item markets, showing remarkable foresight. After casually glancing around, Chen Yu headed outside the town. During this time, he routinely scanned for noteworthy individuals in this town. Upon closer inspection, he discovered someone extraordinary, the Sea King. He was in Waterflow Town. This title, however, did not place him at the pinnacle of the town's leaderboard, ranking only in the teens. Currently, he was merely level 6. From this, one could deduce that this future maritime sovereign was not among the first batch of players and had likely just entered the game. Rumor had it that he could conjure great storms, unleashing monstrous waves, rendering him invincible at sea. He was one of Huaxia's 12 pillars, his abilities unfathomable. The top-ranked player in Waterflow Town was a level 9 powerhouse known as Tornado, who held the 109th position on the leaderboard. This town was also one he had unlocked. Chen Yu dismissed the panel. Having never met them, he did not seek them out. Instead, he prepared to directly conquer the dungeon in Waterflow Town, as that item was quite significant to him. Summoning the Frost Dragon, Chen Yu leaped gracefully onto the creature's back, for this arena was undoubtedly more suited to its prowess. With the tremendous flapping of its wings, the dragon soared swiftly through the skies. Behold a dragon! Its arrival, as always, captivated the gaze of numerous players. This was inevitable. The dragon symbolized his might, an entity he could never forsake. Its current size, spanning several meters, could not be concealed. Was the dragon truly him? On the outskirts of the town, 2 burly youths, their muscular torsos exposed and brandishing tridents, stood atop a colossal sea creature, gazing skyward. Brother, that ice-blue dragon must be the frost dragon. Doesn't that imply the Dragon Master has arrived? One, youthful in appearance, his waist adorned with golden fish tendons and sharp features, turned to his companion, his voice tinged with excitement. The other, slightly darker skinned with a shrewd visage, nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed, it is the Dragon Master. His name has appeared on the town's leaderboard, although his level is concealed. I've longed to gauge the distance between myself and these formidable beings. Huh, brother, shall we go over there and take a look? I'm eager to witness what makes this Dragon Master, reputed to be invincible, so exceptional. The young man gripped his trident, abuzz with enthusiasm, his words harboring a hint of competitive bravado. This young man was destined to become one of the pillars of the Huaxiao realm, an absolute force upon the seas. Known as the Sea King, few in Waterflow Town were aware that the Sea King and Tornado were indeed brothers. Tornado slapped his younger brother's shoulder, his tone grave. Do you think the Dragon Master has come here for leisure? He is heading towards the raging whirlpool. Do you not comprehend the peril that lies there? You must temper your impulsiveness. Do not disregard the world around you simply because you have awakened a fine talent, or you will inevitably suffer. The Sea King dismissed this with a wave. Brother, had I not entered the game a week or so later than you, I would surely be the top player. What business do these others have? You. Tornado's forehead throbbed with tension, but he sighed in resignation. Very well, I shall not argue further. You will understand the consequences when they befall you. They then resumed their hunt for sea monsters, parting ways in search of their quarry. However, during this process, the Sea King suddenly became listless, as if drained of vitality. Brother, there is a level 7 sea monster here. Come quickly. It will be a good opportunity for you to practice. Tornado shouted to the Sea King, but received no response. His heart sank, and he summoned a gust of wind. In the next moment, the Sea King's form dissolved into a puddle of seawater. Damn it! Tornado cursed under his breath, glancing in a particular direction before dashing forth without hesitation. He should have anticipated that his younger brother, having entered the game and inflated with newfound pride, would be unable to resist the allure of the Dragon Master. Splash! Standing upon the back of the frost dragon, Chen Yu surveyed the vast whirlpool below, its diameter no less than 100 meters. Before him appeared an introduction. You have triggered the Raging Whirlpool Dungeon, Gold. It contains 3 levels, and you must obtain a blue orb to claim your rewards. Good luck. A blue orb. Chen Yu grinned widely, and then, with a fierce thrust, plunged into the depths alongside the frost dragon. He has truly entered. The Dragon Master has entered the dungeon. Naturally, a throng of players had gathered at Waterflow Town, speculating since the moment the Dragon Master appeared whether he intended to conquer this dungeon. Now, the truth was laid bare, leaving no room for doubt. Should we follow him in, perhaps to savor some of the spoils? Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd. The dungeon of their little town began at the golden level, and no one dared to venture forth, merely watching. But now, with the Dragon Master leading the charge, they sought not grand opportunities, but merely a taste of the bounty. What the hell, it's not like we'll die. I'm going for it. Finally, unable to contain himself, someone leaped into the sea. Hey, are you insane? The whirlpool is the first level. Jumping in like that is akin to courting death, shouted a knowledgeable player from the shore. Yet, before he could finish, the enormous whirlpool suddenly diminished in speed, its formidable suction waning. This is the Dragon Master. He has cleared the first level. We can go in. Hurry. Upon witnessing this, many players wasted no time, diving into the sea like dumplings. Chapter 57, Epic Talent, Ocean High Priest. Hiss, this level is no simple feat. No wonder Waterflow Town is uncharted territory for many. In the deep sea, the frost dragon glided leisurely through the waters, encased in a layer of ice. While Chen Yu glanced back at the recently traversed raging whirlpool, even this first level was enough to challenge a level 10 powerhouse. The immense pulling force could easily tear apart anyone with insufficient defense or level before they even entered, denying them any chance. Moreover, classes specializing in water or ice were preferable. Those of opposing elements, such as fire, would find themselves courting disaster. As Chen Yu prepared to retract his gaze and delve deeper, he suddenly noticed a multitude of players had followed him. Seeking a share of the spoils. I hope you are ready for the consequences. Chen Yu paid them little mind. Bravery was a trait of one's own, and even should they perish, it was of no concern to him. Suddenly, without warning, a cacophony of monstrous cries erupted from the surrounding ocean depths. The water was crystal clear, visibility extending several dozen meters, yet the surrounding waters swiftly turned pitch black. As the darkness encroached, the monstrous roars grew increasingly distinct. In less than half a minute, countless sea creatures surged forth from all directions, creating a scene more chaotic than a ghost ship's assault. It was akin to a plague of locusts sweeping through. Chen Yu's pupils constricted as he drew forth his elemental staff, its blue light shimmering. The frost dragon unleashed a blast of frigid flame, crackling and popping. The surrounding waters rapidly solidified, erecting a barrier that separated them from the onslaught of sea monsters, which crashed against the barrier in a frenzy, seemingly driven mad. In the deeper waters, a deep blue luminescence flickered ominously. Suddenly, an unparalleled massive shadow loomed from the ocean floor. A gargantuan octopus emerged, larger than the frost dragon, completely obstructing Chen Yu's path. Drawing his scythe, Chen Yu realized that a battle was inevitable. Attempting to pass through this level without contention was simply unrealistic. "Oh my god! There are so many sea monsters. We must flee," shouted a player in the chaos. "Damn it! Did you think you could just come to your doom?" Behind him, players were thrown into disarray, seizing the moment while the ice wall conjured by the Dragon Master still stood. Yet, escape was hardly so simple. The whirlpool overhead, seeming to sense the passage of time, roared back to life, and several players who had ventured too close were torn apart, their blood staining the sea crimson. Splash! Just then, another figure burst forth into the fray. It was Tornado, gasping for breath, bearing several wounds across his torso. Unlike the others, he had forced his way in. Ignoring his injuries, Tornado scanned the area, searching for someone's silhouette. Suddenly, deeper within the waters, unfamiliar ripples began to stir. "Come here, you fool," Longwan bellowed, pursuing relentlessly. Boom. At that moment, the ice wall on their side was shattered by the sea monster. A horde of shrimp soldiers and crab generals surged forth. "Quickly, we must unite, or we shall perish here." The players brave enough to venture in were predominantly of ice and water elemental professions. Their combat prowess in water greatly surpassed that of their peers. Under someone's leadership, they swiftly coalesced into a formidable force to confront the encroaching sea monsters. Most of these creatures were of level 2 or 3, yet their overwhelming numbers were enough to send chills down one's spine. In reality, a mere few ice spikes or water arrows from a level 7 or 8 warrior could easily decimate a throng. Meanwhile, the more formidable sea monsters targeted Chen Yu, for he was the true intruder of this dungeon. With a swift slash, Chen Yu severed 2 tentacles from a colossal octopus, while the frost dragon accompanying him unleashed its claws, tearing the creature asunder. Despite its astonishing regenerative abilities, it could not mend such grievous wounds. Together, the man and dragon plunged through the thick crimson mist towards the flickering deep blue light. Such was the might of the Dragon Lord. The Sea King materialized, clenching his fists as he watched Chen Yu's retreating figure. His heart surged with determination. He had merely fallen behind by a few days, and given time, he was confident he could surpass anyone. Smack! Longwan appeared, delivering a sharp slap to his head, scolding, "Are you seeking death? Come back. Do you have any idea what horrors lurk here?" The Sea King, suppressed by bloodline, retorted softly, "What danger could there be? I possess the gifted title of Ocean High Priest. I will be unharmed." Longwan was at a loss for words. "Your talent is indeed remarkable. An epic gift among millions, but you are merely a level 6 Karami. Do you truly believe yourself invincible?" Boom. As their argument escalated, the surrounding ice barriers shattered completely, and a torrent of sea monsters surged forth. "This is untenable. There are far too many. We should never have come here. Flee. We must escape." Faced with this scene, the players were utterly disheartened, filled with regret as they desperately fled in all directions. Hurry. In the position where the Dragon Lord stood, the sea monsters grew even stronger. Longwan valiantly defended the Sea King against various formidable foes, escorting his brother towards the whirlpool's mouth. "Brother, I will help you." The Sea King, undeterred, radiated a brilliant blue-gold aura, his trident transforming into pure gold. Instantly, the surrounding sea monsters halted, as if recognizing their king. This was his gift. In the ocean, he was the true monarch. Roar. Yet, this phenomenon did not last long, for the more powerful sea monsters remained unaffected. Danger. Longwan forcefully shoved the Sea King aside, who had thought he could control everything, just as a long, sword-like horn pierced through his abdomen. It was a swordfish, measuring 4 to 5 meters, grotesquely mutated with short limbs. Splash. The swordfish, entwined with Longwan's body, thrashed through the water, spraying blood everywhere. The Sea King's smile froze on his face, as if he had been struck hard, standing dazed in place. Brother. He suddenly snapped back to reality, trembling all over. Boom. At that moment, the depths of the ocean quaked violently, resonating throughout, accompanied by a series of roars. Chen Yu faced off against 3 colossal creatures guarding a deep blue orb in the abyss. One was a gigantic shark, another a killer whale, and the last a winged variant of a water dragon. 2 were level 10, and 1 was level 11. Honestly, the difficulty of this dungeon was exceedingly high, far beyond what the current players could tackle alone. However, It seemed that the dungeon was never meant for solo exploration. Only Chen Yu dared to attempt such a feat. Roar. With a resounding roar, all three monsters charged towards Chen Yu, intent on annihilating the one who dared covet their sacred artifact. The water spirit pearl belonged to them. Chapter 58, The Water Spirit Pearl. Upon sighting the coveted object, Chen Yu decided there was no need for subtlety. As long as he eliminated the three monsters before him, the water spirit pearl would be his. He summoned the shadow of the frost dragons, and amidst a flash of light, 5 silhouettes emerged. Roar. 6 frost dragons roared in unison, launching themselves at the 3 beasts. Boom. The entire underwater realm trembled as terrifying waves of battle energy surged outward. Countless sea monsters were caught in the chaos, and merely brushing against the waves turned many into blood mist, staining the sea red. Brother! Brother! The Sea King shouted in anguish, filled with regret. Why hadn't he heeded his brother's warnings? Why had he sought to prove himself? Why had he come here? The swordfish was fast and of considerable level, and now it had completely vanished with Long Wan. Even utilizing his Ocean High Priest gift, he could not locate him. Brother! No, don't. Even if he could be resurrected in the town, the Sea King could never forgive himself for his brother's demise due to his ignorance. Boom. Suddenly, the ocean floor erupted with astonishing turbulence. The entire expanse boiled with energy. A brilliant beam of light burst forth from the depths, instantly dissipating the swirling currents. Flee, quickly. In that moment, everyone glimpsed a glimmer of hope. With no whirlpool to hinder them, they hesitated no longer and unleashed their full strength to escape. Brother! The Sea King stood firm upon a coral reef, sunlight cascading above, the water swirling, presenting the perfect opportunity to flee. But in doing so, he would leave his brother behind. Huff! Finally, the Sea King took a deep breath, making a resolute decision, and plunged deeper into the abyss. If they were to die, they would die together. Splash! However, the next second, the ocean floor churned violently. Countless sea monsters were tossed about, and the Sea King focused intently. The swordfish had been caught in the turmoil, its body severed in half, lifeless, as its corpse was swept away. Long Wan's abdomen bore a gaping wound, blood gushed forth, and his complexion turned as pale as a ghost, his struggles growing weaker. Brother! The Sea King instantly appeared beside him, his trident emanating a blinding light. With a swift thrust, he severed the bone spike and cradled Long Wan's body, fleeing at breakneck speed. Yet, they were still a moment too late, as the turbulent whirlpool reformed. The dungeon could not be destroyed without clearing it. The Sea King gazed downward. Before long, he witnessed an incredible sight. Countless enormous shadows, resembling mountains, collided on the ocean floor, intertwining various deep blue lights, erupting with astonishing energy waves. At a certain moment, a water dragon emerged, its body covered in azure scales, its head serpentine and adorned with 2 delicate wings. Its cavernous maw opened wide, silent yet roaring, as if proclaiming its dominion. The Sea King's eyes widened in disbelief, watching the dark maw approach ever closer. The opponent was level 11. He was merely level 6, and with the whirlpool above, there was no avenue for escape. Huh, thinking of running? At that moment, a soft chuckle echoed around. The Sea King soon witnessed the frost dragon unfurl its wings, appearing in the blink of an eye behind the water dragon, and swiftly biting off half of its tail. The water dragon was far from the formidable creature he had imagined. Rather, it was fleeing from an even more powerful adversary. Death! The voice resounded once more. With a swift hiss, a dark blade of light sliced through the air from an unknown origin. The water dragon's thin wing was severed in half. Shadows of frost dragons surged forth, accompanying the true frost dragon as they descended upon their prey like a ravenous pack. The air thickened with the scent of blood, transforming the surroundings into a crimson sea. This sight left the Sea King in turmoil, his heart unsettled for a long time. Are you not leaving? Do you truly wish to perish alongside these monsters? Chen Yu had appeared before the Sea King, his broad hood casting a shadow over his face, his tone devoid of any emotion. Dragon Lord. The Sea King was about to express his inability to depart, but as he looked up, the swirling vortex above parted to reveal an escape route. Momentarily stunned, he abandoned his words and hastily carried the unconscious tornado away. The area was devoid of any players. Chen Yu gazed downward, executing a final sweep against the 3 golden bosses below. The Thunder Prison Battle Dragon emerged in this watery domain. Its attacks were unavoidable by any player or creature. Attack! Chen Yu encased himself in ice, issuing the command without hesitation. Dark clouds gathered over the raging whirlpool, lightning crackling violently within. Moments later, thick bolts of lightning descended with a resounding roar. Is this the end of the world? The players who had just returned to the shore looked on in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Words failed them. Dragon Lord, is this the power of the Dragon Lord? Ranked first in the world, this spectacle profoundly struck the Sea King, making him acutely aware of how foolish he had been. His brother had been right. Do you possess a heavenly talent while others do not? Why did he think that a mere level 6 Karami could compare with those who possessed equal or even superior epic talents? However, the Sea King did not lose his fighting spirit. Rather, this incident fortified his resolve to become stronger. He refused to be powerless in the face of danger when his loved ones were at stake. Congratulations! You are the first in the world to complete the Golden Dungeon, earning 100 prestige points. Congratulations! You have gained 888 experience points, 388 free attribute points, 888 luck points, and 388 sublimation points. Frost Dragon gained 888 experience points. Thunder Prison Battle Dragon gained 888 experience points. Congratulations! You have advanced to level 13. Frost Dragon advanced to level 12, compatibility 1. Thunder Prison Battle Dragon advanced to level 11, compatibility 2. Voices echoed in Chen Yu's mind continuously. The rewards from this endeavor were astonishing. Both he and the Frost Dragon had leveled up. The Thunder Prison Battle Dragon was even more remarkable, jumping 2 levels at once, as it had dealt the final blows to the 3 monsters. Given that it required 5,000 experience points to progress from level 9 to 10 and 7,000 from 10 to 11, the consecutive breakthroughs were not unexpected considering the prior accumulation. Of course, the rewards did not end there. As the torrent whirlpool dissipated, the tranquil waters revealed an astonishing number of floating items. These were the spoils dropped by the 3 monsters as well as those released by the sea creatures caught in the battle, amounting to an incredible quantity. Chen Yu did not linger, filling his bag to capacity before tossing the remainder onto the back of the Frost Dragon. He then examined the deep blue water pearl in his hand, roughly the size of a baby's fist. Water Spirit Pearl, golden, red, water and ice mage's special spiritual item, allows the wielder's elemental power to undergo a transformation, enhancing its essence. Required level 5. The description of this pearl was succinct. Yet, often the simplest items possess the greatest significance. The fire crystal had been such, the resurrection stone had been similar. And now the water spirit pearl followed suit. Chapter 59. To the pinnacle of transformation. Every mage ultimately strives for the pinnacle, representing a form of ultimate, symbolizing destructive power. Among mages of the same tier, those possessing ultimate power transcend the ordinary. Their might and terror cannot be matched by mere numbers, regardless of their elemental affinity. All mages begin the game with the same foundational elemental power. Even those gifted with innate talents are no exception. Such talents merely grant them additional tools and advantages. Each mage has the opportunity to elevate their elemental power to its ultimate form. It all hinges on whether one possesses the fortune to do so. At that time, talent becomes inconsequential, for ultimate power equates to a legendary level gift. The Water Spirit Pearl is poised to facilitate such a transformation. Its rarity is beyond measure. Chen Yu had come specifically for this spiritual item. After the game's arrival, this place would transform into a nightmarish sea, ruled by a terrifying evil serpent that had claimed countless lives. Previous players from this small town had revealed that the serpent had evolved into a formidable diamond-level monster after consuming the Water Spirit Pearl from the dungeon. Ultimately, the Sea King had slain the serpent, marking his rise to fame. Upon encountering the 3 monsters, Chen Yu had deduced that the future evil serpent would likely evolve from the Water Dragon. If given a few more opportunities like this, it would undoubtedly break its shackles and transform into a true dragon. Alas, that future would never come to pass. Not in a hurry to absorb it, Chen Yu stored the pearl away and departed with the Frost Dragon. With an abundance of items, he reluctantly called upon Anshin for assistance. This time, Chen Shi accompanied him as well. However, at this moment, Chen Yu was the Dragon Lord, and the siblings naturally pretended not to know each other. Yet, Chen Shi discreetly messaged him, playfully demanding items. Chen Yu chuckled. It went without saying that the light-based items would be reserved for her. Nevertheless, she could not hoard every light item. Her equipment and skill slots were limited, necessitating prudent utilization. Now at level 8, she could equip 8 pieces of gear, learn 8 skill books, and store 8 items. Light-based equipment, like light-based skill books, was exceedingly rare. After so long, Chen Shi had only acquired a single light staff. This time, Chen Yu finally obtained another light-based item and specially elevated it to golden status using his sublimation points. Light and Shadow Necklace, Golden Gold, a profession-specific item for light-type users. When equipped, it creates a light shield within a 30-meter radius, offering 200 points of defense and absorbing 800 points of any magical or physical damage. Passive, automatically negates 1 instance of lethal damage without requiring activation, but is destroyed upon use. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 240 seconds. Required level, 5. Possessing this equipment undoubtedly provided an added layer of security for Chen Yu. Additionally, Chen Yu produced 2 skill books, both of golden quality, one for light slash and the other for light wall. Unbeknownst to others, he discreetly handed them to Chen Yu. She eagerly accepted them, her smile almost overwhelming as she organized her items. On the channel, endless gratitude was expressed towards his remarkable elder brother. Naturally, Chen Yu did not forget about Wu Kai and Zhang Yuanjia, the other fine gentlemen. He prepared a set of upgraded equipment for each of them, which Chen Yu would deliver. Dragon Lord, I regret to inform you that we are unable to assess the value of these items. After taking stock, Anshin approached. Her refined brows slightly furrowed and sighed. This time, the equipment Chen Yu brought included even golden tier items. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire golden tier inventory of their guild could not rival what Chen Yu alone possessed, as there was not a single piece in their warehouse. The reason was simple. In the current circumstances, how could powerful items be left unused? They had long been distributed to some formidable individuals. Although she yearned to acquire these items, she had no understanding of their worth. She never anticipated that she would encounter such a bittersweet dilemma. Thus, please allow me to see the list of items officially owned, and we shall barter. Chen Yu chuckled lightly, as if he had been prepared for this. That, Anshin hesitated, for it pertained to state secrets, and ordinary individuals had no right to access such information. Yet, faced with the Dragon Lord, she could not refuse and replied, Dragon Lord, please hold on a moment. I shall seek approval. Go ahead. Chen Yu nodded. Although the official items did not match his tier, their variety would surely be vast. He did not care for the tier, they could always be enhanced. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that if he managed to obtain items with commendable attributes, it would indeed be a true gain. Approximately 3 minutes later, Anshin returned with a smile, having received approval. I will send you the list right away. Feel free to express your desires, as the official domain is still in need of powerful items. Rest assured, you shall not incur any losses. Chen Yu responded, promptly beginning to peruse the list. These items were specifically reserved by the government as rewards for those with outstanding contributions, hence they were categorized according to profession, encompassing a wide array. First, he inspected the fire mage items. A glance revealed mostly ordinary bronze items, with very few silver ones. Though they possessed decent attributes, they largely overlapped with his own skills. Ultimately, he selected only one, the fire shape technique. Beyond the transmutation staff, it would enable better manipulation of flames, transforming them into various forms. Perhaps the Round Table Guild's fire seed departed on the Firebird after having learned from this skill book. He then turned to the ice category. With the Water Spirit Pearl, he would evidently focus more on ice magic, hence he examined this section meticulously. In no time, he chose 3 items: Ice Armor Technique, Storm Technique, and so forth. The Warrior category boasted a greater selection. He ultimately selected 6 items: Mount Tai Fall, Berserk Technique, and Golden Bracers. These were lower tier, but featured commendable skill books or equipment. His gaze then shifted to the universal items. To his surprise, he discovered a remarkable treasure, a furnace the size of a wash basin. Its ancient design resembled that of an alchemical furnace from novels. The description beneath was quite remarkable. Melting furnace, silver, gold. Universal item, active. Place at least 5 pieces of equipment of the same profession to forge a brand new piece of equipment. Selection not allowed. Passive. Place at least 3 pieces of any equipment to randomly fuse into equipment of different professions. Selection not allowed. Active success rate, 20. Passive success rate, 5. Cannot melt equipment exceeding the tier of the melting furnace. Synthesized equipment may only exceed the furnace itself by 1 tier. At first glance, this item appeared to be a divine artifact. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed rather impractical. Who among the good-hearted would possess the resources to gamble on a 1 in 5 chance? Even in a vast country like Huaxia, this would not be feasible. After all, the number of soldiers was in the millions. Who could afford to waste equipment on the melting furnace? Each piece of equipment held value. Were it not for the need to inspire morale and enforce clear rewards and punishments, not a single item would remain in the warehouse. Therefore, despite the uniqueness of this item, it would likely gather dust in the repository. There might be opportunities for use in the future, but certainly not at present. Yet, in comparison to others, for Chen Yu, this was indeed a genuine divine artifact. He could easily utilize his enhancement points to maximize the success rate. As for the equipment, did he lack any? He was troubled by the absence of means to dispose of ordinary, bronze, or even silver items. I want this, this, and this. Chen Yu eagerly indicated. Anshin silently noted down his selections. When he pointed to the melting furnace, Anshin hesitated momentarily. She was aware of this item's history. When it was first obtained, She had tested it with a few subpar pieces of equipment. The success rate was dismally low, and if it failed, the equipment placed within would be lost. The limitations were too great for practical use. She understood that Chen Yu desired this item perhaps for its effects and wanted to give it a try. However, was this not too extravagant? Originally, they could steadily acquire various items from the Dragon Lord. But if the Dragon Lord fed the equipment to the melting furnace, how would they obtain items from him? With this thought, Anshin suddenly regretted not scrutinizing the list before presenting it to the Dragon Lord. Yet, she merely hesitated for a second before nodding. Regardless, the words had already been spoken. Neither she nor the state could go back on their word. Moreover, the Dragon Lord was not foolish. If he tried a few times and the success rate remained too low, would he continue to use it? All right, please wait here. The items you requested will be sent over shortly. Anshin took diligent notes and immediately notified her colleagues at the Starry Town headquarters. However, these items would not be sufficient to offset Chen Yu's item value. The bulk of the trade would still rely on lucky points. Half an hour later, Chen Yu departed from Waterflow Town with the items and around 30 to 40,000 lucky points, returning to Misty Town. Now, he needed to organize his resources to avoid excessive clutter. First and foremost, he would naturally expend his enhancement points. This time, he had gained a substantial 388 enhancement points. He spent some to elevate a few light-type items to Golden Tier. Now, he had 318 enhancement points remaining. With numerous items at his disposal, he wished to enhance each one. However, this time, he chose to enhance his talent. It had been quite a while since his talent reached silver, and it seemed he had not touched it since. This was due to his inability to accumulate enhancement points. He would use them almost as soon as he acquired any. Consequently, he could never gather even 100 enhancement points. Now that he had the opportunity, he certainly could not let it slip away. You have consumed 100 enhancement points. Universal enhancement, silver. Universal enhancement, gold. Universal enhancement. There is a 20 chance to obtain enhancement points from monsters you have participated in defeating, which can be used to elevate the tier of anything. The tier of the defeated monster determines the quantity of enhancement points obtained. Passive, every 24 hours. Gain 10 enhancement points. When you personally defeat a monster, there is a 40 chance to obtain enhancement points, as above. Upon elevating his talent to gold, the description underwent notable changes. The criterion shifted from personal kills to participation in kills. Passive kills of bosses transformed into individual monster defeats. This particular change was of utmost significance to him. Due to the necessity of Chen Yu collaborating with others to defeat the formidable monsters, none have yet materialized. With a mere 40 probability, can one truly expect to accumulate enough sublimation points by merely slaying a multitude of foes? Much like the recent instance within the Rapids Vortex dungeon, the sheer number of monsters culminated in an astonishing reward tally at the end. Chen Yu subsequently glanced at the required sublimation points for upgrading from gold to platinum. Upon this examination, his eyes widened in shock. To ascend from gold to platinum, one requires a staggering 1,000 sublimation points. This is utterly excessive. It's an increase by a factor of 10. And what of the leap from platinum to diamond? Might it demand 10,000 points? Is the enhancement of talents merely a means to simplify the acquisition of sublimation points? Oh, but wait, doesn't the efficacy of sublimation also improve? Yet, this hardly justifies the expenditure of such an immense quantity of sublimation points for continual upgrades. The platinum talents can likewise subliminate items. They are not rendered unusable. Chen Yu scoffed, but soon found himself chuckling. Upon sublimating the forge furnace, he discovered that the required sublimation points had decreased. Previously, a silver-grade item required 10 sublimation points for each tier ascension. Now it only necessitates 8. While the reduction is modest, every little bit accumulates. Even a mosquito's leg is still flesh. If silver has seen a reduction, what of gold? He then escalated the forge furnace from silver red to gold red. Furnace, gold, red, 100, a universal item. Active. Place at least 3 pieces of equipment of the same class to smelt and create a brand new item, class name selectable. Passive. Place at least 3 pieces of equipment to randomly fuse into different class items, class selectable. Active success rate, 100, passive success rate, 50. Cannot synthesize equipment exceeding the grade of the furnace. Synthesized equipment can only exceed the furnace's grade by 1 tier. What previously required 150 sublimation points now only needs 125, an impressive reduction of 25 points. This is no trivial matter. Alas, how unfortunate. Chen Yu slapped his thigh, feeling as though he had missed out on a fortune. Had he known that elevating his talent to gold would yield such an effect, he would have scrimped and saved every last sublimation point, even foregoing food, to amass 100 points. The amount of sublimation points wasted on upgrading so many items is incalculable. After a moment of lamentation, Chen Yu sighed. Fortunately, it is not too late. He has now prioritized the enhancement of his talents over item upgrades. Unless in dire need, it would be best to conserve sublimation points. Next, he cast his gaze downward at the ancient furnace, no taller than 50 centimeters and approximately 2 feet in diameter. The forge furnace. He had heard this name in his previous life, though he had not fully comprehended its significance. Such items are predominantly auxiliary, especially for classes like mechanics, blacksmiths, and item masters. This is undoubtedly a coveted tool for them. Why not give it a try? Observing is no substitute for first-hand experimentation. Chen Yu retrieved 3 pieces of silver-grade equipment of the same class, varying in grade, and tossed them into the furnace. Remarkably, despite the size of some equipment, like the spear, it was effortlessly drawn into the furnace's maw, emitting brilliant rays of light. Please select synthesized equipment, specifying the class name. Suddenly, a line of text materialized before Chen Yu. With the elevation to gold, the furnace's active effect can now be specified to a particular class, such as fire mages, ice mages, berserkers, and swordsmen, among others. One merely needs to input the desired class. Chapter 61, Synthesized Equipment. The pieces of equipment Chen Yu had inserted were all from the warrior class, enabling him to select a specific subclass. Without a second thought, he entered 2 characters, swordsman. This is one of the most common classes among warriors. A hum resonated as the furnace trembled, and a dazzling cascade of colors erupted forth, mesmerizing all who beheld it. To an onlooker, it might seem as though a rare treasure was being forged within. Chen Yu leaned closer, eager to witness the fusion process, yet was met with a tumult of flames obscuring his view. Approximately 3 minutes later, the tremors of the furnace ceased. With a resounding whoosh, it appeared to expel something. Chen Yu swiftly grasped it. It was a long sword, 5 fingers wide and shimmering silver throughout. Silver Xian sword, silver, red, warrior class equipment, attack 200. Capable of unleashing silver slashes at mid to long range, inflicting 420 damage per hit, with no cap, equipment level 3. In the context of the present, this item's attributes seem somewhat inadequate. However, the highest grade of the silver equipment he had placed into the forge was merely silver purple. 2 pieces were silver blue, and 1 was silver purple, culminating in the synthesis of a silver red item. Should this item be revealed to the public, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Chen Yu stowed the long sword away, eager to experiment with the passive effects of the forge. He retrieved 3 pieces of equipment from different classes and tossed them in once more. As before, a line of text appeared before him. This time, it prompted him to select a broad class rather than a specific profession. Contemplating for a moment, Chen Yu typed in light mage. The light class is notably rarer than the average mage. Should he succeed, both he and Chen Yu would be well equipped for the future. However, contrary to expectations, the endeavor ultimately failed. The passive effect of the forge only holds a 50 success rate, and Chen Yu was unfortunate enough to encounter this setback. Undeterred, Chen Yu persisted, producing 3 more pieces and tossing them in. Yet again, failure ensued. I refused to be defeated. At last, on his 3rd attempt, a golden light erupted, revealing a light mage's staff. Its grade was not high, merely bronze red, as the equipment he had submitted consisted solely of bronze items. However, despite the success, Chen Yu's expression soured. Having failed twice and only succeeding on the 3rd attempt meant he had expended 9 items to obtain 1. Was it truly worth such a disheartening exchange? After a moment of reflection, Chen Yu smiled quietly. This is not a problem, as long as enough sublimation points are amassed. The passive success rate can be elevated to 100%. There will be no more cause for discontent. Yet, one lingering regret haunted Chen Yu. This furnace can only synthesize equipment and not skill books. He wondered if, with further sublimation, this limitation might be overcome. Chen Yu stored the furnace and opened his panel for a glance. Codename, Dragon Master. Class, Dragon Tamer, Heart of the Dragon. Talent, Universal Sublimation, Gold 0, 1000. Level, 13, 41, 288 50, 000. Contracts, Frost Giant Dragon, Compatibility 12. Divine Flame Ancient Dragon, Thunder Prison Battle Dragon, Compatibility 11. Constitution, 2078. Strength, 2014. Speed, 2051. Mentality, 2152. Free attribute points, 0. Luck, 200. Revival Stone. Lucky points, 51, 094. Sublimation points, 193. His 4 primary attributes combined, it is no exaggeration to say, rival those of a level 20 character. Thus lies the advantage of the lone wolf, feasting upon the spoils of all monsters. Subsequently, Chen Yu opened the leaderboard for a glance. The 2nd place remained conspicuously vacant. The 3rd place was held by Black Jesus, currently at level 10, while the 4th place belonged to Tai Hao, also at level 10. The 5th position was occupied by the Sword in the Stone, and only beyond the 53rd rank did players begin to appear at level 9. The variance in rankings among players of identical levels stemmed from their differing experience points. 13,001 marked the threshold for level 10, and 19,999 also indicated level 10. Yet there lay a discrepancy of 7,000 experience points between them. This disparity elucidated the situation to Chen Yu, offering him a measure of reassurance. It indicated that, in the near term, no one could rival him aside from the enigmatic second place. He could therefore devote himself to absorbing the water spirit pearl without trepidation. This endeavor was not a matter of moments. It might require several hours, or even a day or two. Otherwise, the three monsters that Water Songlong commanded would have devoured him in an instant. After instructing Chen Yu not to disturb him for a day, Chen Yu returned to Misty Town, a bastion of safety. Even with his formidable strength, he felt no fear in the wilderness, but it was prudent to avoid disturbances. Upon arriving at Misty Town, he found a considerable number of players still bustling about. However, due to the unsealing of surrounding towns, it was not as crowded as it once had been. Much like Waterflow Town, various trades flourished here, even more vibrant than before. After all, Misty Town was among the earliest to be unsealed, thus its development was undoubtedly ahead of others. As Chen Yu stood at the entrance, he noticed a throng of players congregated in a particular spot, their chatter filled with curiosity. Paying them no heed, he intended to enter and find a wooden hut to commence his absorption. Dragon Master, the Dragon Master has returned. Suddenly, an unidentified voice rang out. Countless eyes turned in unison to gaze in his direction. Unlike the mere curiosity of players from other towns, their eyes shimmered with anticipation, as if they were about to witness a grand spectacle. Chen Yu frowned, then beheld a giant parting the crowd, striding forth. With each step, the ground quaked beneath him. This towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, was a muscular man, his physique straining against his training garb, reminiscent of the legendary Muscle Devil. He wielded a massive axe, his countenance earnest, yet brimming with martial fervor. Dragon Master, let us engage in battle. The challenger had awaited this moment for some time, and upon finally encountering the Dragon Master, his battle spirit surged, unable to contain his eagerness for a confrontation. Chen Yu appraised the challenger, and suddenly comprehended the reason for his title. For the challenger's profession was indeed named Challenger. This was a unique role within the warrior class. Their experience was not solely derived from slaying monsters. Rather, it was accrued through relentless challenges. Yet, do not be misled into thinking this was a simple endeavor. The prerequisite for a challenge was that the opponent must be stronger. The essence of this profession did not lie in victory, but in the courage to confront even the mightiest adversary. It could be said that each battle must be approached with a resolve akin to facing death. Regardless of the outcome, as long as they survived, they would grow stronger through each encounter. The more formidable the opponent, the greater the rewards, and the swifter the advancement. This profession was often humorously dubbed as one that hangs their life on a belt. The mortality rate was exceedingly high. Chapter 62. Challenger, to live by facing death. So much time had passed. Were it not for the challenger, who would know of this profession? Yet this also demonstrated that the challenger indeed possessed considerable prowess. Having only recently arrived, he had already garnered some renown. In response to his combat challenge, Chen Yu shook his head. You are too weak. Level 8. One blow from me would be enough to fell you. Does the challenger grant you courage, but leave your intellect behind? The spectators fell into an immediate hush, their expressions deflating, feeling as though they too had received a grievous blow. If an 8th level challenger could not withstand even a single strike from the Dragon Master, what fate awaited them? Would they be swept away by a mere flick of his sleeve? Stepping forward, the challenger was enveloped in a fiery aura reminiscent of blood. Dragon Master, I recognize that I may be overestimating my abilities, but after countless battles these past few days, I have ceased to feel the specter of death looming over me, even in the face of level 9 monsters. Perhaps this is a bottleneck, one that requires an absolutely overwhelming and lethal force to shatter. Currently, you are the only one in this world who possesses such power. Observing Chen Yu's continued indifference, the challenger's furrowed brows deepened. If I do perish as a result, no one will seek vengeance upon you. All that I possess will belong to you. Huh? Seek vengeance upon me? Chen Yu scoffed. Step aside and do not obstruct my entrance into the town. This was the extent of the Dragon Master's willingness to assist in such trivial matters? Indeed, was it not merely a matter of lifting a hand for him? Could it be that the Dragon Master feared the emergence of a fearsome adversary? The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, sensing a hint of cold-heartedness from the Dragon Master. For him, it seemed to pose no detriment at all. Yet, upon hearing these words, the challenger's heart leapt with joy. His lost intellect suddenly returned. If the Dragon Master intended to enter the town, why would he need to specify? This implication meant the challenger's aura surged to its zenith, determination gleaming in his eyes as he gripped his massive axe, resolutely stepping beyond the confines of the town. Leaving the safety zone, he would no longer be secure. Chen Yu conjured a plain silver longsword, slicing through the air with a single stroke. Come! The challenger roared, raising his axe to strike. From this simple blade, he sensed an unprecedented and formidable presence. There was no doubt. The Dragon Master had not exaggerated. He might not withstand a single blow. But what of it? The challenger. To live by facing death. With a thunderous roar, an astonishing shockwave reverberated through the air, akin to a meteorite crashing to earth, immense clouds of dust billowing forth. And countless spectators became acutely aware of the unfolding spectacle. Chen Yu paid no mind, as if he were not the architect of such chaos. As he stepped into the town, his figure vanished among the throngs of people. What happened? Did the challenger survive? Moments later, someone finally broke the silence. A priest, the highest level player present, concentrated intently, shaking his head. I cannot tell. There is no trace of life. The Dragon Master's strike was simply terrifying. Could he truly be dead? Alas, why risk your life challenging the Dragon Master? Be patient. The challenger has not respawned in the town. He may still be alive. As time passed, the dust gradually settled. Outside the town, a gaping pit emerged. As the crowd drew nearer, the scene within became apparent. The challenger's massive axe lay shattered in two. Alongside his broken body, his shoulder, along with an entire arm, lay severed, connected only by a thin thread of flesh. His training garb was tattered beyond recognition. His form drenched in blood, a gruesome sight as he lay in the pit, teetering between life and death. No one dared to approach to ascertain his condition. They could only watch in silent anticipation. Wait, I can hear a heartbeat. A seventh-level priest among them exclaimed. Look, do you see his hand? The right hand of the dragon, Fulong, which had not lost its vitality, stirred slightly. As time elapsed, everyone had come to the undeniable conclusion that Fulong was indeed alive. Otherwise, his corpse would have long since vanished, and he would have resurrected in the small town. Should we attempt to rescue him? A healer suggested. However, this proposition was promptly halted by other supporters. No need. Fulong must have made thorough preparations. His lack of arrangements for others to heal him indicates he does not require assistance. Our interference may disrupt his plans. The speaker's words proved accurate. Before long, Fulong's injuries began to mend at an astonishingly visible pace. The blood splattered around him coalesced into a dense aura, enveloping Fulong's body like a cocoon. This was a significant aspect of Challenger's robust vitality. It ensured they could recover at the swiftest pace following any battle. In a room within Misty Town, Chen Yu disregarded everything else and began absorbing the water spirit pearl. During this process, the image of the frost giant dragon flickered erratically, joining him in harnessing the power of the water spirit pearl. As an ice attribute dragon, it found transformation easier than an ordinary ice mage. In other words, its absorption efficacy surpassed that of Chen Yu. Meanwhile, across the globe, numerous locations were undergoing various transformations. A roar echoed through a certain valley, reminiscent of a fierce battle taking place. Above the valley, silhouettes stood tall, with a youth clad in a black robe at the forefront. He appeared exceedingly youthful, seemingly no older than 18 or 19, with a head of tousled yet radiant golden hair. A smile graced his noble visage, exuding an air reminiscent of classical aristocracy. With another deafening roar, a pitch-black dragon, gleaming with an eerie light, burst forth from the valley. Its wings spread over the heads of the onlookers, casting a shadow that seemed to eclipse the sun. Blood cascaded from a monstrous head clutched in its claws. The dark dragon has broken through to level 11, compatibility 1. Upon hearing this, the youth's smile broadened as he waved his hand. The dark dragon, having devoured the flesh in its grasp, leaped down. Its fierce and imposing head was held high, and its dark red eyes brimmed with arrogance, seemingly indifferent to the multitude before it, only begrudgingly acknowledging its master due to their bond. Congratulations, young master. The dark dragon has reached level 11. Aside from the Dragon Lord, there are no rivals left. Several men behind him hurried to flatter. Hearing this, the youth, who could clearly see the rankings, shook his head. Though I am not afraid of them, I shall not underestimate them. Compared to them, my own level has fallen behind. The youth was none other than the Dragon Tamer ranked 39th, codenamed Dragon Morning. He had recently entered level 10. However, the strength of a Dragon Tamer cannot solely be judged by their own level, but rather by the level of their dragon. His true power was not inferior to the top 10, perhaps even the top 5. Young Master, the 3rd, 8th, and 12th squads have each hunted a monster above level 7, awaiting your arrival to slay them. Chapter 63. This is a prophecy. As the hope of their entire clan, most resources were directed towards him. Otherwise, how could he afford to raise himself alongside a dragon? Let us proceed. The youth intended to retract the dark dragon. But suddenly, a voice resonated throughout the expansive valley. Dragon Morning. Who? Dragon Morning turned abruptly, scanning the surroundings, yet saw nothing. His subordinates beside him queried, "What is it, young master?" They seemed not to have heard the voice. "You all go ahead. I will follow shortly." Dragon Morning leaped onto the dragon's back. The dark dragon unfurled its ebony wings and surged toward a specific direction. "Young master, you." The men were puzzled but presumed that no one in the divine realm could harm the youth any longer. Thus they returned to the town to wait. "Come out. Cease this trickery." Dragon Morning stood in the air, surveying everything below. Suddenly, he noticed a direction. Atop a distant peak stood 3 figures. To the far left was a figure clad in hunting attire, wielding a golden longbow, Fire Seed. To the right stood a hunched, decrepit old man, who appeared near death, yet radiated a potent life force. Dragon Morning's gaze lingered most on the figure in the center. This individual resembled a priest, draped in a voluminous linen robe, a silver cross pendant hanging from his neck. Though his face was visible, it was indistinct, save for his eyes, pure as a child's, fixed intently on Dragon Morning. In his hands, he cradled a thick, copper-bound book reminiscent of a Bible. "Who are you?" Dragon Morning inquired gravely, sensing that each of their presences equaled his own. The dark dragon growled lowly, its innate sense of danger rendering it highly vigilant towards the trio before them. Dragon Morning, heir to the Child family, ranked 39th Dragon Tamer. Master of the Dark Dragon, is it not? Fire Seed spoke, echoing the tone from their previous encounter, albeit with a hint of arrogance. After all, the individual before him was not the one ranked first. "And so?" Dragon Morning replied in a deep voice, "I am asking who you are." "We belong to the Round Table Guild." The frail old man leaned on his staff, speaking feebly. "We have come with a simple purpose, to invite you to join us." "You may leave. I will not join your so-called Round Table Guild." As the scion of a grand conglomerate in the real world, did he need to affiliate with another force? "Do not be hasty in your rejection. Here are terms." Fire Seed interjected, glancing at the priest in the linen robe, seemingly deferring to him, and then continued, "Surely you are familiar with the Dragon Lord? The one ranked first, who isn't familiar?" Haha, Fire Seed smiled. "Then do you not wonder how, as a fellow Dragon Tamer, he possesses nothing yet surpasses you, who has received the lion's share of family resources and growth?" Dragon Morning's expression shifted slightly, and he suspected he was not alone in his curiosity. Until now, there had been no information regarding the Dragon Lord's affiliations. To this day, his true identity remained a mystery. How had he ascended so rapidly, outpacing everyone? It is known that the advancement of Dragon Tamers is more arduous than that of other professions. The experience gained must be halved. If the Dragon Lord achieved his current level alone, the only explanation Dragon Morning could fathom was talent. Like him, the Dragon Lord must also be a gifted Dragon Tamer. The Dragon Lord not only advanced swiftly, but could also contract multiple dragons. The frail old man revealed an astonishing secret. "What?" At this, Dragon Morning lost his composure. To contract multiple dragons, he understood the might of dragons, and in an instant, he grasped the implications. How formidable would one become if they could contract multiple dragons? A Dragon Tamer could only bond with a single dragon. This was a consensus. If they wished for him to imagine such a scenario, they needed to present evidence. Very well. At that moment, the priest in the center spoke for the first time. The copper-bound book in his hand began to hover gently in the air as he spoke. With a rustling sound, the pages began to flutter. A vivid tableau unfolds, revealing a scene where a Dragon Tamer forges a pact with the ancient divine flame dragon. High upon a certain peak, a frost giant dragon cleaves the sky with its majestic presence. There is also an image of a once devastating thunder dragon vanishing into thin air within a valley. These visions present themselves as if witnessed by someone in person. This is beyond the comprehension of Longshang. The dark dragon of chaos stirs restlessly, seemingly eager to engage in a contest of strength. Although the bond between Dragon Tamers is not one of absolute life and death, the rivalry among dragons is a matter of kings not seeing one another. The spark gently entices, suggesting that you will inevitably encounter the Dragon Lord. And even with familial support, do you truly believe you can stand against the master of 3 mighty dragons? What fate awaits you then? Moreover, do you not yearn to procure a contract with the Dragon Lord for multiple dragons, along with the secrets to rapid ascension? The withered elder interjected, "Join us, and we shall assist you." Longshang's heart surged with tumultuous waves, caught in a web of indecision. If it were solely his own fate, it might be manageable. However, every word and action he takes now could determine the survival of his entire clan. Must he truly position himself as an enemy of the Dragon Lord? The old order is crumbling, a new world is dawning. Join us in being the architects of this new reality, for we are born to save. Suddenly, a golden radiance emanated from the priest's being. The copper-bound tome rustled vigorously. Another scene materialized. It depicted a catastrophic landscape, where countless monstrosities roamed the earth, transforming cities, mountains, and lakes into desolate zones devoid of life. Humanity, in a frenzy, fought back, yet their efforts proved futile. Countless souls despaired, as the once resplendent land morphed into a hellish purgatory, akin to ephemeral dreams. Is this the future? Longzhang pondered, lost in thought. No, the priest spoke, his voice calm and serene, imbued with a sense of compassionate sorrow. This is prophecy. The 11th day, in the realm of reality. The once bustling streets of various nations had grown desolate, as news outlets broadcasted the latest updates from the Divine Realm game, yet no one paid heed. Shops lay unattended or shuttered, with some doors smashed to splinters. Particularly grim were the jewelry and luxury stores, their conditions utterly pitiful. The majority of people had immersed themselves in the Divine Realm game. Yet, there were always those who remained outside, seizing control of reality. In Huaxia, things were somewhat better, with diligent soldiers and police maintaining a semblance of order. In stark contrast, the Western nations and some South American countries descended into utter madness. Seizing the opportunity while the state was preoccupied, individuals wreaked havoc, engaging in a frenzied spree of destruction as if celebrating the apocalypse. And indeed, it was so. In those disaster-stricken areas, a figure often appeared, clad in a tattered robe, exposing one shoulder, a black man with short, slightly curled hair as white as snow. With hands clasped together, he murmured incantations, traversing the dilapidated streets barefoot. Amidst the chaos, laughter, thunderous clamor, and the casual remarks of destruction, no one took notice of him. Yet, as he passed, all wicked sounds faded into silence. Chapter 64. With great power comes great responsibility. The man moved with deliberate slowness. Yet his presence was felt in every calamity-stricken locale, akin to a savior casting out evil and redeeming humanity. Could it be that someone merely smashed a few items, and thus deserved death? Suddenly, a nonchalant voice echoed above him. The black man looked up to see a young man with arms crossed, gazing down upon him from a height. Dressed in fitted attire, the youth possessed gentle, symmetrical features, with rare gray irises and tousled brown-black hair, reminiscent of a mixed heritage. He appeared unremarkable, common in the game, save for the fact that he bore an unadorned stone sword upon his back. The black man shook his head, saying, "No, I did not slay them. They perished due to their own wickedness. What you see before you may not be the truth. Perhaps the individual who merely broke a few items had, moments prior, taken the lives of a mother and child?" The youth fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly smiling, stating, "I did not come to engage in trivial debates with you. You are aware of the prophecy, are you not?" The black man nodded, indicating his understanding. "So, a minimum of 3 million, billions I cannot guarantee." The youth raised an eyebrow in surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, how agreeable. One would not expect such compassion from a profession." The black man smiled softly, quoting a line from a superhero film. "With great power comes great responsibility. Your quest to seek me is, in itself, an act of great love, is it not?" The youth merely grinned, then vanished like a specter. In a certain city in Huaxia, known as the Mountain City, Dai stood atop a high-rise rooftop. Moments ago, he had just dispatched several monsters and stepped out for a drink of cola when a vision suddenly appeared before him. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, monsters rampant. A world overturned, and the very heavens changed color. From this, he gleaned a fragment of the future's truth. After a few moments of contemplation, Dai sighed, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. It was the National Divine Realm hotline. "Hello, this is Dai. I imagine you must be quite eager to see me now." Shortly thereafter, Dai found himself in a solemn conference hall, where all present were either high-ranking officials or formidable players within the game. The top 100 powerful figures from Huaxia had gathered, including Yang Changlong, convening an urgent meeting. Similar scenes unfolded in powerful nations across the globe. Faced with a calamity-laden future, Huaxia, the United States, Russia, and other dominant nations found themselves aligned, a rare occurrence. Their champions shared certain secrets, but it seemed limited to only the top-ranking individuals. Ordinary players continued as before. Yet, this was sufficient. It is often that small group of individuals who hold the power to influence the world. Following the conclusion of the meeting, within a mere 3 hours, on the evening of the 11th day, Huaxia's 5th batch of soldiers entered the Divine Realm, while simultaneously, Russia and the United States dispatched their 3rd batches of soldiers. By 10 o'clock that night, nations such as Great Britain, Germany, and France sent their 3rd batches of troops into the realm, as if racing against time. By the 12th day, apart from Huaxia, other nations fervently urged their populace to enter the Divine Realm game, proclaiming that a transformation concerning their very lives was imminent. The effect was astonishing. With the exception of the elderly and children, nearly everyone with the means entered the game. In just a few hours, the player count surged once more. An influx of players birthed a corresponding increase in monsters, and the rate of towns being unsealed accelerated. Nations even sent 9th-level powerhouses specifically to unseal towns. Misty Town, bustling as if it were a marketplace. New players were fortunate. Come see, bronze equipment is being sold cheaply. Just 10 lucky points. Boss, why is your equipment so shabby? As long as it works, isn't that enough? For 10 lucky points. You couldn't even buy a complete piece of bronze equipment. Alas, here, the Mighty Tiger Squad is recruiting new members. Our captain is a 6th-level powerhouse. Little sister, don't go there. Their captain has a reputation for exploiting team members. Join our squad. Our captain is an official, a life-saving elixir. Available for merely 5 lucky points per bottle. Hey, my friend, may I inquire about that tall figure over there? He appears remarkably formidable, yet he remains seated. Oh, let me enlighten you. That is Fulong, a level 9 powerhouse, an unequivocal champion within the entire realm of the game. And he is awaiting. The man smiled enigmatically, for he is the strongest man in the game. With a flourish, several figures materialized in the square amidst the flickering luminescence. Their arrival instantly hushed the surroundings, leaving many to rub their eyes in disbelief at the sight before them. Among these individuals, both male and female, the man on the left was familiar to all, a representative of the official faction, the president of the Justice Guild, Commander Yang Changlong of the Southeast Military District. To his right stood a woman, clad in a moon-white robe, her beauty striking and her demeanor ethereal and serene, resembling a celestial maiden from the lunar palace. Captivating all who beheld her. She bore the codename Baiwe, a name unknown to ordinary players but well recognized by the top 100 elite. This woman, ranked 22nd, had caused many to hesitate in her presence. These two prominent figures appeared to acknowledge the man in golden armor at the center as their leader. He stood tall and imposing, with an extraordinarily handsome visage and an aura of supremacy that exuded the air of a youthful ancient emperor. As he approached, the crowd felt an irresistible urge to kneel, unable to meet his gaze. The throng parted, granting them passage, their eyes filled with curiosity about the purpose of their visit. They could vaguely surmise that they were there for the Dragon Lord. In Misty Town, only the Dragon Lord warranted such official attention. Fulong stood and scrutinized them, parting the crowd to linger not far from their gathering. Eventually, they came to a halt beside a wooden cabin, refraining from knocking on the door. Just then, with a creak, the wooden door swung open, revealing a figure draped in a black cloak. In an instant, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted, chilling to the bone. Yang Changlong and his companion seemed unfazed as he addressed the cloaked figure. Dragon Lord, may we have a word in private? Chen Yu nodded, aware of their purpose. As Dai had already informed him, though perhaps informed was not the right term, it was more of an inquiry. The elite players ranked within the top 100 now envisioned a certain scenario. As the first, he could not have been excluded from it, could he? Thus, Dai primarily sought to ask what Chen Yu knew. Regrettably, while everyone else had appeared, he had not. Chen Yu also remained uncertain if he had missed it during his absorption of the water spirit pearl or if it had simply not occurred. In any case, the presence or absence of that knowledge was no longer significant. Based on his memories, he had surmised the reason for their visit. Chapter 65, I alone suffice. There is no need for a coalition. The group exchanged glances before retreating into the small cabin. Hey, what is happening? Does anyone know? If we knew, would they need to whisper? They're here to find the Dragon Lord. It must be serious. Is that even a question? Anyone can see that. Within the town, countless players were filled with curiosity, surrounding the cabin tightly, eager to uncover the unfolding events. Unfortunately, not a single sound emerged from within. Fulong resumed his seat, awaiting the outcome. In truth, he lingered here to express his gratitude to Chen Yu. That particular maneuver was one he could not have withstood. It would have resulted in his true demise. Yet the Dragon Lord had evidently controlled his strength, presenting a life-threatening predicament while simultaneously leaving a glimmer of hope, a perfectly measured act. Otherwise, even if the challenger possessed formidable vitality and astonishing recovery, survival would have been impossible. Thus, Fulong's admiration for the Dragon Lord deepened, even inspiring thoughts of aligning himself with him. Inside the cabin, Baiwe waved her hand, casting a pure white light that enveloped the room, ensuring their conversation remained private. The group settled upon the floor. The tall man spoke first. Dragon Lord, you must be aware of our purpose for visiting, correct? Clearly, they, like Dai, presumed that Chen Yu had witnessed the same vision. Chen Yu nodded. So, what is your intent? Speak of your aims. Dragon Lord, we seek to establish a unified front. Yang Changlong interjected eagerly. As fellow Chinese, would you wish to see your compatriots' futures submerged in peril? He was cut off by Baiwe, who raised her hand, a smile gracing her beautiful face. Her voice, gentle like that of a caring elder sister, continued. Dragon Lord, Our primary aim is to seek cooperation. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's brow relaxed. While Yang Changlong's intentions were noble, he often misinterpreted others' motivations as akin to his own, infusing his words with a hint of moral coercion. Bai Yue's phrasing was far more agreeable. Cooperation. It would be compensated. Chen Yu replied, what are your thoughts? With a population of over 1 billion in China, although we wish to protect everyone, we recognize the impossibility of such an endeavor, the tall man stated, yet we cannot simply surrender and do nothing. We aspire to unite all of China's top-tier powerhouses to secure at least 15 million level players and 3 10 million level players. 10 million level? Or 3? Chen Yu smirked, you are quite confident. Even I would not dare to claim that at present. The tall man grinned. You mentioned present. We still have time. Bai Yue continued, if the Dragon Lord agrees to collaborate, the nation will designate you as a strategic figure, channeling all resources to ensure your swift advancement. In the 2 days during which Chen Yu absorbed the Water Spirit Pearl, the rankings had witnessed an upheaval. Those ranked 3rd through 45th had all surged to level 11. The individuals before him were no exception, under national cultivation. They would likely soon reach level 12. While the proposition was undeniably enticing, Chen Yu firmly declared, I respectfully decline. Dragon Lord, you. Yang Changlong could hardly believe that the other party had so decisively rejected their offer. Was their proposal not compelling enough? With the Dragon Lord's strength, it was merely a verbal agreement. Who could constrain him? He could easily reap the benefits without fulfilling his end. They were gambling on the assumption that the other party cared for the citizens and would not act in bad faith. Yet, even then, he had chosen to decline. Why? Bai Yue and the tall man were equally taken aback. The tall man's smile faded. Dragon Lord, might you share your reasoning? Reasoning? Chen Yu rose, his voice confident and assertive. It's quite simple. I alone suffice, and I require no alliances. The group exchanged glances, comprehending Chen Yu's meaning. He intended to conquer the million level and even the 10 million level challenges single-handedly. Subsequently, the tall man, Bai Yue, and Yang Changlong all stood. Dragon Lord, we do not doubt your capabilities. However, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. The nation will always maintain a friendly stance toward you. The tall man extended his hand, expressing a desire for more time to slow the unlocking of the town. Chen Yu grasped the offered hand, sincerely reminding them. This is also to secure more time for my own development, to slow the unlocking of the town. They exchanged knowing looks and nodded in agreement. Very well. Thank you for the reminder. We will consider it carefully. Following this, the group departed from the cabin. Ah, it's out. Move aside. The crowd hurriedly parted, creating a pathway. Chen Yu gazed at several figures retreating into the distance, a tall silhouette gradually emerging. Is there something you need? Fu Long nodded, and with a thunderous sound, clasped his fists and said, Thank you, Dragon Lord, for saving my life. Chen Yu found it amusing. How could there be a life-saving grace when the other party had urged him to kill? I slay you, and you speak of gratitude? Fu Long nodded earnestly. I am well aware that while that strike was indeed lethal, it perfectly facilitated my breakthrough, leaving me a glimmer of hope. And then, at this, a smile broke out on Fu Long's honest face, and he scratched his head, saying, Dragon Lord, may I accompany you in your endeavors? Accompany me? Chen Yu chuckled, contemplating the recent discussions they had shared. He felt it imperative to possess a few trustworthy allies. He could not be hands-on with every matter, could he? Very well. But before that, you must demonstrate your worth. Chen Yu glanced at the sky and proclaimed, by this time tomorrow, if you can hunt down a level 10 monster or 3 level 9 monsters, I shall accept you. Fu Long's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Great. With a clenched fist, Fu Long strode away decisively. Impressive execution. In truth, Chen Yu was not overly concerned about Fu Long's success. Hunting such formidable beasts within a day was far from simple. Monsters of the same level generally outmatched players, making the task even more daunting. What he was truly interested in was whether Fu Long would abandon the seemingly impossible task. As a challenger by profession, Fu Long had already demonstrated his courage to Chen Yu. Now, he needed to ascertain whether he would be obedient. After all, following Chen Yu would entail facing numerous challenges ahead. Naturally, Chen Yu could not linger for Fu Long's return. He surveyed the town being unsealed, visibly increasing in number, now surpassing 500. According to Chen Shi and De Yi, the populace from various nations had largely flooded into the divine domain game. Thus, it seemed they were merely at the beginning. Given the rapid pace of town unsealing, the true arrival of the divine domain game was not far off. Currently, Chen Yu's level stood at 14. Indeed, after absorbing the Water Spirit Pearl, he had ascended directly to level 14. The Frost Giant Dragon was at 12.5, yet its tier had elevated to Platinum, significantly enhancing its power. This had led to the ancient Flame Dragon recently quieting down, no longer challenging the Frost Giant Dragon. Chapter 66. returned to Flame Town. After several days, Chen Yu once again set foot in this place. If one were to consider which town's boss was defeated the earliest, this town had outpaced Starry Town. However, due to Chen Yu discarding the key into the volcano, this town could never be unsealed again. Nonetheless, this did not preclude the presence of powerful monsters and dungeons in Flame Town. In fact, since the map did not indicate that this town had been unsealed, some strong players would refrain from coming here. Many monsters had remained unhunted. "It's you, Dragon Lord." Upon Chen Yu's arrival, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the diverse inhabitants of Flame Town, including the once strongest heroes of the town. They harbored deep resentment towards Chen Yu, blaming him for trapping the entire town as players and significantly increasing the risks of monster hunting. The monsters outside had grown exponentially stronger. "Get lost, you yellow-skinned bastard. You evil Huaxia person, no one will love you in this world." As Chen Yu walked past, a barrage of insults ensued from the crowd. His expression remained impassive, yet he silently noted their faces. They were emboldened by the safety of the town, knowing players could not retaliate, daring to hurl insults. If they were outside, they wouldn't dare act so brazenly. However, as time marched on, would the safety zone truly remain safe? Once players reached level 15, the safety zone would hold no significance for them. This meant that with just one more level, the town's rules would no longer bind him. Taking mental note of those faces, Chen Yu vanished from the town. "He's leaving. Should we follow him?" Someone suggested. Immediately, another voice retorted, "You fool. Don't drag us into your death wish. This guy could wipe us out days ago, let alone now." The heroes watched Chen Yu's departing figure, yearning for revenge. Yet recalling their own levels, they could only swallow their frustration. Chen Yu had not walked far when he summoned the ancient flame dragon, returning to his original location. The dragon appeared elated, circling in the air several times before landing. Of course, a more pressing reason for its excitement was the knowledge that Chen Yu had come to aid its ascension. The significant disparity with the frost giant dragon left it feeling quite displeased. "Patience, my dear second. What is meant to be will come in due time." Chen Yu reassured it, leading the dragon to scour the wilderness for monsters. He intended to sweep through the level 9 and 10 monsters of Flame Town before entering the town's dungeons. Boom. Before long, thanks to the dragon's sensitivity to monsters, a massive armored lizard, towering at 8 or 9 meters, appeared before them. Armored lizard, LV9, tier, gold, health, 10,888. Upon their encounter, there was no hesitation. They immediately engaged in battle. The armored lizard, its body flowing with lava, unleashed a torrent of flames from its mouth, engulfing a radius of several dozen meters. The ancient flame dragon stood firm, facing the flames head-on. After a full half-minute, the fire extinguished. Roar! At that moment, a mighty roar erupted from the flames. The ancient flame dragon swiped away the remaining fire, appearing immensely exhilarated, its golden scales shimmering even more brightly. Boom! The blazing sun flames erupted, covering 100 meters below. The armored lizard writhed in agony within the flames, letting out piercing cries. Its fire was simply no match for the dragon's flames. Even if it wished to flee, it was futile, for Chen Yu also made his move. Above the armored lizard, a magical formation materialized, and hundreds of meteors coalesced, enveloped in flames, crashing down with a thunderous roar. In mere moments, Chen Yu heard a voice in his ear. "Congratulations, you have gained 6,988 experience points. The ancient flame dragon has gained 5,188 experience points." Ordinarily, a level 9 monster would not yield such a wealth of experience. However, Chen Yu's various passive abilities altered the calculus. Triple experience points became his greatest asset for rapid advancement. Of course, he only received triple points for landing the finishing blow. As the Lucky Bell was equipped on him, the dragon could only benefit from the double passive effect of Dragon's Heart, gathering the scattered artifacts from the ground. The solitary human and his dragon continued their quest for monsters without the slightest pause. At that moment, 2 other colossal dragons suddenly conveyed a message to him. The Frost Dragon declared, "This dragon is perfectly capable of hunting alone." The Thunder Prison Battle Dragon echoed, "So am I. I seek to grow stronger and vanquish that foolish dragon." The Divine Flame Ancient Dragon, overhearing this, bellowed, "Who is the foolish dragon? Is the third one feeling restless again?" Upon hearing their voices, Chen Yu stroked his chin, contemplating for a few moments. He found the suggestion rather appealing. After all, in a small town with a mental link established, there was no fear of losing track of them. Given their formidable strength, there were currently no threats that could endanger them. He realized he could allow them to roam freely without the need for such arduous efforts of leveling them up one by one. As for whether this would expose his secret ability to contract multiple dragons, Chen Yu was indifferent. It was merely a matter of time. Previously, he had refrained from revealing it, not because he was overly cautious, but due to his insufficient strength and fear of facing a multitude of adversaries. Now, however, if he were to encounter those embers, would they dare to challenge him? Indeed, he had grown. Subsequently, Chen Yu raised his hand and released the other two dragons. The three dragons stood side by side, each a different hue, yet all exuded the same regal might. Among them, the frost dragon was visibly larger than its companions, emanating an aura of dominance akin to that of an elder sibling. Go forth, and remember to return when I call for you, Chen Yu admonished. As the frost dragon and the thunder prison battle dragon took to the skies, roaring as they flew off in different directions. Left behind were Chen Yu and the divine flame ancient dragon. He patted the golden-hued dragon horn and remarked, "Let us continue our search for prey." Thus, the trio of dragons and their solitary master commenced a thorough sweep of the flame town. Chen Yu felt a sense of relief for not having unsealed this small town earlier. Otherwise, the resources here would have undoubtedly diminished significantly. The inhabitants of the town, both black and white, possessed little power, and now they were all his. There were numerous level 7 and 8 monsters, and even 2 level 9 creatures fell before him in less than 2 hours. Outside the flame town, within a dormant volcano, Chen Yu encountered the strongest monster he had faced thus far, a level 10 flame giant python, measuring an impressive 14 to 15 meters in length, capable of unleashing lethal fiery venom. Its massive form could easily crush a great number of individuals with a mere flick. Yet, unfortunately for it, it had crossed paths with Chen Yu. The divine flame ancient dragon, as always, lunged forward to engage in battle, without employing any special abilities. It relied solely on its formidable claws, and within 10 minutes, it had brutally torn the python asunder. Chapter 67, Instance Dungeon, the Magma Gate. After extracting the python's fiery gallbladder, the divine flame ancient dragon swallowed it whole, discarding the enormous body to the ground. For it, the gallbladder was the true source of nourishment. Congratulations, you have obtained. The divine flame ancient dragon has gained. Congratulations, you have reached level 15. The divine flame ancient dragon has advanced to level 13, compatibility 1. Previously, they had slain 2 level 9 monsters, alongside several level 7 and 8 creatures. Not only had Chen Yu rapidly advanced, but the divine flame ancient dragon had also risen from level 11 to level 13. It was not until the afternoon that Chen Yu ceased his hunting. The solitary human and the dragon stood atop the colossal volcano birthed by the divine flame ancient dragon. Below, a scattering of players gazed up at them, none daring to approach. When the divine flame ancient dragon unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, many fled in panic. They were awaiting something. After a short while, the frost dragon and the thunder prison battle dragon returned. Compared to Chen Yu, the increases in their levels were not particularly pronounced, yet they were still commendable. The frost dragon was close to reaching level 14, needing just a couple more level 7 or 8 monsters. The thunder prison battle dragon had reached level 12. Originally, it had intended to boast of its achievements, but upon lifting its head, it saw the divine flame ancient dragon standing beside it, even more imposing than before. I shall endure. With all present, Chen Yu smiled and turned to face the surging lava behind him. You have triggered the Magma Gate Instance Dungeon, Gold, within which lie multiple doors. You must find the correct path to retrieve a heart, with rewards to be determined at the end. Good luck. Upon hearing this announcement, the lava in the volcano began to boil as though it had gained sentience. The surfaces of the lava twisted and contorted in various places, resembling swirling whirlpools, almost as if they were gateways leading underground. Chen Yu recalled the frost dragon and said with a smirk, "Searching one by one seems tedious. Let us go together." With that, a fiery barrier enveloped Chen Yu as he leapt down. The divine flame ancient dragon was already eager, as, in a sense, this was its home. The thunder prison battle dragon, filled with fighting spirit, followed suit in a dive. During this descent, it even conveyed its desire to race against the divine flame ancient dragon to see who would reach the destination first. Splash. 3 consecutive sounds echoed as they each entered different swirling portals. The moment Chen Yu stepped into his, he was immediately met with searing heat, as if it threatened to melt him. This magma, akin to the turbulent waters of the previous days, was designed to eliminate those of lower levels. Simply entering it would lead to being torn apart or incinerated. However, for Chen Yu, this posed no challenge. With his high level and being a fire element mage, he adapted quickly and suffered no ill effects. Chen Yu surveyed his surroundings. Beneath the magma lay a hidden realm, resembling an underground cavern where molten rock cascaded from above, while the ground was interspersed with rivers of magma flowing towards unknown destinations. Chen Yu discerned the directions, but found no notable markers. With no other choice, he randomly selected the right path, eager to explore further. However, just as he took his first step, The rivers of magma around him began to surge as if something were about to emerge. Moments later, indeed, various creatures began to crawl forth: red fire serpents, fire rock lizards, and flame giants. An overwhelming tide of monsters surged out. In that instant, Chen Yu felt as though he had returned to the ghost ship, facing an army of phantoms. A smile crept across his face as he slowly drew the black phosphorus knife from his waist. With a swift motion, countless scales flew through the air, wreaking havoc within the cavern. These minor creatures were hardly worth his time. He effortlessly carved a path through them with rapid movements. Eventually, he reached the end of the passage only to find it was a dead end. Damn! Chen Yu realized his bad luck had struck again. Reluctantly, he retraced his steps with fervor. In the future, he could boast of being a man who had fought from the south to the north, and then back again. Finally, at the end of that path, Chen Yu encountered a formidable foe. It was a giant standing 8 meters tall, its body entirely composed of flowing magma, and it boasted a level of 11. With a flourish, the magma giant drew a massive flame sword from its body and, without hesitation, swung it towards Chen Yu. You've made me search far and wide. Chen Yu switched out his black phosphorus knife for a longer scythe and retaliated with a mighty strike. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated through the air. Both sides retreated a few steps simultaneously. However, the magma giant seemed to endure a tremendous blow, crashing down with a thunderous roar. It swiftly rose again, yet the black scythe had already descended, delivering a fatal strike to its throat. This blow nearly cleaved the magma giant in half. A few more such strikes would likely lead to its demise. Chen Yu did not afford it any opportunity, unleashing a flurry of slashes. Yet, all were thwarted by the fiery greatsword. Suddenly, the magma giant was enveloped by a surge of seething flames, as if entering a state of frenzy. This was the red rage condition, typically reserved for monsters of level 10 and above, and usually triggered only when at death's door. In this state, a creature's power surged dramatically, lasting approximately 3 minutes. Upon entering this state, monsters would launch frenzied assaults on players, as the likelihood of survival post-termination was exceedingly low, often opting to perish alongside their adversaries. Chen Yu was taken aback that this creature had so readily entered red rage. He had been somewhat careless. Unlike his previous encounter with the divine flame ancient dragon, which had been decisively and efficiently vanquished. However, this was no significant issue. A few additional strikes would suffice. The clash erupted anew. The scythe met the great sword. Though the latter held a size advantage, it was nonetheless effectively countered. Chen Yu had grown weary of the encounter and resolved not to grant it any further chances. He simultaneously drew the black phosphor blade, attacking the magma giant while creating distractions. Seizing an opportunity, he struck out. With a resounding crash, the magma giant collapsed, its fiery form bursting forth like fireworks, gradually coalescing into a portal of flames. Without hesitation, Chen Yu stepped into it. Upon entering, he discovered a new cavern, similar to the previous one, yet populated by even more formidable monsters. Without a moment's pause, he resumed his slaughter, sweeping through until he encountered yet another level 11 magma giant. Armed with the experience from his prior encounter, Chen Yu dispatched this foe with ease. Observing the fallen monster, he suddenly realized that this was indeed quite advantageous. As the reward settlement approached, it was clear that each of these monsters would contribute to his experience. This effortless yet bountiful acquisition of experience was precisely the reason he ventured into dungeons. With the current dungeon comprising merely simple and rudimentary challenges, as long as one possessed strength, they could prevail. Chen Yu found little desire to exit. Let the storm rage even fiercer. I wonder how many portals you possess. Without hesitation, he stepped into yet another new cavern. Chapter 68, Breaking Through Level 17. After navigating through 3 or 4 caverns, Chen Yu arrived at a grand hall constructed of stone. Towering pillars supported the entirety of the hall, flanked by rivers of magma flowing towards the depths. The temperature surged dramatically, reaching a scorching 60 or 70 degrees, with waves of oppressive heat rising incessantly, even causing Chen Yu to feel a twinge of agitation. As Chen Yu took a few steps along the stone corridor of the hall, 2 massive doors suddenly swung open on either side. The divine flame ancient dragon and the thunder prison war dragon emerged from within. They had traversed their respective portals and converged at last. Through their mental link, Chen Yu swiftly understood their experiences. In short, it had been quite similar to his own. In this dungeon, power was but one aspect. Luck also played a significant role. Should one fail to locate the correct portal, they would likely need to traverse all of them. This was why Chen Yu appeared relatively unfazed. Had it been other players, countless lives would have been lost. Mounting the divine flame ancient dragon, Chen Yu plunged into the depths of the hall. Along the way, countless monsters surged forth from the surrounding magma, some of which were even level 10. It was difficult to fathom that level 10 monsters could be treated as mere minions. The final boss must be immensely powerful. The Thunder Prison War Dragon roared, choosing to remain behind as a rearguard. Chen Yu said nothing further and continued pressing forward until he reached a colossal portal. Before him stood a door towering over 10 meters high, making Chen Yu appear as insignificant as an ant. Was this the final checkpoint? Contemplating swiftly, he felt the divine flame ancient dragon's strength as its powerful limbs pressed against the portal. With a thunderous rumble, the massive door began to creak open. A rush of scorching air burst through the gap, the temperature soaring above 100 degrees, as if it could incinerate a person in an instant. This heat was continuously escalating. Immersed in the sweltering environment, Chen Yu acutely sensed the temperature fluctuations, which rose several degrees with each passing moment. No one knew when it would cease. Quick, Chen Yu urged, not wanting to delay further. Though he was unafraid, the sensation was undeniably uncomfortable. With a resounding boom, the grand doors were forcefully pushed open by the dragon. Suddenly, a colossal sword descended from the heavens with astonishing speed, aiming to cleave the divine flame ancient dragon in two. With a snort, Chen Yu retaliated, raising the black phosphor blade. Countless jagged blades deflected the sudden assault. The divine flame ancient dragon charged forward, lunging at the audacious assailant, a magma giant, whose size was comparable to that of the dragon itself. Wielding two enormous fiery swords and boasting a level of 13, the two titans collided, engaging in fierce combat within the stone hall. With their levels closely matched, it seemed difficult to determine a victor. At that moment, the magma within the hall began to boil, surging toward the magma giant. Instantly, the creature appeared to gain newfound strength, seizing the divine flame ancient dragon and hurling it away. The fiery sword was thrust forward in a swift motion. Chen Yu reacted, casting an explosive spell. The fiery sword detonated like a ball, erupting in a brilliant blaze. Amidst the blinding light, Chen Yu noticed a glimmering stone embedded within the magma giant's chest. Could this be the heart, the key to the dungeon? Chen Yu's gaze sharpened. Whether it was or not, he would soon find out. In the next instant, he retrieved the shadow reflection eye, summoning the spectral forms of three divine flame ancient dragons to assist the real one in battle. This was an overwhelming advantage, as Chen Yu rejoined the fray. The outcome was all but certain. 5 to 6 minutes later, the divine flame ancient dragon's claw pierced through the giant's chest. With a splatter, magma erupted like blood, and a flame-like heart was forcibly extracted. Chen Yu brandished the black scythe for the final execution. With a thunderous crash, as the magma giant fell, the entire hall seemed on the verge of collapse, reverberating with resounding booms. Let us go. Chen Yu did not linger to inspect. He surged upward, breaking through the overhead rock wall and soaring into the open air. Once more, he emerged at the familiar volcano's mouth, where molten rocks surged below like tumultuous waves, ready to erupt at any moment. Congratulations on clearing the Magma Gate dungeon. You have earned 50 prestige points. Congratulations, you received 41,888 experience points, 3,288 free attribute points, 7,188 luck points, and 528 sublimation points. The Divine Flame Ancient Dragon gained 23,888 experience points. The Thunder Prison WYRM acquired 14,888 experience points. Congratulations on surpassing level 17. You have fully immersed yourself in the game, free from the restrictions of the town's safety regulations. The Flame Ancient Dragon has advanced to level 14, Compatibility 1, and the Thunder Prison WYRM has progressed to level 13, Compatibility 1. After reaching level 15, each level thereafter requires 20,000 experience points for the players. This time, the dungeon allowed Chen Yu to leap 2 levels directly, elevating him to level 17. The Flame Ancient Dragon exhibited remarkable prowess, surpassing the Frost Giant Dragon by ascending to level 14 ahead of it. The Flame Ancient Dragon was excessively pleased, eager to reclaim its position among the 3 dragons. However, the Frost Giant Dragon remained unfazed. Despite being a few thousand experience points behind, its tier was still firmly superior. Should anyone dare to challenge it, the Frost Giant Dragon would be more than willing to teach this foolish dragon a lesson. The Thunder Prison WYRM thought to itself, I shall endure. Of course, in the dungeon, the experience gain was secondary. Chen Yu cradled a heart the size of a human head, and a message appeared before him. Heart of Magma, golden, red, a special spiritual item for fire-type professions, allowing for a single metamorphosis that permanently enhances one's fundamental power. Usage level 5, in simpler terms. The effect of the Heart of Magma was akin to that of the Water Spirit Pearl, enabling the Flame Ancient Dragon to bypass slumber and directly metamorphose to Platinum status. Roaring with excitement, the Flame Ancient Dragon let out a triumphant cry, eager to reclaim its former status among the 3 dragons. The thunder-prisoned WIRM, enviously eyeing the heart, found itself powerless to absorb it. Turning its deep purple eyes toward Chen Yu, the expression seemed to plead, "Do not show favoritism. I want it too." "All right, the next one is yours," Chen Yu declared. This time, the enhancement was considerable. He directly upgraded the Heart of Magma from golden to platinum. Heart of Magma, platinum, white, 100, a special spiritual item for fire-type professions. The subsequent description remained unchanged, except it had become even rarer. Its appearance had also grown significantly larger, undoubtedly enhancing its effects. The flame ancient dragon returned to the contract space, clutching the Heart of Magma tightly, and began the absorption process. Chen Yu's gaze shifted to the plethora of items scattered on the ground. Upon cursory inspection, there appeared to be around 40 to 50 pieces. Among them, the golden tier items were notably abundant, with approximately 15 or 16. The most striking among these was undoubtedly a blood-red flame greatsword. Magma greatsword, golden, red, warrior, fire-type profession equipment, ordinary form, attack power 680, minimum per strike. Magma form, attack power 900, capable of releasing fire poison, lava, flame slashes, and other ranged and melee attacks. Equipment level, 5. This equipment was rather peculiar. While warriors could wield it, they were limited to its ordinary form. Only players of fire-type professions could truly unleash its potential. Chapter 69, Human Nuclear Bomb. Others may not have known, but this equipment was a perfect match for Chen Yu. As he grasped the magma greatsword, the once blood-red blade sprang to life, with magma coursing through it as if aflame. Chen Yu swung it a few times, finding it quite comfortable to wield. Subsequently, he equipped it. As for the items on the ground, he rummaged through them and discovered a lightning-type mage skill book, a rare speed-type spell known as Thunder Flash. Without hesitation, Chen Yu began to learn it. Currently, the skill books were of low levels, and besides the level requirements, there were no additional conditions for learning. Once he reached platinum, acquiring a skill book would no longer be as simple as just learning it. Much like the celestial tier techniques found in novels, one would need both innate comprehension and possibly a century or millennium of time to hone their skills. While skill books did not demand any innate talent, the time required for learning would significantly increase, depending on the book's tier and the learner's level. Initially, Chen Yu did not understand why the game implemented such a system. It later became clear to him. It was a limitation. Otherwise, the powerful would only need to engage in one activity: kill, continuously grow stronger. The weak would have no chance to catch up. Another reason was to create opportunities for other players to seize. This undoubtedly opened up numerous possibilities. After searching once more, Chen Yu set aside the items he could use or found appealing. Regarding the others, he stroked his chin, realizing his storage bag was once again full. While he could elevate the storage bag to increase its capacity, this was ultimately not a solution. It would not only be inconvenient for checking, but if it were lost, everything would be gone, though the likelihood of that happening was nearly zero. In truth, Chen Yu had a better plan: to establish a guild. A guild warehouse could store items in bulk. As long as he, the guild master, remained alive, there would be no concern over loss. Additionally, being the guild master would allow for convenient access. With this idea in mind, Chen Yu wasted no time, as he was already lamenting the lack of a place to use his reputation points. "Dragon Lord, please enter the guild name." The name. This posed a challenge for Chen Yu. He certainly would not choose something arbitrary. As the number one on the leaderboard, he desired a name of distinction. Yet, he could not bear to accept a name that was overly cliché. After some contemplation, he derived a name based on his own: Dragon Lord of Flame Town. Creating the Dragon Kingdom Guild, joining the guild leaderboard. Thus, a new guild was born, heralded to the world by the divine realm. Instantly, the world channel erupted with excitement. The Dragon Lord creating a guild. Did this signify his intention to establish his own faction? This was the first thought that surfaced in the minds of countless individuals. An uncountable number of friend requests fluttered in like feathers. It felt akin to a major corporation sifting through resumes. Chen Yu, however, merely glanced at them before discarding them all into the trash. Yet, a few of his close friends sent him messages. "Chen Shi, bro, you created a guild. By the way, can I join 2 guilds? Wow, the number one on the leaderboard has established a guild. Is this a bid for independence? Yang Changlong, Dragon Lord, do you need some management personnel for the guild? I have many available. Feel free to ask if needed." Chen Yu replied briefly and began to organize the items. He had opened the guild with 100 reputation points, allowing for a capacity of 1,000 members. Ordinary items could store up to 5,000 pieces, bronze items up to 1,000, silver items up to 500, and golden items up to 100. This capacity was exponentially greater than that of his storage bag. Once everything was tidied, Chen Yu rode the Thunder Prison WRM back to Flame Town. That rascal is back again. Curses erupted once more. They couldn't defeat him. So could they not even curse? Hey, Dragon Lord, you yellow-skinned bastard, get out of our territory. Damn it, you son of a beggar. Suddenly, the multitude of curses fell silent. Chen Yu's gaze turned icy, physically sealing the foul mouth of the speaker. With a splatter, a headless corpse stood upright, blood spraying like a fountain, reaching 2 meters high. Raindrops fell like scattered pearls upon the countless faces of both black and white individuals surrounding him. He could kill. Mere seconds later, someone shouted, abruptly awakening the entire town. Why? How could he commit murder in this small community? Here, no. Quickly flee, escape this place. There was no resurrection. The recently deceased did not return to life. The Dragon Lord could indeed extinguish lives. Upon learning this grim news, panic surged through them as they desperately attempted to flee. Given his time and capability, how could Chen Yu let these people slip away? Cursing him was one thing, but to dare insult his parents was entirely unforgivable. He would not show mercy. Splatter. No. Ah, please, no. I do not wish to die. Relying on his memories, Chen Yu commenced his slaughter among the crowd. His expression remained serene, devoid of any emotion. The black phosphorus blade in his hand was akin to a harvester of souls, executing each life with pinpoint accuracy. They had no opportunity to teleport away, one by one. They fell to the ground, their faces etched with terror. This time, unlike before, they would not merely fade away after a brief moment, only to resurrect in the town. No, they were utterly and irrevocably dead. Their bodies lay on the ground, blood flowing like rivers, starkly real. Before long, Chen Yu came to a halt. The town was deserted, save for the hundreds of fallen corpses. Either they had teleported away or fled in panic. Chen Yu did not pursue them, for he had already met his quota. No longer concerning himself with them, he teleported away. After an indeterminate time had passed, some ventured back to the scene. Upon witnessing the disarray of dismembered bodies, they were overcome with nausea. Yet, more than that, they were struck with astonishment. The Dragon Lord had shattered the game's rules. The town was known to be a safe zone, yet he had managed to kill within its confines. Those he had slain could not return to life. The shock was profound. Soon, this harrowing news spread from the Flame Town like wildfire. The Dragon Lord had just established his guild, and before the waves had settled, another revelation erupted like an atomic bomb, stirring a tempest of chaos. Countless players stared at the news in a daze. They understood precisely what it implied. It signified that in the realm of the Divine Domain game, the Dragon Lord, at the pinnacle of the power hierarchy, would now operate without limitations. He had truly become a human nuclear weapon. Nations were left in utter disbelief, including Huaxia. Emergency meetings were convened to reassess the Dragon Lord's status. The top 100 powerhouses momentarily abandoned their tasks, gazing at the unfolding scene, lost in thought. What? The Dragon Lord can kill in a safe zone? How could he defy the town's regulations? This is disastrous. One must never provoke the Dragon Lord, or even deities would be powerless to intervene. My heavens! The Dragon Lord was already the strongest. Without the constraints of rules, could he not kill whomever he pleased? Citizens of our homeland? Calling out to the Dragon Lord. Do you need a fierce dog at home? I bite ferociously. Messages on the global and regional channels flowed like a rolling tide. In addition to shock, many sought to uncover the reasons behind this upheaval. Chapter 70. Defying Game Rules. Chen Yu's private messages were on the verge of exploding. Even a few acquaintances were inquiring, filled with curiosity. Even the typically reticent Snow Woman could not restrain her curiosity after their last parting. This was not a secret. Chen Yu succinctly replied with 2 words, level. They were not foolish. They instantly grasped his implication. Upon reaching a certain level, one could disregard the town's regulations. In Starry Town, Yang Changlong opened the leaderboard. Contemplating the level 17 Dragon Lord and his own recent level 11, he fell into deep thought. He exhaled a sigh and relayed this news to the authorities. As long as it was not a special privilege, they could accept it. What everyone feared was the disparity between themselves and him. Chen Yu landed once more, this time in a familiar place. Ice and Snow Town. The low-level monsters here no longer sufficed for his needs. He had come specifically for the dungeons of various towns. Upon his arrival, the once bustling atmosphere of Ice and Snow Town fell into an eerie silence. No longer did they greet the Dragon Lord with courtesy. Instead, they distanced themselves, fearful of inadvertently provoking such a formidable figure. It must be noted that there were no laws within the game. The powerful could act with impunity. The authorities were powerless against them. Hence, order could still be maintained in the safe town. But if someone emerged capable of disrupting that order, who would not tremble in fear? Chen Yu's gaze swept across the surroundings. Today marked either the 13th or 14th day. He could not recall precisely. Regardless, the town now bore many elderly figures. They were aging and unfamiliar with gaming. Indeed, most had never encountered it. Without someone to guide them, the mortality rate upon leaving the town was exceedingly high. Among them were even some affluent individuals, tycoons, and power brokers from the real world. The divine domain was undoubtedly a realm for the youth. This was a widely acknowledged truth. Even the higher echelons of the state would not remain complacent. They actively sought to enhance their strengths, lest they be supplanted one day. At some point, Chen Yu noticed the absence of Jiang Sheng, Zhao Lili, and others. The wealthy second-generation individuals who had sought to hire him were long gone. Chen Yu strolled out of the town, and only after his figure had vanished did those behind him finally exhale in relief. The Dragon Lord had appeared in Ice and Snow Town. An official exchanged glances with his colleagues, hesitated briefly, and reported this news upwards. The response came swiftly. Approach it with a calm demeanor. On a snow-capped mountain in Ice and Snow Town, Qin Shi, wielding a light-based staff, closed the chat window and opened another. She glanced at the snow woman beside her, whose beauty was as cold as an ice mountain, and quietly sent a message. Qin Shi, brother, have you come to Ice and Snow Town? Chen Yu, are you here? Qin Shi, yes. We are on a mountain 30 miles outside the town, preparing to conquer the dungeon of Ice and Snow Town. Chen Yu, wait for me. At dawn, the icy lake was merely a silver dungeon. Given their strengths, they should face no significant danger. The snow woman's current level was 10, while Qin Shi was at 9. Accompanied by official personnel and her trained teammates, this collective force was sufficient to tackle a silver dungeon. Sister Snow Woman, I think we should be thoroughly prepared. I should request a few wood or ice mages from above. That would be even better, Qin Shi suggested, primarily to buy some time. What help could compare to her brother? Fortunately, Chen Yu did not keep her waiting long. Soon, the massive form of the frost giant dragon came into view. It was the Dragon Lord. Everyone present instinctively looked up. A flicker of surprise crossed the snow woman's eyes. She hadn't anticipated Chen Yu would appear here. In fact, her teammates in Ice and Snow Town had sent her messages, but she had missed them while assessing the dungeon. Dragon Lord. As Chen Yu leapt down, the previously enthusiastic group of women trembled with apprehension as they greeted him. Chen Yu nodded in response, pleasantly surprised to find Qin Shi in their company. However, given that this was the Snow Woman's stronghold, it was not entirely unexpected. Dragon Lord, I cannot believe I am graced by your presence. May I have your autograph? Qin Shi, with her playful spirit, feigned ignorance and approached with enthusiasm. This gesture alleviated some of the group's trepidation. Dragon Lord, you are here? The Snow Woman approached, her tone laced with surprise. While the two were not particularly close, they shared a better rapport than with the average acquaintance. Qin Shi, sensing a connection, inquired curiously. Big shot, do you know Sister Snow Woman? Upon uttering these words, she abruptly covered her mouth, realizing she had misspoken. Indeed, the Snow Woman looked over with puzzlement. It seemed odd that Qin Shi would refer to the Dragon Lord before her. The phrasing suggested Qin Shi was acquainted with the Dragon Lord, rather than the other way around. However, considering the Dragon Lord's frequent dealings with the authorities, their familiarity was not entirely surprising. The Snow Woman responded. The Dragon Lord once saved my life. He is my benefactor, and I have been contemplating how to repay him. By offering yourself. Qin Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having been in this quaint town for merely a day or two, upon first seeing the Snow Woman, she had nearly succumbed to infatuation. After a brief exchange, the two found common ground, given their similar ages. Qin Shi had often fantasized about bringing this stunning beauty home to be her sister-in-law. Now, discovering her brother's connection with the Snow Woman was a serendipitous opportunity. Observing their interaction, Qin Shi gradually wore a knowing smile. Convinced they were a perfect match, a strong man paired with a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. The silver dungeon is not worth my time. You should go, Chen Yu remarked, glancing at Qin Shi, suddenly furrowing his brow. What was with that expression? She was a sweet and innocent girl. Why did she look so mischievous? Moments later, they arrived at the dungeon. Chen Yu produced the shadow eye, creating a replica of himself, and declared, I shall not join. You all go ahead. The silver dungeon may not have seemed worthwhile to him, but he intended to leave it as an opportunity for Qin Shi to enhance her skills. One shadow was sufficient to protect them. Brother, I want a sister-in-law. Qin Shi kept repeating this phrase. Meanwhile, the Snow Woman and the others had already leapt down, following Qin Yu's shadow. With the Dragon Lord watching over them, what was there to fear? Brother, sister-in-law, sister-in-law, with only the two of them remaining. Qin Shi was practically bouncing with excitement. So, you want a sister-in-law? Qin Yu smiled, delivering a playful kick to her rear. Get down there and stop daydreaming. Ah, brother. You. Qin Yu kept his gaze fixed below, while the frost dragon did not linger. After delivering a message, it unfurled its wings and soared toward other parts of the snowy town, seeking to gather the final bits of experience to reach level 14. The former leader could not bear to lag behind the second-rate dragon. Chapter 71. offering oneself. The dungeon in the snowy town might pose a threat to players at levels 8, 9, or even 10, but for Chen Yu, it was akin to walking on flat ground. Thunderous booms echoed from the dungeon shortly thereafter. It was evident that the Snow Woman and her companions had commenced their battle. With arms crossed, he stood atop the snowy mountain, his dark robe billowing in the icy wind. He was fully aware of the proceedings below, with his shadow assisting them. They would face no peril. And indeed, that was the case. Within half an hour, the commotion below subsided. Subsequently, the glacier began to dissolve, signifying the completion of the dungeon. When the Snow Woman and her companions emerged, each exhibited a noticeable increase in level. The Snow Woman had reached level 11, while Chen Yu reached level 10, and the others also made considerable progress. Chen Yu, having relied on his shadow, gained a negligible amount of experience, which he did not bother to check, instead turning to the two and saying, "Not bad. It went quite smoothly. Dragon Lord, thank you for your assistance." The Snow Woman understood that Chen Yu had greatly aided them during this venture, especially since the final boss was a level 10 monster. Had it not been for the Dragon Lord's shadow inflicting significant damage first, their victory would not have been so effortless. She presented the most treasured item from the dungeon, an ice crystal necklace, to Chen Yu, asserting that it rightfully belonged to him. This necklace could amplify the power of ice-type professions and was quite precious to her. Chen Yu shook his head. As he already possessed a universal enhancement item, there was no need to acquire a specialized profession necklace. "No, thank you. I already have a similar item. This necklace suits you perfectly." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu silently gave her brother a thumbs up. He was not entirely clueless. The Snow Woman insisted, "That cannot be. You contributed significantly, and you rightfully deserve these items." "I hardly did anything. It was merely a shadow." Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively, for he did not covet such items. He sought to take the valuable ones, while ensuring Chen Yu did not miss out entirely. And he himself had to contribute something as well. "Hey, big shot, your dragon has returned." At that moment, someone pointed toward the horizon. The Frost Dragon, now significantly larger and having recently reached level 14, was visible as it soared toward them. "Speaking of dragons, I believe I heard that a place called Musen Town also has dragons." Suddenly, one person remarked. As her words settled, everyone turned to look at her. Chen Yu, checking the map, noted that Musen Town was relatively close and could be reached via local teleportation. However, he remained skeptical about this news. After all, how could so many dragons possibly exist at the game's onset? It was known that in the previous lifetime, over 7 years, only 32 dragons had been recorded. The emergence of a dragon would undoubtedly stir excitement in the region, drawing countless Dragon Tamers eager for glory. Indeed, the channels were rife with information about dragons, though most pertained to subdragon or lesser dragon species. Having contracted 3 dragons within the first half-month of the game and another dark dragon from the Dragon of Sorrow, he already had 4 dragons, a remarkable feat early in the game. Nonetheless, Chen Yu decided to inquire further about the details, contemplating a visit there, as it was not far and he had the time. Subsequently, the group made their way back to the snowy town. Along the way, Chen Yu's relatively friendly demeanor rejuvenated the Snow Woman and her team, who resumed their animated discussions about the game. "Hey, what do you think this Divine Realm game will ultimately become? I feel like we're like livestock, being raised." One voiced, bewildered. Given the current circumstances, their real lives had largely been neglected, as various nations regarded the Divine Realm as their primary strategic objective. However, thus far, aside from rumors of some abilities being transferable back to reality, there had been little else. Who knows? In this game, we don't experience hunger, thirst, or fatigue. It's like a perfect, unyielding existence. We might just be the New Age laborers. Someone mused. Thinking about it this way, if that's the case, will our future lives simply revolve around monster hunting? Your words, in all honesty, present a rather dull perspective. It seems far more engaging to return home after work and indulge in video games or binge watch a series. Having never encountered that particular image, one cannot fathom the true essence of their impending arrival, and thus, answers remain elusive. It feels as though all of this is devoid of significance. As they spoke, their gazes occasionally drifted toward Chen Yu, for he is the only individual to have defied the rules of the Divine Realm thus far. More than one contemplated whether they too might one day achieve such a feat when all players can disregard the regulations of the town. It is likely that many will choose to withdraw from the game altogether, opting not to return. For within this realm, a mere disagreement could lead to fatal consequences. Yet, unbeknownst to them, by the time such a moment arrives, their fates will no longer be in their hands. "Brother, what changes await us in the future?" Chen Yu pondered, discreetly inquiring of Chen Yu through the interface. As for the future, Chen Yu was well aware that once the Divine Realm truly descends, many aspects will indeed transform. Players will become an integral part of the game, while certain foundational rules of reality will persist. For instance, the ability to procreate, the inevitability of hunger, thirst, and fatigue will remain. Sustenance must be consumed, and only upon reaching a certain level can these needs be disregarded. Undoubtedly, the most significant alteration will be that the future will be governed by strength and prowess. Do not concern yourself with what lies ahead. Your primary focus should be on elevating your level. Chen Yu replied to Chen Shi, taking on an instructive tone. By the way, have you been slacking off? With your unparalleled epic talent, you should easily rank within the top 100. Chen Shi fell silent, hastily assuring him, brother, I will strive to improve. Her talent surpassed even that of Yang Changlong, drawing significant attention from the state. If she so desired, she could potentially emerge as a strategic asset for Huaxia. Just keep that in mind. When we meet again, I shall assess your abilities, but do not overexert yourself. You have me, your brother, supporting you. Chen Yu cautioned. Understood, brother. Chen Shi replied with a smile before growing curious. By the way, what are your thoughts on Sister Snow Maiden? Recently, I've added many stunning beauties to my circle, including Sister Anshin, and not to mention the formidable Sister Baiwe. Close your mouth. Do not entertain such frivolous thoughts. Chen Yu decisively interrupted her, inadvertently casting a glance at the Snow Maiden. As fate would have it, their eyes met in an instant. The Snow Maiden had been focused on the Dragon Lord, contemplating how she might express her gratitude toward him. However, as he unexpectedly turned his head, an air of awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere.